Chapter 161 I'm still playing with guns and cannons. And you all have started cultivating immortals. Andre came to the 381st Theater in the afternoon. He was originally planning to fish in troubled waters, and see if he could take advantage of the chaos to kill 1 or 2 village chiefs from the beautiful country's war zone. However, he didn't expect the Nafong people to be so fierce. They drove hundreds of people from the beautiful country into a sand wall with their bombers. This also made Andre dare not show his face at all, for fear that Nafong would shoot him in the head if he disagreed. Before leaving, Andre was still full of confidence, thinking that the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom would never touch him, but would instead win him over as an ally. But after the afternoon battle, Andre gave up this idea. The Dragon Kingdom war zone is so fierce. It seems that there is no need for his ally at all. Until the end of the battle, Andre did not dare to show his face. Instead, he secretly followed the chosen one of beautiful country all the way here. Nafong said, "So, the teleportation array leading to Area 8 is near here?" Andre nodded, "Yes. It's just a few hundred meters away. But I didn't dare to go there. There was probably an ambush over there." This is true. The chosen ones from the beautiful kingdom will definitely defend this teleportation array to avoid being killed by the Dragon Kingdom war zone. Xiao Ren mused, as long as this teleportation array is still there, the situation in Area 381 will be very dangerous. Chum Yamo, so, let's go straight over and kill their main force to see if they still dare to invade. As the saying goes, help people to the end and send Buddha to the west. The three hit it off, and were ready to help 381 solve this big trouble. Nafong looked at Andre with a wicked smile. "Brother, you have nothing to do. Why don't you come and have fun with us?" Andre said in a deep voice, "Yes. Our polar bear country, and the beautiful country of conflicts. Helping you is helping ourselves. Don't look at it. The beautiful country hasn't attacked the polar bear country's war zone yet. That's because they haven't dealt with the dragon country's war zone yet. Once all the Dragon Kingdom war zones are played, the next target of the beautiful kingdom must be the polar bear kingdom." Andre also understood this truth, so he thought of forming an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom war zone. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, even if only temporarily. Everyone quickly reached an agreement, and Andre led the three of them to the vicinity of the teleportation array. "Shh. Get down. Don't talk yet." Nafong motioned for everyone to lie down in the grass, and then listen quietly. Soon, he heard rhythmic grunts coming from the tactical earphones. "Nafong, about 50 meters ahead on the left. There is a chosen one from beautiful country who is asleep. We go over and catch him." Chung Yamo looked surprised. "Good guy. Can you hear the snoring from 50 meters away? Are you a good listener?" However, Xiao Ren discovered the miniature earphone in Nanfeng's left ear. He said with some uncertainty, "Sound pickup and noise reduction earphones? Do you still have such good stuff?" Nanfeng nodded, with an inscrutable look on his face. "I call this a Nan-style professional tactical headset." "What are sound pickup and noise reduction headphones?" Nanfeng didn't understand, but it sounds very professional. Xiao Ren said, "These are sound pickup and noise reduction headphones. It can amplify the small sounds around you, such as breathing, heartbeat, and footsteps. It can also reduce the decibels of noise, such as the roar of machine guns and bombs." In Blue Star, this headset is a must-have equipment for every special warrior. It turns out that tactical headphones have these functions. Nafong nodded and looked at Xiao Ren. "Do you know this? It seems that your identity before time travel was not simple." Xiao Ren laughed. "Before traveling through time, I served as a soldier for 2 years. His. Why do these words sound so familiar? Before time travel, I studied psychology for 2 years. Before time travel, I learned marksmanship for 2 years. Before time travel, I served as a soldier for 2 years." Xiao Angren's experience before time travel was really rich. Unlike Nanfeng, the only thing worth mentioning before time travel is that I went to primary school for 7 years. 1 year more than others. The four of them walked quietly to the left. Suddenly, the snoring in Nanfeng's headphones stopped, and then Nanfeng heard the rustling of footsteps. He found us and chased us directly. The wild grass nearby was more than 1 meter high. The opponent was bending down and weaving through the grass. Nanfeng was unable to find the opponent's position immediately. He could only identify the location by listening to the sound. Took out the Desert Eagle and fired 2 shots based on feeling. Missed. It seems that the ability to distinguish sounds by listening needs more training. Nanfeng put away the Desert Eagle, and the tactical earphones could no longer capture the opponent's voice. He seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Andre said solemnly, "The teleportation array is in this direction. And he should have returned to Area 8. Chung Yamo, hurry up and catch up. Don't give them time to react." The four people made a prompt decision and rushed towards the teleportation array. Andre held a big shield and rushed to the front. "I will take the lead. You follow." This is Andre's show of goodwill. Andre stepped into the teleportation array, and his figure quickly faded and disappeared. Nefeng and the other three looked at each other, and without hesitation, they also walked into the teleportation array. The scenery in front of them changed, and they had arrived at another place. Chung Yamo was about to fly to the sky with his flying sword. But when he looked up, he suddenly let out a hack sound. Dense arrows rained down from the sky, with some fireballs and ice picks sandwiched in between. The chosen one of the beautiful country has been lurking here for a long time. "Steel barrier," Andre shouted loudly. His muscles bulged, and he put the big shield in his hand on his head. The large steel shield instantly enlarged several times, like a steel sky, protecting all the people below. Ding 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 ding. The dense attacks hit the big shield. Andre's face turned red, and his legs sank into the mud. He was obviously not feeling well. "Do it!" Nefeng was the first to react, taking out Gatling and sweeping around randomly. Chung Yamo put his fingers together to form a sword, and drove the flying sword to kill, specifically picking the enemy's neck and wiping it. Xiao Ren had no means of long-range attack, so he could only stand on the spot and guard to prevent the opponent's melee chosen one from coming over. Duh. Under Gatling's fire suppression, Andre's pressure was relieved a lot. He said solemnly, "We want to retreat? We can't stand here and become a living target for them." Nefeng glanced at him. "How long can you carry it?" Andre thought for a while. It shouldn't be a big problem to hold on for another 3 to 5 minutes. Damn it. So meaty? Nefeng was shocked. The opponent had dozens of long-range chosen ones. Under their concentrated fire, Andre could still hold on for 3 to 5 minutes? What is a meat shield? This is called a human shield. It seems that Su Ming, that little waiter, still has a lot of room for improvement. Xiao Ren identified a weak point of the opponent and rushed over with a spear in hand. "Follow him. I'll take charge." The two sides quickly closed the distance, and the spear in Xiao Angren's hand rotated at high speed and shot out. The spear is like a wandering dragon with 10,000 soldiers, and the fate is like a dead end without turning back. The sixth shot, White Dragon. A shot was fired. A dragon roared, and a looming white dragon rushed forward, knocking away all the chosen ones from the beautiful country in front of them. Really handsome. It also has special effects. Nefeng looked at the Gatling in his hand, his face full of envy. "I was still playing with guns and cannons, and you all started to cultivate immortality." Chapter 162. People from the Dragon Kingdom really know Kung Fu. The power of Xiao Angren shot directly toward a gap in the encirclement. "Rush out." Xiao Ren took the lead, and the four of them hugged each other and rushed outside. There were various attacks coming from all around, but they were all blocked by Andre's big shield, making him feel safe. Swamp technique. Just when he was about to break out of the encirclement, Nefeng suddenly felt that the ground under his feet was soft, and half of his feet had sunk into the soil. The same goes for the other three. Tangled. The surrounding weeds and vines began to grow wildly, tightly entangled with the ankles of Nefeng and others. Freeze. The temperature dropped sharply, and the water in the swamp instantly froze into ice. 3 consecutive controls. There are hundreds of chosen ones from the beautiful country here, and many of them have control skills. Nefeng and others were inadvertently controlled by this series of control skills, and were unable to move. Andre's face hardened, and he hid behind the steel shield, ready to ignore Nefeng and the others. Xiao Ren said in a deep voice, "Chung Yamo, cut off the vines first." Nefeng, suppress them with your firepower. Chung Yamo, okay. Nefeng, okay. Gatling was still warm, so Nefeng carried Gatling and fired back and forth. The suppressed opponent did not dare to attack easily. Chung Yamo directed the flying sword to shuttle back and forth, quickly cutting off the vines wrapped around everyone's ankles. But everyone still had half of their legs stuck in the mud and still couldn't move. Drink. Xiao Ren stabbed the spear heavily into the soil, and dense cracks appeared in the frozen hard ground instantly. Attack! Attack! Don't let them get away. This is a good opportunity. We must kill them. What about control skills? Keep connecting with me. Control them to death. Charles, who was wearing beach shorts, looked at the arrested Chung Yamo with a cold expression. This is the man who poked his butt with a flying sword this afternoon. R. Insidious villain. Shameless. Thinking of what happened in the afternoon, Charles tightened his buttocks, and his expression became colder. He looked back at the sexy girl behind him, and said slowly, Judy? Fireball? Okay. Sir. Judy stood up proudly. Rounded and plump. Formed a fireball with her hands. And threw it into the air. Charles jumped up high, and swung the tennis racket in his hand. Snapped. The tail end of the fireball dragged out a long flame. And its speed reached its peak in an instant, flying towards Chung Mo. Before Chung Mo could even react, the fireball exploded in his face, turning his face black. Ne Fong and Xiao Anran, who were next to him, were also implicated and lost a lot of blood. Chung Mo looked at Charles angrily. Ya lay. Do you know if you want to hit someone or not? Ne Fong was shocked. Why did Charles's damage become so high? Could this be the legendary combo? Ne Fong quickly turned the gun and fired wildly in the direction of Charles. Xiao Anran said nothing and kept stabbing the floor with his spear. There are more and more cracks in the mud beneath my feet, getting bigger and bigger. Ne Fong moved his legs vigorously. His strength was so high that he could forcefully pull his legs out of the soil. I'll cover you. Come out quickly. Ne Fong rolled and hid behind a boulder in the distance, and then switched out the M24 to start a single point. Gatlin's fire suppression was fierce, but the accuracy was still a bit lacking. The chosen ones in the beautiful country are all on guard. They are surrounded by bunkers. As long as Gatling sweeps over, they will hide behind the bunkers. It is difficult for Ne Fong to kill them. At most, they can only suppress them with firepower. But it's different when you switch to the M24, who can bear a headshot with this gun. If the defense is slightly lower, Ne Fong can instantly kill it with one shot. Charles also understood this, and he immediately commanded the melee chosen ones to kill towards the south wind. Let me rush up and chop him to death. Don't let him output with peace of mind. Remote chosen one. Keep attacking me. Kill the other 3 living targets first. At this time, Andre saw that Ne Fong was out of control and sensed a glimmer of hope. He immediately moved his shield, blocking some of the damage to Chung Mo and Xiao Anran. On the other side, dozens of melee chosen ones were already heading toward Ne Fong. Ne Fong sneered, Don't you think I'm just a sniper? In fact, I am still a gunfighter. Ne Fong put away the M24, took out the Desert Eagle with his backhand, and rushed towards the crowd. When the beautiful country's chosen one saw this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He didn't even run away, but still wanted to confront us head on. Go. 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 Kill him. He only has one gun. He can't kill so many of us. This is Ne Fong. If I can kill him, I will definitely become famous. The eyes of everyone in the beautiful country turned red, and they rushed toward Ne Fong with howls and screams. Ne Fong didn't panic at all. He raised his hand and shot the chosen one who was at the front with 2 shots. But the opponent's speed was also very fast. In just an instant, Ne Fong was surrounded, and the weapons in his hands were slashing at Ne Fong's vital points. Chung Mo and Xiao Angren's expressions changed. Ne Fong. There were so many attacks. Even Andre felt a little numb when he saw them. How could Ne Fong be able to withstand them? But what happened next shocked everyone. Ne Fong's body was twisted in an extremely weird posture, dodging all the attacks that would hit his vital points. Shadowless step. At this moment, Ne Fong thought of a very classic line. Do you want to dance too? Ne Fong seemed to be dancing on the tip of the knife, dodging one fatal blow after another. At the same time, the Desert Eagle in his hand was non-idle, and he kept firing, harvesting the lives of the chosen ones of the beautiful country. Everyone in the beautiful country seemed to have seen a ghost. Fark. I just said that people from the Dragon Kingdom know Kung Fu. Now you believe it. I know this move. This is Lingbo Weibu. You know what a shame. This is obviously a shame. Charles, who was standing in the distance, observed for a few seconds and immediately discovered Ne Fong's flaw. Everyone chopped him together. He can't dodge all the attacks. Ne Fong's expression condensed. This Charles's observation skills were terrifying. Indeed, when there are enough attacks against Ne Fong, Shadowless Step will only dodge fatal attacks. Ne Fong also discovered this detail only 2 seconds ago. He originally thought that Shadowless Step could dodge all damage, until he was hit by a sword in the knee just now. Shadowless Step is not invincible, but it doesn't matter. Ne Fong's goal has been achieved anyway. Boom! Boom! The 2 grenades held by Ne Fong in his left hand exploded at the same time. instantly blowing the surrounding chosen ones to pieces. This is Nanfeng's killer move. At the same time, Xiao Aran and the others also crawled out of the mud. Walk! Xiao Aran stepped on the 7 stars, shot out his spear like a dragon, and quickly found a way out. Upon seeing this, Nafeng quickly broke away from the battle and ran to the wild following Xiao Aran. Behind him, Cheng Yimou stepped on the flying sword and pulled Andre up, inviting Andre to experience flying. The flying sword flew unsteadily into the sky, chasing Nafeng and the two in the direction they fled. Chapter 163. Who wouldn't love a sister like this? After running for an unknown distance in one breath, Nafeng and the others finally stopped. Cheng Yimou fell to the ground panting. Damn it! They have stopped chasing you a long time ago. Why are you running so far? Nafeng panted heavily and glanced at Cheng Yimou, who was lying on the ground. How long have you been running before you lie down? Brother, tell me the truth. Are you a little vain? Cheng Yimou jumped up from the ground. Fart. You are so stupid. Nafeng sneered. I didn't lie down. Cheng Yimou, 3 hours at a time. Nanfeng, 5 hours for me. Cheng Yimou, 8 hours for me. Men's competitiveness always lies in some strange places. Let's face it. We were a little hasty. Xiao Aran spoke slowly. We dare to rush into someone else's trap with such arrogance even though we know that the other party is ambushing us. It's really inflated. Nafeng nodded lightly. Indeed. In front of hundreds of people, no matter how strong one is, he will appear weak. At the most dangerous time just now, Nanfeng's health had dropped to less than 1/3. Cheng Yimou was even worse. He was the focus of Charles's care, and when his health was at its lowest, only 1/5 was left. If Andre hadn't helped him take most of the damage later, Cheng Yimou might have died. Cheng Yimou still has some lingering fears when he thinks back now. Fortunately, he escaped alive. He almost didn't scare me to death just now. Everyone rested on the spot for a moment, and then continued to walk some distance away to prevent the chosen one from the beautiful country from catching up. Nanfeng glanced at the time. It was now past 10 o'clock in the night, and he would return to his war zone in half an hour. Xiao Aran and Cheng Yimou came earlier, and they will return to the war zone in 10 minutes. Andre will be later. He still has more than an hour. With so little time left, everyone is not going to do any more fancy things. Just wait to go home. 10 minutes later, a silver-white teleportation array lit up at Xiao Angren's feet. I want to go back. Before Xiao Aran teleported back, he glanced at Nafeng again. I forgot to mention before that there is another simplest way to deal with Sikong Bushue, and that is to kill him directly. Before Nafeng could reply, Xiao Aran had disappeared and returned to his war zone. 2 seconds later, the teleportation array also lit up under Cheng Mo's feet. Cheng Yimou raised his eyebrows at Nafeng. Brother, are you free tomorrow? Let's teleport to Area 2 together and kill Sikong Bushue? Nafeng smiled and cursed. If you want to die, go and die yourself. Don't drag me with you. Sikong Urkshu can hypnotize hundreds of people in an instant. A terrifying group. Nafeng was not prepared to face him before he was absolutely sure. Maybe my tactical headphones can resist his hypnotic sounds? Nafeng lowered his head and thought. After a while, a silvery white teleportation array also lit up at Nanfeng's feet. Nafeng looked at the tall Andre and said, I'm leaving too. Be careful and don't die here. Andre nodded calmly and said, Don't worry. I won't die that easily. Nafeng didn't say much. The scene in front of him changed, and he returned to his cabin. When I was teleported to Area 381 before, Nafeng was still in the wild. It seems that if they are forced to teleport back, they will all return to the cabin. It was very lively outside the cabin, and Nafeng knew it without even thinking. The brothers must be staying up late to build Nancheng. As an infrastructure maniac, if he can't build a city in 10 days, where will he put his face? Nafeng was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he laid down in the cabin for a while to relieve fatigue and regain his condition. After half an hour, he opened the door and walked out. After not coming back for a day, Nancheng has changed a lot. The ground in the city is now very flat, and it looks like it has been pressed by a road roller. Even several main roads in the city are paved with stone slabs. Nafeng walked around for a while and came to the planting area. The Mediterranean man Gu Liang was squatting here cultivating plants. Nafeng stepped forward with interest and squatted next to Gu Liang. Brother, how is the cultivation of your Julie grass going? Gu Liang frowned, with a depressed look on his face. No. I don't know why there is something wrong, but I can't cultivate it. Is this random? Nan Feng patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Just as Nan Feng was about to stand up, a pair of soft, boneless little hands covered Nan Feng's eyes. Dang, and guess who I am? Nan Feng smiled slightly, with such a sweet voice. She must be the beautiful Yuren beauty. Yuren relaxed his hands with a smile. When did you come back? Why don't you say anything in the group? Everyone is worried about you. Nan Feng, I just had a fight with the chosen one from beautiful country. So I was a little tired. So I forgot to mention it. Yuren immediately pouted. The chosen one of beautiful country is so abominable. He dares to hit you. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for Gigi. Does it hurt? Brother? Are there any injuries? Nan Feng looked at Yuren's delicate face and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Who wouldn't love a sister like this? She is so good at it. Nan Feng rubbed Yuren's hair. It's okay. Look at me. I'm so lively. Do I seem to be injured? Yuren smiled. It's good that you weren't hurt. Gu Liang, who was squatting on the ground, was forced at a wave of dog food and sadly wanted to leave this place where dogs were killed. But before he took 2 steps, his eyes suddenly lit up. And he turned around and looked at Yuren with burning eyes. Beauty Yuren. I remember that you have been cultivating herbal medicine before. Then you know how to make dolly grass evolve into giant grass, so? Yuren nodded slightly. Of course I know. I found out on the 3rd day after traveling through time. Gu Liangru was struck by lightning and fell into a trance, feeling even more uncomfortable than when he forcefully ate a wave of dog food. I found out on the 3rd day after traveling through time. Didn't that happen 12 days ago? Then I'm still here studying Goba? Yuren suddenly realized something and looked at Gu Liang with flickering eyes. So you want to cultivate Julie grass? Then why didn't you ask me earlier? Gu Liang looked up at the stars and sighed. Because I am shabby. Yuren tried not to laugh out loud. In fact, the way to evolve dolly grass into Julie grass is very simple. That is to water it with clean fresh water. Nan Feng was stunned. So simple? No wonder. In the early days of time travel, Yuren always used a large amount of materials to exchange for clean fresh water from Nan Feng. It turned out that she didn't keep all of them for herself to drink, and some of them were used to water herbs. Yuren paused and then said mysteriously, Brother Nan Feng now has higher grade mineral water. Using it to water the herbs will have better effects. Gu Liang's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. And he kept exchanging mineral water in the village warehouse. Nan Feng and Yuren did not disturb him, left the planting area, and went to visit other places. A very tall wooden barrel stood in the city, attracting Nan Feng's attention. The water tower was erected so quickly. Can I take a shower now? Yuren nodded. That's okay. Several cabin bathhouses have been built out of wood over there, which is very convenient. Nan Feng suddenly felt a little excited. Yuren saw Nan Feng's intention at a glance. Brother Nan Feng, you have been tired for a long day. Go take a bath and relax. I just happen to have to go to the brick kiln on the east side to light up the fire. Nan Feng was stunned. Brick kiln? Do you have all this stuff? Yuren nodded. Yes. But it's still in the experimental stage. And I don't know if the fired bricks can be used. The two chatted for a while. Then Nan Feng turned around and went to the bathhouse, while Yuren jumped up and down towards the brick kiln in the east of the city, seemingly very happy. There are many water pipes made of bamboo below the water tower, connecting the cabin specifically for bathing. Although it is very simple, it is also very practical. In such a primitive world, it would be nice to have a bathhouse. So Nan Feng naturally wouldn't have too many requirements. Why are there separate genders in this bathhouse? I really don't treat my brothers as a family. Nan Feng complained casually and prepared to enter the men's bathhouse. But in the women's bathhouse next door, the Nani Sui walked out with a cold face. Body temptation? Nan Feng took one look and suddenly took a breath of air. Damn. It's so big. Chapter 164 Massive Refined Iron. Sui-han was wearing a light blue suspender dress, with drops of water hanging on her long black hair. She stared at Nan Feng coldly. Are you still watching? I'll dig out your eyes. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Nan Feng coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Looking at the first glance is instinct. Not looking at the second glance is respect. Sui said coldly. Then you still want to read? Nan Feng, as long as I don't blink. It will always be the first sight. Sui-han. The Nani felt a little embarrassed when Nan Feng saw her. A blush appeared on her pretty face, and she left here in a flash. Nan Feng watched Sui-han leave until he was out of sight, then turned and entered the men's bathhouse. Why is this damn weather so hot? Take a quick shower to cool off. After taking a cold bath, Nanfeng felt that all the fatigue in his body was washed away. Not very sleepy. Why not find a place to upgrade? Nancheng is being constructed in an orderly manner under the command of Suzerain. And Nanfeng does not need to worry about it. Nanfeng is of no use staying in the camp. So he might as well go out and upgrade. After thinking about it, Nanfeng opened the panel and sent a message to Xiao Luo. Brother, where are you? After sending the message, Nanfeng left the camp directly without waiting for his reply. After about 10 minutes of walking in front of the wild, Xiao Luo replied with a message. Xiao Luo, what happened in Quartz Stone Cave? Nanfeng, come! Follow me to hunt the fine iron beast and help the brothers get some fine iron. Xiao Luo, wait! I will kill the quartz giant first before I go. Otherwise the brothers will be in danger if they stay here. Nanfeng, okay. I'll go over and wait for you. Nanfeng trotted all the way and soon came to the refined iron mine cave. He planned to kill all the fine iron beasts inside tonight, including the lord-level ferocious beasts guarding inside. In this way, the brothers can come over and dig refined iron tomorrow. Yesterday, Nanfeng was only level 15, and it was very difficult to hunt down the fine iron beast. But today he is already level 16, so hunting is still a bit difficult. One shot does 450 damage, which is a little better than yesterday. Nanfeng calmed down and started from the entrance of the cave and slowly entered the depths of the cave. This fine iron beast is covered in fine iron and has no weak points, so naturally it cannot trigger weak point attack. Otherwise, with Nanfeng's current marksmanship, the efficiency could be improved. Ding! You got a green treasure chest. Ding! You get a white treasure chest. The explosion rate of fine iron beast is very good. In just a short time, Nanfeng exploded 2 treasure chests. In the green treasure box, Nanfeng also opened a piece of equipment that he can use. Fine iron ring. Fine iron ring properties. The attributes of fine iron ring are very average, but a little better than the red bronze ring on Nanfeng's hand. Replace it decisively. Now Nanfeng has the right hand quartz ring and the left hand fine iron ring. The red copper ring was thrown directly into the village warehouse by him. Nanfeng pushed forward another 10 meters, and Xiao Luo arrived belatedly. Behind Xiao Luo, Shenfan Yuren also followed. Nanfeng was stunned. Sister Yuren is here too? It's dangerous here. What are you doing here? Before Yuren could say anything, Shenpan looked at Nanfeng with a resentful look. Look, he doesn't care about us at all. He only has his sister in his heart. Go. Go. You are a grown man. Why should I care about you? Nanfeng waved his hand at Judge Shen, motioning for him to get out of the way. Yuren said with a smile, I heard that you are coming to hunt fine iron beast, so I will come over and take a look. Maybe I can help you. Nanfeng shrugged and didn't say much. But Yuren was only level 14. How could she help? It probably won't be able to break the defense of fine iron beast. But now that they are here, we can't drive them back. Right? Good sister. You can just watch the battle from behind, and leave the fine iron beast to us to kill. Nanfeng nodded to Xiao Luo and the others, and continued walking deeper into the cave. Soon, they discovered another fine iron beast. Don't move any of you. Let me try the damage first. Shenpan looked excited. Stepped forward quickly like a ghost. Waved the dagger in his hand and stabbed him. Ding! -1. Shenpan was shocked and took dozens of steps back. Back to Nanfeng. Only then did the fine iron beast react and roll towards Nanfeng and the others. Your damage is ridiculously low. Nanfeng was speechless, and he and Xiao Luo took action together to kill this fine iron beast. Judge Shen sighed. I can't tell you how hard it is. I have a passive skill that converts 80% of my power into agility, so I'm very fast. But the damage is super low. No wonder. Nanfeng was still wondering just now. Shenpan was already at level 15, so his strength would never be this low. Right? It turned out to be converted to agile. After a pause, Shenpian continued, it was fine before. The beast's defense was not high. I scraped quickly, and the upgrade efficiency was pretty good. But now that the level of the ferocious beast has increased, its defense and health are getting more and more outrageous. I can't fight it at all, and can only rely on weakness attack to get by. But this hairy, fine iron beast is all tough and has no weaknesses at all. Isn't this bullying? Judge Shen almost cried. If this continues, his upgrade speed will definitely become slower and slower, unable to keep up with everyone's pace. And eventually, he will be eliminated by this dangerous world. Nanfeng comforted him. It's okay. You can't beat the fine iron beast. You can still hunt other ferocious beasts. Shen Pian was not a fragile person, and he quickly recovered. There is no room for me to play here, so I went to upgrade elsewhere. With that said, Shen Fan ran out of the cave and disappeared in front of everyone. Just leave as soon as you say. Very quickly, Nanfeng shook his head and continued to move forward with the others. Another fine iron beast appeared in front of everyone. Yuren suddenly said, I have an idea. Maybe I can break the defense of fine iron beast. The wand in Yuren's hand pointed at the fine iron beast, and orange flames quickly ignited under its body. Pillar of fire. Fine iron beast was burned by the fire, and its lavender body quickly changed and turned yellow. R. The corner of Yuren's mouth raised, revealing a smile. As expected? Hurry up! Try attacking it! When Nanfeng heard this, he set up the M24 and shot it. Call out. -831. Nanfeng was shocked. The damage of this shot was almost twice as high as before. How did you do that? Yuren smiled mysteriously. The fine iron beast was originally lavender, indicating that its body is composed of hexavalent iron. The temperature of my flame is very high, and the hexavalent iron is oxidized into trivalent iron at high temperature, so its defense power is directly reduced by half. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo felt their scalps numb when they heard this. This is the legendary knowledge's power. Little sister, are you serious? Looking at Nanfeng's doubtful eyes, Yuren covered her mouth and snickered. I'm kidding you. I just wanted to try to see if I could break through the defense with fire attacks. But I didn't expect it to work. I believe you as a ghost. Nanfeng shook his head and quickly killed the fine iron beast that had been broken, with Yuren's flames breaking through the defenses. The advanced speed of several people accelerated a lot. 2 hours later, they had penetrated deep into the center of the mountain and arrived at the huge cave. As soon as they walked in here, everyone's eyes lit up. Fine iron. There is refined iron everywhere. This is simply a world of fine iron. Oh my god. Xiao Luo opened his mouth with a look of shock. So much fine iron? Is it enough for tens of thousands of people to upgrade their natal magic weapons? Nanfeng swallowed. It's too small. The layout is too small. It's enough for at least hundreds of thousands of people to upgrade their natal magic weapons. Yuren blinked, but we only have 319 people in the war zone. So it's useless to hold so much fine iron. This is true. Wait. It's useless? How could it be useless? Nanfeng's eyes lit up, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. We can use this fine iron. South Wind Attribute Panel. Properties Panel. South Wind Equipment Column. Equipment Column. Chapter 165. Building City Walls with Fine Iron. We can use these fine iron to repair, establish, city, wall. The words of the South Wind are astonishing. Xiao Luo was startled by Nanfeng's bold idea. Are you crazy? Use fine iron to build city walls? Isn't this a lot of work? Nanfeng, is it big? Isn't it a lot of work to build a city wall with stone? Xiao Luo, but we have built a brick kiln today and are preparing to bake bricks to build the city wall. Yuren Qingmei frowned slightly, lowered his head and thought for a while. I think it is better to use fine iron to build city walls than bricks. There is a large amount of refined iron here, and we have no shortage of raw materials. And my flames are enough to melt fine iron. With just one mold, we can forge standard fine iron bricks. Isn't this much stronger than mud bricks? This is true. Xiao Luo nodded silently. Nanfeng, of course. No matter how easy it is to say anything, you will definitely encounter various difficulties in putting it into practice. But we can still give it a try. Nanfeng immediately opened the panel and told Suzerain the information. Suzerain, that's a good suggestion. Then our brick kiln needs to be expanded. I'll have someone bake a few clay molds first. Suzerain was very capable and quickly arranged the matter. Nanfeng turned off the panel and clapped his hands. Okay. Let's talk about building the city wall later. Let's clean up the fine iron beasts here first to avoid accidents when the brothers come to mine. Xiao Luo and Yuren nodded and began to cooperate with Nanfeng to kill the fine iron beast. At 4:30 in the morning, the three people from Nanfeng had been hunting the fine iron beast in this cave for several hours. The entire cave was littered with the corpses of fine iron beasts, and a large number of treasure chests were revealed. After everyone divided up the usable equipment, all the remaining unnecessary equipment was thrown into the village warehouse. Something's wrong. We've been around this cave several times. Why haven't we found the boss yet? There is no other exit here. Only the way you came. But the three people from Nafeng searched back and forth several times. But they couldn't find the Lord-level boss. Yuren yawned. Looking a little tired. Maybe there is no Lord here? Xiao Luo shook his head. Impossible. There must be a Lord in a cave like this where a group of people gather together. Everyone searched around twice more and killed the last few fine iron beasts. There are indeed no Lord-level ferocious beasts here. Nafeng clapped his hands. Forget it. If not, then there won't be. Let's go back and rest. Yuren couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally able to go back. Going out with these two upgrade maniacs was really a wrong choice. She was so tired. Even more tired than a day of shopping. Yuren's magic power has been exhausted so many times. She has long been exhausted and wants to go home and rest. Who knew that there was so much mineral water in Nanfeng's backpack that it seemed like it was free of charge? And he took it out bucket by bucket. The baby is feeling miserable and has no place to stay. Yuren, oh. Fortunately, the cave was finally conquered and she could retire with success. Xiao Luo still looked at her worriedly. You can send Beauty Yuren back first. And I'll look for her again. Otherwise it would be dangerous for the brothers to come over in mine. Nafeng looked at Xiao Luo and then at Yuren. Feeling a little confused for a moment. Girl Yuren wants to go home. And Xiao Luo wants to continue looking for Lord-level ferocious beasts here. It's hard for me to be caught in the middle. Nafeng struggled for 0.1 seconds and decided to send Yuren back. Just kidding. If you don't send the beautiful woman home, why are you staring at Xiao Luo here? The south wind is straight. Saying goodbye to Xiao Luo, Nafeng took Yuren back to the camp. Nancheng is very quiet at 5 o'clock in the morning. The brothers, who had been busy all night last night, were sleeping very soundly at this time. And their voices were heard everywhere. After not seeing each other for one night, many changes have taken place in Nancheng. Most of the trees around the south city have been cut down. And the entire new camp has very good lighting. 50 meters away from the camp, the location of the moat has also been planned. And construction has begun. The brothers who were digging the river channel 500 meters away also dug nearly 200 meters, and were waiting to bring in the river water as soon as the moat was dug. The foundation has also been laid. And some brothers have begun to prepare to dig tunnels and leave a way out. After time travel, everyone's strength, physical strength and energy have been greatly improved. They work fast and hard without complaining of tiredness. The bosses all smile when they see it. Yuren said softly, in addition to the city wall, other infrastructure construction can be completed within 3 days. Of course, it won't be too refined. Exquisite? Nafeng doesn't care. Why should it be so exquisite? Practicality is the most important thing. A city that can withstand the tide of beasts is a good city. Nafeng suddenly remembered something, and took out a bunch of small red fruits from his backpack and handed them to Yuren. This was given to Nafeng by Chung Yamo from District 68. This is a chi blood fruit. After eating it, you can restore your health. I heard that a large area will grow quickly if you plant it in the ground. Can you try it? Yuren's eyes lit up, and she accepted the chi and blood fruit. I'm going to try it now. The two separated and went back to their respective homes. After returning to the cabin, Nafeng fell asleep. During this sleep, Nafeng had a few strange dreams. When he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 14 days left before the arrival of the large beast tide. Slept for 5 hours. Nafeng rolled up from the bed like a carp. After 5 hours of sleep, although he didn't sleep very well, Nafeng was still full of energy. Nafeng estimated that if the level were higher, he would not need to sleep. After walking out of the cabin, the brothers in the camp had already begun to build infrastructure in full swing. He is truly an infrastructure maniac. Nafeng found Suzerain and asked, brothers have been building the city. Don't they need to hunt ferocious beasts? Suzerain explained, the top 50 brothers on the level list have all gone out to upgrade. And the remaining brothers will give priority to building cities. You don't have to worry about their level. There are experience orbs in the village warehouse. They can use contribution points to exchange for experience. And their level will not drop too much. Nafeng wondered, what should I do if I run out of contribution points? Experience orbs are not cheap. Suzerain, the top 50 brothers on the level list will bring back the food they obtained after hunting ferocious beasts every day and put it in the camp. The brothers who built the city each share a point and donate it to the village warehouse. and the contribution points obtained can be exchanged for experience orbs. There is also this kind of operation. Nanfeng took a look at his backpack. It was filled with a large amount of various kinds of food. Much more than others. Other people's backpacks only have 20 cells. But Nanfeng's backpack has 400 cells. Because his natal magic weapon is a backpack type. It adds a lot of backpack space. As the village chief, I should also make some contribution. Nanfeng thought for a while, and began to dump the food in his backpack. Kuan meat, 198, moonlight venison, 216, wind and thunder beast meat, 764. Suzerain looked at the food on the ground and was stunned. There are more than 20 types of food? This Nanfeng not only has more weapons, but also has a bigger backpack than others? Everyone's backpack has 20 slots. Why do you have more than others? Is this reasonable? Chapter 166 The Life-Killing Flower. Shenpan Spring? Nanfeng poured out a mountain of food in one breath. Enough for the brothers to exchange for a large number of experience orbs. In fact, Nanfeng can also keep these foods and donate them himself, and then exchange them for experience orbs for upgrading. But Nanfeng always felt that the experience gained from not hunting ferocious beasts was a little less interesting. Just like the strength improved by taking drugs. It is not your real strength. It is virtual. Is the south wind weak? The south wind is neither weak nor weak. So these contribution points should be given to other brothers. With this batch of food, the average level of the brothers can be increased by at least half a level. Suzerain quickly distributed the food as equally as possible so that each brother could get contribution points. Later, the two talked about the issue of building a city wall with fine iron. Suzerain, I discussed it with a few brothers last night. I'm afraid it's not feasible to use refined iron alone. The time is too short, and we don't have time to forge a large number of refined iron bricks. We plan to directly pour hundreds of huge iron pillars deep into the ground as the main body of the city wall, and then use bricks and boulders as auxiliary materials to build the city wall. What do you think? Nanfeng shrugged. I don't know much about this either. If you think it's okay, just fine, and you don't need to ask me. Leaving professional matters to professional people is Nanfeng's consistent aim. Isn't it deceptive to let him, a half-assed person, to point fingers and cheating on yourself? If you have this time, you might as well upgrade. Nanfeng had some breakfast and was ready to leave Nancheng to hunt ferocious beasts. Sliding down the steep slope, Nanfeng saw the brother who was digging the moat and was sweating profusely. Mad. The soil gets harder as you go down. How long do we have to dig for a moat of several hundred meters? The main reason is that I don't have any handy tools. Can you believe that I can dig the ground with a sword? What is there to believe? I still use a small dagger. Everyone was complaining and working at the same time, and they were enjoying themselves. When one of the brothers saw Nanfeng approaching, his eyes suddenly lit up. Boss Nanfeng, do you have an excavator? Let's get one for my brothers. What the hell is an excavator? Where can I get an excavator? I really think that my natal magic weapon is Doraemon's treasure bag. Nanfeng thought for a while and signaled to the brothers to stop. You step aside first, and I will use Gatling to plow the land to reduce your workload. After everyone heard this, they immediately stepped aside. Nanfeng took out Gatling and fired at the ground, then dug a deep hole every 10 meters and threw a grenade into it. The ground was riddled with craters and became much softer. The brothers raised their hands and cheered. Ness. Digging is much faster now. Nanfeng boss is awesome. Nanfeng put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking enigmatic. Hum. Sure enough, Nancheng can't survive without me as the village chief. At this moment, shouts came from the distance. Brothers digging the moat. Come to the brick kiln. The two engineering men forged a lot of fine iron shovels, which are very useful. After everyone heard this, they all ran towards the brick kiln. As he ran, he cheered, damn it. Have you even got a shovel? Isn't the engineer shovel just around the corner? Engineer shovel? It's smaller. The layout is smaller. And the excavator is just around the corner. The best men from engineering majors. Nanfeng was immediately stuck in place. Sure enough, the world can survive without anyone, and no one is irreplaceable. But the brick kiln used refined iron so quickly. It seems that Xiao Luo dug a lot of mines when he had nothing to do last night. With various iron tools, the construction speed of Nancheng will be greatly increased. Nanfeng did not go to the brick kiln to join in the fun, but left Nancheng to upgrade further away, 300 meters outside the South City. Wang Yuanming and a dozen brothers were digging a river here. They planned to divert the river water to the vicinity of Nancheng first, so that once the moat is dug, the water can be introduced into it immediately. Brother Ming, come over and take a look. A new type of herbal medicine is found here. A brother who was digging a river channel shouted to Huang Yuanming. Huang Yuanming put the wooden stick on his shoulder, walked up quickly, and used the Eye of Insight to check it out. Life-killing flower, full of violent neurotoxins. Please do not touch. Extremely poisonous? Huang Yuanming's eyes narrowed, and he quickly took 2 steps back. I, Mr. Huang, have a sworn relationship with gambling and drugs. This thing cannot be touched. Everyone, please stay away. Ningwu raised his head in embarrassment. What should I do? I didn't know what this was just now, so I touched it. Huang Yuanming, well, it shouldn't be a problem if you touch it. You feel it. Damn it. You're having a hacking nosebleed. Ningwu reached out and touched his nose. Good guy. His hands were full of blood. My head suddenly feels dizzy. Ningwu suddenly became weak and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Is this life-seeking flower so poisonous? Will someone die if you touch them? Huang Yuanming quickly picked up Ningwu and ran all the way back to Nancheng. Nanny! Nanny! Come and save people. In the chicken farm, Suihan was playing with the chickens. When he heard Huang Yuanming's cry for help, he rushed over. Other brothers near the camp thought there was an invasion from foreign enemies, so they all rushed over. Quick healing. A long way away, the nanny Suihan used a healing skill. Ningwu's health was finally stabilized and stopped declining. Suzerain frowned slightly. What's going on? Is there an enemy invasion? Huang Yuanming stopped and took a breath. There were no foreign enemies. It was this kid who touched the life-keeping flower with his cheap hands and was poisoned. Hearing that there were no foreign enemies, the other brothers dispersed and did their own things. Suzerain, life-killing flower? What it is? Huang Yuanming explained. A newly discovered plant is full of poison and is cold to the touch. Yuren raised her eyebrows. What a good thing. If you transplant it and cultivate it, wouldn't it be possible to use it to deal with ferocious beasts? Dealing with ferocious beasts? The night owl Shenpan spent the whole night hunting ferocious beasts. And he just came back at this moment, just in time for everyone to talk. Then if I apply it on the dagger, wouldn't it be an epic enhancement? The upgrade last night made Shenpan feel confused about his future. It's almost impossible to break through the defenses of the ferocious beasts. So how can he survive in the future? But the appearance of life-saving flower was like a life-saving straw, allowing Shenpan to see the way forward. As an emotional killer, I put some poison on my dagger. Is there any problem? Bliss. Original World Area 1. On the top of a mountain more than 2,000 meters high, there is an unusually cold lake. As the saying goes, the mountains are not high. The water is not deep if there are immortals. And the water is not deep if there are dragons. Although there is no dragon in this cold lake, there is a huge snake. The level 19 Lord Ferocious Beast, Xianshui Serpent. At this time, this nearly 100-meter long Xianshui Serpent was lying dying by the lake. Its scales scattered on the ground, and it was covered in snake blood. On top of the snake's head, Catherine Wena looked indifferent, and the ninth sword in her hand was inserted heavily. Hiss! Xianshui Serpent let out a heart-rending scream and closed his eyes unwillingly. A treasure chest with a dark blue halo appeared next to Xianshui Serpent. Catherine jumped down from the snake's head with a cold face, picked up the treasure box and opened it. Ding! Congratulations on getting Dragon Boots 1. Catherine Wiener murmured, Dragon Boots. She glanced at the immortal suit on her body and realized something. It's time to upgrade your equipment. Catherine Wiener quickly cleaned up the battlefield and took out the cross-region pass. Chapter 167 The Weak Do Not Deserve to Live. Area 527 of the original world. Afternoon. Nefeng has left Nancheng, hunting ferocious beasts all the way to the mountains. In this primitive world, there are only trees and mountains, and the aesthetics are exhausted. The south wind came out of a forest, and the vision suddenly opened up. Ahead is another forest. Boring. Nefeng found a boulder to sit down on, ready to rest for a while. After hunting ferocious beasts all afternoon, Nefeng was hungry, so he quickly took out a few pieces of barbecue from his backpack and ate them. I don't know what's going on with the campground now. Nefeng opened the panel and entered the chat channel. In the chat channel, the brothers were chatting animatedly. Xiao Luo, engineering man. Hurry up and get some pickaxes and hoes. I need them for mining here. Wu Chain An. That's right. Burn and forge it a little more. I also need iron blocks from digging here. Recently, iron blocks and copper blocks are almost running out. Lu Wenhua, I have a name. If you call me an engineering man again, I will go on strike. Wang Yuanming, let me tell you something funny. Just now, ha ha ha. Su Ming, you guys upstairs are laughing your ass off. Tell me what's funny first, and let us laugh too. Wang Yuanming, that's right. Ha 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 just now. No. It's too funny. Xiao Luo, damn. Yu Sandwall. Na Feng, ha ha ha. This is so funny. I almost died laughing. Xiao Luo, damn. Two Sandwalls. Wu Yuanran, are there any brothers who want to form a team to upgrade? Two human shields came. And Su Ming couldn't hold them anymore. Su Ming, damn you. You lured more than a dozen ferocious beasts at once. How can I resist? With two outputs, Wu Yuan was no longer reliable. Lu Daqiang, haha. I have swung my axe 30,000 times in the past 2 days. And finally developed a unique skill. I can chop down a tree with one stroke of the axe. Dick or not. Qiu Feihong, engineering man. I asked you to make a 2-meter-long saw this morning. Have you finished it? Come on. I need some tree felling here. Lu Wenhua, mad. I want to go on strike. I want to resist. You damn capitalists can't even remember my name. Judson, let me tell you some good news. I just received an epic level enhancement. Now kill the ferocious beasts fiercely. Lu Daqiang, doesn't anyone praise me? The brothers in District 527 chatted and enjoyed themselves while working. The years are quiet. Nefong looked at the group with a smile on his face for a while. Then turned off the panel and prepared to continue hunting the ferocious beasts. Where are the quiet years? It's just someone in my Nan who is carrying a heavy load and moving forward. Nefong praised himself and strode forward. But before I took 2 steps, the sound of beeping started to sound. Someone has a southerly wind. Nefong opened the panel again and found that the message was from Su Zurin. Nefong glanced twice and frowned immediately. Catherine Wiener is out. In cross-region chat channel. Delia, everything happened so suddenly. Catherine Vina suddenly came to our war zone and killed our village chief without saying a word. Delia, it's so scary. She is simply a devil. She kills people without batting an eyelid. War Zone 704 is currently the lowest ranked war zone. In the war zone behind it, all were wiped out by the small beast tide. The 704 war zone was lucky enough to survive the small beast wave. But there were only about 30 people left in the entire war zone. And they could be destroyed at any time. The arrival of Catherine Vina undoubtedly accelerated the destruction of the 704 theater. Amelia, really? Catherine actually went to your war zone? Kim Hyun-wook, Catherine actually came out? Is this the first time she has left Area 1? Martin, what does she want to do? Upgrade the village? Adkarai, is there a possibility that she wants to kill us all? The news of Catherine Wiener's appearance exploded the chosen ones in all war zones. All war zones are worried, fearing that Catherine Wiener will suddenly come to their war zones. Edward, haha. Everyone, feel the fear of being dominated by the goddess Catherine. Especially the south wind in Area 527. You will be next. Nefong, who was eating melon, was suddenly cued and suddenly became unhappy. Why is this Edward always targeting himself? It's really itchy. Nefong, if I guess correctly, Catherine should still be in the 704 war zone. Right? Do you believe that I will go to Area 1 and kill you right now? Edward simply stopped talking. He is a man who is very aware of current affairs, and can bend and stretch. Seeing that Edward was silent, Nefong felt a little bored. So he immediately sent another message. Nefong, I almost forgot. My cross-region pass is cooling down. And I can't pass it now. Edward, huh? Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you dare to come here, I will let you die here. Nefong, okay. You send the coordinates, and I'll cool them down. Edward's expression froze, and he closed the chat panel directly. Nefong didn't wait for Edward's reply for a long time, and was about to turn off the panel out of interest. At this moment, Catherine Wiener, who had never spoken in the chat channel, spoke. Catherine Wiener, weak people do not deserve to live. Damn it. The real Catherine Vina is still hot. I really want to catch her with a master ball. Nefong took a look at Catherine's profile picture. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and big waves. She was a beauty. I just don't know what my figure is like. But it shouldn't be bad. Right? But what did she mean? Weak. Who is talking about? The cross-regional chat channel fell into silence for a while, and no one dared to answer Catherine Wiener's words. Everyone is thinking about what Catherine Wiener means. Who will be her next target? Nefeng turned off the panel and set out to continue the upgrade. Catherine won't come to trouble me. Right? But I'm not afraid of her. No matter how strong she is. Can she still conquer the sky? When the time comes, I will hide in Nanchung. With 50% damage reduction, plus 100 points of all attributes, and more than 300 brothers to help hold down the battle. Can she beat me in seconds? At 10:30 in the evening, Nefeng finished the day's upgrade and returned to Nanchung. In the large square in the middle of the South City, more than a dozen bonfires were raised. The brothers were sitting around eating barbecue. And from time to time, brothers would come up to perform 2 shows. Yuran saw Nefeng and waved to him, motioning for Nefeng to sit over. Nefeng smiled slightly and walked over. Good sister. What day is it tonight? Everyone is so happy. Yuran said with a smile. There are no days. It is rare in life to have all the fun. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Let's finish today happily first. Nefeng understood that the brothers were afraid that Catherine Wiener would come to kill them tomorrow. So they held a bonfire party. If Catherine came tomorrow, how many brothers would die? Nobody knows. Nefeng lowered his eyebrows and said in his heart, if possible, I will do my best to protect you. Chapter 168 Cabin Upgrade. After the bonfire party ended, the brothers in Nanchung took a short rest and then continued working to build the city. In order to cope with the dangers that may come tomorrow, Nefeng did not rest and went out to continue to escalate. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, Nefeng returned to the camp tiredly. Level 16, 83150/97,000. In one day, Nefeng rose by more than half a level, and its efficiency was pretty good. At this stage, it is difficult for Nefeng to find large groups of ferocious beasts gathered together. Most of the ferocious beasts in the wild get together in 2s and 3s. Kill a small group, and it takes several minutes to find the next group. Too much time was wasted looking for the beast. I hope I can find a place like an ant nest, spider lair, etc. tomorrow so I can level up. Back at the camp, Nefeng casually took a shower and fell asleep. 6 o'clock in the morning. There are still 13 days left before the arrival of the large beast tide. Nefeng, who had already formed a biological clock, woke up, sat up and stretched. The noise outside the house attracted Nefeng's attention. It's early in the morning. What's the name of Nan outside? Nefeng walked out of the cabin in confusion and saw a dozen brothers, each pushing a wooden cart back to the camp. The wooden cart was loaded with a large amount of wet sand. This is... Nefeng's mind moved and he vaguely guessed something. The materials needed to upgrade the cabin, sand. Before Huang Yuanming arrived, he laughed first. Ha ha ha. Look what good things I found. Hundreds of tons of sediment. Dick or not? Good guy. Hundreds of tons of sediment? Wouldn't it be possible for all brothers' cabins to be upgraded? It was now the time to get up. And the brothers in Nanchung got up one after another and gathered around to watch the excitement. Huang Yuanming saw Nefeng at a glance and waved to him immediately. Come on. Boss, you could upgrade the cabin first. Nefeng did not shirk. Walked to a wooden cart and stretched out his hand. Ding! You got sand, 343. Nefeng glanced at the backpack and was immediately startled. These 343 units of sand actually accounted for 35 squares of Nefeng's backpack. No wonder the brothers had to use carts to transport the sand back. Otherwise their small backpacks would not be able to transport too much sand at one time. Nefeng collected 2 more trucks of silt, gathered together 1,000 units, and then returned to his cabin. When everyone saw this, they all gathered around, wanting to see what the cabin would look like after it was upgraded. Nefeng piled all the materials in front of the cabin, and then chose to upgrade. Boom! The cabin suddenly began to tremble violently, kicking up dust all over the floor. The original wooden structure of the house has changed, becoming a square stone-based structure supplemented by sand, somewhat similar to the old brick house. The cabin is no longer a cabin. Nefeng used Eye of Insight and took a look at the properties of his new home. Rare house. Grade C grade. HP 500,000. Defense 5,000. Characteristics plus 200 life/minute plus 200 magic power/minute. Skill Demolition. You can move your cabin to another location with a 24-hour cooling time. Materials required for upgrade: obsidian 100, quartz stone 100, marble 100, mineral water, 100, swamp gas, 100, holy light stone, 5 various furs. 500,000 health points. 5,000 defense power. This attribute seems to be quite powerful. But it is useless. When facing the attack of thousands of ferocious beasts, it can only hold on for a while longer. If we can't kill all the ferocious beasts, then this hut should be blown up. But if Catherine Wayna comes here now, I won't be afraid anymore. Nafong murmured. If you can't withstand the attack of thousands of ferocious beasts, you can't withstand the attack of Catherine alone? In addition to the significant increase in health and defense, the speed at which the hut regenerates health and mana has also increased. 200 points per minute. Plus the effect of Nafong's dragon suit. That's 230 points per minute. This is what spring water should look like. In addition, the cooldown of the demolition skill has been shortened and now only has a 1-day cooldown. However, this is of little use, as Nafong will basically not move. Wang Yuanming urged, brother, go in quickly and see if there are any changes inside. Nafong nodded, opened the door and walked in. The space inside the cabin has become larger. The current cabin is at least 100 square meters. But from the outside, it looks basically unchanged. Is this the legendary space folding technology? Nafong walked around the small house. There was a lot of furniture in the house, including pots, pans, tables and chairs, and a large bed that could sleep at least 3 people. Well, this bed is very good. Nafong nodded with satisfaction. The most amazing thing is that the cabin now even has a toilet. Although it is the most primitive kind of squatting pit, it is not a urinal anymore. I don't know where those grain reincarnation objects will be washed away. Nafong is going to experiment when he has time. After looking around the hut again, Nafong was very satisfied with this new home. This is where people live. What was that cabin in the past? The dogs shook their heads. Nafong walked out of the hut and briefly introduced the situation inside the hut. The brothers suddenly became jealous. Hack, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and transport sand back. Let's go. Let's go together. It's a big house of 100 square meters. I have never lived in such a big house before. I traveled through time. There are not enough trucks. Where is Lu Daqiang? Let him get a few more cars out quickly. Lu Daqiang went to cut down trees early in the morning. The brothers left the camp excitedly and went out to carry mud and sand. Nafong also followed. His backpack was big enough to transport more than 4,000 units of sand in one go. The transportation volume was about 12 trucks. The brothers shouted loudly, as expected of the village chief. He can move more bricks than us. At 6:30 in the morning, Sister Yuran walked out of the cabin yawning. Everyone got up very early today. What are you doing? Nafong chuckled, poured out 1,000 units of sand from his backpack, and piled it at the door of Yuran's house. I'll give it to you. You're welcome. Yuran was shocked. Is this sand? Can the cabin be upgraded? Nafong nodded, yes. The brothers are lining up to move to the river. We strive to upgrade all the brothers' cabins and live in big houses before tonight. After hearing this, Yuran couldn't help but feel speechless. Are you stupid? It was moved manually. Can't you trade? The smile on Nafong's face froze. You make us look stupid. Chapter 169 Holy Light Eagle. Level 18 Lord Beast. Nafong did not go to the river to transport sand again, because it would make him look a little dull. It's more suitable for me to go out and hunt ferocious beasts. Nafong dumped all the silt in his backpack into the camp, and then strode away from Nancheng. Before going out, he went to the planting area to pick 100 units of chi blood fruit and put them in his backpack for emergencies. I spent the past 2 days upgrading in the south, so let's open the map in a different direction today. Nafong made up his mind and turned around and walked towards the west. Exquisite map. The level of the ferocious beasts in this direction was not high. Nafong traveled quickly and soon came to a large river. What a wide river. Nafong looked around and saw that the river was at least 40 or 50 meters wide. The river flows endlessly. The current is extremely fast and the bottom is bottomless. From time to time, there will be a huge black shadow swimming under the water. These are ferocious beasts in the water. Their huge size alone can make Nafong give up the idea of swimming over. In the water, once you are entangled by such a behemoth, you can basically reincarnate. We won't be able to cross this river in a short time. Let's see if we can build a boat in the future. Nafong was about to leave when he suddenly found a large number of fish gathering together on the river not far away. Upon closer inspection, It turned out that a bison had been drowned in the water, and the fish were eating the body of the bison. This is a river, and the current is relatively slow. The bison probably accidentally fell into the water and drowned while drinking water. Eye of Insight. Nan Feng used a skill on a fish. Iron Tooth Fish? Level 17 Ferocious Beast? He's actually one level higher than me? Nan Feng was secretly surprised. These iron-toothed fish were of a high level, and there were many of them. If Nan Feng accidentally fell into the water, he would probably be chewed into a skeleton in minutes. Another world version of piranha. Nan Feng set up his sniper rifle and aimed at one of the iron-toothed fish. Call out. The magic bullet penetrated the water and hit the body of iron-toothed fish. Minus 1984. Such crispy fish. This is a great place to upgrade. This is the level up Holy Land that Nan Feng has always wanted to find. But here comes the problem. This group of iron-toothed fish are not stupid either. After they found that they could not attack the south wind, they decisively swam away and dispersed. After a while, Nan Feng couldn't see a single iron-toothed fish anymore. Nan Feng had a toothache. He finally found a large group of ferocious beasts gathered together. He didn't even kill 2 of them, but they all ran away. He thought for a moment, took out some raw meat from his backpack, and walked downstream. After walking about 30 meters, Nan Feng threw all the raw meat into the water. Make a nest. A must-have skill for fishermen. There was still traces of blood on these raw meats, and the smell of blood was very strong, which quickly attracted several iron-toothed fish. Nan Feng did not rush to take action, but waited for the number of iron-toothed fish to be large enough before taking out the grenade. Please eat 2 instant blast thunders. Nan Feng silently counted the seconds in his mind and calculated the time to throw the grenade into the river. Boom! Boom! The 2 grenades exploded with a bang, and water splashed 7 or 8 meters high. The iron-toothed fish in the center of the explosion was directly blown to pieces, and the iron-toothed fish a little further away was also knocked unconscious by the powerful shock wave. Upon seeing this, Nan Feng hurriedly switched out his M24 and killed these iron-toothed fish floating on the water and turned white. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 17. As a reward, all attributes will be +5. Reward free attribute points +5. This wave of fried fish directly allowed Nan Feng to gain 7,000 plus experience points and rise to level 17. This is called upgrade. This is called efficiency. What was I doing yesterday? Nan Feng felt a little heartbroken when he thought that he had only reached half a level yesterday. What a waste of time. Nan, will make up for all the time wasted yesterday. Go directly to level 18 today. Nan Feng followed suit and continued to fry fish. He first found a place where the water flow was relatively gentle, and then threw some raw meat into it. After the iron-toothed fish gathered around, he used a grenade to fry the fish. After 3 waves, Nan Feng ran out of grenades, but his experience points also skyrocketed. Level 17, 15362/120,000. In less than an hour, more than 10,000 experience points were gained. This upgrade efficiency is really high. Unfortunately, the recovery time of the grenade is a bit long. Otherwise, I could reach level 18 in 1 morning. Nan Feng shook his head with regret. Without the large-scale AoE skill of grenades, Nan Feng would be very inefficient if he wanted to continue hunting iron-toothed fish. He turned around and returned to the forest, planning to hunt some other ferocious beasts first, and then come back when there were grenades. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Nan Feng stayed in the forest for more than 6 hours before gaining more than 30,000 experience points. Hunting ferocious beasts is just fun, but if you really want to upgrade, you still have to fry fish. Nan Feng killed another pied leopard and prepared to go to the river again. At this moment, the sound of dripping came to Nan Feng's ears. Someone was in Nan Feng. Something happened? Nan Feng took out the mountain climbing flying claw and climbed up the tree, then opened the panel. Suzerain, Catherine just went to District 663 and killed the village chief of District 663. Nan Feng was stunned. Did Catherine take action again? He quickly switched to the cross-region chat channel and looked through other people's chat records. Catherine Wiener withstood the attack of more than 50 people, slashed the cabin with 20 swords, and killed the village chief of District 663. Nan Feng secretly clicked his tongue when he saw it. Is this the first person in District 1? 20 swords to blow up a cabin. Nan Feng can't blow up a cabin with 20 shots. but he can use Gatling to blow up a cabin in 10 seconds. In terms of output, Nanfeng believes that it will not be much worse than Catherine Wiener. What really surprised Nanfeng was Catherine Wiener's defense. Withstanding the bombardment of more than 50 chosen ones, he forcibly beheaded the village chief. This is indeed a bit scary. Although the strength of the chosen ones in District 663 is a bit stingy. You can't insult them like this. Right? You really don't treat people as human beings. In Handsome Guy's group, Suzerain and others were discussing this matter. Suzerain, judging from the current situation, Catherine should want to upgrade the village, because she only killed the village chief of each war zone and not others. Xinhuan, she started to kill from the last war zone, and her next target should be war zone 642. The war zone between area 642 and area 663 was all destroyed by the small beast tide and wiped out by the creation god system. Huang Yuanming, oh, I just counted. Our theater is now ranked 9th from the bottom. Huang Yuanming, if Catherine Wiener plans to upgrade the village to level 10, she will definitely come to our war zone. Xiao Luo, in other words, we have been targeted by Catherine Wiener? Nafeng, to be precise. I was targeted by her. What does it feel like to be targeted by a super strong person? Nafeng now felt that the hairs on his body were standing on end and his spirit was tense. Something's wrong. Nanfeng's face was stern. He immediately turned off the panel and jumped down from the tree. At the same time, an eagle with a soft light all over its body swooped down from the sky and pounced directly on the location where Nanfeng was just now. Click! The two of them hugged the thick giant tree and were torn apart by the eagle's claws. Nanfeng was dripping with cold sweat. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, the eagle claws would have torn his body in half. Sure enough, he was targeted by a strong person. Nanfeng landed and rolled, and immediately released Eye of Insight towards the eagle. Holy Light Eagle. Level 18. Attack Power. Level 18 Lord Beast. Chapter 170 The Natal Magic Weapon is upgraded. D-Class Superior. Holy Light Eagle. Level 18. HP 60,000. Attack Power 4,100. Defense 2,700. Skill, Pounce on the Holy Light. Pierce the Holy Light. Explode and slash. Under Eye of Insight. The attributes of Holy Light Eagle can be seen at a glance. Fortunately, it was a little weaker than the Snowy Night Leopard in the Snow Mountain. Nefeng squatted on the ground. The M24 in his hand already aimed at the Holy Light Flying Eagle. Call out. Explosive Firebomb. The magic bullet shot out quickly and hit the Holy Light Eagle. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Holy Light Flying Eagle, as shining golden feathers were a bit messy due to the explosion. And now Nanfeng's shot makes it uncomfortable. Dumb! Holy Light Flying Eagle opened its 2-meter-long wings, flapped its wings, and flew high into the sky. When Nanfeng saw this, he immediately raised the muzzle of his gun and kept pulling the trigger. Hunting birds? I know someone is a professional. Before the tide of small beasts came, Nanfeng had been hunting birds by the waterfall for 2 days, and he had killed thousands of sparrows in total. Even the little sparrows that had not even grown their feathers could not escape Nanfeng's clutches. Is it amazing to be able to fly? I will shoot down all the fighter jets for you. Call out. Call out. Call out. Magic bullets are continuously fired, and on average every 3 bullets can hit Holy Light Eagle once. Holy Light Eagle, as health dropped slowly. Dumb! The Holy Light Flying Eagle, hovering in the sky, roared loudly and flapped its wings rapidly. Holy Light Piercing. Uh-huh. 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 Dense cones of light sprinkled from the sky, covering everything within 10 meters around Nanfeng. Nanfeng launched Mountain Climbing Flying Claw to grab the big tree next to him, and drifted to avoid the coverage of the light cone. But his calf was still pierced by a light cone. Minus 1,029. It hurts a little. Nanfeng's defense is now very high, but it is still not able to withstand the attack of Holy Light Eagle. It is indeed a level 18 Lord Beast. It's rude to come back without reciprocating. Having already tested the strength of Holy Light Eagle just now, Nanfeng no longer holds back and directly switches to Gatling. Duh. Dense magic bullets poured out and turned into tiny points of light flying into the air. Holy Light Flying Eagle flapped its wings and released dense cones of light again. Bullets and light cones collided in the air, and the rumbling explosions continued. But the result of this battle is obvious. Nanfeng will definitely win. His Gatling can continue strafing for 60 seconds, while the Holy Light Eagle skill lasts less than 5 seconds. Holy Light Flying Eagle also noticed something was wrong and immediately flew away into the distance. But the magic bullet is much faster than it. Duh. Densely packed bullets hit the body of Holy Light Flying Eagle, which was riddled with holes and bloody. Dumb! Holy Light Flying Eagle let out a miserable cry, flapped its wings, and fell from the sky. Gatling is worthy of me when he shoots birds. Nanfeng put away Gatling, launched flying claws to swing in the woods, and quickly headed to the landing point of Holy Light Flying Eagle. Soon, Nanfeng discovered the Holy Light Flying Eagle fluttering on the ground. Its wings were blasted with several big holes and were in tatters, making it impossible to take off. Seeing Nanfeng coming, Holy Light Flying Eagle looked at him with a very pitiful look and let out a miserable scream. What? You want me to let you go? Nanfeng sneered and took out the Gatling that was still warm. Duh. Without any hesitation, Nanfeng launched an attack directly. Dumb! Holy Light Flying Eagle's eyes instantly became fierce. It screamed miserably, opened its eagle's beak, and spit out a ball of light. Holy Light Explosion. The light ball exploded with a bang, and the light was extremely dazzling. Nanfeng was almost blinded by the flash, and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Minus 583. The damage of this blow is not high, but it brings a half-blind debuff to Nanfeng. Nanfeng's eyes turned completely white, and he could only vaguely see the figure of Holy Light Flying Eagle. It folded its wings, ran wildly on the ground with its 2 talons, and rushed towards the south wind quickly. Free-range chicken, unable to fly. Holy Light Flying Eagle knows that it cannot escape. Its only hope of survival is to kill Nanfeng first. Cannot see clearly. Nanfeng's eyes continued to bleed, blurring his vision and unable to see clearly the path forward of Holy Light Eagle. But in the tactical headphones, the footsteps of Holy Light Eagle were clearly visible. Nanfeng calmed down and listened quietly. The next second, the Gatling gun in his hand turned around and opened fire again. Duh. Ding! You killed the level 18 Lord Beast, Holy Light Eagle, and gained 792 experience points. Announcement. The Chosen One Nanfeng successfully killed the level 18 Lord Beast, Holy Light Flying Eagle. As the first Chosen One in this region to kill the level 18 Lord Beast. The reward is Reputation plus 2. Energy plus 36. Nailed it. Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed a handful of Chi blood fruit from his backpack and swallowed it. After a while, Nanfeng's health recovered to more than half, and his eyes stopped bleeding. But the half-blind debuff still exists, which makes Nanfeng a little uncomfortable. It was completely white, and I couldn't see anything clearly. However, with the help of tactical headphones, Nanfeng can also judge whether there is danger around him through sound. Nanfeng stood there and waited for a while. His health points were full, but the semi-blind state still did not disappear. Forget it. Let the Nani help me purify it when I get back. Suihan upgraded his natal magic weapon in the past 2 days and learned a new skill, Purification, which can purify some negative states. Nanfeng only found out last night that the Nani had this skill. At last night's bonfire party, a brother who didn't believe in evil went to lick Shenpian's dagger. The brother immediately started to bleed from his orifices, fell to the ground and kept twitching. His health points dropped rapidly, and Suihan couldn't even add them up. Later, it was Suihan who purified his poisoned state and barely rescued him from H.L. This incident also gave everyone a wake-up call. Life-keeping flower is really very poisonous. At the same time, Shenpian will never lick his dagger in his life. Shaking his head, Nanfeng stopped thinking and groped towards the body of Holy Light Flying Eagle. Ding! Congratulations on getting Blue Treasure Chest 1. Ding! Congratulations on getting Delicious Eagle Meat 10. Ding! Congratulations on getting Holy Light Stone 1. Delicious Eagle Meat? This thing even has a prefix. Wait! Holy Light Stone. Nanfeng was suddenly startled. He just obtained a Holy Light Stone. Isn't this the material needed to upgrade the natal magic weapon? It was actually Holy Light Eagle that exploded? Nanfeng's expression gradually became serious. This is not good news. If Holy Light Stone can only be exploded by Holy Light Eagle, then most of the Chosen Ones will not be able to continue to upgrade their natal magic weapons. Unless this Holy Light Eagle can be refreshed infinitely. But this possibility is too small. In this way, if you want to get the second Holy Light Stone, Don't you have to go to other war zones to grab it? This is undoubtedly forcing the war zones to fight. This Diao creation god system really has no good intentions. Nefeng shook his head, no longer thought about it, and started upgrading his natal magic weapon. Ding! Your born divine weapon has been successfully upgraded, and its current level is D level superior. Class D is superior. Nefeng looked at the backpack with excitement. Chapter 171 Unlock the Flash Bomb. Ding! Your born divine weapon has been successfully upgraded, and its current level is D level superior. Nefeng rubbed his eyes and looked at the backpack, finding that he couldn't see clearly. This damn half-blindness effect makes me look like a cataract. In desperation, Nefeng could only choose to return to Nancheng to cure his eyes first. Because he could not see clearly, the slightest disturbance on the way back to the city would make Nefeng nervous. But Nefeng has also gained something. He can now quickly determine the source of the sound, and then draw his gun to fight back. This is my first glimpse into my ability to distinguish sounds by listening to sounds. Nefeng groped all the way, and spent more than 2 hours before returning to Nancheng. It is now past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the brothers in Nancheng are still building the city non-stop. Nefeng cautiously walked into Nancheng and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Little wet nurse, come to the rescue quickly!" Su Yihan was studying the postpartum care of hens in the chicken farm. When he heard the sound of the south wind, he hurriedly came over. "Rescue? Do you think you are the emperor?" The naughty Su Yihan rolled her eyes, only to find that Nanfeng's eyes were bigger and wider than hers. Su Yihan couldn't help but gasp, "What are you?" Nefeng spread his hands and said, "I have cataracts. Please help me cure them." "Cataract? I'll give it a try." Su Yihan waved his staff, and a golden light enveloped Nefeng. Purge. The blurry scene in front of Nanfeng's eyes became slightly clearer, but it still felt foggy. Cleansed, but not completely cleansed. Nefeng rubbed his eyes and said, "Little wet nurse, your skills are not good enough. Hurry up and put another one in." Sui coldly snorted, "Don't my skills need to be cooled down? Come back in 5 minutes." Nefeng nodded, "Okay. Then I will come back to you later." Nefeng could see things a little more clearly now. He turned back to his cabin and began to check the improvements after the upgrade of his natal magic weapon. Unlock new equipment, flashbang. Flashbang. Type, consumables. Attribute, throwing a flash bomb can release a super strong and dazzling light, causing half-blindness, debuff to all creatures within the range. You can get one every 2 hours, with a maximum of 2. Good guys. The flash bombs are here. But this thing doesn't seem to be harmful. Right? Nefeng looked at the equipment introduction twice more with some confusion. And indeed, there was no mention of damage. But it doesn't matter. Just find a ferocious beast, and give it a try when you have time. In addition to the newly unlocked flash bomb, Nanfeng's skills and accessories have also been slightly improved. Eagle Eye, your eyesight is better, and you can easily tell whether an ant has a single eyelid or a double eyelid. Explosive bullet, when the bullet explodes, it will have a strong light effect. Night vision goggles, low light night vision goggles, can resist strong light and look directly at the sun. Tactical headset, quantity increased, 1 piece 2 pieces. New feature, short distance voice communication between headphones. Nefeng was shocked. The tactical headset can support voice communication? Communication is possible, which means that Nanfeng's tactical headset can be used by other chosen ones. This has never happened before. Nefeng took out another earphone from his backpack and looked at it carefully for a while. Well, it's exactly the same as the original one. No difference. I don't know how short this short distance is. I'll find someone to experiment with it later. Putting down his headphones, Nefeng walked to the window and looked out. Eagle Eye has been upgraded to the intermediate level, and his vision has improved slightly. Unfortunately, he is still semi-blind and cannot see very far. This Holy Light Eagle skill is too terrifying. And it lasts so long? If my flash bomb was this powerful, wouldn't it be directly invincible? Nefeng couldn't wait to try the power of the flash bomb. He hurriedly walked out of the cabin and went to the nanny Su Yihan to treat his eyes. Su Yihan released another purification. This time, Nanfeng's half-blind debuff appeared with a 1-minute countdown. His vision will return to normal after 1 minute. Su Yihan's tone was a little cold. How is it? Have your eyes recovered? Nefeng nodded. That's almost it. Thank you for your concern. Nani. Su Yihan snorted. I don't care about you. After saying that, Su Yihan turned and left. A minute later, The white scenery in front of Na Fong finally returned to normal. Finally not a blind man anymore. Na Fong sighed, turned around, and left Nanchung again. It was still early, so he planned to continue hunting ferocious beasts and fry 2 waves of fish to increase his level. When passing by the planting area, Nan Fong saw the girl Yuran carefully cultivating the chi and blood fruit. Yuran, you're so busy. Why are you going? Nan Fong, just go out and upgrade. What else can you do? Yuran, it's going to be dark soon. Why don't you stay up late and upgrade? My little baby? Nan Fong raised his brows and said in surprise, You called me a sweetheart? Yuran nodded seriously. Yes. Staying up late is very harmful to the liver. Oh. It turns out it's the heart/heart. Na Fong thought he was the sweetheart of his beloved. It's okay. Judge Xiao Luo and Chen are more aggressive than me. They are all fine. What can happen to me? Na Fong waved his hand and strode out of Nanchung without further conversation. About 500 meters away from the camp, Na Fong met Xiao Luo, who had returned from an upgrade. Xiao Luo looked at Na Fong tiredly. Are you still going out to upgrade? That's right. I was delayed by something in the afternoon, so I didn't upgrade. Nan Fong nodded and looked at him worriedly. Did you not sleep last night? This won't work. Be careful. Xiao Luo raised his head in confusion. Little baby? South Wind. Is this Xiao Luo serious? Isn't he crooked? The two fell into a brief silence. Xiao Luo suddenly woke up and laughed twice awkwardly. Ha ha ha. I was kidding you. Na Fong, ha ha. Ha ha. Nan Fong also laughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Suddenly, Na Fong thought of something and took out a tactical headset from his backpack. Brother, I'll give you a good thing. Xiao Luo took the earphones doubtfully. Isn't this your earphone? Yes. I have 2 earphones now. And they can also do voice communication. I can press the button here to speak. Na Fong explained. Come! Let's test how far the communication distance is. Xiao Luo put on his headphones and nodded. Okay. You just wait here. I'll go back to the camp first. Xiao Luo strode back to the camp. After a moment, Xiao Luo's voice came from the earphones. Hey. Hey. Can you hear me? Na Fong immediately pressed the button on the earphones and spoke. I can hear you. Where are you in the camp now? Xiao Luo, I'm at the south gate. About 500 meters away from you. Na Fong, you continue to walk farther away, and we will test the communication limits. Na Fong waited for a moment, and Xiao Luo's voice came from the earphones again. Xiao Luo, hello? Can hear. This time the sound was a little choppy. Na Fong, I can barely hear you. Where are you now? Xiao Luo, meat planting area. You say. Good card. Planting area? That distance from me should be about 700 meters. Na Fong nodded, probably knowing it well. A distance of 700 meters is almost the communication limit of tactical headsets. In order to verify this conjecture, Na Fong walked more than 10 steps towards Nanchung. What now? Can you hear me clearly? Xiao Luo, it's very clear. Do you hear me clearly? Na Fong, very clear. Na Fong could even hear other brothers chatting around Xiao Luo. Ning Wu, let me tell you a secret. Today Na Fong went to peek at the beautiful Su Yihan taking a bath. Chiu Feihong, damn. You know all this? Real or fake? Ning Wu, of course it's true. Nanfeng's eyes were even dug out by the nani. Only the whites of his eyes were left. His eyes rolled up to the sky. Ning Wu, many brothers have seen it. If you don't believe it, just ask anyone. Chiu Feihong ran to Xiao Luo and asked in a low voice, Brother Luo, is what Ning Wu said true? Xiao Luo. South Wind. Chapter 172 Terrifying Strength. Spiritual with Serpent. Na Fong silently wrote down Ning Wu in his notebook, preparing to train him when he had time. But now he has no time. He is going out to fry fish. Fragrant experience. Here I come. The south wind flew all the way, and soon came to the river. Following the same pattern, Na Fong continued to use the little trick he had done in the morning. First using food to lure the iron-toothed fish over, and then throwing grenades to kill them. But I don't know if the number of iron-toothed fish around here has decreased, or because they have become smarter. The number of iron-toothed fish lured over this time is much smaller. Does the little fish have to sleep at night? Na Fong thought for a moment, and prepared to change places to continue frying fish. He walked upstream for about 10 minutes, and threw the food into the water again. But this time the number of iron-toothed fish attracted was smaller. Mad. The level of treasure that I finally found became useless so quickly. It can't be that the Chuangshishan system discovered this bug and fixed it urgently. Right? The south wind did not believe in evil and continued to swim upstream. The fishing guy has never been in the Air Force. If the south wind doesn't blow up 1,800 fish tonight, he won't go back. Nefong walked forward for a few minutes and suddenly found something glowing in the river. This is... Nefong took a closer look and saw that there was actually a silvery white teleportation array in the river. I don't know which war zone this teleportation array can lead to. Nefong held his breath, jumped directly into the water, and swam towards the teleportation array. No matter which war zone it leads to. Let's go there first. What's the point of hunting ferocious beasts in your own war zone? It's fun to snatch the ferocious beasts from other people's war zones. This teleportation array was only about 5 meters away from the shore, which was not far away. Nefong swam over quickly. The scene in front of Nefong changed, and the man had emerged from the water into a cave. I don't know which war zone this is. Nefong listened for a moment, and after confirming that there were no other chosen ones around, he strode out of the cave. The exit of the cave is very small, so Nefong has to turn sideways to get out. Find something to block the entrance of the hole first to avoid being discovered. Nefong moved a few boulders to block the entrance of the cave, and covered them with fallen vines, fallen leaves and other things to camouflage them, and then turned around and left. We were deep in the mountains here, and it was getting late, so the south wind made it difficult to tell the direction. So we could only choose any direction and walk forward. There are quite a few ferocious beasts around here. Nefong soon discovered a group of resting, spotted leopards, and directly took out his gun to kill them. Call out! Call out! Call out! The sound of gunfire continued, and Nefong pushed all the way, and all the ferocious beasts in the field of vision could not escape death. It wasn't until 3 hours later that Nefong stopped and sat down to rest. His magic power is about to bottom out, and he must save some to deal with emergencies. The only bad thing about the long-range chosen one is that it runs out of mana every time it is used. Even if Nefong keeps drinking mineral water, he can't get it back. It's been 3 hours. Why haven't I met a single lord? Am I so unlucky today? Nefong drank mineral water, opened the panel, and entered the cross-region chat channel to report to the brothers in District 527 that they were safe. Swish. Nonfeng's earphones suddenly captured a rustling sound. Is there a situation? Nefong immediately put on night vision goggles and squinted slightly to look in the direction of the sound. No one. No beast. Nefong looked around with vigilance. He had already taken out the mountain climbing flying claw in his right hand and was ready to climb the tree at any time. Swish, swish. The rustling sounds continued, but Nefong never found the other party. Will the other party become invisible? Thinking of this, Nonfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he took out a flash bomb and threw it out. You idiot! Boom! A burst of bright light struck, instantly illuminating the entire forest as if it were daylight. Nefong put on low-light night vision goggles in advance, which greatly reduced the glare of the strong light. Hiss. Under the strong light, an ancient giant tree slowly twisted its body and made a hissing sound. Dryad? Nefong frowned slightly and raised his hand to throw out the Eye of Insight. Spiritual with Serpent. Level 19. HP 14996/150,000. Attack power 3500. Defense 5000. Skill Tangled Vines and Dancing Leaves. A healing song. Spirit with Snake. Level 19 Lord. Nefong took a breath of air. The attributes of this Spiritual with Serpent are so exaggerated. 5000 points of defense. Who the H? I can beat this. Hiss. The strong light slowly dissipated, and the Lingmu serpent raised its upper body, its huge snake head facing the south wind. Only then did Nefong see the full face of this big snake. This is a dragon snake composed of trees, vines, deciduous leaves and flowers intertwined together. No wonder Nefong didn't notice it just now. It turns out that it has completely integrated into the environment. Eat a grenade from me. Nefong and Lingmu serpent looked at each other for a second, then decisively took out the grenade and threw it into its mouth. Boom! -384. Nefong was surprised. The grenade can cause 500% attack power damage. It hit Suzuki Jiao Snake and deducted more than 300 HP? Is this still a joke? Nefong made a quick decision, dropped another flash bomb and ran away. Spiritual with Serpent was about to pursue, When the dazzling light shone again, it looked up to the sky and hissed, twisting its body in some pain. And its thick snake tail broke all the surrounding trees. It seems to be afraid of flash bombs? Na Fong silently recorded this information and ran back faster. After a few seconds, Spiritual Wood Serpent regained consciousness and immediately chased Na Fong. But Na Fong had already disappeared. His Spiritual Wood Serpent was incompetent and furious. It swung its tail angrily and slapped the earth into cracks. At this time, Na Fong was lying on a hillside in the distance, setting up his M24 and aiming at the huge Spiritual Wood Serpent. Give me a shot of photosynthesis. Explosive firebomb. The magic bullet came out of the barrel and accurately hit the snake face of Spiritual Wood Serpent. Boom. -76. The bullet exploded, emitting a fierce bright light in front of Spiritual Wood Serpent's eyes. Spiritual Wood Serpent screamed again and began to roll all over the ground, tumbling crazily. I don't know how many ferocious beasts were crushed to death by it. It seems that this big guy is afraid of light. Na Fong put away the M24, stopped thinking about it, and quickly ran back to the cave. Spiritual Wood Serpent is too strong. Na Fong cannot kill it now, and can only deal with it after a while. You can bring Xiao Luo and the others with you next time. Anyway, there is a teleportation array, so any number of people can come. I still don't know which war zone this is. Didn't meet anyone tonight. In the cave, Na Fong moved the boulder back to block the entrance, then took a breath and walked into the teleportation array. The next second, he was back in the river. There were several iron-toothed fish around who noticed the south wind, exposed their sharp teeth and swam over. Na Fong swam to the shore using a dog paddle, but was still bitten on his calf and had a piece of flesh ripped off. -226. It hurts. Na Fong took a breath of air. The attack power of this iron-toothed fish was too high, and the number was terrifying. Even if a level 20 ferocious beast accidentally falls into the water, it will be bitten to death by these iron-toothed fish, one by one. Right? Etc.? If I catch a group of 2 fish and throw them into the moat, when the beast tide comes, will they attack the city? Or will they help us defend the city? Chapter 173. Because I have been exposed to rain myself, I know better how to make others exposed to heavy rain. After Na Fong decided to go back, he asked the 2 engineering men to make 2 large iron buckets to catch fish tomorrow. But now, if you dare to bite me, I can't kill you. Na Fong threw the raw meat into the water, silently waiting for the iron-toothed fish to gather and continue frying fish. At around 11 o'clock in the night, Na Fong returned to Nanchung. Level 17, 81855/120,000. After a hard day's work, Nanfeng's experience points have reached more than 80,000 points, and he will be promoted to level 18 tomorrow. In one day, Nanchung underwent another big change. The moats on the east and north sides have been dug, and now only the west and south sides are left. The big trees around the camp have almost been cut down. Standing in the south city and looking around, the field of vision is much wider. What surprised Na Fong the most was that fine iron pillars had been erected at the south city gate, and even a small section of city wall had been built. There was no movement here at all in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, when Na Fong came back from the gate, the city wall had already taken shape. A large number of people gathered around the city wall, all watching the excitement. Na Fong also walked over quickly. Among the crowd, Suzerain's calm voice came from, "This fine iron brick is not good. It is not smooth enough. Take it back and polish it. Let the forging department increase the firepower. The number of refined iron bricks is still far short. Everyone pays attention. The fine iron pillars must go deep into the ground, so that the city wall will be strong." Na Fong squeezed into the crowd and took a look at the so-called fine iron bricks and fine iron pillars. I see. So it looks like this. The shape of this fine iron brick is somewhat similar to a puzzle, but it is made of solid fine iron, except that there is a large circular hole in the middle, and this hole just matches the size of the fine iron pillar. Suzerain saw Na Fong and walked over slowly. "How about this city wall? Comment?" Na Fong nodded slightly. "It looks quite solid. But this fine iron brick is only half a meter wide. Is it too thin? I'm afraid that a few large ferocious beasts will knock me down. Tonight I saw the nearly 100-meter-long Spiritual Wood Serpent." Na Fong was not very confident in this city wall. Can a city wall, half a meter thick, really be able to withstand the tale of a spiritual wood serpent? Suzerain said calmly, don't worry. The strength of the city wall will definitely be far beyond your imagination. First of all, these fine iron pillars are each 30 meters long and solid. 10 meters of them are deep into the ground. And the 20 meters exposed above the ground are the height of the city wall. Then, there are these fine iron bricks, which are 1 meter long and 0.5 meters wide. They are also solid. This will build a solid city wall made of fine iron. This is not over yet. I will build another city wall of the same fine iron behind the city wall. The two walls are 2 meters apart. The middle is filled with soil and compacted. And the whole becomes a 3-meter thick super city wall. How about it? Is this strong enough? Nafong lowered his head and thought for 2 seconds. And the image of the city wall appeared in his mind. Doesn't this require too much refined iron? And the workload is huge. Are you sure you can fix it before the beast wave comes? Suzerain shook his head. It's difficult. So I'm going to shrink the defense. Nanchung is too big now. More than 9,000 square meters. And we don't need to defend such a large area at all. Nanfeng nodded. There are only more than 300 brothers left in District 527. It is really difficult to defend a 9,000 square meter, Nanchung. It is necessary to shrink the defense line. Okay. Just do what you think. This city wall makes me feel very safe. The 3-meter thick city wall also contains a large amount of fine iron. Even if the spiritual wood serpent comes to attack the city in person, it will be difficult to break it open. But the Lingmu serpent is nearly 100 meters long, and it can climb directly onto the city wall and enter the city. But there is nothing we can do about it. The city wall can protect against small ferocious beasts. But for ferocious beasts that are too large, its effect is not as great as imagined. Nafong did not stay here longer and turn around to go to the forging department. He is going to ask the engineering man to build 2 large iron buckets and go fishing tomorrow. The forging department is actually a very large brick kiln. It was originally built here to burn bricks, but now it is used to melt fine iron. A long way away, the south wind felt a rush of heat blowing against my face. The girl Yuren was wearing a dark purple dress and was waving her wand to release fireballs into the cave. Nanfeng, my dear sister. I'm still working overtime late at night. Yuren turned around. With a look of exhaustion on her pretty face. There is no way. Who made my fireball have a higher temperature? The task of melting the fine iron is mine. Nanfeng patted her shoulder. Come on. By the way, where are the 2 engineering men? I have something to do with them. Yuren pointed to the side. Well, they are playing with mud to make molds over there. Nanfeng turned around and walked over. From a distance of more than 10 meters. Nefeng heard the voices of 2 people cursing from the tactical earphones. Lu Wenhua, you're just riding a horse. This major is simply not suitable for you. My major is electronic packaging technology. Not just making mistakes. Why should I do this kind of thing? Xian Yongchang, just let us do hard labor. But they don't even remember our names. It's simply too much. Lu Wenhua, yes. Whoever dares to call me an engineering man again, I will go on strike. Nanfeng paused and stood there thinking for a long time, but could not remember the names of the 2 engineering men. There was no other way. Nanfeng could only bite the bullet and walked over. 2 brothers. Are you still busy? Lu Wenhua raised his head and saw that Nanfeng didn't call him engineering man. And his expression improved a lot. It turns out to be Mr. Nanfeng. What's the matter? Nanfeng took out 2 pieces of equipment from his backpack and gave them to the 2 of them. This all came out of tonight's hunt for the ferocious beast. I saw that the 2 brothers had worked hard all day, and I was very touched. It just so happened that 2 pieces of equipment were released tonight. I think they are very suitable for you too. So I came over quickly to give them to you. Lu Wenhua and Xian Yongchang looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Look! Look! Why is he number 1 on the ranking list? Why are they so strong? There is a reason for this. Not only did he call us brothers and give us equipment, but he also didn't call us engineering men. Nanfeng saw that the 2 had collected their equipment, and then he explained the purpose of their visit. Lu Wenhua patted his chest and assured. Iron bucket! Right. Large-sized? No problem. I'll cover it. Xian Yongchang also nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Mr. Nanfeng. The iron buckets we make are guaranteed to be strong and durable. Nanfeng smiled slightly, encouraged them with great satisfaction, and prepared to leave. But Lu Wenhua suddenly pulled Nanfeng mysteriously and said in a low voice, Boss Nanfeng, I heard that you went to peek at Suihan taking a bath today. And it even has needle holes? Xian Yongchang frowned. A needle eye? Right. I heard that it was Su Yihan who poked out Mr. Nanfeng's eyes, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Many brothers saw it. Nanfeng's smile suddenly froze on his face. Where did you hear that? Xian Yongchang. Ningwu said it. You Ningwu. You are spreading rumors everywhere. Right? Nanfeng left the forging department with a sullen face and found Ningwu who was digging a moat outside the city. Ningwu. Let me do a magic trick for you. Nanfeng walked up to Ningwu, holding a flash bomb in his hand. Ningwu felt a little guilty when he saw Nanfeng, but he felt relieved when he found that Nanfeng didn't seem to be here to ask for guilt. He looked at Nanfeng in confusion. Magic? Mr. Nanfeng, can you still do magic? What is this thing in your hand? The flash bomb is a new weapon that Nanfeng only obtained today, and Ningwu has never seen it before. Nanfeng smiled evilly and nodded, of course. Did you see what I have in my hand? Watch carefully. When Ningwu heard this, he stared at the flash bomb seriously. Boom! The dazzling light suddenly bloomed, illuminating the surrounding area. Nanfeng laughed. Because I have been exposed to rain myself, I know better how to make others exposed to heavy rain. Staring directly at my flashbang? See if I don't blind your eyes. Chapter 174 Why Shiji. A flashbang can turn someone into a cataract in 5 seconds. Nanfeng stretched out his middle finger in front of him. Can you see clearly? How many is this? Ningwu looked at Nanfeng aggrievedly. This is 1. Nanfeng was stunned. What? You can actually see clearly? Ningwu, I'm not blind. If you are so close. Of course I can see clearly. Nanfeng confirmed some information with Ningwu and had a general understanding of the power of Flash Bomb, compared with the skill of Holy Light Eagle. The power of Flash Bomb is much inferior. Not only did Ningwu's eyes not bleed, even the semi-blind state lasted only 30 minutes. And he can see things clearly at close range. But it's just a little blurry. In general, the power of this Flash Bomb is a bit overwhelming and does not meet Nanfeng's expectations at all. It is equivalent to turning others into 2,000 degrees of myopia, which lasts for 30 minutes. It lasts quite a long time. It can barely be considered a team control. When the natal magic weapon continues to upgrade in the future, the power of Flash Bomb will definitely continue to increase. Nanfeng is not in a hurry. Ningwu looked at Nanfeng aggrievedly. Boss Nanfeng, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything nonsense. You see? You have punished me too. Can I leave now? Nanfeng waved his hand, and did not continue to embarrass Ningwu. Go ahead and be careful next time. Ningwu nodded vigorously, and ran towards the city in a hurry. As he ran, he was still shouting at the top of his lungs. Nani! Quick help! Oops! Who is so wicked as to throw away banana peels? Ningwu fell to his knees, stood up and continued to look for Su Yihan. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Banana peel? Has anyone discovered bananas yet? Nanfeng quickly took a look at the village warehouse, and found that there were many different types of fruits inside. Banana, apple, pear. Nanfeng exchanged some of various fruits, and ate them with relish. I haven't eaten fruit for a long time. That night, Nanfeng's stomach was so upset that he almost collapsed. This horse fruit is poisonous. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that Nanfeng lay weakly on the bed and fell asleep. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. There are still 12 days left before the arrival of the large beast tide. Nanfeng rolled up from the bed like a carp, full of energy. It's strange that I feel so energetic this morning after having a hard time last night. And I didn't have any dreams last night. Nanfeng did radio gymnastics in the hut for a while, stretching his muscles, and then walked out of the hut. In the camp, brothers are already getting up one after another and getting ready to start work. Where can I find such employees who will start working spontaneously without any urging from their boss? Beep beep beep. Nanfeng's tactical watch suddenly rang. He opened it, and found that it was Xiao Luo who was in the handsome guys group. Xiao Luo, everyone. Brothers. Coordinates 341116. I found an intruder. Shenwan, that's ridiculous. If you don't invade early, you won't invade later. But you invaded just when I was about to go to bed. Wang Yuanming, intruder? Who? Couldn't it be Catherine Wiener? You ran, Nanfeng Jejij. Hurry up and hide. Catherine is here to kill you. Xiao Luo, don't panic. It's a man. Not Catherine. And he looks a bit like a man from the Dragon Kingdom. Do you want me to go up and negotiate? Nanfeng, no. Please wait for me for a while. I will be there soon. Nanfeng glanced at the coordinates and ran out of the camp in large strides. Behind him, Judge Shen yawned and climbed out of bed, followed closely by Nan Feng. Judge Shen, that's outrageous. Why is your speed almost the same as mine? Nan Feng, you are outrageous. My dragon suit adds 150 points of agility. But I am not as fast as you? Judge Shen, are you envious? Replaced by strength. The two ran wildly for more than half an hour, one after the other, and finally met up with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo hid in the grass and pointed forward. Hey! The intruder is over there, entangled by 3 wind thunder beasts. Judge Shen, can 3 wind thunder beasts entangle him? It seems that this guy is not strong enough. Let me take a closer look. Hey! This brother is quite strong. Is he still using gloves? Nan Feng held the magnifying glass and watched for a moment. From the appearance alone, he did look like a person from the Dragon Kingdom. How to say? Do you want to go up and say hello? Judge Shen patted his chest and said, Greetings? I'm good at this. Let me do it. Judge Shen coughed twice and cleared his throat, put his hands in front of his mouth like trumpets and shouted, CNM. Nan Feng. Xiao Luo. In the distance, the sturdy chosen one was startled and turned around sharply. Roar! As soon as he turned around, the wind thunder beast next to him immediately seized the opportunity and pounced on him and bit his neck. Call out. A magic bullet struck and directly penetrated the head of this wind thunder beast. Sniper rifle? South wind? The intruder's face calmed down slightly, and when he was about to deal with the remaining 2 wind thunder beasts, 2 more bullets struck. Call out. Call out. The 2 wind thunder beasts were killed instantly. The beast that kills us in the war zone? What's the difference between this and robbing me of my money? Nan Feng put away the M24 and walked over with Xiao Luo and Shen Pan. Although this intruder is tall and powerful, his strength is very average. Any one of Nan Feng and the other 3 people can beat him violently. However, for the sake of safety, Nan Feng still held a flash bomb in his hand to prevent accidents. Judge Shen said, Brother, what do you call me? The intruder said in a muffled voice, Shiji. Shiji stood upright and looked at Nan Feng and the others with a pair of wise eyes. Just standing there, he had a sense of beauty that was missing from his brainstem. Where is Shiji? This is clearly Shiji. Nan Feng resisted the urge to laugh and asked, Brother, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Which war zone? Shiji's voice was dull, and he nodded seriously. Yes. I am from District 17. District 17? Xiao Angren's war zone. This is one of our own. Xiao Luo, why did you come to our war zone? Shiji continued. I discovered a teleportation array half an hour ago and teleported me here. I originally wanted to explore it first, but then I met you. Well, the teleportation array leading to Area 17 has also been found. Nan Feng nodded lightly. In this way, Area 527 and Area 17 are interconnected, and they can support each other when in danger, which is very convenient. But before that, Nan Feng had to confirm Shiji's identity. Nan Feng looked at Shiji. Go and say something on the cross-district channel. Shiji turned his head and looked at Nan Feng with wise eyes. Why? Nan Feng, I want to confirm whether you are from District 17. Shiji suddenly realized, oh, what should I say? Nan Feng was a little speechless. You can just say a word. Whatever you want. Shiji frowned. Casually? Then how do you know if it was me who said it? What the hell? Nan Feng has a toothache. Is this guy really stupid or is he pretending to be stupid? Judge Shen took over. Just say Xiao Ren is ugly. Oh! Shiji nodded and opened the panel. Cross-region chat channel. Shiji, Nan Feng said Xiao Ren was ugly. Xiao Ren. South wind. Nan Feng looked at Shiji in confusion. Why is this guy talking nonsense? Shiji's eyes flashed with wisdom. Humph. You want to trick me. But I won't be fooled. Damn. This is really smart. Chapter 175 Another teleportation array? Nan Feng was speechless toward Shiji. A muscular man. If he talks like this on the cross-district channel, doesn't it mean he's telling others that District 527 and District 17 are interconnected? How on earth did such a naive and stupid guy survive to this day? Are fools blessed? Seeing that Nan Feng was speechless, Judge Shen comforted him. Forget it. Forget it. This guy looks very stupid. We can't hold him to our standards. Shiji retorted. Who are you calling stupid? My mother has said since I was a child that I have a smart mind, and that my cerebrum and cerebellum can develop at the same time. They all developed at the same time. This is obviously due to incomplete development of the cerebellum, and complete underdevelopment of the brain. Nafong sighed, forget it. Tell me where the teleportation array is, and I'll go to your Area 17. Now that the two war zones are connected, Nafong still has to visit Xiao Ran. Although Shirji was a bit naive, he was unambiguous in his actions. He immediately took Nafong and the other three to District 17. Area 17. Camp. Xiao Ran was not surprised at all when he saw the arrival of Nafong. Nafong was the first to say, "Lo, brother Xiao. We meet again." With that said, Nafong introduced Shenpan and Xiao Luo beside him. "Welcome to District 17. Xiao Ran smiled and said, "I guess from what Shirji said in the cross-region channel that he went to your war zone." Nafong quickly explained, "I didn't say you were ugly. That was what Shirji said himself." "Nonsense." Being framed by Nafong, Shirji immediately blushed and argued, "It was clearly him. He told me to say that." Shirji pointed at Shenpan and stared at him with wise eyes. Judge Shen looked around awkwardly. "Haha. Your camp is in a good location, surrounded by mountains on three sides. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is a good place." Xiao Ran did not delve into the ugly thing, and said with a chuckle, "Indeed, we have been looking for a long time to find this place. When the beast tide comes, we only need to defend one direction. That's it." After a pause, Xiao Ran continued, "Speaking of which, our two war zones are now connected to each other. Do you want your brothers from District 527 to move here? By integrating the forces of the two theaters, we will definitely be able to defend against the beast tide." Nafong and Xiao Luo Chenpian looked at each other and shook their heads slowly. "There is no need for this. The camp in our war zone is not bad. They still have a sense of belonging to Nancheng." Xiao Ran didn't say much and just dropped the topic. Everyone chatted for a while and exchanged local specialties from their respective war zones. There is a shortage of fruits in District 17. Nafong gave Xiao Ran all the fruits that were not eaten last night and asked them to cultivate them themselves. In return, Xiao Ran gave Nafong many silver white moonlight flowers. The petals of this flower are very plump, and when crushed, a silvery white dye will ooze out, which can be used to color imitation pocket watches. Seeing the dye, Nafong remembered making a pocket watch. After returning from Area 381 that day, Nafong had already told Su Zern about the pocket watch and asked him to find someone to copy it. Nafong has been working hard to level up in the past 2 days, and has forgotten about this matter. I don't know how their imitation is doing. Before leaving, Xiao Ran suddenly looked at Nafong seriously. "By the way, Catherine Wayna may come to your war zone in a few days. You should be careful. If it doesn't work, you can hide here from us." Nafong nodded. "Don't worry. Our camp is as impregnable as a turtle SHL. She can't kill me." Once the construction of the fine iron city wall was completed, Nafong still didn't believe that Catherine Wayna could break in. The few of them didn't chat much, and the 3 Nafong people quickly returned to their war zone. Shenpan went back to sleep. Xiao Luo had something to eat and continued to upgrade, and Nafong went to the forging department. Lu Wenhua carried a 2-meter-high iron bucket and looked at Nafong proudly. "How are you, Mr. Nafong? Is this iron bucket big enough?" Nafong responded hurriedly, "That's enough. That's enough. Thank you, brother." Nafong put the iron bucket into his backpack and found that it occupied 6 spaces, second only to the wooden cart made by Lu Daqiang, which occupied 8 spaces. Fortunately, Nanfeng's backpack is big enough, with 6 compartments, so it's easy to carry water. Picking up the iron bucket, Nafong jogged all the way to the river and continued his fish frying journey. Half an hour later, all 6 grenades were used up, and another large wave of experience was gained. Make a fishing trap. Nafong made a very simple trap, and then used raw meat to introduce the iron-tooth fish into the iron bucket. As indigenous fish in the primitive world, they have not experienced the dangers of the world, and can easily get into the iron barrel. Done. This simple trap caught 40 or 50 iron-tooth fish within 10 minutes. Nafong was about to put the iron bucket into his backpack, but found that living animals could not be put into the backpack. He had no choice but to carry iron-tooth fish back to Nancheng first. Otherwise, what would it look like to bring a big iron bucket to hunt ferocious beasts? Back in Nancheng, Nafong walked around the camp carrying the iron bucket and received a lot of envious looks. "Sister Yuran, I'll put this bucket of fish here for you first. Please help me feed them some food when you have time, so they don't starve to death." The south wind placed the iron bucket on the plantation. This place is already the territory of Yuran. The park is full of various plants. Poisonous, non-toxic, and those with added properties that will cause diarrhea if eaten. You can find everything here. Yuran was a little confused. Why did you catch so many fish? Nanfeng, don't underestimate these fish. They have high attack power. When the time comes, it will be placed in the moat to help us defend against the beast tide. Yuran sighed and understood what Nanfeng meant, but the number of fish is too small. Can it be useful? Nanfeng waved his hand. It's okay. I'll catch it tomorrow. It's no problem to catch 30 or 50 fish a day, because fishing guys never fly. After that, Nanfeng ran out of Nansheng in a hurry and continued to upgrade. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Nanfeng's level was successfully raised to level 18. At the same time, Xiao Luo also sent a private message. Xiao Luo, brother, I found another teleportation array at coordinates 371,298. Nanfeng, what? The frequency of discovery of teleportation arrays in the past 2 days is so high. I also discovered one yesterday. The scope of everyone's activities has not expanded much, but more teleportation arrays have been discovered. Does this mean that the teleportation array slowly appeared over time? Xiao Luo, how is it? Are you interested in following me for a walk? Maybe I can even steal 2 bosses. Nanfeng, why don't you go by yourself? Xiao Luo, well, I'm afraid the opposite side is Area 1. Okay. It happened that most of the ferocious beasts around here had been hunted down. And Nanfeng also wanted to change places to upgrade. Nanfeng quickly joined Xiao Luo and stepped into the teleportation array together. The scene in front of them changed quickly, and the two of them arrived on a high mountain in an instant. In the distance, the rumbling sound of fighting attracted the attention of Nanfeng and Xiao Luo. The Chosen One is fighting. Listening to the voice, there is not just one Chosen One, but a group of them. Nanfeng's expression condensed. Was it teleported to someone else's face? Come on. Let's go over and see what's going on. Okay. You follow me, and I'll go ahead. Xiao Luo held the dagger tightly and carefully opened the way ahead. After walking about 30 meters, the two climbed up a boulder and saw hundreds of dark-skinned Chosen Ones in front of them, besieging a giant snake. Damn. What a big snake. Nanfeng was secretly surprised. The size of this giant snake was too big and exaggerated. Compared with it, the immortal serpent is simply an earthworm. Immortal earthworms. At this time, a Chosen One in the distance had discovered Nanfeng and immediately shouted loudly, "There is someone over there. It's from other war zones." In an instant, dozens of Chosen Ones turned their heads and looked over. We've been discovered. Let's go first. Nanfeng turned to look at Xiao Luo, only to find that there was no trace of Xiao Luo around him. He has become invisible and ran away. This piece of shit. Chapter 176 Two Bitches. Well, Xiao Luo, you are such a piece of shit. You? Nanfeng complained in a low voice, and was about to turn around and jump off the boulder, when a spear struck and drew a bloody mark on Nanfeng's face. -392. The damage is so high. Nanfeng was startled and looked around the crowd, but could not find the Chosen One who threw the spear. Xiao Luo's voice came from a distance. I could only hear his voice but not his person. Why are you still standing there? Let's go first. Good. Nanfeng jumped off the boulder and ran away into the distance. Behind him, 7 or 8 Chosen Ones chased after him with murderous intent. But their speed was obviously much slower than Nanfeng's, and they lost track of them not long after. One of the dark-skinned Chosen Ones said coldly, "Work in pairs and search separately." The others didn't think there was any problem and immediately scattered to look for traces of Nanfeng. Just now, Xiao Luo disappeared too fast like a tornado. These people didn't see him, and they thought there was only Nanfeng as an intruder. Just an intruder. Is there a threat? Absolutely not. On a large tree more than 30 meters high, Nanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked through the gaps in the leaves. These are the Chosen Ones from the Black Earth continent. The people of the Black Earth continent have dark skin and can be recognized at a glance. Xiao Luo climbed up the tree at some point and said slowly, "There is a familiar person below. I think I have seen him on the snow mountain before." Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. "I understand. This is Area 41. The war zone of the Black Soil continent Mauricio his country. They wanted to seize our territory before. It's really a narrow road between enemies." Xiao Luo sneered. "What about it? Do you want to kill them? Their people are fighting the boss. If we interfere, We will definitely cause them heavy losses. Nanfeng pondered for a moment. I think it's feasible. That big python looks like a lord-level ferocious beast at first glance. After killing it, you will get a lot of attribute points. Nanfeng is definitely going to grab it. They wanted to rob our territory in Area 41. Now I rob their boss. Is it considered legitimate defense? After all, it is indecent to come back and not reciprocate. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo discussed the details in a low voice, decided on the action plan, and prepared to get off the tree. But a spear suddenly attacked and passed between Nanfeng and Xiao Luo. Found. 8 chosen ones ran from a distance and immediately surrounded the entire tree. Nanfeng licked his lips. Take action and act according to plan. Xiao Luo nodded, jumped down from the tree immediately, drew out his short knife, and charged towards the chosen one in Area 41. Nanfeng jumped off the tree immediately after him, rolled on the ground, grabbed a hand of mud, and smeared it on his face. Sass, give me the job of hacking them to death. Nanfeng howled, drew out his dagger and joined the battle. Xiao Luo danced like a tiger with a short sword, dashing left and right in the crowd. Naruto, you have to work hard too. A chosen one named Basil frowned. Are there 2 chosen ones from Sakura Kingdom? There are actually 2 of them. Is there a teleportation array nearby? Basil was thinking as he charged toward the south wind with a spear in hand. He could tell that this chosen one with a face covered in dirt was a bit clumsy and not very good at fighting. So he was a breakthrough. You guys hold back the guy with the dagger. I'll deal with this noob first. Drink, Basil shouted loudly. And the spear in his hand was already thrust towards Nanfeng. His roar had a slight dizzy effect, which made Nanfeng lose his mind for a moment, and did not dodge the blow. Minus 418. This guy's attack power is really high. Nanfeng came to his senses, and did not retreat. He stabbed Basil with a dagger with his backhand. Trade injury for injury, and refuse any bells and whistles. Minus 1205. Basil's face turned pale. How could this small dagger do so much damage? Is this really a noob? The attack power is so high. Just kidding. Basil took several steps back, trying to distance himself from Nanfeng. But how could Nanfeng fulfill his wish? Relying on his high enough agility, Nanfeng rushed forward and was about to fight Basil. You can say I'm bad, but you can't say I'm not awesome. Are you worthy of using me as a breakthrough? Nanfeng's melee combat ability is indeed not very good, but his attributes are high and his attack power has exceeded 4,000. Most people can't handle it at all. The distance between the two quickly closed, and Nanfeng did not dodge Basil's attack, but stabbed him with a dagger. Come on. Let's see who dies first. Basil was stabbed with a dagger again, and his health points once again dropped by more than 1,000. Pain. It hurt so much. Someone, come and stop him. At the critical moment of life and death, Basil couldn't care less about his face, and shouted loudly to his companions for help. On the other side, the chosen one who was besieging Xiao Luo heard Basil's cry for help, and immediately sent 2 people to help. Xiao Luo's pressure was light, which directly inspired the sword energy. He opened and closed a short sword widely, and he was not weak in 1v5. Basil was shocked. How could these 2 chosen ones from Sakura Kingdom become so fierce? Which war zone warrior is this? So vigorous. While Basil was stunned, Nanfeng withstood the attacks of 2 people, and stabbed one to death with a dagger. On the other side, Xiao Luo also chopped off the head of a chosen one with one knife. No. They are too strong. We are no match at all. Basil quickly shook his head. Soon, more than 30 chosen ones came from a distance, and surrounded the 2 men with murderous intent. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo were back to back with solemn expressions. When Basil saw this, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Huh? Aren't you very good at fighting? Come on. Keep going. Among the crowd, a 1.9-meter tall man walked out. Nanfeng had met this man before. He was the village chief of District 41 Mouths. Mouths looked at the 2 of them coldly. Which war zone are you from? Where is the teleportation array? Xiao Luo gritted his teeth. Baga. You ugly things. I won't tell you. The chosen one of Sakura country? Mouths thought for a moment. In his impression, the strongest war zone in Sakura country is Sakura Iken's Area 39. But Sakura Iken is already dead. Who could these 2 guys be? And why does that chosen one with mud on his face look familiar? This shape. This voice. It's a bit like the south wind in Area 527. Thinking of this, Mouths' expression suddenly changed. In order to avoid long nights and endless dreams, He immediately issued an order, take action and kill them. In an instant, more than 30 chosen ones took action at the same time, preparing to kill Nanfeng and Xiao Luo here. Upon seeing this, Nanfeng rushed towards Mouts with a dagger in his hands and roared, "Want to kill us? Don't underestimate the bond of friendship." Xiao Luo clenched his fists with both hands and looked at Nanfeng's back with excitement. If it's this kid, maybe he can. Mouts felt relieved when he saw that these two people were so good, that they were indeed Sakura people. It's better if it's not South Wind. Ding! Nanfeng, who was running wildly, suddenly put away the dagger, took out a grenade in one hand, and pulled the ring directly. Mouts was instantly frightened and broke into a cold sweat. What a South Wind! This muddy bitch is really a South Wind. Why don't you play with guns while riding a horse? Why are you hiding something here with a broken dagger? Ah? Chapter 177 Light. Please give me strength. Get out of the way. No. Rush up and kill him, Mouts yelled. But he turned around and ran away. But there were also some chosen ones, who didn't notice the grenade in Nanfeng's hand. They foolishly rushed towards Nanfeng and slashed with their swords. Shadowless step. Nanfeng activated his skills and danced among the crowd, dodging all attacks. Boom! Boom! The two grenades exploded quickly, sending the chosen one flying backwards and vomiting blood to death. Mouts, who had long distanced himself, saw the grenade explode and immediately turned back to kill him. There are 3 iron claws on each of his hands, which are extremely sharp. Eat my claw! The iron claws cut through the air and pointed toward Nanfeng. But Nanfeng nimbly dodged it. Take my shot! Nanfeng took out the Desert Eagle with his backhand and fired 3 consecutive shots at Mouts. Mouts couldn't dodge and was hit twice. His health dropped a lot, and his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten xiang. The promised shot. Drink. On the other side, Bazel shouted loudly and threw the spear in his hand. The duration of Shadowless Step just ended, and the spear stuck straight into Nanfeng's back. The huge force made Nanfeng stagger and almost fall to the ground. Mouts seized the opportunity and stepped forward, stabbing Nanfeng's abdomen with a pair of sharp claws. Hiss! The severe pain made Nanfeng take a breath of air. Close combat has always been Nanfeng's shortcoming. Now Mouts took advantage of the opportunity and immediately beat him up. Soulless! How dare you hurt Naruto is simply unforgivable. Xiao Luo seems to be addicted to acting, and he is still pretending to be a Sakura at this time. The short sword in his hand inspired a 2-meter-long sword energy. The short sword instantly turned into a long sword, and he strode forward to support Nanfeng. Kung! Kung! Xiao Luo and Mouts fought 2 moves and entangled him. Naruto, you go first. I will come from behind. Nanfeng rolled his eyes. The place was surrounded tightly. How could he escape? The distance is too close, and I can't use my strength at all. I really have to find a way to get out of here first. Compared with other chosen ones, Nanfeng's biggest advantage has always been range. In close combat, South Wind is not good. After thinking this, Nanfeng decisively put on his night vision goggles, then took out a flash bomb and raised it high. Light! Please give me strength. Gaia! When a person burns his soul in public, he will definitely attract everyone's attention. It was the same at this time. All the chosen ones in Area 41 looked at Nanfeng's raised right hand. Uh-huh. A dazzling bright light flashed, and wailing sounds suddenly sounded all around. Mouts covered his eyes in pain, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly and join the large army." Everyone in Area 41 was in a blur, and could only rely on their memories to run in the direction of the main force. At the same time, the large army seemed to know the situation here, and was rushing over quickly. Xiao Luo licked the blood on the corner of his mouth. Withdraw. I don't have much blood left. The flash bomb just now did not reach Xiao Luo, because when the two were discussing the battle plan in the tree, Nanfeng mentioned this matter. The effect of that second-class slogan is not only to attract the attention of others, but also to remind Xiao Luo to protect his eyes. Nanfeng nodded. Let's go. Distance yourself first so that I can have room to play. The two of them ran away and found a safe place to hide. Xiao Luo stuffed a handful of chi blood fruit into his mouth. Unfortunately, we were exposed a little too early. We probably won't be able to fight the boss in Area 41. With a super sniper like Nanfeng hiding in the dark, Mouts and the others would not continue to fight the boss as long as they were not stupid. If Nanfeng robs her, wouldn't it mean that she would be used as a wedding dress for others? Nanfeng doesn't matter. It's just a boss. If you can't grab it, You can't grab it. He is now a little worried that Mounts and the others will discover the teleportation array and raid Area 527. We must remind Suzerain and the others. Nanfeng opened the panel and entered the cross-region channel. He didn't care about so much and went directly to Suzerain. Nanfeng, Suzerain. Let those brothers who are out there who are upgrading go back to the camp. The chosen ones from Area 41 may come and kill them. Suzerain, Area 41? I see. Basil, Nanfeng. It was indeed you just now. You actually invaded our Area 41. You have to pay the price for what you did. Nanfeng, really? Didn't a lot of you die just now? Is this the so-called price? Basil, what are you proud of? You are now trapped in our war zone. And we can exhaust you to death. Nanfeng, consume me to death? Can you do it? Mounts, dear friends from the beautiful country of France. Germany. Sakura country. Nanfeng is trapped in our war zone and cannot return. He now does not have the protection of the cabin, nor the high damage reduction of the territory, nor the help of other chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. Mounts Mounts, the king of the Maori Kingdom, hereby issue a wanted order. I hope everyone will teleport to our war zone and kill Nanfeng together. The spirit of the Shasha Dragon Kingdom war zone. Nanfeng's face changed slightly. What do you mean? This is a battle between us real men. What do you mean by shaking people? What kind of man are you? In the cross-region chat channel, the chosen ones from other war zones soon responded to Mounts' call. The first person to bear the brunt is Daisuke Nagakichi of District 93. Daisuke Nagakichi, Yoshi. The Dragon Country pig is extremely arrogant and should really be suppressed, since King Maurichosi has said so. I must come to help. Jin Xianqiu, this bitch Nanfeng killed Chanyu from our Hanwha war zone. I must avenge this. The king of Maori begging for help. I am willing to come to help Smecta. Edward, haha. I have long disliked Nanfeng. All war zones in France have sent one person to Area 41 to help the king. Today, the south wind will die. The war zones of beautiful country, Sand country and Kangaroo country also stood up and expressed their willingness to participate in the war and kill Nanfeng. Xiao Luo on the side looked at him and clicked his tongue. Brother, you seem to have aroused public anger. Why do they have to kill you? There are many people among them. And you haven't provoked them. Have you? Nanfeng also felt strange. Are these people crazy? After thinking for a moment, Nanfeng probably guessed the reason. Maybe it's because my natal magic weapon is too buggy. Everyone uses cold weapons. I use a sniper rifle. It's normal for them to want to get rid of me. In the inter-regional channel, the chosen ones from each country quickly formed a temporary alliance. Each war zone sent a strongman, preparing to teleport to Area 41, and work together to kill Nanfeng here. Nanfeng sneered. These fools didn't even know they were being used as guns. And they were still happy here. Nanfeng, Maurichoshi. There is no king. Usabi. Chapter 178 Kill Me. I steal your boss. 41st War Zone. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo rested for a while in the mountain forest, waiting for their health and magic points to be fully restored. Xiao Luo looked at Nanfeng. This time at least 40 or 50 experts from the war zone have teleported here, ready to take your life. What are you going to do? Nanfeng shrugged. What can we do? Fight and retreat. Run and fight at the same time. Aren't you? A thief like you. Accompanying me? Xiao Luo, haha. If you can't beat me, I will turn invisible and run away. You don't think I will stay and die with you, right? When Nanfeng heard this, he laughed. If you want to say that, then I will use the cross-region pass to teleport away. Xiao Luo's face suddenly darkened. That's the pass I revealed. If you use it, you won't give it back to me. You really deserve to die. The cross-region pass in Area 527 really came out when Xiao Luo was fighting the boss. But since Nanfeng often goes to other theaters to support, Nanfeng is always used. At this time, Nanfeng took out the pass and handed it to Xiao Luo. I'm kidding you. Just teleport back first. I'm enough here alone. Xiao Luo was stunned. Well, that's not necessary. They are here to kill you. Why should I run? Seeing that Nanfeng still wanted to persuade, Xiao Luo said, I have an idea. We will steal the boss in Area 41. When Mounts and the others come after him, you teleport home and I will escape invisible. Wouldn't it be nice? Hiss. What a cheap idea. Nanfeng nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Go find the boss. The big snake just now was a lord-level ferocious beast. But Nanfeng did not choose to trouble the big snake. Let's not talk about whether we can beat him or not. The chosen one in Area 41 is nearby. If we go to kill the big snake now, wouldn't we be committing suicide? The two of them ran quickly towards the area where the high-level ferocious beasts were. On the way, Nefeng saw that in the cross-regional chat channel, several other Dragon Kingdom war zones were asking Nefeng if he needed help. Nefeng took the time to reply with a message. Nefeng, no need to help. Our jungler in the Chinese server can easily defeat 500 enemies by himself. Seeing that Nefeng was so confident, Xiao ran. Chung Mo and others gave up the plan of teleporting here, so as not to be a disservice. District 527. Nanchung. Suzerain called back all the brothers who had gone out to upgrade, and more than 300 brothers gathered in Nanchung. Suzerain said in a deep voice, "Does anyone know where the teleportation array leading to Area 41 is?" Wang Yuanming scratched his head. "I don't know." Neither Nefeng nor Xiao Luo mentioned this in the group. Xiao Luo was the one who chatted privately with Nefeng before, so others didn't know the specific coordinates of the teleportation array. Yuran bit her lip, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I remember Nefeng went to the west to upgrade. Why don't we go all the way west to look for it?" "No. The chosen ones in Area 41 must have occupied the teleportation array. If we rush over there, we might fall into their ambush." Wu Yuanyuan objected to Yuran's proposal. "I think it is the best choice for us to stay in Nanchung now, with the attribute bonus of for us territory. Caitlin Wena will not be able to get it even if she comes. Shen Pian, then we won't help Nefeng?" Wu Yuanran, "Do you think he needs our help? In the wild, who can kill Nefeng?" Hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. In the wilderness, the advantage of range is too great. As long as Nefeng is not surrounded, it is impossible to die. This is like Senna, who has passively stacked 9,999 layers. Standing in the crystal, she can explode the heads of 5 people on the opposite side. Who can beat this? Unless the hundreds of people on the opposite side rush forward desperately. Before Nefeng kills everyone, he gets close to Nefeng and hacks him to death. But the south wind can also run. Generally speaking, the south wind at this stage is really difficult to die. Nefeng himself thought so. So he and Xiao Luo were very relaxed looking for Lord-level ferocious beasts everywhere. Xiao Luo was walking when his eyes suddenly froze, and he knelt down to carefully observe the irregular objects in front of him. "This is the father of a ferocious beast," Xiao Luo said. "There are so many daddies. They must not be pulled out by a ferocious beast. There must be a group of ferocious beasts nearby. There is a group of ferocious beasts, which means there may be Lord-level ferocious beasts." Nefeng didn't expect Xiao Luo to actually study the data of ferocious beasts, so he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Brother Nyo, you know this? Can you tell what kind of ferocious beast this is?" Xiao Luo nodded. "Of course. This is Shadowhorn sheep as daddy." Nefeng was shocked. "Is it true? Can you identify the type of ferocious beast with just a few puffs? How did you do it?" Xiao Luo pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "Don't you have the pupilla of insight? South wind. Who the H.L. knows how to use Eye of Insight to look at a piece of cake? Is there something wrong with Xiao Luo?" Ba. At this moment, there were sounds of sheep bleating in the distance. Nefeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other and walked forward lightly. A group of sheep appeared in front of them. There were at least 400 to 500 of them. They were gathering around the waterhole and taking turns drinking water. Xiao Luo licked his lips. "There are so many sheep. We can have mutton hot pot tonight." Eye of Insight. Nefeng threw out the skill to check the attributes of the sheep. Shadowhorn sheep. Level 17. Attack power. Nefeng nodded slightly. The strength of this group of Shadowhorn sheep was average, and they were no threat to the level 18 Nefeng. Although Xiao Luo is only level 17. His equipment is also good and his attributes are very high. He will have no problem hunting ferocious beasts if he goes up 1 or 2 levels. Nefeng. Look at the middle of the flock. There is a relatively small sheep. It seems to be the king of sheep. Nefeng threw the Eye of Insight over and found that it was indeed the Sheep King. Shadow Sheep King. That's it. Get ready to freeze your hands. Nefeng took out a flash bomb. And I threw a flash bomb first to turn them into blind sheep. Call out. The flash bomb drew a perfect parabola in the air and landed among the sheep. A Shadowhorn sheep had never seen this thing before and sniffed it with its nose. Ba. A bright light flashed, and the entire flock suddenly fell into chaos. Those horned sheep that entered the semi-blind state were like frightened wild horses. running wildly in panic, knocking down their companions, and trampling them under their feet. The Shadowhorn sheep, who were far away, didn't know what happened. But when they saw their companions running for their lives, they started running for their lives too. The originally harmonious flock suddenly scattered and ran in all directions. A few Shadowhorn sheep accidentally fell to the ground, and were immediately stepped on by their companions more than a dozen times, foaming at the mouth and wailing. What? By the pool, Shadow Sheep King looked around and soon discovered Nanfeng and Xiao Luo. Its sheep's hooves scraped the soil a few times on the ground, and then it rushed over with enough force. Shadow Raid. Chapter 179. Kill the Sheep King. Obtain Shadow Stone. Shadow Raid. The Sheep King turned into a black shadow, struck quickly, and hit Xiao Luo's abdomen directly. Two spiral-shaped horns pierced into Xiao Luo's stomach, causing him to gasp in pain. Nanfeng took out the Desert Eagle and shouted, "Brother, hold it. Watch me kill it." Xiao Luo instantly had the urge to vomit blood. Hug? Is this ridiculous? This is a level 18 Lord level beast. But Xiao Luo still gritted his teeth, held down the Sheep King's head with his left hand, and stabbed the Sheep King's stomach with a short knife in his right hand. Stab in the stomach. Right? Who wouldn't? Shadow Sheep King's horn stabbed into Xiao Luo's stomach, and Xiao Luo's short knife stabbed into the Sheep King's belly. One person and one beast were in a stalemate for a short time. Nanfeng stepped forward, with the Desert Eagle on the back of Shadow Sheep King, and pulled the trigger crazily. Boom! 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 The terrifying impact of the magic bullets blasted several big holes in Shadow Sheep King's body. The Sheep King screamed, went crazy on the spot, and threw Xiao Luo away. At the same time, he kicked Nanfeng far away and fell to the ground. -671. A light red number appeared on Nanfeng's head, which was the damage caused by Shadow Sheep King's kick. For Nanfeng, this damage was acceptable and not fatal. Brother, how are you? Nanfeng patted the dust on his butt, stood up and continued to attack Shadow Sheep King. On the other side, Xiao Luo was holding his abdomen in pain. Obviously the injury was not serious. It's not a big problem. I can still fight. With that said, Xiao Luo stuffed a lot of qi and blood fruit into his mouth to replenish his health. Nanfeng nodded. A quick victory. Penetrating bullet. Explosive fire bomb. Nanfeng used two skills in succession and blasted two big holes in the Sheep King. Among them, the strong light emitted by the explosive flame bomb even dazzled the Sheep King's eyes, turning him into a half-blind man. Today's Shadow Sheep King is covered in blood. His originally black hair has been dyed red, and his health is running low, making him very miserable. Ba ba! Shadow Sheep King knew he was no match for Nanfeng, Xiao Luo, and the others. So he looked up to the sky and let out a cry. Boom! The next second, the Shadowhorn sheep that had fled in all directions rushed back, trying to protect the Sheep King. Nanfeng's face changed slightly, and he said, "I'm here to stop these little Karami. You kill the boss quickly. It's seriously disabled." Nanfeng turned around, and the Desert Eagle at his hand had turned into a violent Gatling weapon. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Tongues of fire spurted out, and Gatling easily suppressed hundreds of Shadowhorn sheep, unable to rush over at all. When Xiao Luo saw this, he didn't waste any words. He clenched his dagger and attacked the Sheep King. Sword energy stimulates. Instant cut. The light of the sword flashed, and Xiao Luo came to the Sheep King in an instant and slashed it on its back. The back of Shadow Sheep King had long been riddled with holes by the south wind. At this time, the short knife with sharp sword energy cut the Sheep King directly into two pieces. Weakness attack, -5188. Xiao Luo's blow triggered 10 times the weakness attack, causing explosive damage. Shadow Sheep King died suddenly. Ba ba ba. Once the Sheep King died, the remaining Shadowhorn sheep flocks were leaderless and stopped charging and fled in all directions. Nanfeng put Gatling away and looked at Xiao Luo in surprise. A cow. Man, can you kill it with just one knife? I remember it still has several thousand health. Right? Thousands of dollars per knife. Are you so fierce? Xiao Luo breathed out softly. Mainly because you disabled it. And I just cut it in two, triggering the weak point attack. The fight was a bit thrilling, but fortunately it was a near miss, and both of them were still alive. Come, let's see what equipment this boss has exploded. The two began to sit on the ground and divide the accounts. In addition to mutton, wool, and horns, The boss also revealed a blue treasure chest and a pitch-black stone. Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the black stone and used Eye of Insight. Shadow Stone contains rich dark power, but no one knows how to use it. Damn it. Shadow Stone! Nanfeng shouted happily. This is the material for upgrading the natal magic weapon. Nanfeng didn't expect to find it so quickly. It had only been one day since he last upgraded his natal magic weapon. Xiao Luo asked doubtfully, Shadow Stone? What's the use of this thing? Nanfeng didn't hide it either. It was used to upgrade the natal magic weapon. D-level intermediate to D-level advanced require Holy Light Stone. D-level advanced to D-level peak require Shadow Stone. Xiao Luo nodded understandingly and threw the Shadow Stone directly to Nanfeng. Then I'll give you the Shadow Stone. Well, I'll give you this treasure box too. I've already taken the reward for killing the boss just now. Nanfeng was not polite. But he only took the Shadow Stone. I want the Shadow Stone. And I will give you the treasure chest. I have no shortage of equipment. The equipment on Nanfeng is pretty good. And there will be no problem using it up to level 20. But Xiao Luo's equipment is not very good. If his immortal suit cannot be upgraded to a dragon suit, it will not keep up with the times. Xiao Luo pretended to push it off twice, and then accepted the treasure box a little embarrassedly. Nanfeng, let's see what we can get out of here. Xiao Luo opened the treasure box directly, and took out a black sweater from inside. Xiao Luo. South Wind. Xiao Luo took a look at the attributes of the sweater and muttered, although it is not handsome enough, it is better than my immortal armor, and can be used. With that said, Xiao Luo put on a black sweater. Hey, don't say it. Don't say it after putting on this sweater. Nanfeng put the Shadow Stone into his backpack and stood up. He didn't have that many iron blocks and copper blocks in his backpack, so he could only upgrade his natal magic weapon after he returned. Nanfeng, okay. Let's clean up the battlefield and leave quickly. The fight was so fierce just now. People from Area 41 are probably already coming here. The two quickly cleaned up the battlefield, harvested a large amount of mutton and wool, and then left the place without looking back. But they didn't go very far. Instead, they found a commanding height nearby and quietly waited for the chosen ones from Area 41 to arrive. Nanfeng is preparing to do something against them. But this wait lasted for an hour. Nanfeng frowned slightly. This is wrong. Aren't they coming to kill me? Why haven't you seen anyone for so long? Xiao Luo. What do you think? Xiao Luo looked down with wide eyes. Can't see clearly. It's a bit high here. Xiao Luo shrugged. I don't know. Maybe they went in the wrong direction. Nanfeng, impossible. We have all traveled here for more than 10 days, and have more or less experience in surviving in the wild. How could we go in the wrong direction? When the two of them escaped, they ran rampant all the way without cleaning up any traces. The chosen ones, with a little bit of experience, can find them based on these traces left behind. But it's been more than an hour, and they haven't come yet. Nanfeng suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and murmured, Are these idiots in Area 41 going to Area 527 to attack our camp? Chapter 180 Brit's Conspiracy. Original World. 41st War Zone. More than an hour ago. Next to a teleportation array in the deep mountains. More than 100 chosen ones with darker skin and whiter teeth are guarding here. In a cave more than 100 meters away from the teleportation array. Strong men from various war zones are gathering here. Jin Xianxu looked at Brit in front of him with a cold face. Didn't we agree to teleport together and kill Nanfeng? Why did you gather us all here? Opposite Jin Xianxu. Brit, who had a high nose, chuckled. Oh, my friend. Are you sure you want to chase Nanfeng in this barren mountain? Is there anything wrong with your mind? Shiba. Who are you scolding? Kim Hyun-wook glared at Brit fiercely. But Brit didn't care. He was the village chief of the 5th War Zone. And he was already level 18. How could he be afraid of Kim Hyun-wook in the 78th zone? Brit crossed his arms over his chest and sneered. Nanfeng's range is at least 300 meters. Do you know how many people will die if you want to cross this 300-meter distance in this wilderness? Co-author, this is not your war zone. So it doesn't matter to you if these people die? What Brit said won Maltz's favor. Indeed. If you want to get close to Nanfeng, you must withstand his violent fire suppression. Who will take the lead? That must be the chosen one from Area 41. As the village chief of Area 41 and the self-proclaimed king of Maori. How could Maltz be willing to see his men die in vain? He wished that the chosen ones from other war zones would fight with Nanfeng Dog and die together. Seeing that something was not right in the atmosphere, Daisuke Nagakichi from District 93 stepped forward to smooth things over. Let me be fair. What everyone said is actually very reasonable. But we are here to kill Nanfeng today. We can't just wait here forever. Right? Is it possible that the south wind will bring it to your door? Brit chuckled and said, you are right. Nanfeng will really deliver it to your door. When everyone heard this, they all turned to look at Brit, ready to hear what tusks he could spit out of his dog's mouth. Brit spoke slowly, friends. Chasing Nanfeng in the deep mountains and forests is a very unwise choice. Since we can't chase him down, we can just sit back and wait for him to fall into the trap. What's here? There is a teleportation array here. And it is the teleportation array leading to their area 527. Nanfeng can't stay home forever. Can he? As long as he wants to go back, he must pass through here. And he will definitely fall into our trap. After Brit finished speaking, he raised his head proudly and looked at everyone triumphantly. But everyone looked at him like a fool. Jin Xianchu sneered, are you mentally ill? We can only stay in Area 41 for 8 hours. Nanfeng can wait until we leave before coming back and ambush him here? The ambush air is pretty much the same. Martin from Area 162 agreed, and I think Nanfeng is in no hurry to return to Area 527. He will most likely stay here to hunt ferocious beasts and improve his level. As soon as he finished speaking, the chosen ones in Area 41 heard the system prompts. Ding! Original World Area 527, the chosen one Xiao Luo successfully killed the level 18 Lord Beast, Shadow Sheep King, and received the reward of agility plus 36. Mouts' originally dark face instantly turned darker. How long did it take for these two Dragon Country bastards to kill an 18th level lord? That's a full 36 attributes. Mouts' heart seemed to be bleeding. At this moment, Brit said again, the problem you mentioned is easy to solve. All we need is friends from Area 41 to attack Area 527. If there is a fire in the backyard, do you think Nanfeng can still sit still? He will definitely return to Area 527 as quickly as possible. At that time, we just need to be better hidden. If we wait for Nanfeng to enter the encirclement before we attack, he will definitely die. Everyone lowered their heads and thought for a moment, and felt that Brit's method was indeed feasible. At least it's much safer than chasing Nanfeng in the deep mountains and forests. Jin Xianchu, Nanfeng is not a fool. What if he senses an ambush here and doesn't come over? Brit laughed, then don't come. We have nothing to lose anyway. And if he doesn't return to Area 527, his friends in Area 41 might be able to take down Area 527 directly. You know. Except for Nanfeng. There are no strong people in District 527. Also, Jin Xianchu said no more. He had been convinced by Brit. Everyone turned to look at Mouts. The most critical part of this plan was that the chosen ones from Area 41 were needed to attack Area 527 and attract Nanfeng to return for support. Mouts lowered his head and thought for a moment. When he thought that Nanfeng was still stealing the boss in Area 41, he felt itchy with hatred. Mouts gritted his teeth and agreed to the plan. Basil, take 100 brothers to Area 527. Find their camp and beat me up hard. I will stay here with my friends from other war zones and hunt the south wind. Basil originally wanted to say something, but suddenly received a private message from Mouts on the panel. Mouts, just pretend to attack. If you find that the opponent is more difficult, you can lead your brothers to retreat. Basil nodded, understood. I will take the brothers and set off now. Soon, 100 chosen people from Area 41 entered the teleportation array and headed to Area 527 to search for the location of the camp. Brit smiled slightly. Okay. Let's get ready. Everyone find a hidden place nearby to hide. And wait for the south wind to fall into its trap. The chosen ones from all war zones scattered and found places to hide. Brit looked at their departing figures with a sneer, and murmured in a low voice, I have personally experienced the horror of Nanfeng. You guys still want to kill him? Hee hee. Brit's eyes gradually turned cold and locked on Jin Xianchu's back. It's time for my village to be upgraded. On the other side, Nanfeng and Xiao Luo, who had been at the commanding heights for an hour, finally understood the fact that no one was chasing them. This feeling is like 5 big men on your side squatting in the grass for a long time, only to find that 5 people on the opposite side are hanging up at home. It's really a battle of wits and courage with the air. Outrageous. Just outrageous. I doubt they were even prepared to hunt me down. Nanfeng stood up from the grass and moved his numb body. Xiao Luo was so bored that he began to study what side dishes should be added to tonight's mutton hot pot. What do you think they're doing? Isn't it true that you went to attack Nancheng as you said? Nanfeng sneered. Then, they are seeking death. Do they really think that our more than 300 brothers in Nanchung are easy to bully? Nanchung has a 10-meter high foundation, which is a commanding height in itself. And all the trees around 500 meters have been cut down. The field of vision is extremely wide, and intruders can be spotted from a few hundred meters away, coupled with the bonus of frost territory and more than 300 sea-level huts. It is impossible to defeat Nanchung without 1 or 2,000 people. If Area 41 really goes to attack Nanchung, it will be like using a lantern to go to the toilet courting death. Xiao Luo nodded. That's right. As long as they have some intelligence, they will not attack Nanchung. Didi. At this moment, the panels of Nanfeng and Xiao Luo sounded at the same time. In cross-regional chat channel, Suzerain sent a message. Suzerain, Nanfeng, Xiao Luo. Are you two okay? A lot of intruders were just discovered outside the South City. It was pitch black, and I don't know how many people came. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other and felt a little headache. Are these idiots really going to attack Nanchung? Chapter 181. Catherine Wiener is here. Just a few minutes ago, Basil brought people to teleport over and found the location of Southern City in just over half an hour. But the Nanchung in front of them really shocked Basil and others. Today in Nanchung, the moats in the east, west, and north directions have been completed. Although the river water has not been introduced yet, it can also be used as a trap. There is still a south side, and a city wall made of fine iron has been erected at this time. Although it is only more than 5 meters high, it is enough to withstand the attack of Basil and others. Thank you for your kindness. Is this the camp in Area 527? I'm not dazzled. Right? Who can tell me how they built the city wall? We are still being cavemen. But the Dragon Kingdom has already started building a city? And how long had it been since they traveled through time? How could they actually build the city to this extent? No one needs to sleep. Cheating. Definitely cheating. The chosen ones in Area 41 were talking a lot, with shock that could not be concealed in their eyes. In the southern city, Wu Yuanyuan, who had been standing on the roof looking out for the wind, also discovered the figures of Basil and others. There is an enemy attack. Be careful, everyone. Following Wu Yuanqing's reminder, more than 300 brothers in Nanchung quickly put down what they were doing and gathered in the center of the camp. Suzerain said in a deep voice, Wu Yuan, in which direction is the other party, and how many people are there? Wu Yuan stood on tiptoes on the roof and looked far into the distance, to the south. There was a group of black people. I don't know exactly how many people came. They were too far away. Basil and others were standing 500 meters away from Southern City. Wu Yuansheng didn't have a magnifying glass, so he couldn't see too clearly. After a pause, Wu Yuanyuan spoke again, but it seems that they were frightened by Nanchung and had no intention of attacking. Suzerain nodded, opened the panel, and told Nanfeng and Xiao Luo the information here. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo, who were far away in Area 41, looked at each other. Nanfeng, are these little black men so brave? Are you really going to attack Nanchung? Xiao Luo, didn't Suzerain say that they didn't dare to take action? Which shows that they are not hopelessly stupid yet. Nanfeng nodded. It's true. No one who can survive till now is a fool. Nanchung is easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as they don't have a clue, they will not choose to attack Nanchung. How could it be possible for just these people in Area 41 to take down Nanchung? Adding 500 more people to them may not be enough. But Nanfeng didn't expect that he still overestimated their IQ. Area 527. Basil thought for a moment and decided to attack Southern City. I don't need to really knock down this camp. I just need to feign an attack and let Nanfeng come back to support me. Except for Nanfeng. The chosen ones in District 527 are building cities every day and have no time to upgrade them. So their strength must be very weak. Even if we can't break through this camp, we can still escape intact. With this thought, Basil took the lead in charging and led the other chosen ones towards Southern City. Wu Yuanyuan had already jumped from the roof to the city wall. When he saw Basil and others charging, he suddenly became excited. Brothers, these gangsters are coming to kill them. Hack them. As he spoke, Wu Yuansheng bent his bow and set an arrow. And a thunder elemental arrow had already condensed in his hand. When Basil and others rushed within 100 meters, Wu Yuanyuan let go, and the magic power condensed into arrows, mixed with the power of thunder, roaring out. 100 meters? This is Wu Yuanqing's current limit attack distance. And there is no accuracy. But the deterrent effect of this arrow is still very strong. Basil and the others immediately dispersed to prevent their scalps from being numbed by the arrow. We are here to help you. Soon, the long-range chosen ones in Southern City climbed up the city wall one after another and launched a fierce attack on the charging gangsters. A volley of arrows, darts, crossbows, and fireballs flew out, declaring the sovereignty of this territory. Fight back. Basil stopped and roared, the muscles in his right hand bulging. And he threw the spear at his hand with all his strength. But it only went more than 50 meters away and did not even touch the city wall. Behind him, more than 60 long-range chosen ones launched attacks one after another. This time when he came to Area 527, Basil brought almost all the long-range chosen ones. After all, if you want to attack the camp, the long-range chosen one must be more useful. Both sides fired at each other. But no one died. And no one was seriously injured. Because Basil and others stopped about 90 meters away from the city wall. This distance is still a bit far for most people. Their attack range simply cannot hit enemies so far away. Wu Yuanqing's attack range is 100 meters. But at this distance, he has basically no accuracy. Whether he can hit or not depends entirely on luck. Su Zuran stood under the city wall and said calmly, "They are feigning an attack." Wang Yuanming held a long stick. Feign attack. Does that mean they won't rush over? Su Zuran, yes. But what's the use of their feint? We have nothing to lose. Su Zuran looked at the little black men in the distance and frowned. Wait. Here are all the chosen ones from District 41. And no one from other war zones is here. Not good. Everyone else is ambushing near the teleportation array, waiting for Nanfeng to come back to support us. They are encircling the spot to call for reinforcements. Quick! Tell Nanfeng to keep him away from the teleportation array. There's an ambush there. Su Zuran thought of this, and quickly opened the panel to notify Nanfeng. Su Zuran, Nanfeng. Don't get close to the teleportation array. Be careful of an ambush. Nanfeng, oh! Okay. Then I will go hunt the lords in Area 41. Let them ambush the air. Mounts, you step on the horse, Basil. Beat me hard. Take down the camp in Area 527. Basil, brother. We can't defeat it. The people from the Dragon Kingdom have built a city. The walls are made of iron, and they can't be defeated at all. Kim Hyunwook, I told you that there is no use in ambush here. But you don't believe me. It's so tiring to work with you idiots. Daisuke Nadayoshi, if you want to blame it, let's blame Brit from Area 5. This was his idea. Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Nanfeng hurriedly added fuel to the fire, and continued to add fuel to the fire. Nanfeng, oops. I found another level 18 lord. Look at my luck, Mouths. I'll just accept it with the attribute points. Mouths, stop it. If you dare to touch the boss in our war zone, I will fight you to the death. Come on. Come with me and kill Nanfeng. Mouths couldn't sit still on the spot, and took the remaining people in Area 41 to prepare to chase Nanfeng. Upon seeing this, Yongji Daisuke was also ready to join. Yongji Daisuke, Mr. Kim Hyun-wook, do you want to go with us to hunt down Nanfeng? But Yongji Daisuke waited for half a minute, but did not wait for Jin Xianxu's answer. He was preparing for Kim Hyun-wook, but found that there was no longer Kim Hyun-wook in the cross-region chat channel. Yongji Daisuke's expression changed drastically. Yongji Daisuke, Kim Hyun-wook from District 78 is dead. Attention everyone. The south wind is likely to be nearby. Martin, what? Nanfeng actually killed Kim Hyun-wook silently? How did he do it? I didn't hear the gunfire. Brit, hey. Nanfeng has so many weapons. Who says he must use guns to kill people? Everyone, please pay attention to your own safety and find a hidden place to hide. Mouths, why is this damn south wind so mysterious? Nanfeng looked at the messages in the chat channel with a confused look. I was so drunk that I took the blame for no reason. He and Xiao Luo were grilling mutton skewers. How could they have time to kill Jin Xianxu? He didn't even know where Kim Hyun-wook was. Xiao Luo took a bite of mutton skewers and said in a deep voice, they are fighting among themselves. No, it is not a fight among themselves. Jin Xianxu is the village chief of District 78. Someone wants to kill him to upgrade the village. Nanfeng sneered, if you dare to do it or not. That person is really a loser. He can give it a try with you. Xiao Luogong raised his hand. No, you are a bitch. No worse than me. Nanfeng did not speak, but fell into deep thought. I always feel like something is wrong. The mutton skewers in his hands were sizzling with oil, but he didn't care at all. Suddenly, Nan Feng thought of something and took a sharp breath of air. He opened the panel and took a look at the time 3:30 p.m. Nan Feng murmured, Catherine Vina. Here we come. Chapter 182 A Big Battle. Catherine Wiener's True Strength. Catherine. Here we go. Nan Feng took a deep breath and opened the panel to enter the cross-region chat channel. Nan Feng, do you have any friends from Section 611? Did Catherine go to your war zone? Area 611 is the third to last war zone. According to the pattern of the previous 2 days, Catherine is going to Area 611 today to kill the village chief of their war zone. Soon. Someone from Area 611 responded to Nan Feng. Sukrava, I don't know. We are already hiding. I don't know if Catherine is here. I wonder if it's coming. So it's possible that you didn't go to the 611 area. Nan Feng turned off the panel and turned to look at Xiao Luo. Do you think the two of us combined can beat Catherine Wei Na? Xiao Luo thought very seriously for 2 seconds. Let's die and die. God wants to die. Nan Feng threw away the mutton skewers in his hand and stood up. Let's go. Catherine may come to Area 41. Let's stay away. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. I was joking just now. Are you really afraid of her? We all traveled through time together. No matter how powerful Catherine is. How powerful can she be? At most 1 or 2 levels higher than us. With the strength of both of us. I am carrying it in the front, and you are doing the damage in the back. How can we still handle a little Catherine? After Xiao Luo finished speaking, seeing Nan Feng didn't answer, he turned around and looked over. Nan Feng was tensed up. His face was extremely solemn, and he was holding the Desert Eagle firmly in his right hand. Xiao Luo had a premonition of something and followed Nan Feng's gaze. A few dozen meters away, a woman holding a long sword was slowly walking towards the two of them. Blonde hair, blue eyes, indifferent expression, fair and slender legs, plus a tight-fitting armor. The person coming is none other than Catherine Wiener. Nan Feng reached out and patted Xiao Luo's shoulder. Did you just say that you were going to carry it from the front and let me deal with it? Come on. It's time for you to show off. Xiao Luo swallowed. Wait a minute. What if someone doesn't want to take action? But before Xiao Luo could finish his words, Catherine Wiener had already started to speed up and rush towards the two of them. What a speed. Do it. Nan Feng shouted loudly, and fired several shots from the Desert Eagle in his hand. At this distance, the Desert Eagle is more useful than the M24. The distance between the two was only a few dozen meters, so Nan Feng didn't need to aim at all, and had no time to aim. These magic bullets flew towards Catherine very accurately. Catherine made a sharp turn and easily dodged the bullets, and then continued to charge in an S-shaped position. Although these shots failed to hit Catherine, they delayed her for a while. Xiao Luo has also launched a charge, and his speed quickly increased to the extreme. Sword energy stimulates. Instant cut. Xiao Luo activated his sword energy, rushed forward more than 10 meters in an instant, and slashed with one sword. Catherine's eyes froze, and she didn't even look at the sword. But it was a sword with her backhand. Trade injury for injury. Such a rogue style of play? Xiao Luo wanted to hide, but he couldn't hold the knife anymore, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to chop. Minus 78. Minus 3,191. 2 light red numbers jumped out at the same time. Xiao Luo's face turned pale. He never expected that the gap between him and Catherine was so big. This sword almost killed him. Call out. Minus 423. A magic bullet struck, passed through Xiao Luo's crotch, and hit Catherine's thigh. Blood splattered out. Xiao Luo took this opportunity to take a few steps back and distanced himself from Catherine. You step on the horse and lead the way. Kicks are useful. Nan Feng also wanted to hit her head, but just now Xiao Luo's body had completely covered Catherine, leaving only one thigh exposed. Nan Feng was forced to have no choice but to kick his legs. Good. Catherine opened her red lips lightly and uttered 2 words. Good? What does it mean? Praise us? Nan Feng said in a deep voice. There is no deep hatred between us. There is no need, hack. Before Nan Feng could finish his words, Catherine stepped forward with her sword again. Her target is directly at the injured Xiao Luo. The injury to her thigh did not affect her speed at all. Sneak. Xiao Luo's expression changed drastically, and he decisively turned invisible and retreated. But Catherine was able to accurately find Xiao Luo's location through the traces of trampled weeds on the ground. Gaia. Nan Feng threw a flash bomb, and then quickly put on night vision goggles. When the invisible Xiao Luo heard the word Gaia, he knew what Nan Feng wanted to do. So he covered his eyes, and continued to run forward. But Catherine didn't know it. She stared at the flash bombs flying in the air, and was about to dodge when suddenly, there was a burst of bright light, and she dodged. Yes. Catherine Wayne groaned, covered her eyes with her hands, and took a few steps back. Xiao Luo. You go first. I'll hold this girl back. Taking advantage of Catherine's semi-blind state, Nan Feng directly took out the Gatling and pointed it at her. Want to kill me? Have you asked my Gatling? The 6 huge gun barrels began to rotate slowly. Catherine closed her eyes, the expression on her face not changing at all. She raised the long sword in her hand, looking like a ghost, with afterimages appearing behind her. Z-flash. Catherine arrived at Nanfeng's neck in an instant, and wiped her sword towards Nanfeng's neck. Crystal shield. Nanfeng's reaction was also very quick, and he directly opened the crystal shield and prepared to resist the sword. Sure enough, the Gatling weapon was still a bit bulky. Nanfeng decisively put away the Gatling, took out 2 grenades with his backhand, and pulled the tab. Minus 1877. The long sword drew a bloody mark on Nanfeng's neck, causing almost 2,000 points of damage. This is still under the protection of crystal shield. The sword was so fast that Nanfeng couldn't even feel the pain. Seeing Catherine preparing to add another blow, Nanfeng bumped into her and hugged her tightly. I'll blow you up to death. A hint of panic finally flashed across Catherine's cold face. She had heard clearly just now that Nanfeng pulled the tabs of the 2 grenades. At such a close distance, not even Catherine dared to resist. Let go. Catherine held the long sword behind her back and stabbed Nanfeng on the back. Nanfeng grunted, but hugged her tighter. Let go. Do you think I am a sand wall? If you let me go now, isn't someone in the south dead? Boom. Boom. 2 grenades exploded at the same time, sending up a cloud of dust. Catherine, who came into close contact with the grenade, spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her back was torn and bloody, and her whole body was gray and discolored. She no longer had the image of a cold female war goddess, who could only be viewed from a distance, but not played with. But what makes Nanfeng regretful is that these 2 grenades failed to kill her. Catherine Wiener's life is so hard. Ahem. Catherine's empty eyes looked in the direction of the south wind. She is still in a semi-blind state and can only vaguely see the outline of the south wind. But that's enough. Catherine was about to swing her sword and fight again, but the south wind suddenly disappeared. I won't play with you anymore. Bye. The mountain climbing flying claw in Nanfeng's hand grabbed a big tree and left here instantly. Catherine silently looked in the direction of the south wind and did not pursue it. After a moment, she spoke softly. Very nice. Chapter 183. Xiao Luo's life hangs on a thread. The 41st war zone of the original world. Deep in the mountains, Nanfeng supported Xiao Luo and rested under a giant tree. Xiao Luo's face was extremely pale, and he stuffed 7 or 8 qi and blood fruits in his mouth, chewing them up and swallowing them while enduring the pain. No. Bleed. The bleeding effect is so severe that I may not be able to hold on. Xiao Luo's voice was trembling when he spoke. That thief was really cruel. He just stabbed me, but he also used his sword to stir up my stomach twice, and even my intestines were pulled out. Okay. Don't talk for now. I'll help you stop the bleeding. Nanfeng stuffed Xiao Luo's exposed intestines inside, then asked Xiao Luo to take off his black sweater and wrap up his wounds. After treating Xiao Luo's wound, Nanfeng briefly treated his own wound. He was in much better condition than Xiao Luo. The scratches on his neck had begun to scab, and the wound on his back was not big and did not bleed much. Xiao Luo took 2 deep breaths. The severe pain made him fall into a trance. No. The bleeding speed is faster than the recovery speed of the qi and blood fruit. I really can't hold on anymore. Nanfeng's expression was solemn. He didn't expect Xiao Luo to be so seriously injured. They had been away from the battle for several minutes. Xiao Luo had eaten no less than 20 qi and blood fruits, but he was still not out of danger. Nanfeng said in a deep voice, change equipment. He didn't hesitate and took off the dragon suit. The dragon suit can restore 30 points of health and magic value every minute, which can help Xiao Luo stay alive. Xiao Luo glanced at Nanfeng, gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and put on the Jialong 2-piece suit. Nanfeng, how are you now? Can your health be restored? Xiao Luo was silent for a while, seeming to be calculating. After a while, he shook his head helplessly and gave a wry smile. The bleeding speed and recovery speed are basically the same, but my wound is still getting worse, and the bleeding speed is still slowly increasing. I estimate that I can last up to 20 minutes. If it is a small wound like that, Nafeng can find a way to block it. After the health points are full, the wound will naturally heal slowly. But the wound on Xiao Luo's abdomen was too big, and blood was pouring out, unable to stop it. Moreover, Nafeng had no experience in this area. If he rashly touched his wound, it might accelerate the deterioration of the wound. What to do? Nafeng suddenly rolled his eyes and thought of a way. Xiao Luo, take the cross-region pass and teleport back. Let the brothers come out with a nanny to pick you up. Xiao Luo was stunned for a moment, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Damn it. So I can still rescue him? Xiao Luo was originally ready to give up the resistance and accept his fate. But he didn't expect that another village would see a bright future. He can still be saved. Nafeng handed the cross-region pass to Xiao Luo and told him, the teleported location is random. So be careful. After you get back, send the coordinates to the group and ask the brothers to come over and pick you up. Xiao Luo nodded. Okay, but what should you do? Nafeng, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Catherine was also seriously injured just now, and should not dare to trouble me. Xiao Luo, okay. You have to be careful. I will return the dragon suit to you. Nafeng stopped Xiao Luo. No. You put it on first to avoid dying on the way. After a pause, Nafeng said again, give me your immortal suit. I will use it for now. Although the attributes of the immortal suit are rubbish, it is still better than wearing no clothes at all. Thanks, brother. Xiao Luo looked at Nafeng with some emotion. You should find a place to hide later, so as not to meet that pervert Catherine again. Okay. Don't beat too much and go back quickly. Xiao Luo nodded solemnly, and gave the immortal two-piece set to Nafeng. Although he used the cross-region pass to teleport back to Area 527. The silver-white teleportation array lit up at Xiao Luo's feet. The next second, he had returned to Area 527. Came back. Xiao Luo covered his abdomen with one hand, opened the panel, and looked at the map. Fortunately, this place is not far from Nancheng, and Xiao Luo will definitely be able to get back within 20 minutes. But just to be on the safe side, he still asked for help in the handsome guy's group. Xiao Luo, brothers, what's going on in Nancheng now? I'm seriously injured. Can someone bring Miss Su out to help me? I'm at the coordinates. Huang Yuanming, is the injury serious? Who hurt you? I'll help you get revenge. Shallow, Catherine Wiener. Huang Yuanming, 3 good night. Su Zuren, how are you doing now? I asked Su Ming and Shen Pan to take their sister to find you. Xiao Luo, I can still hold on for more than 10 minutes. Come on. I won't be able to see you if it's too late. Su Ming, damn it. Let's open the table. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes, turned off the panel, and staggered towards Nancheng. Not far away, Xiao Luo's tactical headset heard the sound of messy footsteps coming from the front. That arrived so fast? Right. Xiao Luo was keenly aware that something was wrong. Endured the pain and trotted, hiding in the bushes nearby. Soon, Xiao Luo saw dozens of chosen ones walking in the distance. Xiao Luo was still a little impressed with several of them. Is this the chosen one from District 48? War Zone 48. This is the war zone of the Han Kingdom. Nafeng and the others went to District 48 to grab the quartz stone. And Nafeng also killed their village chief Sanyu. The chosen ones from Area 48 invaded at this time, obviously with bad intentions. Xiao Luo sneered, seeing Area 41 attacking our camp. You want to join in the fun, right? Xiao Luo was about to tell Su Zuren and the others the news here, when another group of chosen ones came from the other direction. This group of chosen ones is very small, only about 20 people. Xiao Luo took a closer look. My dear, isn't this Area 39? Since the death of Sakura Tuken, the chosen ones in District 39 have disappeared for a long time. They don't dare to speak on the cross-district channel for fear of attracting a fatal blow from District 527. But this time, while District 41 is attacking Southern City, the remaining chosen ones in District 39 are unwilling to be left alone and are preparing to launch a counterattack to completely wipe out District 527. As soon as the two war zones met, there was no nonsense and they walked directly in the direction of Southern City. Bazel had already sent out the coordinates of Southern City. No. Shen Pan and the others will come from this direction. Xiao Luo quickly opened the panel and prepared to let Judge Shen take a detour. But Xiao Luo's movement accidentally touched the wound, and he gasped in pain. Among the chosen ones in Area 39, a young woman suddenly turned her head and looked at the bushes where Xiao Luo was hiding. Miwa Shindo's eyes were cold, and she said softly, "Your Excellency, come out. I have already seen you." In an instant, the remaining dozens of chosen ones all turned their heads, and each took out their weapons, and prepared to fight. In the bushes, Xiao Luo did not panic, but pouted and let out a long wolf howl. Ouch. Chapter 184. Get ready. It's time to see blood. Ouch. Xiao Luo let out a loud and long wolf howl, trying to deceive the enemy in front of him and get through. Hearing the howl of wolves, Xiao Luo clearly saw several chosen ones put down their weapons, and their tense expressions relaxed. Xiao Luo was overjoyed. It seemed like there was something going on. I am indeed a good actor. When I was acting in Summoner's Rift, I kind of buried my talent. Xiao Luo thought this way. It turned out to be a ferocious beast. I thought there was a person squatting in the grass. As a chosen one holding a long bow spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and shot an arrow into the bushes. He simply didn't believe there was a wolf in the bushes. Hacked a DJ. Xiao Luo cursed angrily, dodged the arrow, then turned around and ran away. Miwa Shindo snorted coldly. This is the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom. Go after him and kill him. Don't give him a chance to tip off the news. After hearing this, the others immediately strode toward Xiao Luo. This person seems to be injured. Yes, it looks like the injury is quite serious, and running is difficult. It turns out he is half disabled. Look at me capturing him alive. Matsumoto Kaito, the chosen one of Sakura country, rushed forward with a ferocious smile and stretched out his hand to grab Xiao Luo's neck. Xiao Luo suddenly stopped, turned his head and stabbed him. Matsumoto Kaito only saw Xiao Luo's cold eyes, and before he had time to react, his right hand was chopped off with a knife. Ah! The screams rang out, making the remaining people secretly frightened. Who would have thought that this chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, covered in blood and scars, could actually fight back? And his knife is so fast. Shindamiwa frowned and cursed trash in her heart, although she shook the weeds in her hands and healed Matsumoto Kaito's wounds. There is even a Nani? Seeing this, Xiao Luo could only give up his plan to hit the target and continue to run away with his head sullen. Shoot him with an arrow. The long-range chosen ones launched attacks one after another. Xiao Luo was seriously injured and his body was not flexible, so he was shot with several arrows soon. Only 300 blood left. Instant cut. Xiao Luo activated his skill fiercely and rushed forward 10 meters in an instant, then hid behind a boulder and took deep breaths. Calm down. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiao Luo's brain was spinning rapidly, looking for a chance to survive. There are too many people on the other side, and counterattack is impossible. Stealth skill is still cooling down. What to do? What to do? My only way to survive now is to join Judge Shinsu Ming and the others. At this thought, Xiao Luo no longer stayed, gritted his teeth and ran out. Behind him, the chosen ones from areas 39 and 48 were chasing after him, and from time to time a few arrows would hit Xiao Luo. Call out. Xiao Luo was hit by another arrow in the thigh. He, who was already scarred, stumbled and fell to the ground. But he didn't give up yet. He struggled to get up and ran forward stumblingly. You're so seriously injured. How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Really looking for death. In this direction, does he want to run back to the camp in area 527? Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and he had no chance to go back. Move out of the way, and let me kill him with one arrow. No. We can't kill him so easily. I'm going to chop off both of his legs. Matsumoto Kaito, whose right hand was cut off by Xiao Luo just now, looked at Xiao Luo with vicious eyes. Want to go back to the camp? Okay. Crawl back. Kaito Matsumoto approached Xiao Luo again and struck Xiao Luo on the thigh with an axe. Ah! Xiao Luo screamed. His legs softened and he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Matsumoto Kaito's level was too low, and Nafone lent the dragon suit to Xiao Luo, so Xiao Luo could barely withstand the blow. Ha! You still want to run? Matsumoto Kaito kicked Xiao Luo's short sword away, raised his head and laughed. Do you want to survive? Come on. Get under my crotch, and I'll spare your life. Xiao Luo gritted his teeth and looked at him with cold eyes. This look made Matsumoto Kaito feel chilled in his heart. When Xiao Luo cut off his right hand just now, he also had this look. A heart-stopping look. Huh? What? Do you still want to kill me? Matsumoto Kaito put the axe on Xiao Luo's neck and sneered. I'll count to 3 and crawl away. Otherwise I will kill you. The other chosen ones gathered around and did not stop him, standing aside to watch the show. The veins on Xiao Luo's forehead popped out, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Dignity or life? Which is more important? Xiao Luo didn't know, but he knew he didn't want to die. Xiao Luo took a deep breath and looked up at Matsumoto Kaido. If I crawl over, will you let me go? Matsumoto Kaido looked at Xiao Luo condescendingly, his eyes full of disdain. Of course. Our samurai from the great Sakura Empire never lie. Come on, trash. Come crawl over here. Xiao Luo laughed miserably. Okay. I'll crawl over. Uh-huh. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Luo jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Matsumoto Kaido. Shall I crawl on you? Xiao Luo roared angrily, stretching out his hands to strangle Matsumoto Kaido's neck. But the weeds under his feet suddenly grew wildly and entangled Xiao Luo's legs. Tangled. Shindo Miwa looked at Xiao Luo coldly, as if she had already guessed what he wanted to do. Fortunately, I kicked his short sword away in advance. Matsumoto Kaido came back to his senses at this time and looked at Xiao Luo with an angry look. It's a pity that if I still have my short sword in my hand, I will kill all of you Sakura dogs. With his legs tied, Xiao Luo resigned to his fate. I can't run away this time. Baga, the trash of the Dragon Kingdom. You want to sneak attack on me? Matsumoto Kaido shouted angrily, raised his axe high, and chopped off Xiao Luo's head. Are you going to die? Even at this last moment, Xiao Luo did not accept his fate. He turned his head hard to avoid the axe. Suddenly, he felt warm all over, and a light green light enveloped him. The big axe struck down on his shoulder. -96. This axe did not kill Xiao Luo. Matsumoto Kaido was stunned. What's going on? Who added blood to him? Before everyone could react, a burst of anger passed into their ears. So many people bully me. Brother Luo? Do you think my brother Luo has no brothers? Leopard attack. In the distance, a figure ran towards me so fast that there was an afterimage behind him. Shadowless hand. Swish. 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 The dagger in his hand flew up and down, and every time he got close to an intruder, he would swipe a knife on his neck. Xiao Luo whispered softly, Judge Shin. Miwa Shindo was the first to react. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Reinforcements from Area 527 are coming. Hurry! Kill him first! Kill! Everyone came to their senses at this time and ignored the extremely fast Shin Pian for the time being. Instead, they slashed at Xiao Luo with their swords, preparing to kill him first. Brutal collision. Su Ming roared and bumped over with a giant shield, knocking Matsumoto Kaido away in front of Xiao Luo and blocking himself in front of Xiao Luo. Steel barrier. Su Ming put the giant shield on his head, transforming into an illusory barrier, protecting him and Xiao Luo inside. Xiao Luo's nose felt sour. Su Ming. Su Ming chuckled and said, Brother Luo, did I arrive in time? What a pity. I almost got to eat your meal tonight. At the same time, Su Ihan in the distance waved his staff and gave Xiao Luo 2 more mouthfuls. Xiao Luo's health instantly recovered to more than 1,000 points, and the wound on his abdomen began to show signs of healing. Brother Luo, go on. Shin Fan picked up the short knife on the ground and threw it to Xiao Luo, who raised his hand to catch it. With the short knife in hand, Xiao Luo's aura instantly reached its peak. His cold eyes looked at Matsumoto Kaido again. Get ready for blood. Chapter 185 between 2 points. His knife is the shortest. With the short sword in my hand, I have the world. Holding his own divine weapon again, Xiao Luo felt that he had become different. This knife is part of my body. My destiny, the divine weapon. Xiao Luo looked indifferent and walked towards Matsumoto Kaido standing aside with a short knife in his hand. Feeling the terrifying killing intent enveloped him, Matsumoto Kaido took several steps back in a panic. Quick! Stop him. He is going to kill me. The chosen ones around them looked at each other and said, Good guy. How dare this person come out without hiding behind a shield? You really don't take us seriously. Do you? Don't be afraid. Everyone. There were only 4 of them. So they killed the pretender first. 2 more people come with me and kill the priest over there. His. So, seductive priest. Let me deal with her. For a moment, several chosen ones rushed towards Su Ihan in the distance. But more of the chosen ones launched an attack on Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo said coldly, Tu Mingchen, you go protect Su Ihan first, and I'll kill someone and leave. The opponent has a huge numerical advantage, and Xiao Luo cannot possibly kill them all. If he keeps fighting, He will be exhausted here sooner or later. But if you only kill one, there will still be no problem. Matsumoto Kaido saw Xiao Luo's intention and quickly evacuated backwards, hoping to let others hold Xiao Luo or even kill him. You can't run away. Xiao Luo instantly activated his sword energy and rushed towards Matsumoto Kaido in a straight line. At this moment, between the 2 points, his knife is the shortest. The 41st war zone of the original world. After eating the chi and blood fruit for half an hour, Nanfeng's blood volume finally returned to more than 5,000 points. With this amount of blood, as long as I don't encounter Catherine, I'm basically not in danger. During this half hour, Nanfeng was not idle either and kept running towards the direction of the teleportation array. Catherine came here this time, probably to kill a few village chiefs to upgrade the village. But Xiao Luo and I were so unlucky that we happened to meet Catherine halfway and was almost killed by her. As the saying goes, it is unworthy of a gentleman not to retaliate. That girl should go to the teleportation array now. I will go and ambush her first. In the battle with Catherine just now, Nanfeng probably figured out the opponent's strength. Catherine Vita's attack is extremely high, and her strikes are ruthless. Every sword strike hits the vital point, and her moves are fatal. But her defense is actually quite average. Nanfeng can use Desert Eagle to cause 400 plus damage with one shot. This is because Nanfeng's level is lower than hers. At the same level, I can cause at least more than 1,000 damage with one shot. The damage of M24 will be even higher. Gatling can kill her directly in one shot if she hits all of them. From this look, the strength gap between Nanfeng and Catherine Weina is not too big. It's just that it was suppressed by the level, causing the damage to be reduced a lot. She is quite powerful, but as long as I keep a sufficient distance, I still have a chance to kill her now. What is Nanfeng's biggest advantage? Range, of course. As long as the distance is far enough, Nanfeng can kill Catherine Weina before she gets close. Area 41. Near the teleportation array, strong men from all war zones found hidden places to ambush around here. They were originally planning to ambush Nanfeng together and kill this, born divine weapon, very unique chosen one. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. What happened in just half an hour made each of them look solemn. Half an hour ago, Jin Xianxu died suddenly. Everyone thought that Nanfeng was hiding in the dark and killed him. But within the next 10 minutes, Malcolm in Area 321 died. And so did Carrie in Area 187. 3 chosen people died in a row. But they didn't even hear the gunfire. The remaining chosen people finally woke up. These people were not killed by Nanfeng at all. There was a mole among them. For a time, everyone in this group of newly formed allies was in danger, and no one dared to trust anyone else. They didn't even dare to move, for fear that others would discover where they were hiding. The situation became deadlocked. In cross-region chat channel, Daisuke Inji, who killed the person? Come out and admit it yourself. It doesn't make sense if you dare to do it, but don't take it seriously. Mouths, fake squid baby. I called you here to help me kill Nanfeng. What are you doing? Martin, everyone. Believe me, those 3 people were definitely killed by Brit from Area 5. I just saw him sneaking around to find Kim Hyun-wook. And then Kim Hyun-wook died. Brit, oh, my friend. Please don't slander good people. How could I do such a thing? Nanfeng must have killed the man. He must be near us. At this time, Nanfeng had arrived near the teleportation array and had just climbed up a hill to set up the M24. He saw what Brit said and sneered. Nanfeng, ah. Yes. Yes. I killed you. You will be the next one I kill. Brit, everyone. As you saw, Nanfeng has personally admitted that he killed him. I think we should get together so that we can take care of each other. Martin, haha. Forget it. I'll just wait and see when the time comes, and I'll return to my war zone. You guys all have ulterior motives, and I can't play with you. Brit Martin. It's rare to see someone as simple as you. Tell me your location, and I'll come to protect you. Don't worry. I won't let you get hurt. This calculation is too loud. Nanfeng shook his head, preparing to tell them the news that Catherine Weiner might come over. Nanfeng, everyone. Let me tell you some good news. Catherine Weiner is coming to hack you to death soon. Are you surprised or surprised? Everyone was secretly shocked when they saw the news. That was Catherine Weiner, the strongest person in the first war zone, the first chosen one to reach level 10 in the entire primitive world, and the first female war goddess to kill the necromancer during the small beast tide. She is here too? Are you going to hack us to death? Brit from Area 5's face changed slightly, and she cursed under her breath. He was originally planning to kill a few more and upgrade the village to level 10. But now Catherine Vina is coming. How can he still do it? Run away quickly. Brit isn't arrogant enough to think she can beat Catherine Wiener. The others thought the same way. And each of them groped and prepared to retreat far away from this dangerous place. But Na Fong immediately said something on the inter-district channel. Na Fong, to be honest, I had a fight with Catherine just now. She killed my companion, but she was shot more than 80 times by me. And she also took 2 grenades from me. She is now severely disabled. Nan Fong, if you are interested, we can join forces to kill Catherine. I just want to avenge my companions. As for Catherine's luxurious equipment, whoever can grab it will be the one. If Xiao Luo saw this sentence, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. He was racking his brains to survive in Area 527. And Na Fong was already preparing to hold a banquet for him in Area 41. Brit, haha. Do you think we would believe this kind of nonsense? Daisuke Nagakichi, want to trick us into becoming cannon fodder for you. You are dreaming. Martin, if you can hurt Catherine, I will eat a pound of shit immediately. Na Fong shrugged. It seemed that these people were quite intelligent. It was obviously impossible to win over them with just a few words. If this is the case, then Na Fong can only use his trump card. Na Fong, to be honest, all of you are within my shooting range. Let me just say this. If any of you dares to escape, I will beat him to death. As he spoke, Na Fong aimed at a little black guy from Area 41 and shot him in the head. Brit and others were shocked. Fake Squid Man. The south wind is really coming. And he also aimed a sniper rifle at them. However, in fact, Na Fong found such a chosen one after searching for a long time. The others were hiding very hiddenly. And Na Fong had no idea where they were hiding. The effect of the shot just now could only scare them, so that they would not dare to act rashly. Na Fong, the only chance you have to survive now is to cooperate with me in killing Catherine Wiener. She is already here. Please think about it carefully. In the woods to the east of the teleportation array, Catherine Wiener, dressed in tight-fitting armor, walked slowly. Chapter 186 Level 10 Village. Catherine Wiener held a knight's sword and walked slowly. The chosen ones who were ambushing nearby held their breaths and looked at the female war goddess in District 1 silently. Her eyes were somewhat hollow. Her delicate face was covered with blood, and there was a blood hole on her fair thigh. She seemed to be walking awkwardly. The most surprising thing is that the armor on Catherine's back was slightly damaged. And you can even see the bloody flesh inside the armor. This was caused by Nonfeng's grenade. Overall, it seemed like Catherine was really hurt. And badly. That despicable Na Fong didn't lie. Daisuke Nagakichi, is Catherine really hurt? It looks like he's quite injured. Brit, haha. Believe me, even if she is injured, we are no match for her. When the south wind saw this, it continued to burn. Na Fong, the equipment she wears is a dragon suit. After wearing it, all attributes will be plus 500. If you can kill her, this equipment will be yours. Brit, huh? That's bullshit. Brit just killed 3 village chiefs and upgraded the immortal suit to the dragon suit. How could he not know the properties of the dragon suit? It's obviously all attributes plus 150. Isn't it? But he didn't say these words. If he did, he would blow himself up. He, Brit, is not that stupid. Na Fong was about to say something more when he saw Catherine holding her sword and charging into the dense forest. 10 seconds later, she walked out of the jungle, blood flowing down from the sword in her hand. Daisuke Nagayoshi, Martin from Area 162 is dead. Mounts, it seems like she can find us. Hiding is useless. Na Fong, if you cooperate with me to kill her now, maybe there is still a chance of survival. Of course, you can also choose to escape. But please believe me, my bullets must be much faster than yours. For a time, everyone was in a dilemma. But 2 seconds later, someone made a choice. Valentine from the 209 war zone gritted his teeth and ran away as hard as he could. Valentine is only level 17. And he doubts that he can even withstand Catherine's 2 swords. Rather than die in front of Catherine, he might as well take a gamble and see if he can get out of Nonfeng's range. You are so stupid. You actually ran away. Can you be a little manly? Na Fong, who was halfway up the mountain, frowned slightly. He could only vaguely see Valentine's escaping figure through the gaps between the leaves. But this guy's S-shaped movement, coupled with the cover of the woods, made Na Fong unable to aim for a while. The position where the gun is set is a bit far away, so it can't hit. Na Fong held his breath and concentrated. and tentatively pulled the trigger. Call out. The magic bullet shot out rapidly and flew past Valentine's shoulder. Unfortunately, the shot failed to hit. Valentine laughed loudly. Missed. He missed. Ha ha ha. I survived? Seeing this, the remaining chosen ones no longer hid, and instantly broke out and fled in all directions, fighting with Catherine Vina. They would be almost dead, but if they escaped, the south wind might not be able to hit them. At this moment, no matter who it is, they will choose to escape. Catherine turned her head, her eyes already locked on a fleeing chosen one. Z-flash. The sword light flashes, killing instantly in 3 seconds. Baga. This female devil is so scary. Daisuke Yongji didn't dare to look anymore, and ran wildly with his head down, trying to escape from this place of death. On the mountainside in the distance, Nefong sighed helplessly. Alas. I asked you to kill Catherine with me, but you just ran away. There is no other way. I can only activate Plan B. Nefong took out the mountain climbing flying claw and jumped down from the mountain. When he was about to land, he launched the mountain climbing flying claw to grab onto the cliff, swung in the air, and finally landed smoothly. You all want to kill me, so if I kill you first now, it should be considered self-defense. Nanfeng's idea is very simple. Since he can't kill Catherine, then kill several village chiefs in other war zones. Nefong picked up the M24 and dived into the forest. Soon, the sound of footsteps came from his tactical headset, just in front of the left, and they were rushing towards the south wind. Nefong set up his gun, and the moment he saw the opponent, explosive flame bomb came out of his gun. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the opponent didn't even know what happened, but was killed by Nefong with one shot. Ding! Your village, Nansuan, has been upgraded to level 8. The village has reached level 8 and can now recruit 400 villagers. But there are only 319 brothers in District 527, so the extra spots are of little use for the time being. After killing one person, Nefong did not stop and continued to search for other chosen ones in this forest, hunting like crazy. On the other side, Catherine Leader is doing the same thing. One of them blocked the east side, and the other blocked the west side. Anyone who escaped in these two directions would either die in the hands of the two of them, or be forced back by the terrifying firepower. Soon, dozens of chosen ones gathered together, their eyes full of horror. Daisuke Nagakichi, we can't walk in the east or west direction. There is a big mountain to the south, so we can only run to the north. Mouths, fake squid. There is a Xianshui serpent in the north. More than 100 of us have not killed it before. If we run over to it now, we will die. Brit's eyes were fierce. Go west and kill Nefong. Have you forgotten? We were originally here to kill Nefong. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, they were originally here to ambush Nefong. They were afraid of him. Let's go. Let's rush out from the west. As long as he gets close to Nefong, he is useless. I can kill him by myself. They were about to leave when a sword light suddenly struck behind them. Catherine Wiener is here to kill you. Run. Rush out to the west. Yes. Kill Nefong by the way. These dozens of chosen ones panicked and rushed to the west, fearing that they would fall at the end of the team and be hacked to death by Catherine Vina. To the west, Nefong heard the sound of mighty footsteps and knew that a large number of people were coming to kill them. Use me as a breakthrough? You're not awake yet. Are you? Nefong picked up a branch and held it in his mouth, then took out Gatling from his backpack and faced it straight ahead. Soon, Daisuke Nagakichi, who was rushing at the front, had already seen Nefong and the Gatling in his hand. Yongji Daisuke's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he threw himself to the ground, rolled several times on the ground, and hid behind a big tree. But the rest of the people were not so lucky. When they saw the south wind, Gatling had begun to spin slowly, spitting out tongues of fire. Let me tell you, Catherine can't kill you all, but I can. Gatling fired wildly, tearing 7 or 8 chosen ones into pieces in an instant. Ding! Your village, Nansuan, has been upgraded to level 9. Ding! Your village, Nansuan, has been upgraded to level 10. World announcement. Nansuan becomes the first village to reach level 10, and will reward the village leader, Nefong, with plus 50 in all attributes. Reputation plus 150 points. Reward, Nansuan, all villagers' attributes will be plus 25. Nefong raised his eyebrows. Damn it. Is there such a good thing? If you had told the system earlier, if you had told me earlier, I would have started killing you. Chapter 187 Integrating Strength. Catherine's ultimate goal. No one can withstand the flames for 3 seconds. No. They couldn't even hold it for 1 second. Yongji Daisuke lay on the ground shivering, watching helplessly as his temporary companion beside him was bombarded to pieces. It's too scary. This is not a gun at all. This horse is a cannon. Cannon! Every bullet that hits them will make a big hole. And blood and flesh will fly everywhere. Baga presses the road. I really believed Edward's lies, and actually wanted to kill Nafong. He clearly tricked us into dying. Yongji Daisuke now regrets extremely. A few hours ago, Edward fooled nearly 50 war zones in his cross-region chat group, and asked them to come to Area 41 to encircle Nafong. The conditions he gave are also very exciting as long as Nafong can be killed this time. When the large beast tide comes, if they can't defend it, the chosen ones in District 1 will come to help them. The chosen ones in each war zone were fascinated for a while. They believed Edward's lies and foolishly teleported to Area 41. As a result, not only was Nafong not killed, but he was also chased and slashed by Catherine Wiener in District 1. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that this was clearly a joint effort between Edward and Catherine Wiener. They used the south wind as bait to lure the village chiefs from each war zone to Area 41. And then Catherine came over and killed them all to upgrade the village. What an insidious Edward. What an insidious first battle zone. Nagakichi Daisuke, who had thought through all this, was filled with anger. If I could go back alive today, I would be incompatible with District 1. I don't know if God heard his thoughts. But the gunshots in front suddenly stopped. Yongji Daisuke quietly raised his head and saw that Nafong was striding over with a branch in his mouth. While running, Nafong yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get down on the ground and don't move. Whoever touches it dies." A few of the chosen ones did not believe what Nafong said and were about to stand up to resist. But Nafong directly activated Gatling and fired at them, killing those chosen ones to pieces. For a moment, no one dared to move anymore and could only lie down on the ground obediently, showing their two little eyes to see what Nafong wanted to do. This group of people were all frightened by the south wind. Nafong quickly rushed into the center of the battlefield and put all the equipment on the ground into his backpack, especially the Immortal War Armor, Immortal Leggings, and Immortal Snake Scales. Nafong ripped them all clean, leaving no one behind. Catherine should be here soon. My Gatling is about to reach red temperature. There is no need to fight her desperately. It's better to leave first. After hastily clearing the battlefield, Nafong turned around and ran away without any desire to fight. He's gone? He didn't kill us? What does he want to do? The chosen ones, who were still alive, looked at each other. A little unbelievable that they could survive. In fact, the reason why Nafong didn't kill them was very simple. That is, he suddenly discovered that Nansuan would not continue to upgrade after reaching level 10. And it would be useless no matter how many village chiefs were killed. In addition, Catherine was watching eagerly from the side. Not only was there no benefit to Nafong continuing to kill, but he might also fall into crisis. So he decisively chose to retreat. Is level 10 the upper limit for a village? When I reached level 10 just now, there were many system prompts that I didn't even have time to read. Nafong ran to a safe place, opened the panel, and took a look at the information bar. Ding! Your village, Nansuan, has been upgraded to level 10. And the upper limit of villagers that can be recruited is plus 1,000. Ding! Your village, Nansuan, reaches level 10, and you get a new skill, Territory Migration. You can move the entire territory to other places, with a cooldown of 30 days. In addition to these two important pieces of information, the village has some other improvements. For example, the experience orb doubled, and the brothers who cut down trees, mined, raised chickens, and grew vegetables were ecstatic. For example, for every 100 contribution points villagers have, they can get the effect of +1 for all attributes. The upper limit of this effect is increased to 100 points, and the whole village is ecstatic. Another example is that some new system resources are refreshed every day in the village warehouse, most of which are tools, such as hammers, shovels, carts, etc. The two engineering men in Nanchung were ecstatic. In general, the upgrade of Nanchung to level 10 will greatly improve the entire 527 area. But for Nafong himself, the improvement was just average. It is not as useful as the 50 points of all attributes awarded by the system. Nanfeng looked at his backpack and found that many of the immortal armor and immortal leggings had been torn to pieces by Gatling. However, the attributes of these equipment have not changed. How many attributes should be added. This is a bit unreal. It is indeed a semi-digital world. Nanfeng took out 3 sets of immortal suits, added 1,500 pieces of immortal snake scales, and upgraded them into a brand new dragon suit. Putting on the dragon suit again, Nanfeng felt that the long-lost sense of security was back. This is equipment. Is the immortal armor a piece of cake? Nanfeng took a look at his blood volume, which was very good and healthy, and he could continue to swim. He made a big circle and ran towards the mountain to the south of the teleportation array, preparing to try to kill Catherine as well. In the forest, Catherine Wayna chased dozens of chosen ones and slashed them with one sword and one person. This group of strong men from various war zones did not dare to resist and ran as fast as they could. Daisuke Nagakichi was a little desperate. Catherine's agility is too high. We can't run as fast as her at all. Brick passed by Daisuke Nagakichi, turned around and said, "My dear friend, I don't need to run faster than her. I just need to run faster than you." Baga, what you said makes sense. But Daisuke Nagakichi turned around and took a look and found that there were only 3 people left behind him. And he couldn't help but take a breath of air. Catherine ran over like a ghost and killed 3 people in a row. Yongi Daisuke broke out in cold sweat. Catherine Wiener's next target is him. The night sword passed by and was placed on Daisuke Nagakichi's neck. At this moment, Daisuke Nagakichi's mind went blank. But what he didn't expect was that Catherine Wiener actually stopped. What's going on? Nanfeng didn't kill me just now, and Catherine Wayna won't kill me now. Could it be that I am the legendary chosen one? Is Lady Luck favoring me? Yongi Daisuke looked at Catherine Wayna in front of him blankly, and said, You want? Catherine Wiener interrupted Daisuke Nagakichi with words. Disband your village and join me. Disband? Join you? Yongi Daisuke was startled. But he didn't expect that Catherine Wiener would want to recruit him. Catherine's eyes were a little hollow and seemed unfocused. She opened her red lips slightly and said, either disband or die. Looking at the long sword on his neck, Daisuke Yonji dared to hesitate? He immediately disbanded his village and joined the Dawn Village in District 1. Catherine Wayna did not stop and continued to chase forward, bringing all the remaining people into Dawn Village. She is growing her power. On the distant mountain peak, Nanfeng watched all this silently. He probably guessed what Catherine wanted to do, integrating the forces of all war zones. Are you preparing to resist the beast tide? Catherine, don't you even have the confidence to defend this large wave of beasts? Chapter 188, If you are not of my race. Your heart must be different. On the mountain peak, Nanfeng watched helplessly as Catherine Wayna gathered the strong men from each war zone. But she did not dare to shoot. If you shoot at this time, if you can't kill Catherine with one shot, then Chun Chun is looking for death. Just one Catherine Vina was too much for Nanfeng to deal with, coupled with the encirclement of other chosen ones. Nanfeng couldn't even think of how he could survive. This Catherine must know some information that we don't know. Otherwise she wouldn't do such a thankless job. Nanfeng put away the M24, switched out the dagger and walked down the mountain quickly. While Catherine is still recruiting strong men from other war zones, Nanfeng is preparing to sneak back to Zone 527. It's too dangerous to stay in Area 41. Now only Nancheng and the more than 300 brothers in Nancheng can make Nanfeng feel safe. Nanfeng walked quietly towards the teleportation array, glancing in the direction of Catherine Wayna from time to time, for fear of being discovered. Fortunately, Catherine and the others were still some distance away from the teleportation array, and there were many trees blocking the way, so they did not notice the south wind. Nanfeng quickly rushed into the teleportation array and returned to Area 527 smoothly. As long as I return to Nancheng, I won't be afraid even if Catherine comes after her. I may even have a chance to fight back. Nanfeng figured out the direction for a while and ran towards Nancheng in large strides. While running wildly, Nanfeng also opened the panel, wanting to see what the current situation was like in Nancheng. If Nanfeng remembers correctly, there are still 100 black men in Area 41 who are attacking Nancheng. I wonder if all these little black men are dead. But as soon as Nanfeng saw the information in the chat channel, he immediately frowned. In chat channel, Su Ming Thunder Nut. Haven't the supporting brothers arrived yet? I can't bear it anymore. Wu Yuanran, just hold on a little longer. These guys from District 41 keep harassing us and slowing us down. They're really annoying. Judge Shen, If I hadn't run out of my life-claiming flowers from Trile, I wouldn't need your support. I could kill them all by myself. Su Zern, sister. How are you? Are there any injuries? Suihan, I'm fine. It's just that the magic power is consumed too quickly. Nafeng, what's the big deal? I went out for a walk. Why did it feel like there was a fire in the backyard? Wang Yuanming, damn it. Our village chief Nan Yangong is back. South Wind. Wang Yuanming quickly explained the matter to let Nafeng understand the situation. More than half an hour ago, as soon as Xiao Luo returned to Area 527, he encountered the coalition forces from Areas 39 and 48, and almost died. Fortunately, Su Ming, Shen Pan and Su Yihan arrived in time, and saved Xiao Luo's life. With the Nani adding blood, Xiao Luo was extremely brave. He slashed 7 times in, and 7 out with one sword, and forcibly chopped Matsumoto Kaido to death, who was hiding in the crowd, frightening the 2 chosen ones in the war zone. But after all, there were only 4 of them. But there were dozens of enemies. Xiao Luo and the 4 were ultimately defeated, and had no choice but to flee. They were about to return to Nancheng. But the gangsters in Area 41 got the news, and gave up their plan to attack the city. They rushed over collectively to surround Xiao Luo and the 4. Forced into desperation, Xiao Luo and others could only change the direction and continue running. The current situation is that Xiao Luo and the others are running in front, and the chosen ones from District 39 and District 41 are chasing after them. The brothers from Nancheng want to come over to support, but the little black guys from District 41 keep harassing them, delay them so that they cannot provide timely support. After understanding the situation, Nefeng asked directly in the group, "Where is the Nani now?" "I am coming over now." Suihan, I'm Xiao Luo. We are very close to the teleportation array at coordinates 370,877. And I ran this way on purpose. Nefeng glanced at the coordinates and saw that it was only 2 or 3 minutes away. So he ran over in stride. 10 seconds later, Nefeng heard Xiao Luo's voice coming from the tactical earphones. "Xiao Luo, hey. Hey. Can you hear me? Please answer when you hear it." "Although. Nefeng, I heard you. I heard you. Keep running forward. I will go to the commanding heights to help you set up the gun." Nefeng saw a huge boulder in front of him, about 20 meters high and estimated to weigh at least several hundred tons. He took out the mountain climbing flying claw and climbed up the boulder, then set up the M24 and aimed ahead. Soon, the figures of Xiao Luo and others appeared in the eightfold mirror. Behind them, dozens of chosen ones from Sakura Country and Han Country are chasing them. I didn't kill them all before. Do you think I'm too merciful? Nefeng looked cold as he removed the silencer and pulled the trigger. Boom! The roar of gunfire made everyone's heart skip a beat, especially the chosen ones in areas 39 and 48. They recalled the fear of being dominated by the south wind. Baga! It's the south wind. The south wind is back. Damn it! Didn't a group of people go to Area 41 to kill him? So many people haven't solved him? What a bunch of rubbish they are. Run Smecta. The chosen ones from the 2 war zones did not dare to pursue Xiao Luo and others, so they turned around and ran back. The chosen ones in these 2 war zones all have an unspeakable fear of Nafeng deep in their hearts. At that time, Sakura Yashikin led the chosen ones from District 39 in a late-night sneak attack. As a result, dozens of people were killed by Nafeng Gatling. The corpses all over the ground were still vivid in the memory of all the chosen ones from District 39. I will never forget it in my life. The same goes for the chosen ones in District 48. They will never forget that early morning when Nafeng shot Sanyu in the head. And in front of dozens of people, he rushed directly into the camp and took away Sanyu's equipment. The most important thing is that Nafeng is still dancing in the rain of arrows in the sky. Dozens of arrows are all dodged by Nafeng, which is simply terrifying. At this time, the roar of sniper rifles was heard. How dare the 2 chosen ones in the war zone continue to pursue? They were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. Judge Shen was stunned. "What do you mean? You scared him away with just 1 shot? We were actually chased by these losers for a long time?" Su Ming gasped for breath. "I knew that Mr. Nafeng was the most reliable." Along the way, Su Ming suffered too many injuries that his age should not have endured, especially the Nani Suihan. Her agility is the lowest, and she has 2 hindrances that slow her down when she runs. If Su Ming hadn't helped to cover behind her, the Nani would have had 10 lives to die. Nefeng jumped down from the boulder and walked up to a few people. "Hurry up and join the main force. and then return to Nanchang. Catherine might come to kill you. Hearing this, Xiao Luo raised his head and glanced at Nan Feng. What about you? Won't you go back with us? Nan Feng twisted his neck, his expression cold. Me? I'm going to hunt down these bastards. Not my family. Its heart must be different. This group of people is a hidden danger. I'm going to kill them all. Chapter 189, The Most Poisonous Woman's Heart. Before Xiao Luo quickly joined the large forces in Nanchang. Seeing that her sister was okay, Su Zern breathed a sigh of relief, and her worried heart finally relaxed. Wu Yuan ran. Now that everyone is here, let's go back and beat up those little black guys. Huang Yuanming agreed. Yes. Xiao Haizi dares to be so arrogant. Does he have the quality? No. 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 You should hurry back to Nanchang. Just leave these little black guys to me to deal with. Na Feng stopped the grumpy people in time. Catherine might come to kill them, and it is dangerous for you to stay outside. No one among the chosen ones in District 527 can withstand Catherine's 3 swords. Only the big turtle L of Nanchang can withstand Catherine's fierce attack. Su Zern said in a deep voice, Na Feng, you can't protect us forever. Let the brothers go through the battle early, so that they can live longer. Na Feng was stunned, lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and found that what Su Zern said made sense. In every crisis that District 527 encountered before, Na Feng basically took the first step to establish victory, and then let the rest of the team pick up the pieces. Although this can greatly reduce the casualties in Nanchang, it also prevents the brothers from experiencing the cruelty of war. After all, there is an essential difference between killing people and killing ferocious beasts. Currently, half of the brothers in Nanchang have never had human blood on their hands. Xiao Luo said, Su Zern is right. This is a world where the weak and the strong eat the strong. The brothers must first cross the threshold of killing for the first time. Otherwise they will not live long. If you don't even dare to kill people, why should you live in this world? Na Feng did not stop them anymore. Nodded and said, I will leave the little black guy in Area 41 to you. I will hunt down the chosen ones from Sakura Country and Han Country. With that said, Na Feng turned to look at Shenpan again. Shenpan, you are hiding near the teleportation array. Once you see Catherine coming, you will notify us immediately. Do you understand? Judge Shen took a breath. Why should I do such a dangerous thing? If Catherine finds out, she will chop me to death. Na Feng patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Catherine can't run as fast as you. After a few more words, Nan Feng stopped staying, took out his small dagger, and ran away into the distance. He must seize the time to kill the remnants of the 39th and 48th districts. Su Zern looked around at the brothers around him, and said calmly, Let's let the little black guys in Area 41 see our strength. Go. 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 Hack him. The brothers in Nanchang were excited and fought back with their own weapons. This group of little black men had been interfering with them and delaying their rescue. Now, it's time to settle the score. Area 41 of the original world. Catherine Vina pulled all the chosen ones above level 15 into Oroville. As for those below level 15, Catherine Wena did not kill them and just let them fend for themselves. Her Dawn village suddenly had 103 people from the original 47 people, many of whom were the chosen ones from the original District 41. Mount stood in front of Catherine Vina and said with a flattering look, Dear Queen Catherine, what are your next orders? Catherine Wena looked at everyone calmly. After going back, find the teleportation array leading to Area 1, and bring the chosen ones above level 15 to come to me. Britt and others looked at each other and understood Catherine Wiener's intention. She really wants to integrate the power of the entire primitive world. If she succeeds, then Dawn Village will be the strongest village in the entire primitive world. Yongji Daisuke rolled his eyes and asked, Your Lady Queen, do you want to bring all the powerful people into Lingming Village? What about the strong men in the Dragon Kingdom War Zone, such as Na Feng just now? Catherine Wiener remained expressionless. If he is willing, I welcome him to join. Daisuke Naviyoshi, what if he doesn't want to? Catherine Wiener, forget it. This answer stunned Daisuke Nabikichi. What do you mean forget it? Is this something that can be forgotten? Your Lady Queen, you must not do this. Yongji Daisuke said hurriedly. Na Feng is 99 pounds out of 100 pounds. And if he can't be won over, he must be killed. The teleportation array leading to Area 527 is right next to it. We might as well take this opportunity to kill him and catch him off guard. Then you go. Catherine Wena ignored the chattering Yongji Daisuke. She turned and walked towards the north. Mount, the loser. immediately followed and asked, Queen Catherine, where are you going now? Catherine Verna, kill the snake. Kill the snake? Xianshui's snake? Maltz reacted and waved his hand to summon a large number of black men. Queen Catherine, we are here to help you. Catherine Wiener looked at them indifferently. Get away. After coldly shouting away Maltz and the others, Catherine quickened her pace again. A lot of time was wasted. We must seize the time to upgrade, Catherine murmured, holding the ninth sword, and single-handedly attacked Xianshui's serpent. Area 527 of the original world. Nanfeng stretched out his hand to wipe the blood off his face and looked at the last chosen one from Sakura Kingdom in front of him. This is a woman. Nanfeng has an impression of her. She is Sakura Iken's exclusive priest. Miwa Shindo looked at Nanfeng with a pale face and backed away. Do you have to kill them all? Nanfeng's tone was cold. I spared your life before. But you dared to fight back if you didn't just keep growing up? I'm sorry. I can only eliminate the root cause. After traveling for more than 10 days, Nanfeng had already killed countless people. And he didn't care if he killed one or two more. I'm the only one left in Area 39. I don't have any attack skills. So I won't be a threat to you. Miwa Shindo shed 2 lines of tears and looked pitiful. Can you let me go? I can tell you a secret. Secret? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Then you can tell me first. Shindo Miwa saw that Nanfeng was showing signs of relenting, and quickly said, the coordinates of Area 39, 614. 144. There is a level 18 Lord Beast. The coordinates. There is a level 19 Lord Beast. Can these 2 pieces of information exchange for my life? 2 Lord level ferocious beasts. This is really a good thing. With dozens of attributes. Nanfeng put the desert eagle on Shindo Miwa's forehead. This is not enough. If you can tell the location of one more lord, I will let you go. Miwa Shindo's face darkened. She didn't expect Nanfeng to have such a request. If I had known, I would have only mentioned one. Any more? If not, I'll shoot. Nanfeng exerted some force on his hand, and hit her forehead with the muzzle of his gun. Wait. I remembered. Coordinates. Nanfeng interrupted her directly. Is this the current editor? Do you think I'm a fool? Wait. Don't kill me yet. I can compensate you with other things. Seeing that Nanfeng was about to pull the trigger, Miwa Shindo bit her silver teeth and began to unbutton her own buttons. Nanfeng's eyes widened. Can this be seen? Shindo Miwa glanced at Nanfeng with her peripheral vision, and saw that Nanfeng was a little distracted, and suddenly spurted a mouthful of dark green liquid from her mouth. Nanfeng had already noticed her intention and turned sideways to avoid the poison. Boom! Almost at the same time that Shindo Miwa spit out the venom, Nanfeng pulled the trigger and shot her head off. Seeing Shindo Miwa's unwilling eyes, Nanfeng sighed helplessly. She really has the most poisonous heart in a woman. She even wanted to spray water all over me before she died. Chapter 190 unlocks smoke bombs and reconnaissance planes. Nanfeng took away Miwa Shindo's equipment, turned around and left in a stride. During this pursuit, most of the chosen ones in areas 39 and 48 were killed or injured, and their vitality was severely damaged. But after all, there was only one person in Nanfeng. When they fled separately, several fish slipped through the net and escaped. However, Nanfeng already knows the location of the teleportation array leading to Area 39. I will go hunting in Area 39 later, and take a look at the coordinates the girl mentioned just now. Well, we can't let go of Area 48 either. The resources in these 2 theaters belong to me. Nanfeng opened the panel and asked other people in the handsome guys group about their battle status. Nanfeng, how is the situation over there? I'm here now. Huang Yuanming, no need to come. How can these little black guys be our opponents? Everyone else was fighting seriously, so Huang Yuanming could still find some concentration to answer Nanfeng's question. Nanfeng, did any brothers die in battle? Huang Yuanming, no. We have more than 300 brothers. Why can they kill us? After getting the news, Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and continued to rush to the battlefield. At this time, the gangsters in Area 41 knew that the situation was over and had begun to flee, hoping to return to Area 41 through the teleportation array. The brothers in Nancheng were chasing and blocking them, killing as many as they could. Suzerain didn't ask the brothers to stop until they reached the vicinity of the teleportation array. Suzerain, Catherine might be waiting on the other side. It would be disrespectful to pursue her further. Wu Yuanran, huh? Let them go then. Consider yourself lucky for these little black guys. 100 chosen ones came to Area 41. But only about 20 survived, and the losses were extremely heavy. If it weren't for the fact that Catherine was still in Area 41, Suzerain and the others would have killed them directly, and wiped out all these gangsters. Suzerain said calmly, "Let's go back to Nanchung." More than 300 brothers turned around and returned to Nanchung, chatting excitedly about the battle just now. However, not everyone looked excited. Some of the brothers who were killing people for the first time started to vomit halfway through. For most people, this hurdle is really not that easy to overcome, even if they have killed a beast for more than 10 days. Nanfeng joined the team halfway and returned to Nanchung with them, preparing to meet Catherine Wei Na who might arrive. But to everyone's surprise, Catherine Wiener did not come. Handsome Guys Group. Judge Shen, "Hey, guys, guess what? I just went to Area 41. Huang Yuanming, oh, young man. You are so brave. You can still come back alive?" Shen Pian, there was no one on the opposite side of the teleportation array. I went there for a walk and found that Catherine was killing a big snake. She had no intention of coming over at all. Wu Yuanran, what big snake? How big is it? Judge Shen, it's quite big. And its legs are white and long. But I didn't dare to look at it more. I took a quick look and came back. Wu Yuanran, are you talking about the same thing as what I asked? Xiao Luo, Judge Shen is right. Catherine is quite big. Nanfeng has even hugged her. So he has the most say. Nanfeng, well, it's not quite big. It's quite big. Huang Yuanming, 6. You ran? Nanfeng's face changed slightly. He didn't dare to talk anymore and turned off the panel. He murmured, "It's pretty much what I guessed. She went to kill the Xianshui serpent. Catherine Wei Na never came. So Nanfeng guessed this possibility. The crisis was temporarily lifted. And Nanfeng was ready to sit down and take stock of today's harvest. First up is a bunch of gear. Except for the immortal suit. Nanfeng threw all other equipment into the village warehouse for other brothers to exchange for themselves. There are 5 sets of immortal suits in his backpack. Plus Shen Pian has one on him, which can be combined into 2 sets of dragon suits. I have 1 set. Xiao Luo has 1 set. Plus 2 sets here. Damn it. For sets of dragon suits? Awesome. The dragon suit can be said to be the strongest equipment at this stage. All attributes are plus 150 points. It makes me drool when I see it. Of course, there are also some equipment with built-in skills that can be compared with the dragon suit in terms of functionality. For example, Nanfeng's crystal necklace, Gus Wind boots, and Xiao Luo's stealth cloak. These are all good things. 1 set is for Shen Pian. But who is the other set for? Give me a good and considerate sister. And there should be nothing wrong with her. Right? After thinking about it, Nanfeng decided not to rush this matter now. He had more important things to do now. Upgrade your natal magic weapon. Nanfeng exchanged a large number of copper blocks, iron blocks, and other items in the village warehouse, and collected the materials to upgrade the natal magic weapon. The natal magic weapon is upgraded. Born Divine Weapon. Weapon name, Sophisticated Arsenal. Current level, Peak D level. Type, Backpack. Attribute, Backpack Grid plus 450. Materials required for upgrade, 1 secret treasure of each of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This time the upgrade of the natal magic weapon allowed Nanfeng to obtain 2 new pieces of equipment. Smoke Bomb, Hummingbird type reconnaissance plane. Smoke Bomb, it can release a large amount of smoke containing slight toxins, interfering with the sight of creatures within the range. The upper limit is 2 bombs, and you can get 1 bomb every 2 hours. Hummingbird reconnaissance aircraft, a reconnaissance aircraft the size of a thumb, equipped with a 360-degree high-definition camera that can detect enemy movements. Note, this reconnaissance aircraft does not have any attack performance. The maximum cruising distance is 5 kilometers. During the reconnaissance period, it consumes 20 magic points per minute. At the same time, some of his skills and accessories have also been greatly improved. Penetrating Bullet upgrade. Your penetrating bullet will be equipped with the power of shadow, and its penetrating ability will be greatly improved. Charge Strike upgrade. It can consume an additional 10 magic points per second. Increase the damage by 10%, up to 200%, and can be used in conjunction with other skills. The cooling time is 3 minutes. Tactical headphones, 2 pieces for 4 pieces. Communication range increased. Low light night vision goggles. Your night vision goggles will have a built-in LED blue light display that can accept the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance aircraft. Nanfeng was dazzled by this big wave of improvement. Both penetrating bullets and charge blow have been upgraded. I almost forgot that there is a charge blow thing. The previous charge blow took too long to charge, and Nanfeng basically couldn't use it. Now, it's a little better than before, but it still takes 20 seconds to fully absorb the damage, which is quite long. But it's not a bad thing to use to seduce people. There are 2 more tactical headsets. One can be given to Suzerain, and one, of course, is for my good sister. Smoke bombs and reconnaissance planes were also awakened this time. I don't know if it works or not. I'll try it out later. Generally speaking, the improvement of the natal magic weapon this time is not bad. There are more and more types of equipment in Nanfeng's arsenal, and they are slowly becoming what an arsenal should look like. For the next upgrade, do you need one of each of the 5 elemental secret treasures? Where to find this? Nanfeng shook his head, thought no more, opened the door, and walked out of the hut. Since Catherine Wayna is not coming, Nanfeng will go out to hunt ferocious beasts. The boss in Area 39 is still waiting for Nanfeng. Chapter 191, Meeting the Holy Light Eagle again. Nanfeng walked out of the hut, and found that some hard-working brothers had begun to build the city again. These guys really can't stop for a moment. It's very good. A certain village chief was very satisfied with it. But there were also some guys who didn't work, but gathered around and discussed something passionately, spitting, and waving their knives and swords from time to time, with an expression like, "I am the best in the world." Nanfeng took a closer look and saw that Xiao Luochen, the original witch hunter, Su Ming, and others were among them. Are these guys discussing swordsmanship in Huashan? Nanfeng strode over and heard their chat. Xiao Luo looked at them with a sneer. You are just a bunch of scum. Catherine will come over and stab you to death with one sword. Qiu Feihong stood on his own and held a sword flower in the air. With this move, I can catch Catherine's sword with 4 or 2 moves. Su Ming raised his big shield. Then I will use brutal collision immediately to knock Catherine out and make her unable to move. Wu Yuanran, my thunder elemental arrows have a short-term paralysis effect, and they are controlled continuously. Even Catherine has to stand there obediently and let us slaughter her. Xiao Luo shook his head. So what if he can control it? Catherine's defense is ridiculously high, and she can't be beaten at all. How do you kill her? Judge Shen licked the dagger and said with a smile, It's up to me. As long as it can cut her skin, she will be poisoned to death. Everyone looked at Shen Pian in shock. This kid just took a bite of his own dagger. Judge Shen, don't be nervous. My dagger has just been washed and not poisoned yet. With that said, Shen Pian applied the venom of the life-seeking flower on the dagger in front of everyone. The cold light is cool. Nanfeng came over and said, Dear warriors, are you really brave? You actually want to kill Catherine, the female dragon? It's not that I'm trying to hit you. You guys are not enough to fill the gaps between people's teeth. Just now in Area 41, Catherine chased hundreds of people and chopped them down. But Nanfeng saw it all. Those strong men from various war zones could only withstand Catherine's 3 swords at most. And then, they would just die. Of course, some of the chosen ones resisted before dying. But after discovering that the damage did not even reach 3 digits, they could only lie down in despair. In addition to level suppression, Catherine must have equipment or skills that can reduce damage. You guys can't kill her. Nanfeng had a fight with Catherine, and his words still had a certain authority. Shen Pian and others were a little frustrated and said, Why is she so fierce as a woman? This group of old men like us is so overwhelmed that we can hardly breathe. Xiao Luo, I see the temperament of a special soldier in Catherine. She is calm, restrained, solemn and cold. But she has long hair and doesn't look like a soldier. Have you noticed that so far? We have not encountered a single Dragon Kingdom soldier? Wu Yuanyuan asked in confusion. Not only the Dragon Kingdom, but also other countries' war zones seem to have no soldiers. Su Ming, don't say it. Don't say it. What the old witch said is really right. Pan Shen's imagination was wide open. Do you think there would be a world filled with soldiers from all countries? That was so exciting to fight. Nanfeng interrupted their conversation. Okay. These things can be discussed later. Is there anyone who wants to go to Area 39 with me now? Let's plunder a wave of resources. Xiao Luo, Su Ming and Wu Yunan both said they wanted to go. Shen Pian said that he was going to stay near the teleportation array in case Catherine Wayna suddenly came to kill him. Nanfeng took out 2 sets of immortal suits from his backpack and threw them to Shen Pian. Take them and upgrade your equipment. Shen Pian was shocked. Is this? Foster father. Really a foster father? Are you serious? Nafeng, gun. Don't hug my thigh. I don't know. I thought we two had an affair. Nafeng dropped the immortal suit and took Xiao Luo and others to Area 39. Nowadays, all the chosen ones in District 39 are basically dead. And there are still 1 or 2 fish that have slipped through the net. Nafeng is too lazy to look for them and let them fend for themselves. It's too troublesome and a waste of time to find just 1 or 2 people in such a large area. Nafeng glanced at the map and said, "Let's go to the east first. Let's take a look at the coordinates, 614,144. There might be a Lord-level beast there." This information was told to Nafeng by Miwa Shindo before she died. I don't know how true it is, but Nafeng still decided to take a look, just in case what she said was true. A few people walked quickly, and quickly arrived near the coordinates. Nanfeng's eyes suddenly focused. Pay attention to the sky. In the sky, a big golden eagle was hovering, its sharp eagle eyes staring at a few people. Su-Ming raised the big shield above his head. Birds and beasts? This is not easy to deal with. Nafeng smiled softly. This is an old friend, and it is quite difficult to deal with him. Isn't this big golden eagle the level 18 Lord, Holy Light Flying Eagle? Nafeng had killed one in Area 527 before, and also revealed a Holy Light Stone that could upgrade the natal magic weapon. With luck, Holy Light Eagle will explode Holy Light Stone, and some of you can upgrade your natal magic weapon. Nafeng set up his M24 and fired a shot at the Holy Light Flying Eagle hovering in the sky. Call out. Missed. However, this blow also angered the Holy Light Flying Eagle, and it swooped down, preparing to use its sharp claws to lift Nanfeng's skull. Well done. Nafeng was already prepared, so he took out the mountain climbing flying claw and shot it. The speed of the swooping Holy Light Flying Eagle has increased to the extreme, and there is no time to dodge. The barbed claws penetrated the Holy Light Flying Eagle's body, causing it to let out a miserable cry and want to fly back to the sky. But Nafeng firmly grabbed the mountain climbing flying claw and said in a deep voice, "Come here and help me hold it. This guy is quite strong." Xiao Luo and Su-Ming rushed over to help, holding onto the rope tightly and flying the level 18 Lord Boss like a kite. Wu Yuanyuan bent his bow, knocked an arrow, and started shooting non-stop. Dumb! Holy Light Flying Eagle let out a shrill scream, flapped its wings and flew away, getting rid of the control of its flying claws. But a large piece of meat was also taken out of it. I can't run away from you. The Gatling in the south wind has begun to spin, and terrifying firepower pours out. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Densely packed magic bullets shot into the air, ridding the Holy Light Flying Eagle that had just taken off. Arrow of Thunder element. At the same time, Wu Yuanyuan shot an arrow with the power of thunder, which shocked the Holy Light Eagle and made it even more difficult to avoid the south wind's blast. 3 seconds later, Holy Light Eagle fell to the ground. Nafeng held up Gatling and struck it in the face, killing it in less than 10 seconds. Ding! You killed the level 18 Lord Beast, Holy Light Eagle, and you were rewarded with plus 36 physical strength, compared with the last time. This Holy Light Flying Eagle didn't even put up much resistance before it died in extreme frustration. Nafeng lifted the Gatling and blew on the 6 barrels, looking very impressive. Distribute the equipment that the boss explodes by yourselves. Hurry up. We have to go to the next boss point. Oh my god. Is this a level 18 Lord? You fell down in just 10 seconds? Su-Ming looked in disbelief. He was indeed the boss of Nafeng. Old witch. Please watch and study hard. Wu Yuan was a little helpless. I'm still using a bow and arrow, but Gatling has already carried it out. How can this compare? Xiao Luo, I want Holy Light Stone, and I can exchange it for other equipment. The 3 of them discussed how to distribute the equipment, while Nafeng walked aside and took out his Hummingbird reconnaissance aircraft. I just took this opportunity to see how this thing works. Nafeng put on night vision goggles and controlled the reconnaissance plane to fly out. This reconnaissance plane is only as big as a thumb and looks like a hummingbird. It is quite hidden in this forest. Without looking carefully, who would know that this little bird is a reconnaissance aircraft? The image transmitted back is quite clear. By the way, fly over to the other boss point and take a look. Shinda Miwa told Nafeng the location of the 2 bosses. They were not far apart, and the reconnaissance plane could fly over. The little hummingbird is not very fast, and flies slowly in the woods. It took more than 20 minutes for the reconnaissance plane to arrive near its destination. This is A small extinct volcano? Before Nafeng had time to see the surrounding environment clearly, a long tongue struck, rolled up the reconnaissance aircraft and swallowed it. Me. What the heck? The people of Nafeng were all stupid. The reconnaissance plane he just unlocked was scrapped so quickly. This is a scam. Chapter 192 Level 19 Lord. Blazing Serpent. Nafeng reluctantly accepted the fact that his reconnaissance plane was really scrapped. Ding! Your Hummingbird reconnaissance plane has been damaged and will be regenerated in 24 hours. Fortunately, this thing can still be resurrected. Nafeng breathed a sigh of relief. This reconnaissance aircraft is really useless. Even if it has no offensive capabilities, its speed and defensive performance are also terrible. I hope that after the next upgrade of the arsenal, the performance of the reconnaissance aircraft can be improved. Su Ming on the side came over. How are you? Have you found the boss? Su Ming and the others already knew that Nafeng had another reconnaissance plane, and they drooled with envy. Nafeng shook his head. Before he could see clearly, the reconnaissance plane was swallowed by some vicious beast. Wu Yuanran, forget it. Let's just kill them. Between the four of us, no matter what kind of beast it is, we have to kneel down. Everyone nodded and strode towards the small volcano. The distance between them was not far. In less than 10 minutes, Nafeng and others saw a small volcano that was severely eroded by weathering. The surrounding temperature also increased slightly by a few degrees, indicating that magma was still flowing inside the volcano. Su Ming was a little panicked. Manta, won't the volcano erupt later? Nafeng, is this an extinct volcano? It won't erupt. This should be a dormant volcano. Look, the top of the mountain is still smoking. Wu Yuanyuan corrected that this volcano still has the possibility of erupting. So everyone should be careful. Everyone looked at each other and walked forward cautiously. After advancing less than 30 meters, Nafeng spotted a red toad ahead, as big as a puppy. There are thumb-sized tumors on the toad's back. From time to time, one of the tumors will explode and leak out orange-red liquid. When this toad saw Nafeng and the others, it immediately spit out its scarlet tongue and attacked. Good guy. Are you the one who swallowed my reconnaissance plane? Seeing this tongue, Nafeng immediately identified the culprit, took out his M24, and pulled the trigger. Call out. One shot to the head. This volcanic jumping frog is only a level 16 ferocious beast. How can it withstand the damage from Nanfeng's shot? He was instantly killed. But then, large and small, volcano jumping frogs began to appear all around. Nafeng said, be careful. There should be a toad king nearby. Wu Yuan shot an arrow of water element. Kill these little toads first. Several people attacked together, but this group of level 16 ferocious beasts couldn't withstand it at all, and most of them were killed or injured quickly. Unfortunately, the Toad King never appeared. Su Ming threw out a shield and flattened a volcano jumping frog with residual health. Do you think the Toad King is on the volcano? It's really possible. Nafeng thought for a while and said, you guys wait for me here for a while, and I'll climb up and take a look. This small volcano is not high, only more than 100 meters at most. Nafeng used mountain climbing flying claw to quickly climb to the top of the mountain. There was a huge hole on the top of the volcano. Nafeng stood at the entrance and looked down, and found that there was flowing magma inside. Will ferocious beasts survive in such a place? Aren't you afraid of being roasted? Nafeng was a little confused, thinking about whether to throw a grenade down. His grenade blast is okay, but against a volcano, it's no different than scratching its itch. A grenade shouldn't cause the volcano to erupt. Right? Thinking this, Nafeng took out a grenade and threw it into the hole. The grenade was quickly swallowed up by the magma, and it took a few seconds for it to explode. Boom! The power of this grenade was much greater than Nafeng imagined. He felt that the entire mountain was shaking. Damn it! Is the volcano really going to erupt? Nanfeng's expression changed drastically, and he was about to go down the mountain when he suddenly saw a light red number floating out of the magma. -1630. There are ferocious beasts in the magma. Before Nafeng had time to think about it, he saw the hot magma starting to surge up crazily, and it was about to erupt from the entrance of the cave. Escape. Nafeng jumped off the volcano with a leap of faith, hit a protruding rock, and then rolled to the ground. This mountain jumping caused Nafeng to lose several hundred health points. But this was not a fatal injury. It seems that if the defense is high enough, you won't die even if you jump out of a plane. Nafeng got up from the ground, wiped the nosebleed on his face, and ran toward Xiao Luo and the others. Su Ming looked at Nanfeng in surprise. Your plot about jumping into a volcano reminds me of Jackie Chan. Salute. Salute. Nanfeng looked back at the volcano behind him and found that the magma had begun to pour out. We stepped back a little and saw a ferocious beast in the magma. I don't know what level it was, but it should be quite fierce. Nanfeng's grenade only blew up more than 1,600 health points. It didn't take much to figure out that the ferocious beast in the magma must be at the Lord level. Everyone quickly retreated several hundred meters from the small volcano behind them. A giant python rose into the sky and spit out a fireball into the sky. The fireball exploded in the air, split into pieces, and turned into small fireballs flying in all directions. Wu Yuanyuan hurriedly hid behind Su Ming. Good brother. Support me. Su Ming was also unambiguous. He raised his shield above his head and shouted, Steel barrier. The virtual barrier enveloped everyone, resisting the attack of the fireball. Boom! 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 3 fireballs hit the barrier. Su Ming glanced at his health, and his face changed slightly. This guy does so much damage. Just the small fireballs that split from the big fireball caused Su Ming to lose a lot of health points. Without the priest's health boost, he wouldn't be able to last long. Nanfeng threw out a Eye of Insight, and gained the attributes of this giant python. Flame Serpent. Level 19. HP, 200,000. Attack power, 5,300. Defense 2,000. Skill, Fire-breathing sparks and flaming tail blade. Level 19 Lord. Flame Serpent. Nanfeng took a deep breath. Xianshui Serpent. Spiritual with Serpent. Fierce Flame Serpent. Could it be that the 5 elements secret treasures needed to upgrade the natal magic weapon were the ones they exploded? Speaking of which, doesn't it mean that there are also metallic and earthy snakes? Xiao Luo licked his lips. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. What a fierce beast. What should I say? Should I kill it? Su Ming's face turned pale, and he took half a step back. Brother. It has 5,300 attack points. Are you serious? Xiao Luo. But it only has 2,000 defense points. If we can break through the defense, we can kill it. For Xiao Luo. As long as you have a health bar and can break your defense, the gods can kill you. Nanfeng recalled the damage caused by the grenade just now, frowned and said, I only did 1,600 plus damage from the grenade just now. Its scales may have the effect of reducing damage, but we still have a chance to kill it. I'm ready to do it. What do you say? Wu Yuan laughed. I'm a remote person. I'm so scared. What the H.L. Xiao Luo even rushed over with his knife. It's too big and not flexible enough. It's not easy to hit me. Let's do it. Su Ming was left crying and cursing. Damn it. If I could do it all over again. Whoever chooses the shield would be the dog. Saying that, Su Ming also carried a big shield and rushed towards the flame serpent. I'll attract its attention. And you'll do your best. Warriors, follow me and kill the snake. Chapter 193 Kill the Flaming Dragon Snake. The dragon belt appears. Flame Serpent is a typical vicious beast with high attack and low defense. The defense power of 2,000 points is not even as good as the Holy Light Flying Eagle just now. It's just that the blood volume of Fire Serpent is higher. A full 200,000. We have 3 powerful outputs, and even 200,000 HP can't last long. Right? Nanfeng aimed at the eyes of Flame Serpent and fired a penetrating bullet first. This is the first time Nanfeng has used it after the penetrating bullet upgrade. Call out. A black light streaked through the air, directly piercing the left eye of Flame Serpent, then passed through the back of its head, and shot straight into the sky. Weakness attack, minus 1,388. Completely penetrated. The upgraded, penetrating bullet is a bit like firing a black laser beam, which can penetrate anything in front of it. Wild. The power of this shot was almost as powerful as one of his grenades. But it is a pity that this flame serpent is made of lava. It seems to be a half-corporeal, half-elemental creature. Although the shot penetrated its brain, it did not trigger the fatal blow. Hiss. Flame serpent spat out a scarlet snake message, and turned its huge snake head towards Nanfeng, looking at him with cold eyes. How dare this little thing, as small as a flea, injure it? Simply unforgivable. Flame Serpent opened its mouth and spewed out a large amount of flames, and the scorching temperature rushed towards the face. Nanfeng used mountain climbing flying claw and quickly retreated far away. From time to time, he would turn around and fire 2 shots to attract the attention of Flame Serpent. At the same time, Wu Yuanyuan had already bent down and arrived at the foot of the volcano. His range was not as far as Nanfeng's, so he rushed out with Su Ming at the beginning of the battle. Arrow of Water Element. Wu Yuan raised his head and shot an arrow at the huge snake body on the top of the mountain. Outstanding effect. Wu Yuan, who was only level 17, actually shot 700 plus damage with one arrow. Su Ming stood beside him with his shield raised. Keep attacking. I will resist the damage. Wu Yuanyuan kept his hands on. An arrow shot out one after another. How many times can you hold on? Su Ming thought for a while. At least 10 attacks. I have quite a lot of defensive skills. Wu Yuan was immediately relieved. He didn't even move. He just stood there and output. Flame Serpent found that the flames could not spray the south wind, and slowly turned his head, preparing to spray Wu Yuan, the archer, to death first. Boom! A huge fireball erupted from the snake's mouth. Su Ming's expression changed, and he pulled Wu Yuan away and ran away. Wu Yuan ran. Why are you running? Didn't you say you would carry it? Su Ming, are you on a sand wall? This fireball is so slow. Why should I stand still and resist? As soon as he finished speaking, the big fireball exploded immediately, splitting into densely packed small fireballs and flying around. Seeing that he couldn't hide, Su Ming quickly stuck his shield on the ground and shouted, "Stand behind me!" Dense fireballs hit the shield. Su Ming's face turned slightly pale, and he gritted his teeth to hold on. On the other side, Xiao Luo climbed up the volcano, using his hands and feet. There was lava flowing down from the top of the mountain. Xiao Luo could only find a foothold with extreme caution. Every step was extremely thrilling. Let me chop at the skill I just learned. Xiao Luo looked up at the huge snake body not far away, and rushed over with more determination. In the distance, the south wind stopped panting. The fire serpent chased him and breathed fire just now, almost not setting his butt on fire. Fortunately, Nanfeng ran fast. Little snake bastard. Is it my turn to fight back? When Nanfeng saw that the flame serpent had turned to attack Su Ming and the others, he immediately took out the Gatling. No more talking. Let's get right to it. -615. -633. Densely packed magic bullets shot into Flame Serpent's body, causing it to twist crazily in pain. But then, the body of Fire Serpent, covered in magma, changed. The magma cooled instantly and turned into pieces of pitch black stone, which are extremely hard and have extremely high defense. -361. -342. The damage caused by Gatling was instantly reduced by about half. Let's see which one lasts longer. Or my Gatling lasts longer. Gatling continued to spit out tongues of fire, and the Fire Serpent was in agony, screaming and rolling down the top of the mountain. Xiao Luo, who had just climbed up the mountain, was embarrassed in place. Xiao Luo, are you kidding me? After landing on the ground, Flame Serpent swung its thick snake tail in a sweep, hitting Su Ming directly. Flame-tailed blade. Su Ming's face changed drastically. He raised his big shield and shouted again. Unmoving as a mountain! Snapped. The snake's tail hit Su Ming's big shield, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Even Wu Yuanyuan behind him also flew out. It is as immovable as a mountain, but in the end, it is still unable to move. Nanfeng's eyes narrowed. Su Ming. Old witch. Su Ming might be able to withstand this blow, but the crispy Wu Yuansheng would never be able to withstand it. But Nanfeng has no time to check their status now. He must deal with this big snake first. Damn it. Die for me. Nanfeng's eyes were filled with blood, and countless magic bullets were fired at the head of Flame Serpent. Ta-ta-ta-ta. In 1 minute, nearly 800 magic bullets came out of the gun, although some of the bullets were empty due to the distance. Flame Serpent had received at least 500 rounds of bullets. In this minute, Nanfeng destroyed at least hundreds of thousands of Fire Serpent health points. The black rock on Fire Serpent's body has been cratered and broken by the bombardment, but it is still full of life, twisting its body and trying to rush towards the south wind. It is indeed a semi-elemental monster. Drink. Hun Yuan cuts with one sword. At this moment, Xiao Luo jumped down from the mountain and slashed with his 2-meter-long sword in the air, cutting the body of Flame Serpent into 2 pieces. Hiss. Flame Serpent, as 2 body parts were rolling crazily, and it was about to stop functioning. Nanfeng was about to take another shot when a crystal-clear water element arrow struck, hitting the snake's forehead. Is the old witch not dead? Damn it. You actually stole my boss. It was too late for Nafong to react. Fire Serpent rolled his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Ha! I finally killed a lord for the first time. Damn. So many attribute points. Wu Yuan's voice came from far away, and he was laughing so proudly. The lord-level ferocious beasts in District 527 were basically taken care of by Nanfeng and Xiao Luo. Wu Yuan had never killed any of them. Nanfeng shrugged. Okay. Let him. But I have to grab the equipment first. Nanfeng strode towards the body of Flame Serpent, and found that Xiao Luo was already standing here, studying the equipment exploded by the boss. Xiao Luo, Nanfeng. What kind of equipment do you think this dragon snake burst out? Nanfeng, what equipment? Xiao Luo, Dragon Belt. Chapter 194 Fire Element Secret Treasure Blazing Heart. Dragon Belt. The third piece of the dragon suit. Nanfeng threw out the Eye of Insight, and looked at the equipment in Xiao Luo's hand. Dragon Belt. Level C-level peak. Type, Belt. Attribute, all attributes plus 50 fire element resistance plus 20%. Dragon Suit Effect. Restore 30 health points / minute. Restore 30 magic points / minute. Dragon Suit Effect. Gain 10% damage reduction. Compared with Dragon Armor, Dragon Leggings. The belt has 25 less attributes, but has 20% more fire element resistance. Moreover, if you wear 3 pieces of equipment together, you will have the effect of a 3-piece set. Nanfeng almost drooled when he saw it. This 10% damage reduction was amazing. It was a magic weapon for someone as fragile as him. Xiao Luo didn't do any ink and just threw the dragon belt to Nanfeng. Xiao Luo, this is yours. Nanfeng, you don't want it? Xiao Luo, the other 2 pieces of dragon equipment I have were given to me by you, and I haven't thanked you yet. Previously, Nanfeng lent his dragon suit to Xiao Luo so that he could return to Nancheng alive. But later Nanfeng obtained several more sets in Area 41, and the one given to Xiao Luo was given to him. At this time, Wu Yuan came back supporting the pale Su Ming. Su Ming cried sadly, "Are you sitting on the ground dividing the stolen goods? Doesn't anyone want to come over and see me? I took the boss's strongest blow." Nanfeng spread his hands. "The old witch is not dead, so you are even less likely to die. What's so interesting about it?" "Well, actually the boss's blow didn't hit me. Otherwise I would have died." Wu Yuan scratched his head and explained that when Su Ming was knocked away, he grabbed my waistband and took me away with him. "I see." Nanfeng suddenly realized. No wonder Wu Yuan didn't look injured at all. Those who didn't know thought he could handle it better than Su Ming. Su Ming's legs were weak, and he walked over tremblingly. "Did you explode anything good? Give me some points." Xiao Luo placed all the things exploded by the Fire Serpent on the ground. In addition to the Dragon Belt, there are also 5 Fire Hearts. Everyone gave Dragon Belt to Nanfeng by default. After all, Nanfeng contributed the most. If it weren't for his violent output, it's hard to say whether he could kill Flame Serpent. There were still 5 beating hearts left, and Nanfeng threw out a Eye of Insight. Heart of Blazing Flame, a secret treasure of the fire element. Very rare. As expected, as soon as Nanfeng saw the still beating red heart, he guessed that this thing should be a secret treasure of the fire element. From this point of view, the other elemental secret treasures should have been exploded by several other dragon snakes. Wu Yuan asked in confusion, "What is this blazing heart? Why did you explode 5 at once?" Su Ming took a sip. "What kind of rubbish, boss? Just explode a piece of equipment. Are you worthy of me?" Nanfeng explained, "This blazing heart is a good thing. It is used to upgrade the natal magic weapon. Everyone can share 1 piece. There are 5 fire hearts in total, and there are only 4 people here. Naturally, Nanfeng got an extra piece, but it's useless for him to take an extra one, as it will be given to other brothers when the time comes." Wu Yuanran, "Shall we go back first? Su Ming's health is running low, and he cannot continue fighting." Nanfeng, "Okay. I have gained enough from this time. Let's go back to the city." On the way back, Nanfeng and the others protected Su Ming in the middle of the team, allowing him to feel the feeling of being protected. Back in Nancheng, the Nani Suihan gave Su Ming 2 mouthfuls of milk, and Su Ming instantly returned to his peak condition. Xiao Luo did not stay longer in the city, but went out directly, preparing to find traces of the Shadowhorn sheep and continue to upgrade his natal magic weapon. Nanfeng was also about to go out to upgrade, but was stopped by Su Zuran. "Su Zuran, Nanfeng, I have already found someone to make what you asked me to make last time." "Make something?" Na Feng frowned slightly, but quickly thought of a pocket watch. He had previously asked Su Zhen to find someone to imitate the pocket watch. Many days had passed, and Na Feng had almost forgotten about it. Nan Feng, where is the thing? I'll go take a look. Su Zhen, come with me. At Lu Daqiang's house. Lu Daqiang, the carpenter who is addicted to cutting trees? Na Feng followed Su Zhen to Lu Daqiang's door, and saw Lu Daqiang sitting at the table, playing with a silver-white pocket watch. Hiss, it seems. Na Feng became slightly nervous, and the right hand hidden behind his back was already holding the desert eagle. Lu Daqiang looked up and saw the two of them, and immediately stood up. Is Mr. Na Feng here too? Come in. Come in. Why are you standing at the door? The two walked into the hut. Na Feng glanced at the pocket watch on the table with his peripheral vision, and finally determined that it was a fake. Made of wood. Not bad. The carving is so lifelike? Much more realistic than the pocket watch in District 17. Na Feng lowered his guard a little, and picked up his pocket watch to observe. The carving is really good. And it even has a flip-top cover. So you can open the pocket watch cover. Lu Daqiang chuckled and said, it's not bad. Before I traveled through time, I would often carve some gadgets. That is to say, I don't have a carving knife on hand. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to make it more detailed. Na Feng glanced at the axe on Lu Daqiang's waist, and was secretly frightened. This guy. Could it be a pocket watch carved with an axe? Then this is too fierce. Su Zhen pinched the bridge of his nose, and said slightly tiredly, the first time I saw this pocket watch, I immediately started to break into a cold sweat. There was a voice in my mind that kept telling me, kill Lu Daqiang. He is Sikong Bushua. Kill him quickly Fortunately, I was mentally prepared and knew that this was copied by Lu Daqiang. So I suppressed the impulse in my heart. However, the psychological shadow left by Sikong Bushua on me is still a bit big. Nanfeng's face was solemn when he heard this. He didn't expect that Sikong Bushua would leave such a big psychological shadow on Su Zhen. Just seeing a replica pocket watch almost made him kill someone. Na Feng looked at Lu Daqiang. Brother Chang. What about you? Did you hear any noise when you copied the pocket watch? Lu Daqiang thought for a moment and said, I didn't hear any sound. But when I first started carving, I was still a little scared when I thought of Sikong Bushua's terrifying ability. But as time went by, I wasn't scared anymore. I'm scared of the things I carved by myself. Na Feng nodded thoughtfully. Okay. I'll take this pocket watch away first. Brother Chang. Make a few more when you have time. Lu Daqiang patted his chest. No problem. Na Feng put the pocket watch into his backpack, then turned and left Nancheng to upgrade. It's now past 7 o'clock in the evening. He has been fighting all day today. He has hunted very few ferocious beasts and his level has dropped a lot. Hurry out and fry the wave fish. Hunt some ferocious beasts, and get back the lost experience. Chapter 195 The Power of Fake Pocket Watches. At 11 o'clock in the night, Na Feng, who had consumed more than half of his magic power, returned to Nancheng with a big iron bucket on his head. There are dozens of fresh, iron-toothed fish in the bucket. The brothers in Nancheng also finished the day's hard work, set up a bonfire in the center of the camp, and set up dozens of tables, ready to eat something and sleep. Na Feng found a place to put the iron bucket, and quickly ran over to get some food. Brother Na Feng, come quickly. Yuran smiled and waved to Na Feng. Look, what is this? Na Feng looked at the table next to Yuran, and there was a large barrel of rice. His. Rice. Na Feng, who had been eating barbecue for more than 10 days, almost drooled. There was a smile in Yuran's eyebrows. Today we discovered a plant similar to rice and harvested a lot of rice. When cooked, it is no different from rice. It is quite delicious. Come and try it. Only then did Na Feng realize that the brothers around him were all eating rice. This is how big a piece of rice was discovered. Na Feng took the bowl of rice from Yuran's hand and threw in a pupilla of insight to check. Well, it's not poisonous. Don't worry. Since seeing the imitation pocket watch in the afternoon, Na Feng is still a little suspicious. I have to say that Sikong Bushua really has a way of playing with people's hearts. It smells so good. Na Feng sat next to Yuran, took a bite of rice, and immediately made a sound of satisfaction. Yuran, don't just eat. There are also dishes here. Yuran pushed several plates over. Most of them were barbecued meats, but one of them was actually fried vegetables. I haven't eaten vegetables for a long time. I don't know how much vitamin Apdef is left in my body. Na Feng picked up the vegetables and ate them with big mouthfuls. Yes, It has salt and oil. It's very delicious. Nafong said while eating. Has our camp started growing vegetables? Why didn't I find it? Yuran, I didn't grow vegetables. I only planted some fruits and herbs. Nafong, where did this vegetable come from? Did it pick it outside? Why not transplant some and plant them again? Yuran chuckled. No need to transplant. This is wild vegetables and wild weeds. They are everywhere in the wild. Stir-fried wild vegetables with wild herbs. Nafong was silent for a moment and continued eating. Never mind it. It's not poisonous anyway. It's just delicious. After finishing a bowl of rice, Nafong patted his belly with satisfaction, feeling like he was dreaming of going back to the small restaurant downstairs. You have food now? Xiao Luo also returned to the camp at this time, looking at the white rice on the table in shock. I haven't heard of this thing during the day. Nafong, come on. Come on. This rice is delicious. I'm about to have another bowl. Xiao Luo didn't hesitate, filled a bowl of rice, and started to wolf it down. Nafong, don't just eat. Be careful of choking. Eat more food. With that said, Nafong picked up 2 weeds and put them into Xiao Luo's bowl. How is it? Is it delicious? Xiao Luo said vaguely. Grass? It's so delicious. He looked at the 2 people silently. After a while, Xiao Luo put down his bowls and chopsticks with satisfaction and slumped on his chair. It's great! Food can make people feel happy. Nafong suddenly rolled his eyes and patted Xiao Luo on the shoulder. Brother, let me show you to the big baby. Xiao Luo turned around. What baby? Dang dang. Nafong suddenly took out a silver-white pocket watch from his backpack. Xiao Luoshua jumped up from the chair, pulled out a short knife, and put it on Nanfeng's neck, with a solemn look on his face. Yuran was shocked. What are you doing? Xiao Luo, put the knife away quickly. The movement here attracted the other brothers. They were about to persuade Xiao Luo, but when they saw the pocket watch in Nanfeng's hand, they immediately lost their composure. My idiot. In the hands of Mr. Nafong. Everyone, be careful. Sikong Bushua may be coming to Nancheng. Oh my god. Mr. Nafong won't be hypnotized. Right? For a moment, everyone took out their weapons and looked nervous. When Nafong saw this scene, he felt a little serious in his heart. It seemed that the fear of Sikong Bushua among the brothers in Nancheng had taken root deep in their hearts. Even just a replica pocket watch is enough to make them confused and unable to stay calm. Fortunately, Xiao Luo was relatively calm and quickly realized, this pocket watch. Fake. Nafong raised the pocket watch high and showed it to everyone. Don't be nervous. This is a fake watch. Fake watch? Everyone's expression softened slightly. And then, they started to look at their pocket watches seriously. It's really fake. Made of wood. Damn. I was so startled that I almost peed. Damn it. What's there to be afraid of with a broken watch? I wasn't scared. Wipe the sweat off your head first before you say anything like this. After confirming that this was a fake watch, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. But there are still a few brothers who remain tense. Everyone should be careful. I always feel something is wrong. Yes, although the pocket watch is fake, it is possible that Sikong Bushua is really here. Is there a possibility that this pocket watch is real? But we were all hypnotized, so we thought it was fake. Nafong looked around and silently remembered the people who spoke. The psychological defenses of these chosen ones are relatively fragile and require intensive treatment. Otherwise, when they really encounter Sikong Bushua, they will be hypnotized immediately and then attack their companions. Nafong said in a deep voice. You are afraid of a broken watch. Are you still men? Everyone has blood on their hands. But they were frightened by a pocket watch. Isn't it shameful to say it out? Even if this is really Sikong Erchu's pocket watch. So what? Can it still eat you? Nafong said, kicking the pocket watch into the bonfire. Look, wouldn't it be nice if you just kicked the pocket watch away when you encounter it? Afraid of Go Ba? Lu Daqiang, who was watching the show on the side, suddenly turned dark. Boss, I stayed up 2 or 3 nights to carve the pocket watch. Lu Daqiang burst into tears, seeing the pocket watch being burned to ashes by fire. The brothers in Nancheng silently put away their weapons. They finally realized they were a little too nervous. Su Zurin stood up at this time and spoke calmly. The more nervous and fearful you are, the easier it is to be hypnotized. Starting today, you will spend an hour every day engraving pocket watches. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it head on. Su Zurin didn't know if it would work, but it was always good to try. It's about 1 o'clock in the morning. Nansheng gradually became quiet. Everyone took a shower and returned to the hut to rest. Nanfeng came to Yuren's window and sang with a tone-deaf voice, "Who is knocking on your window?" Yuren, "Oh. Nanfeng, haha. Good sister. Guess what big treasure I got you." Chapter 196. A very scary beast hide. Outside the hut, Nanfeng took out a tactical headset and handed it to Yuren. Yuren's eyebrows curved into a crescent shape. Tactical headphones. I think Xiao Luo has one. Nanfeng, yes. I will give you one too. If you are in danger, call me, and I will come to save you as soon as possible under the colorful auspicious clouds. Yuren smiled and put away the headphones. During this period of time, she did not go out to upgrade, and spent most of her time in the camp cultivating plants to smelt refined iron. For non-frontline combatants like Yuren, tactical headphones are actually of little use. They can only be used to make calls. The sound pickup and noise reduction function is generally not used. But Yuren still happily accepted it. Nanfeng took out another dragon suit from his backpack. Here, I'll give you this set of equipment too. Yuren showed a surprised expression. This dragon suit? In the afternoon, Judge Shen wore this set of equipment and played around in the camp for a long time, bragging to everyone he saw. Such an expensive thing, you gave it to me? Nanfeng nodded. Equipment is all external possessions. How can it be valuable or not? To me, talent is the most important thing. A trace of blush appeared on Yuren's pretty face. You are so oily. After saying that, Yuren accepted the dragon suit and closed the window. I'm going to bed. You should go back and rest quickly. Nanfeng scratched his head inexplicably. Good oil? Where did I lose my oil? Talent is the most important thing. Is there any problem with this statement? A talent like Yuren, who can grow herbs, smelt refined iron, and level up his brothers. Isn't this kind of talent important? Nanfeng returned to his hut in confusion, washed himself, and prepared to go to bed. At this moment, a faint and crisp voice came from his tactical earphones. Brother Nanfeng, are you asleep? Nanfeng, not yet. What's wrong? Yuren, the moon is so round tonight. Nanfeng, indeed. It's similar to Su Ming's big face. Yuren? Xiao Luo, you too. Can you block me first next time you chat? Xiao Luo was about to fall asleep in a daze, but was woken up by Nanfeng and Yuren, and instantly became furious. Chatting in the middle of the night is so irritating. Nanfeng then remembered that there was no such thing as one-way communication in this tactical headset. Everyone was on the same channel, as long as the communication range was not exceeded. No matter who spoke, they could be heard. Nanfeng laughed and said, Ha! 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 It's very late. Everyone should go to bed early. Yuren, hee. Then go to bed early. Good night. After a while, Nanfeng and Yuren, who had been exhausted for a day, fell into a deep sleep, leaving Xiao Luo alone sitting on the bed doubting life. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. There are still 12 days left before the arrival of the large beast tide. Nanfeng opened his eyes, washed himself and walked out of the hut, and immediately saw Xiao Luo, who was stretching his muscles. Yo, brother Luo is up too? How did you sleep last night? Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at Nanfeng. Thanks to someone. I didn't fall asleep until after 3 in the morning. Nanfeng smiled awkwardly. Haha. Remember to take off your headphones next time you sleep. Otherwise it will be bad for your ears. At 6:30, the brothers in the camp got up one after another, set up the pots, and started preparing breakfast. Ningwu held a large 1-meter-long iron spoon and said, I'm going to cook porridge this morning. Here are some brothers to help. Soon someone lit a fire and brought over a large iron bucket, ready to start work. Nanfeng took a closer look and said, Hey, isn't this the iron bucket he used to catch fish yesterday? I don't know if it's been cleaned yet. Ningwu poured the rice into the bucket, and then started to add mineral water crazily. How? You are so willful. Nanfeng was about to go out to upgrade, but when he looked at the steaming big iron bucket and smelled the aroma of rice, he stopped. It won't take long to finish the porridge, so don't delay your upgrade. After more than half an hour, the vat of porridge was finally cooked. Ningwu stood on the chair, scooped out the porridge with a big iron spoon, and put it in a bowl. Brothers, line up and bring your bowls over. Don't worry. Everyone has one. Nanfeng also drank a bowl of porridge, and the familiar taste made him very satisfied. It's a pity. It would be more perfect if it could be paired with some pickled mustard. Nanfeng patted his belly with regret. Announcement. Original World Area 1, The Chosen One Catherine Vina has risen to level 20. Reward reputation plus 100. All attributes plus 50. Announcement, from now on, all teleportation arrays in all war zones will be activated. Please be prepared. Catherine Vina is level 20? Nafong quickly took a look at his level 18, 118430/160,000. Well, it's okay. It's not too far apart. Nafong remembered that when Catherine was at level 10, he was only at level 6. 4 levels behind. Now Catherine is level 20. And Nafong is already halfway to level 18, which is equivalent to only missing level 1.5. It's still acceptable to say so. This delicious and damn porridge is delaying my time to upgrade. Nafong stood up angrily and drank another bowl. So delicious. In a cross-regional chat channel, all war zones are discussing this matter. Amelia, all the teleportation arrays in each war zone have been opened. Will everyone have a melee next? I have no grievances with you. Please don't come to District 288. Ajiri, haha. You can plunder the resources in the last few war zones. Edward, all the chosen ones above level 15 can join our Dawn Village in Area 1. I am here to assure you that under the leadership of Queen Catherine, you will be able to survive the large beast tide in 12 days. Christian, oh cake seller. Is this true? Could we be Queen Catherine's men too? Brit, yes. My friend. I have joined Oroville. Amelia, then doesn't the number of people in Lingming Village exceed that of South Village in District 527? TSK. You won't start a fight. Right? Nan Fong, who was looking at the screen, stared at him. Why is this Amelia from District 288 always so angry? Are you sick? Nan Fong silently wrote down the name in his notebook, and then sent a message to the inter-district channel. Nan Fong, are there any brothers from the Dragon Kingdom who want to join me, Nansuan? My village has also reached level 10, and can now accommodate 1,500 people. Lin Tianchi, I have this plan. Our war zone is a bit weak, and I am really afraid that we will be wiped out accidentally. Wang Yuanming, come on. Come on. You are very welcome. Edward, haha. Just those war zones in your Dragon Kingdom. Even if they were all put together, they wouldn't be able to withstand this beast tide. This? Nafong frowned slightly. He could feel that Edward was very confident in his words. Is he so sure that our Dragon Kingdom cannot withstand the beast tide? At this moment, Catherine, who rarely appeared, actually spoke. Catherine Wiener, this beast wave is very scary. Chapter 197 Primitive World Number 9. In the cross-region chat channel, Catherine Wiener revealed a very important piece of information. The final boss of this large beast tide is level 30. Nan Fong was stunned. He had always guessed that the boss was only around level 25. But he didn't expect it to be level 30? Then this is too terrible. Nan Fong, how do you know the final boss is level 30? Is your news reliable? Edward, who do you think you are to question what Queen Catherine says? Nan Fong, I'm talking to your master. Why do you? A slave. Get in the way. Edward, who are you calling a slave? Nan Fong, whoever is in a hurry will do it. Catherine Wiener, this information was given to me by the system. You can judge whether it is reliable or not. After saying this, Catherine Wiener stopped talking. Nan Fong guessed that she had escalated again. What a leveling madman. Nan Fong peeked at the screen for a few more minutes, and finally learned about the situation from the mouths of the other chosen ones from District 1. After Catherine Vina reached level 5, her war zone was the first to enter the cross-zone channel and became the original world zone 1. As a reward, the creation god system provided her with a piece of information. The piece of information just mentioned. This is also the reason why Catherine Wiener is desperately trying to upgrade. Nan Fong turned off the panel and did not dwell on the authenticity of this information. So what if it's fake? Nan Fong also needs to upgrade hard to try to live longer. In Nancheng, the brothers felt a little heavy due to the construction of Nancheng. Most brothers are only at level 13-14. The final boss at level 30 is simply unkillable to everyone. The previous wave of small beasts, the final boss, Necromancer, was only level 15. Caused Nancheng to lose a lot of people. How to defeat this level 30 boss? Nan Fong stood up and quickly left Nancheng without saying anything else. In these last 12 days, he must upgrade even more crazily. Not only Nan Fong, but almost all the chosen ones began to level up crazily, hoping to survive this terrifying beast wave. After leaving Nancheng, Nan Fong first went to fry a wave of fish, gained more than 10,000 experience points, and then turned to kill in the forest. I don't know where the Xianshui serpent in our war zone is? Nanfeng thought this, but did not rush to find it, but decided to upgrade first. If you sharpen your knife and chop wood, you will be able to chop snakes quickly as your level rises. Area 1 of the original world. In the woods, Catherine Wiener stood up straight and looked at the panel quietly. After she reached level 20 just now, the system prompted her to join the cross-world chat channel. This was what Catherine had expected. After all, 10 billion people in the entire blue star traveled through it at the same time. There were only 1 million people in the original world where she was. The remaining 9.999 billion people couldn't just disappear for no reason. Right? There are only 9 people in the cross-world chat channel at this time. Catherine Wiener glanced at her profile picture, which read, World number 9 Catherine Wiener. Beep beep beep. A message popped up in the cross-world chat channel. World number 1 Dragon Invincible yo. A new friend is here? Is it the Dragon Kingdom? Well, it depends on the name. MOD Jin. Catherine Wiener said nothing. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, Catherine Wei Na. Sister, are there any people from the Dragon Kingdom in your world? Catherine Wiener still didn't speak. World number 1 Dragon Invincible hello. Hello. Beauty. Let me put it bluntly. Your behavior makes me very embarrassed. Catherine Wiener turned off the panel with a calm expression and went to upgrade. 3 p.m. The south wind formed a big glyph and I lay on the grass, breathing in the fresh air. For most of the day, Nanfeng continued to hunt ferocious beasts crazily, and finally reached level 19. During this period, he also discovered many teleportation arrays, but Nanfeng did not teleport them rashly. It was still important to upgrade, now that all the teleportation arrays in all war zones have been activated. Nanfeng originally thought that there would be a bloody storm, but he did not expect that all war zones had a tacit understanding and did not take action, but were quietly upgrading. That's fine. Nanfeng doesn't want to fight and kill now. It's a waste of time. Announcement. The Chosen One, Xiao Luo, successfully killed the level 18 Lord level beast, Shadow Sheep King, and was rewarded. Oh, that guy Xiao Luo really found the Sheep King? Nanfeng was a little envious. He didn't encounter a single Lord level ferocious beast all day today. After enough rest, continue upgrading, Nanfeng got up from the grass and was about to continue hunting the ferocious beasts, when Xiao Luo's private message suddenly came over. Xiao Luo, brother, do you know where to get the gold element secret treasure? Nanfeng, I don't know, but I guess there is a big metal snake. If you kill it, you can explode the gold element secret treasure. Xiao Luo, is that so? By the way, what is the use of Blazing Heart? I don't need it to upgrade my natal magic weapon. Nanfeng was stunned. No need? Xiao Luo, the next upgrade of my natal magic weapon will only require a gold element secret treasure, not a fire element. Nanfeng, what? Nanfeng quickly took a look at his natal magic weapon. That's right. One for each of the 5 secret treasures of gold. Wood, water, fire, and earth. Why does Xiao Luo only want the gold element secret treasure? Nanfeng thought for a moment and guessed that there would be different upgrade routes for the natal magic weapon starting from sea level. Then I need all 5 secret treasures. Wouldn't it be awesome after upgrading? Nanfeng thought this, but felt that it was a bit cheating. The difficulty of upgrading was obviously 5 times higher than others. After thinking wildly for a moment, Nanfeng replied to Xiao Luo with a message. Nanfeng, keep the heart of blazing flame. Maybe other brothers will use it. Xiao Luo, okay. I'll continue to upgrade. The two didn't talk much and started a new round of monster hunting and upgrading. It wasn't until 8:30 p.m. that Nanfeng returned to the camp and was ready to take a rest. A day later, the second city wall of Southern City has been erected. The moat has been dug, and preparations are being made to bring in water. A dozen brothers squatted beside the moat, writing and drawing on the ground, calculating something. Nanfeng walked over and took a look. Hey guys. Math problem. Lu Wenhua, it is now known that the moat is 180 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 10 meters deep. And there are 4 such moats. How many cubic meters of water are needed to fill them? Xian Yongchang, it is known that the incoming river can be filled with 200 cubic meters of water per minute, and the outgoing river can flow out 60 cubic meters of water per minute. How long will it take to fill the moat? Lu Wenhua saw Nanfeng coming and asked, Boss, let's calculate this question. Nanfeng's mouth twitched. I can't do this question. Chapter 198 Purple Gold Short Blade. Na Feng didn't want to sit here doing math problems. Otherwise, the 7 years of elementary school work he had done would be exposed. After encouraging the 2 science men, Na Feng patted his butt and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Na Feng said, "By the way, remember to throw the fish I caught into the moat." Lu Wenhua didn't even raise his head and said, "Your fish is gone. Ning Wu stewed 2 buckets of fish soup tonight and ate them all." Na Feng gasped. "You horse rider? You Ning Wu? You stewed the fish I worked so hard to catch?" Na Feng walked into Nancheng angrily and found that the fish soup had not been finished yet. So he quickly took a bowl and filled it. Damn. It's delicious, juicy, and well stewed. After drinking the fish soup, Na Feng was just about to take a rest when the sound of beeping came into his ears. I found that as soon as I was ready to take a break, someone would be there for me. Na Feng opened the panel and took a look at the chat history. A Lord-level ferocious beast was discovered in the fine iron mine cave. Nan Feng's eyes narrowed. Last time, he and Xiao Luoyuan searched in the mine for several hours, but failed to find the Lord. They didn't expect him to appear now. 50 brothers are digging fine iron in the mine every day. This Lord is a great threat and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Na Feng hurriedly sent a message in the chat channel. Nan Feng, let the brothers evacuate the mine. I will come right away. After turning off the panel, Na Feng quickly ran to the planting area and found Yuran, who was grafting plants. Na Feng, good sister, come with me to the mine. I need your help to break the defense. Yuran, okay. Yuran didn't know what happened yet, but she immediately put down what she was doing and ran to the fine iron mine cave with Na Feng. When Na Feng and the 2 arrived, the brothers had already withdrawn from the depths of the mine. Yuran asked with concern, "Is anyone injured?" Yunfei wiped the blood on his face and nodded. More than 20 people were injured. Fortunately, we have more control skills here. Otherwise people would definitely die. As long as no one died. Na Feng winked at Yuran, then picked up the M24 and rushed into the mine. Yuran followed closely behind, followed by a group of chosen ones with control skills to provide support. Deep in the fine iron mine cave, this place has been dug full of pits by the brothers from Nancheng, and several deep passages have also been dug out. I heard that this fierce lord beast was dug out. No wonder Na Feng didn't find it before. Yunfei pointed at a huge piece of fine iron and said, "Did you see it? The lord is right behind that." Na Feng hummed, "I saw it. Please step back to avoid splattering you with blood." Under Eye of Insight, the attributes of this lord-level ferocious beast appeared in front of Na Feng. Fine Iron Scorpion King. Level 19. HP, 250,000. Attack power, 2,300. Defense, 5,800. Skill, Iron-Hardened Scorpion Fist. Na Feng was stunned. Fine Iron Beast was only level 17. But this lord was actually level 19. Moreover, this Scorpion King's defense power is as high as 5,800 points, which is higher than Nanfeng's attack power, which is really scary. At this time, the Fine Iron Scorpion King was hiding behind a huge piece of fine iron, with only 2 large pincers exposed. It seemed that he didn't know that Na Feng and others had discovered it. This just gave Na Feng time to charge up a blow. Na Feng, good sister. After 15 seconds, use your flames to burn it. Yuran, okay. Everything will be arranged by my brother. Na Feng held his breath and concentrated, and began to charge up a strike. A large amount of magic power was poured into the M24, and the magic bullets condensed in the gun became more and more solid. When the 15 seconds were up, Yuran waved his wand and shed a scorching flame. Squeak! The Scorpion King made a sharp metal friction sound and quickly escaped from the flames at its feet. But in just a second or two, its body had begun to change color. Yuran threw 2 more fireballs, hitting the Scorpion King's body, causing it to roll on the ground in pain. It seems that the flames are very restrained by this Scorpion King. Call out. At the same time, Nanfeng's charged attack has also been fully charged. Penetrating bullet plus charged blow. Using 2 powerful skills together, a dark light pierced the space and hit the Scorpion King's iron head. Minus 2,388. Damn it! This Scorpion King's defense is really high. Such a powerful blow only hit more than 2,000 HP? Fortunately, its attack power is not high and it poses no threat. Otherwise Na Feng would turn around and leave now. Seeing the battle start, Yunfei hurriedly said, "Brothers, give me the control skills. Everyone takes turns to control." Hold this big scorpion down for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunfei took out his slingshot and shot a stone. Boulder slingshot. The stone grew bigger and bigger in the air, and hit the Scorpion King hard on the head, knocking him unconscious. Immediately afterwards, the other brothers' control skills were also used, including entanglement, swamp magic, crossbow nail shooting. A series of controls made the Scorpion King unable to move. Nafeng didn't waste the offensive opportunity created by his brothers. He took out Gatling and started shooting. Ding 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 ding. The cave echoed with the sound of continuous collisions. The Scorpion King looked up to the sky and roared. He used the temperature skill to catch all the bullets fired by Gatling. Damn it. You're not dead yet. Nafeng took a look at the Scorpion King's blood volume, and saw that there were still more than 30,000 left. This is real meat. The Scorpion King broke free at this time, swung his large pincers and began to dig a hole in the ground, trying to escape. But how could Nafeng give it this opportunity? Setting up the M24 is a meal of output. This poor Scorpion King was stunned to death by the terrifying firepower before he could even touch Nafeng. Ding! You successfully killed the level 19 Lord, Fine Iron Scorpion King. And you will be rewarded with plus 36 energy. Is this the level 19 Lord? This doesn't work either. However, Nafeng thought that he was already level 19 and had so many teammates behind him to help him. It was not surprising that he could kill the Scorpion King so quickly. After the battle was over, Yuren said happily, Brother Nafeng, take a look and see what good stuff exploded. Nafeng nodded, strode over, and picked up the loot. A blue treasure chest contains 5 shiny stones and a lot of fine iron. Opening the treasure chest, there was a pair of pants inside. The whole thing was made of fine iron and looked very bulky. Nafeng took a look at the properties of the pants. King Kong shorts. Grade, C grade medium. Attribute, physical strength plus 200. Additional plus 500 defense points. Movement speed minus 30%. Skills, stand like a pine. Sit like a bell, passive skill. Stay in place and do not move. You can get 1% damage reduction every 5 seconds, with a maximum limit of 15%. Good guy. The defense of these pants is really high, coupled with the built-in skills. They are simply tailor-made for Su Ming. Nafeng did not rush to allocate equipment, but looked at the 5 sparkling stones. Adamantine stone, a secret treasure of gold element. Very rare. Mad. This little brat Xiao Luo is so lucky. Right? Xiao Luo just said in the afternoon that he needed the golden element secret treasure, and Nafeng got it in the evening. No one has this luck. If you put it this way, can Xiao Luo's natal magic weapon be upgraded to C level? Nafeng did not hesitate and hurriedly traded in adamantine stone to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was shocked. Hey, you got it so quickly? Nafeng, don't be too lazy. Show me the C-level natal magic weapon. Nafeng waited for more than 10 seconds, and Xiao Luo set over the attributes of his natal magic weapon. Born Divine Weapon, Purple Gold Short Blade. Chapter 199 Mysterious Man. Born Weapon, Purple Gold Short Blade. Grade, C grade inferior. Type, Weapon. Attribute, Strength plus 350 Physical Strength plus 250. Feature, ignore 25% of the target's defense. Don't try to block my knife. Because you can't. Nafeng took a breath of air. This, C-level inferior, natal magic weapon had a full 600 attribute points added. And it also had a 25% armor-piercing effect. 2. C-level peak, dragon equipment can barely compare to this piece of equipment. He is truly a divine weapon. This attribute is worthy of the word divine weapon. Xiao Luo was almost crazy with joy. So cool. I now have 807 strength points. And my attack power has exceeded the 4,000 mark. Xiao Luo, how about it? This attack power shouldn't be lower than yours. Right? Nafeng glanced at his information bar. I have 939 strength points, and will have 5,000 attack power immediately. Xiao Luo. Turning off the panel, Nafeng kept one of the adamantine stones, and threw the remaining 3 into the village warehouse, and told everyone not to exchange them casually, and let brothers in need exchange them. There was also a pair of King Kong shorts. Nafeng directly gave it to Su Ming, but he also took out a bunch of equipment from his backpack to compensate the brothers who had contributed just now. These equipments were all discovered when he was upgrading during the day, and he hadn't had time to deal with them yet. After getting rid of the fine iron Scorpion King, the brothers can happily mine again. And Nafeng also returns to the camp with Sister Yuran. Yuren tied up her hair and asked softly, "Are you going out of town at night?" Nanfeng nodded, "Yes. Let's go and level up again to avoid being caught up by that brat Xiao Luo." "Okay. Then come on." Yuren smiled sweetly. "I have to go back to smelt refined iron. I haven't turned on the fire all day. So the temperature of the brick kiln is probably not enough." "Nanfeng, come on. I'll give you something good in 2 days." "Yuren?" The two parted ways outside Nancheng. And Nanfeng turned towards the usual fish frying spot. He is now level 19. And the experience gained from continuing to fry fish is very low. So he has no plans to fry fish tonight. He wants to keep the grenade for big things. Now I have the secret treasures of gold element and fire element. But I still need 3 element secret treasures of wood, water and earth. That, spiritual wood serpent, should explode the secret treasure of wood element. I have to go and kill it as soon as possible. The south wind traveled quickly, and soon came to the broad river. A teleportation array emitting silver light looked very dazzling in the river water. "Leave you." Nanfeng took a deep breath and jumped into the water, swimming towards the teleportation array. The next second, he came to a small cave. Nanfeng put on his night vision goggles and looked around. Before leaving last time, Nanfeng deliberately grabbed a handful of dead leaves and sprinkled them in the cave. If someone enters such a small cave, they will definitely step on these dead leaves. But now these dead leaves are placed in exactly the same position as when he left last time, indicating that no one has been to this cave. I don't know if the spiritual wood serpent is still there. Nanfeng came to the entrance of the cave, pushed aside the boulder blocking the place, and strode out. The moonlight outside the cave is cold, making the south wind feel a bit cool. Tonight seems different from usual. Too deserted. Nanfeng shook his head and strode along the direction in his memory. As he ran, he kept throwing Eye of Insight. About half an hour later, Nanfeng finally found traces of the spiritual wood serpent. The whole body of this big snake is made up of vines, deciduous flowers and plants. It is hidden in the woods and is completely integrated with the surrounding environment. It is extremely hidden. Without Eye of Insight, it would be difficult for Nanfeng to detect the other party's existence. Is this guy lying here waiting for the prey to walk into its mouth? Nanfeng gently distanced himself, retreated to the hillside in the distance, and activated Charged Attack. Spiritual wood dragon snake obviously didn't know that he had been discovered, and he still lay motionless on the spot. 20 seconds. Charged Attack plus Explosive Fire Bomb. Nanfeng still remembers that this spiritual wood serpent is a little afraid of strong light. So the effect of using Explosive Flame Bomb is definitely better than Penetrating Bomb. Call out. The fully charged bullet hit the target, and the Explosive Flame Bomb exploded, releasing a dazzling light. Swish, swish, swish. The entangled tree vines twisted wildly, and a giant snake nearly 100 meters long stood up half of its body. Nanfeng took a closer look. Damn. That shot just now actually hit the tail, and it didn't reach the spirit wood serpent at all. It was a waste of an Explosive Flame Bomb. However, this shot was quite powerful, doing nearly 3,000 points of damage. Spiritual wood serpent has a defense of 5,000 points, but its HP is only 150,000, which is far worse than the Scorpion King just now. Nanfeng can kill it if he spends some time grinding it. Hiss. Spiritual wood serpent twisted its body and slowly turned the snake's head in the direction of the south wind. Flashbang. Nanfeng raised his hand and threw a flash bomb, which exploded right in front of spiritual wood serpent's eyes. The strong light this time destroyed the spiritual wood serpent. It began to writhe crazily, and its thick snake tail broke off one tree after another. Nanfeng seized the opportunity, took out Gatling and started shooting. I couldn't beat you when I was level 17. Now that I, Nan, am level 19. Can I still beat you? Duh. Tongues of fire spurted out, and dense bullets bombarded the body of spiritual wood serpent. Spiritual wood serpent is so huge that Nanfeng can hit it with his eyes closed. More than 40 seconds later, spiritual wood serpent's body was riddled with holes, and it looked like it could no longer hold on. But at this moment, spiritual wood serpent raised its head and let out a strange rhythmic cry. The next second, its body emitted light green light. Healing song. Nanfeng's face changed slightly, and he threw out the Eye of Insight to check the status of the snake. Good guy. One skill restored 50,000 health points? You are really not a human being. If the two sides are evenly matched. The skill, Spiritual Wood Serpent, can completely change the situation of the battle. But it's a pity that Na Fong has been crushed by strength now. It's useless to recover its health. At most, it will live for a while longer. Damn or die. Putting away the red worm Gatling, Na Fong took out his M24 and prepared to end the life of this big snake. Under the cold moonlight, Na Fong suddenly felt a chill on his back. Dangerous. During this period of continuous fighting, Na Fong also had a certain ability to perceive danger. At this time, he didn't care about refilling his gun, but rolled forward handsomely and rolled directly down the mountain. Boom! Na Fong rolled down the mountain, and he was thrown to pieces. Fortunately, the hill was only over 30 meters high, so he didn't lose much blood after falling. After landing, Na Fong immediately looked up. Under the moonlight, a tall man stood on the hillside, staring at the south wind with an expressionless face. The chosen one in this war zone? Na Fong frowned slightly. Besides Catherine Weiner, who else could bring such huge pressure to him? Who is he? Chapter 200. If you only have this kind of strength, then please come back. Under the moonlight, Na Fong and the man on the hillside looked at each other for 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the man suddenly jumped down from the mountain, full of momentum. Court death. Na Fong quickly switched out the Desert Eagle, raised his hand, and fired 3 consecutive shots. The mysterious man in midair had nowhere to rely on, so he could only twist his body as hard as he could to dodge. Boom! 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 3 shots were fired. One hit the opponent's collarbone, one hit the lower abdomen, and another shot flew over his scalp and shaved his head. -531. -488. -27. 3 light red numbers popped up, and Na Fong couldn't help but frown. How could this guy's defense be so high? The shot that hit the lower abdomen only caused 531 points of damage. Seeing that the man was about to land, Na Fong didn't think much. He already prepared the mountain climbing flying claw and shot it towards the top of the mountain, and flew up with a whoosh. Hey, it's just for fun. Mysterious man? The eyes of the man who had just landed instantly turned cold, and he stared fiercely at Na Fong on Gangshan Mountain. Na Fong was not afraid and looked directly at him. Friend, which war zone are you from? I have never heard of such a strong strength before. The man sneered, didn't answer, and started climbing the mountain with his bare hands. On a hillside more than 30 meters high, he jumped up more than 10 meters in an instant. Don't say anything and pretend to be an expert? Na Fong didn't waste any words. He continuously pulled the trigger and attacked from a high position. Someone in my south is a master at fighting. Hiss. At the same time, the spiritual wood serpent on the side regained its breath and swept its huge snake tail towards the hillside where the two of them were. Na Fong did not dare to take the blow head on. He stopped attacking the mysterious man and turned around to retreat. The mysterious man who was halfway up the mountain was not so lucky. Just as he was about to let go and jump down, the snake's tail had already attacked him, and he and the mountain were all taken down. Boom! Half of the hilltop was collapsed by the snake's tail in an instant, and the mysterious man was buried in the rubble. Even Na Fong, who escaped early, was hit by the strong wind brought by this tail, and almost lost his footing and fell to his death. Well, you spirit with dragon snake, you have something. If this big tail hits your body, you will lose thousands of health points. Fortunately, Na Fong reacted quickly and dodged the blow in advance. Otherwise, he would have been as miserable as the mysterious man. He wouldn't even have to dig a grave, and he would have been buried alive. Hiss. Spiritual wood serpent, those 2 big lanterns stared at the south wind. All the leaves covering their bodies stood up, and they flew toward the south wind. Flying leaves dancing. These leaves look soft, but they are extremely fast and can be hit by the south wind in an instant. A leaf flew past Na Fong and drew a faint bloodstain on his handsome face. -208. The damage of these leaves is average, but there are a lot of them. There is no cover around Na Fong, so he can only activate Shadowless Step to dodge. He dances among the fallen leaves. Boom! 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 During the gap to dodge, Na Fong didn't waste any time. The Desert Eagle in his hand kept shooting. The duration of Flying Leaves Flurry soon ended. Na Fong switched out the M24 again, fired while retreating, and turned on the kite flying mode. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Spiritual wood serpent's HP was steadily declining, and soon fell below 10,000. Seeing that the battle was about to end, The pile of rubble not far away suddenly exploded. Crash. The mysterious man just crawled out of the rubble, covered in blood, and obviously badly injured. Only then did Nan Fong suddenly realize that this man had no ears. The position of his ears is smooth. Nan Fong was shocked. You are not from Blue Star. The mysterious man had no expression on his face, and didn't answer Nan Fong's question. He just strode over. Mad? Do you think I have no temper? Nan Fong is also a little angry. It's okay to fight and fight hard. But you should at least answer me. Right? Are you polite? Call out. A flash bomb was thrown, and landed between Nan Fong and the mysterious man. The mysterious man stopped sprinting, stared at the flash bomb on the ground cautiously, and made a defensive posture. He doesn't know flashbangs. If he knew flash bombs, this man would not dare to open his eyes so wide. When the Lingmu serpent on the other side saw the flash bomb, he immediately shrank his body and buried his head in the middle of his body. Last time it was dodged by this thing, and was blinded for most of the night. Spiritual with serpent, I still remember it fresh. A bright light flashed, and the mysterious man immediately screamed, covering his eyes, and taking a few steps back. Nan Fong had low-light night vision goggles, and was not afraid of strong light at all. He directly picked up the M24, and started firing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both knees of the mysterious man were penetrated by the south wind. His legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground, wailing in pain. I'll take care of you later. Nan Fong did not rush to kill the man, but turned his gun and prepared to kill the spiritual with serpent first. Spiritual with serpent opened its mouth and let out a weird rhythmic cry, and was ready to use healing song again, but this time Nan Fong didn't give it a chance. A explosive flame bomb hit its eye, interrupting its skills. Carry forward moral integrity. Nan Fong threw 2 grenades and fired several more shots with M24, and finally successfully killed the big snake. Ding! Original world, the chosen one in District 527 Nan Fong successfully killed the level 19 Lord Beast, spiritual with serpent, and received the reward power plus 38. Reputation plus 2. Get 1. Nan Fong twisted his neck and walked towards the mysterious man on the side. The mysterious man had stopped wailing and was struggling to get up. When he saw Nan Fong approaching, his eyes suddenly showed a fierce look. Nan Fong looked the man up and down and found that in addition to having no ears, his hands were also slightly larger than those of ordinary people, which made him look a bit awkward. This man doesn't seem to be from Blue Star. Are they indigenous to this primitive world? Nan Fong took a closer look at the man's clothes. The shape was a bit strange. Not quite like Blue Star's style, but the clothes may have been made by ferocious beasts, and there is no way to tell based on this alone. Hey man, can you say a word? We can talk. With that said, Nan Fong squatted down 2 meters away from the mysterious man. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Just tell me. Before Nan Fong could finish his words, a sudden change occurred. The mysterious man's eyes turned cold. He put his hands on the ground and quickly crawled over, and slapped Nan Fong's chest with his huge palms. Puff! Before Nan Fong had time to lift up the M24, he was slapped by the man, and flew 4 to 5 meters away. He still slid on the ground for 7 or 8 meters, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This guy wasn't seriously injured at all. He is deceiving Nan Fong. Oh! I was careless. I didn't dodge. Nan Fong endured the pain, climbed up from the ground as quickly as possible, set up his M24, and prepared to fight back. But the mysterious man had already put his hands on the ground and crawled away quickly. Call out! Call out! Call out! Nan Fong stood there and fired several shots, hitting the mysterious man. But the man seemed to feel no pain. His speed did not slow down at all, and he quickly disappeared from Nan Fong's sight. Ahem. Don't chase after the enemy. Nan Fong is not sure if he has any accomplices. It may be dangerous to catch up rashly. The mysterious man's palm just now caused more than 1,500 points of damage to Nan Fong, which was really a bit painful. I'll let you go for now, and I'll deal with you next time when I have a chance. Nan Fong covered his chest with one hand, ran quickly towards the body of spiritual with serpent, and put the loot into his backpack. Ding! You get blue treasure chest 1. Ding! You get wind and thunder branches 5. Nan Fong didn't take a closer look. After making sure that nothing was missed, he turned around and ran in the direction of the teleportation array. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Area 527. In the woods outside South City. When you chop down a big tree and pick up the axe, you should hold your breath tightly. Lu Daqiang held the axe in both hands, and was chopping down the tree with great interest. Duh. There were footsteps behind him. Lu Daqiang glanced back, and didn't see who it was. But he didn't care. Lu Daqiang, brother, I own this forest. If you want to cut down the trees, go somewhere else. The person behind him didn't speak, and was still walking towards Lu Daqiang unhurriedly. Lu Daqiang frowned slightly, realizing something was wrong. Suzerain has repeatedly emphasized that if one party meets in the wild at night, if one party speaks, the other party must answer, unless there are special circumstances. This move is used to prevent the invasion of the chosen ones from other war zones. If the other party doesn't speak, it's very likely that the other party is not from Nanchang, and he is afraid that speaking will expose himself. At this time, Lu Daqiang had already spoken first, but the person behind him never answered, so there must be something wrong. Enemy attack. These two words flashed through Lu Daqiang's mind. He didn't hesitate, found the right angle, and struck the tree in front of him with his axe. Crunch! The big tree fell down, and hit Lu Daqiang behind him. Lu Daqiang took advantage of this opportunity, and hurriedly turned his head and took a look. Behind him stood an expressionless man. He raised his right hand, and easily caught the fallen tree. Sure enough, he is not a brother from Nanchang. Enemy attack. Lu Daqiang roared and turned around to run away. But the mysterious man behind him rushed forward and slapped Lu Daqiang on the chest. At the critical moment, Lu Daqiang's potential was activated. Not only did he dodge the palm, he even hit the opponent with an axe with his backhand. Minus 19. Mom? An axe only does 19 points of damage. Lu Daqiang was feeling turbulent in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he said calmly, if you only have this kind of strength, then please come back. This forest is not something you can set foot in. Snapped. Before Lu Daqiang finished showing off, the man's backhand hit Lu Daqiang with a big dick in his face. 4 or 5 of his teeth were knocked out. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Lu Daqiang took a look at his bottomed health value, and let out a heartbreaking scream. Chapter 201 You Can't Stop My Knife. As early as when Lu Daqiang shouted the first sentence about enemy attack, some brothers nearby heard him. They immediately sent the news to the chat channel, and then rushed towards Lu Daqiang's direction. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they saw Lu Daqiang being beaten and miserable. Who the hell are you? How dare you bully my strong brother? That is to say, my brother Chang doesn't have a chainsaw. Otherwise I will cut you to death. Hurry up and control him and avenge brother Chang. The 5 or 6 brothers who came over angrily scolded the mysterious man, and then took out their weapons and started to attack. The mysterious man was not afraid at all. He shot out his palms in the air, creating a strong wind, giving him a sense of déjà vu as an ancient martial arts master. These 5 or 6 brothers were blown back by the strong wind, and their health points dropped wildly. Jiao, this is a master. The idea is tough. Brothers, retreat quickly. Everyone was frightened by this palm. How dare they continue to attack? But the mysterious man didn't intend to let them escape. He rushed forward and slapped out with 2 huge palms. No one present could withstand this blow. Whoever resists will die. Lu Daqiang spit out a mouthful of old blood, raised his axe and faced it. My brothers are all here to save me. I can't let them die in front of me. Lu Daqiang showed a look of determination, preparing to use his body to block the mysterious man's violent palm. Suddenly, a green light lit up on his body. Lu Daqiang felt his body was warm, and his health was restored to less than half. Arrow of Thunder element. At the same time, an arrow carrying the power of thunder struck from a distance and reached the center of the battlefield in an instant. Stab! Thunder and lightning. Everyone present was numb from the electric shock, unable to move, including the mysterious man. Lu Daqiang's health, which he had just recovered, has bottomed out again. Savage crash. Su Ming rushed towards him with a big shield on his head and bumped into the mysterious man, knocking him back several steps. Reinforcements. Reinforcements are coming. Lu Daqiang, who was convulsed by the electric shock, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great. No need to die. Su Ming stood in front of the mysterious man. His upper body was a stone vest, and his lower body was a pair of King Kong shorts made of fine iron. The length of the shorts just reached the knees and could not cover his calves. Su Ming was forced to expose part of his leg hair. Su Ming stared at the mysterious man and said in a deep voice, "Who is coming?" Sign up. Wu Yuan came up from behind. Why are you so polite? Are you ready for archaeology? Su Ming sneered. Doesn't it sound more imposing when you speak like this? The mysterious man had regained his ability to move at this time. He did not speak, but slapped Su Ming with a series of palms. Well done. Stand behind me. Su Ming just got the King Kong shorts tonight and is about to try to resist being beaten. Isn't this boxer coming? Su Ming thrust the shield into the ground, and the shield instantly grew larger, condensing into a shadow that stood solidly in front of the mysterious man. Bang, 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 bang. The mysterious man slapped dozens of palms in a row, and each palm hit the shield, making a dull sound. Su Ming exclaimed, "Thank you for the generous gift. This guy does so much damage. He always chooses equipment that mainly increases physical strength and defense, and even sacrifices some of his agility attributes in order to be more muscular. In addition, the damage reduction effect of the shield, the damage reduction effect of the territory's own damage reduction effect skills, and the passive damage reduction effect of King Kong shorts. With this series of bonuses, the mysterious man can actually do 200 plus damage with one palm shot. It's so scary. Su Ming, fortunately, I have 9,300 health points. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to bear it." 20 meters behind Su Ming, there is a Nani Suihan, ready to add blood to him at any time. Overall, Su Ming is quite safe. The mysterious man also discovered that Su Ming could not be killed, and immediately prepared to avoid him and attack others. "Want to beat up my brother? Get through me first." Su Ming waved his big shield and hit the mysterious man with a shield blow, blocking him firmly in front of him. Wu Yuan stopped watching the show. He bent his bow and shot a large number of arrows, hitting the mysterious man accurately. In the distance, Huang Yuaning came with 70 or 80 brothers to kill him. "Dude, which war zone are you from? I haven't seen you before." Su Ming held up a large shield with both hands and chatted with the other party leisurely. But the mysterious man didn't say a word. He kept his head low and wildly struck out with his palms, slapping the big shield randomly. Bang, bang, bang. His body had been stabbed with more than a dozen arrows, and one arrow even pierced his left eye. But he seemed to feel no pain and continued to attack. Su Ming was secretly frightened. As his defense became higher and higher, Su Ming also felt that his pain was decreasing. He used to scream in pain when he was slashed, but now it was like being bitten by a mosquito, and he didn't feel much. The mysterious man in front of me had his left eye poked out, but he didn't react at all. Is his defense higher than mine? Su Ming, hold on. I came here with my brothers to fight. During the stalemate, Huang Yuanming and others had also arrived, preparing to surround the mysterious man. The mysterious man looked up and saw that there were too many people coming, so he had no choice but to retreat unwillingly. He wants to run. Everyone chase me. This is the guy who knocked out our brother Cha's teeth. Everyone, please avenge Brother Chong. Brother Chong is washed. Everyone, please avenge Brother Chong. Everyone chased him with murderous intent. The mysterious man who was running for his life suddenly became cold, turned around and came back to kill him. Su Ming was shocked. Go back. Go back. You can't bear his hurt. Su Ming wanted to push forward, but his speed was too slow, and Savage Crash was also cooling down. So there was no time. A dark golden dagger suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious man and cut off his arms with one strike. Xiao Luo's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone, his dark cloak fluttering in the wind. He turned his head slightly and stared at the night sky with his deep eyes, leaving a handsome profile on the brothers behind him. Don't try to block my knife because you can't stop it. Wu Yuan couldn't help but complain. Brother Luo, stop being cool. That guy has disappeared. Xiao Luo looked back and saw that only the back of the mysterious man was left, and he got into the dense forest. Damn it. You just got the new weapon. You can't even show it off to me? Xiao Luo cursed secretly, turned around and said calmly, you go back to Nansheng first, and I will chase him. After saying that, Xiao Luo raised his cloak and chased after him. On the other side, after Nanfeng killed the spiritual wood serpent, he also ran all the way back to Area 527. After seeing the mysterious man just now, Nanfeng felt a little uneasy, thinking that something big was going to happen. He is definitely not a Blue Star person. He is most likely a native of this world. Maybe there are travelers from other worlds? People from Blue Star can all travel here collectively. Is it reasonable for people from other planets to travel here as well? This was Nanfeng's first time seeing aliens, And he felt nothing at all. The main reason is that the other party doesn't speak. Just like a humanoid ferocious beast. While he was thinking wildly, Natfeng had already arrived in this small cave. He still blocked the cave with big rocks, and then used the butt of his gun to draw a smiling face at the entrance of the cave. In this way, once someone comes in, they will step on the smiling face this time, and Natfeng will be on guard next time he comes. After entering the teleportation array, Natfeng instantly returned to the river in Area 527. He swam ashore before the iron-toothed fish surrounded him. As soon as he landed, Natfeng saw a man with broken hands standing 20 meters away, staring at him expressionlessly. This man has no ears. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Natfeng's forehead. This mysterious man actually chased him to Area 527. Chapter 202: The Mysterious Man Who Died Suddenly. Catherine's Order. Beside the river, Natfeng and the mysterious man stared at each other with big eyes. A second later, Natfeng decisively took out the Desert Eagle and shot. "I'll beat you to death." The mysterious man looked indifferent and rushed towards the bullet, and was shot in the face. Natfeng was stunned. This guy doesn't have a long memory. How dare he take a bullet from me? Didn't the beating just now hurt enough? But Natfeng quickly realized that the man in front of him was not the same person he had just met in another war zone. The mysterious man took a shot from Natfeng, grunted, and continued to charge. The distance of 20 meters flies by in an instant. Shadowless Step. Natfeng didn't have time to close the distance, so he could only activate Shadowless Step and engage in close combat with the opponent. Let you see your Master Nan's gun fighting skills. When Natfeng activates Shadowless Step, he doesn't need to consider the opponent's attacks. He just needs to keep attacking, and that's it. The opponent's attack? His body will dodge on its own. Boom, boom, boom. At close range, every shot of the Desert Eagle can blast a bloody hole in the opponent's body. The mysterious man's strength was greatly reduced after losing his hands. He was no match for Natfeng, and his legs were soon broken by Natfeng. All limbs are disabled. The mysterious man collapsed to the ground and wailed, appearing to be in extreme pain. Pretend? Keep pretending. Natfeng had already been fooled once, and of course, he would not be fooled again now. This mysterious native is not afraid of pain at all. Now he is lying on the ground and wailing, just to make Natfeng relax his vigilance and find an opportunity to give Natfeng a fatal blow. Da-da-da. In the distance, Xiao Luo, who was late, finally arrived on the battlefield. "I heard gunshots in the distance, and I knew you were here." Xiao Luo slowed down and said, "How did you know he would run in this direction?" Natfeng, "Well, let me count." Xiao Luo ignored Natfeng's nonsense and came to the mysterious man in a few steps. "Friend, which war zone are you from? You're quite capable of carrying it. I only cut you with over 400 health points with one blow." Natfeng kindly reminds you, you better not get too close to him, or he'll punch you at his last gasp. Xiao Luo, I cut both of his hands off. How could he punch me? As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man bumped over and hit Xiao Luo's knee hard with his hard forehead. Xiao Luo groaned and knelt on one knee. His knee had been broken. You ride a horse. Just as Xiao Luo was about to say a few words about the quintessence of Chinese culture, the mysterious man bit him on the calf again, causing Xiao Luo to gasp in pain. Good guy. You are such a good guy. You're already injured like this, and you still want to fight back? Natfeng stepped forward quickly and kicked the mysterious man on the chin to make him let go. I told you not to get too close. But you still don't believe me, Natfeng said in a deep voice. Didn't you notice? This guy's ears are extremely smooth. He is not a Blue Star person at all. Not from Blue Star. Xiao Luo was startled. And then he observed carefully. Before, Xiao Luo only stared at the other person's face and didn't pay much attention to the position of his ears. He really doesn't have ears. Him? Is he an alien? Natfeng frowned slightly. I don't know. It's just that he's not from Blue Star. He can't understand us at all. With that said, Natfeng threw out a pupilla of insight. Eye of insight can only view the attributes of ferocious beasts, plant materials, and other items, but cannot view the attributes of the chosen one. The man in front of me is not a Blue Star person, so he should not be considered the chosen one. Maybe the Eye of Insight will be useful. Soon, a line of small words appeared in front of Natfeng's eyes. Damn. It's all question marks. It's all nonsense. But it also confirmed Natfeng's point of view from the side. This guy is not the chosen one. Because when I used Eye of Insight on the chosen one, there was no reaction. Natfeng said, The Eye of Insight cannot check his information. Maybe the level is not enough. Xiao Luo, then, why not take him back to Nancheng and lock him up? I remember there was a brother who used to be an animal trainer. He might be able to communicate with this guy. Lock it up. Nan Feng was hesitant. This mysterious man was very powerful. What could he do to imprison him? Use refined iron to build a prison cell? Nan Feng doubted that he could break open the cell with his bare hands. Rush out and continue killing everyone. Although this mysterious man's hand was chopped off by Xiao Luo. Who knows if it will grow back? Wow! While Nan Feng was hesitating, the mysterious man on the ground suddenly shouted, rolled his eyes, and died. Nanfeng's eyes flashed, and he held up the Desert Eagle and looked around, feeling tense. But there was no one around. This mysterious man died suddenly and inexplicably. Xiao Luo squatted down and carefully checked. He was not pretending to be dead. He was really dead. Nan Feng, it's strange. This guy's vitality is very tenacious. How could he die suddenly? Xiao Luo checked back and forth for a long time, but found no new wounds. Did he bleed to death? It's really possible. Nan Feng shook his head. If you die, just die. Anyway, there is more than one mysterious person. I have just met him in other war zones. It's not a big problem if one of them dies. The big deal is that Nan Feng will go to another war zone tomorrow and tie up another one. Boom, boom, boom. Before leaving, Nan Feng shot the corpse on the ground 3 times, shattering his head. This way it won't be a scam. Right? Let's go back to the city. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo returned to Nancheng side by side. On the way, Nan Feng also took a look at Xiao Luo's purple gold short blade, and almost drooled with envy. Inside Nancheng, it was already early in the morning, but hundreds of brothers in Nancheng had not rested yet and gathered together to discuss something. Nan Feng, brothers, aren't you sleeping yet? Be careful. Staying up late may harm your body. With so many people, you can't say that they are too careful. That would be too troublesome. Su Zurin, are you back? Have you watched Cross-Region Chat Channel? Nan Feng, I didn't look. What's wrong? Other war zones didn't sleep so late. In all war zones, a mysterious man appeared tonight, just like the man Xiao Luo went after. Su Zurin looked stern. Xiao Ren said, this mysterious man is not from Blue Star. He is very likely a native of this world. Nan Feng groaned, I guessed it. But I'm not sure whether the other person is an alien or an indigenous person. Both possibilities are possible. Xiao Luo said, this mysterious man is very strong. He may not be able to defeat the lower-ranked war zones. Right? Su Zurin nodded. There have been casualties in many war zones. District 381 couldn't beat the mysterious man. He was ready to call for help. But the mysterious man died suddenly while he was being beaten. He didn't know what happened. Death suddenly? Nan Feng and Xiao Luo looked at each other, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Su Zurin, yes. Died suddenly. As soon as midnight arrived. They all died on the spot inexplicably. However, there are also several mysterious people in the war zone who survived. The specific reasons are still unknown. Nan Feng asked, which mysterious people in the war zone are not dead? Su Zurin thought for a while and replied, well, 487491579. Anyway, they are all low-ranking war zones. I can't remember the details. You can ask on the Cross-Region channel. They are all low-ranking war zones. Why? Is there anything special about these lower-ranked war zones? Our District 527 is also ranked very low. Why did the mysterious man in our war zone die suddenly? Not giving face. Right? Beep beep beep. Nan Feng suddenly received a message. He opened the panel and found that it was Catherine Wiener who was with him. In Cross-Region Chat Channel. Catherine Wiener, Nan Feng. Go to Area 579 and kill the mysterious person over there. Nan Feng was stunned. What was the tone of this order? I, Nan, am not your younger brother. Nan Feng, why don't you go? Catherine Wiener, I'm going to 704 War Zone. 704 War Zone. The last ranked war zone. I heard that all the chosen ones in Area 704 were almost dead, and there were only a dozen or so people left hiding in the wild. Shivering, praying that they would not be found by the mysterious man. Nan Feng, why kill them? Do you know something we don't know? Catherine Wiener left a sentence that instantly detonated all the chosen ones in all war zones. Catherine Wiener, they are the chosen ones from the last round. Chapter 203. Tell me. Your name? Are these mysterious people without ears the chosen ones from the last round? Nanfeng felt a little confused. Andre, the chosen one from the last round? What does it mean? Brick, my friend. That's so obviously literal. And the fact that you can't even understand it makes me question your intelligence. Xiao Anran, sure enough. We are not the only chosen ones. Chung Mo, why are you hooking the 8 heavenly chosen ones? We were just caught to raise poison. Right? Is this to create a Gu King among us? Natfeng, since they were the chosen ones in the last round. Why did they kill us? Stealing our resources? Catherine Wiener, I don't know. Natfeng, if you don't give me more information, it will be difficult for me to take action. Natfeng didn't want to be used as a gunman. The mysterious man in Area 527 is dead. Nancheng is safe for the time being. There is no need for Nanfeng to risk his life to help other war zones kill the mysterious man. Catherine Wiener, the longer they live, the more dangerous we are. Catherine Wiener, this is what Long Woody from your Dragon Kingdom told me. The dragon is invincible? Who is this? Listening to this name, it feels a bit crazy and cool. Xiao Aran, Natfeng. Listen to her. You go to Area 579. And I will go to Area 491 to kill the mysterious man. Natfeng, do you believe what she said? Xiao Anran, I don't believe in her. But I believe in Long Woody. Natfeng was stunned. This Xiao Aran seemed to know Long Woody? Catherine Wiener, speed and go. Catherine seemed not to want to continue talking nonsense and urged again. Hey. This little bitch still dares to order me. Sooner or later I will make you listen to me. However, Natfeng also knew that the situation was urgent. He said no more and immediately took out the cross-regional teleportation formation. Yuren said worriedly, Brother Natfeng. It's so dangerous for you to go there like this. Natfeng, there is no way. Xiao Aran said this. Which means that he believes in what the man named Long Woody said. By the way, who is Long Woody? I'd never heard of that war zone before. Everyone shook their heads in unison. And they were not impressed by this name. Yuren said again, what if Catherine lured you there on purpose? She is so strong. The corner of Nanfeng's mouth raised, don't worry. I'm not planning to go to District 579. I'm going to District 491 and meet Xiao Anran first. The mysterious man was very powerful. Natfeng thought it would not be easy for Xiao Aran to deal with him. So he decided to go over and help him. At the same time, it could also prevent Catherine Wiener from ambushing Natfeng in Area 579. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yuren felt relieved, nodded, and said no more. Natfeng, don't worry about me. Go to bed quickly. And remember to keep a few brothers to keep vigil. After saying that, Natfeng used the cross-region teleportation formation and headed to Area 491. Under the moonlight, the south wind felt a bit cold. Natfeng glanced at the cross-district channel. The chosen one in District 491 had already sent out the approximate location of the mysterious man. And Xiao Aran had already rushed there. It's quite close to me. So I won't be in a hurry. I'll open the box first. I just killed a spiritual wood serpent, and a blue treasure chest was revealed. But Natfeng hasn't even opened it yet. Dragon equipment. Come out. The treasure chest was opened. And a ferocious helmet appeared in front of Natfeng. Dragon helmet. Level sea level peak. Type, helmet. Attribute, all attributes plus 50 control time minus 10%. Oh! This charming dragon equipment. Natfeng happily put the dragon helmet on his head and threw the original tiger skin hat into his backpack. What rubbish, tiger skin big hat. It's only E-level and medium. Can someone in my country use this kind of equipment? Price drop. The attributes of this dragon helmet are not bad. And it can actually reduce the control time by 10%. It's a pity that the 4-piece Jialong set doesn't have the effect of a set. It's estimated that 5 pieces are needed to have it. Natfeng put on his helmet, figured out the direction, and prepared to meet Xiao Anran first. Original World Zone 2. A mysterious man covered in blood was running around in the forest, trying to escape. But all around them were a group of fierce and fearless chosen ones. Like the mysterious man, they also had expressionless faces and kept pounced on the mysterious man, trying to keep him here. Sikong Bushua stood in the distance, looking at the battlefield with cold eyes. About an hour ago, this mysterious man suddenly appeared in Area 2 and killed a total of 17 chosen ones with lightning speed. Sikong Bushua, who was sleeping happily, suddenly woke up and became angry. He can only deeply hypnotize 50 people in total now, and 17 of them have died in just a few minutes. How can he not be angry? Fortunately, there are still more than 200 people in Area 2, and the remaining more than 100 people are in shallow-level hypnosis. Seekong Bushua flipped his pocket watch twice, and 17 of them were converted into deep-level hypnosis. Immediately afterwards, Seekong Bushua ordered the more than 100 shallow-level hypnosis chosen ones to surround and kill the mysterious man. But the mysterious man was not a vegetarian. Under the siege of more than 100 people, he killed more than 20 people. At this time, the chosen ones who were under shallow-level hypnosis gave up. Their already sinking wills began to seize control of their bodies, and they wanted to escape from here. After all, no one wants to die. Seekong Erkshu had no choice but to let the chosen ones of deep hypnosis push forward, and then softly comfort the chosen ones of shallow hypnosis, allowing their will to continue to sink. Under the siege of everyone who was not afraid of death, the mysterious man was seriously injured at this time, and could not escape even if he wanted to. As long as you kill enough people, won't you die suddenly? Seekong Bushua looked at the mysterious man coldly, and suddenly smiled. The chosen one from the last round? Interesting. Soon, the mysterious man's legs were broken, and he lay on the ground screaming. Seekong Bushua walked forward slowly, and gently fiddled with the pocket watch in his hand. You have such a strong willpower. It's really not easy to hypnotize you. Seekong Bushua squatted in front of the mysterious man and showed a kind smile. Look into my eyes. You will not feel pain. You will feel warm all over your body. Very comfortable. Seekong's erudite voice was full of magnetism, and the lingering sound echoed in everyone's ears. Those chosen ones, who have been hypnotized, feel so comfortable all over. They feel like they are in heaven. The eyes of the mysterious man lying on the ground flashed with confusion, and his screams became smaller and smaller. Very good. Seekong Bushua showed a satisfied smile, and continued to say in a magnetic voice, from now on, I will be your best friend, and you will be happy to share all your secrets with me. Now, tell me, your name? The mysterious man tilted his head, and was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly slapped Seekong Bushua. Hypnosis failed? Seekong Bushua's eyes flashed, and he opened the pocket watch in his hand. Tick-tock. The needle moves. The mysterious man's eyes were unconsciously attracted to the pointer, and his eyes seemed to have a bottomless vortex, spinning and sinking. His hand also stopped in midair, just a few centimeters away from Seekong Bushua. Use your natal magic weapon to forcefully hypnotize you. A large amount of magic power was drained away, and Seekong Bushua's body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. This is a skill he has learned, and it is also Seekong Bushua's most annoying method of hypnosis. It is too untechnical. This is the ability given to him by the creation god system, and he doesn't like it. Now, tell me, your name. Seekong Bushua's eyes were cold, and he repeated the question. The mysterious man opened his mouth tremblingly, and uttered a few syllables. S%4SN3? Seekong Bushua's face darkened. This damn god of creation system. Please translate it. Chapter 20 for the origin of Longwudi. Seekong Bushua did not expect that he would use up all his magic power to hypnotize the other party, but would be unable to obtain any information due to the language barrier. Can't this damn creation god system be translated? But soon Seekong Bushua was relieved. If this mysterious man was regarded as a humanoid ferocious beast, then there would be nothing wrong with the creation god system not translating it. The ferocious beast howled at every turn. Why did it turn over? You can't just crow as a jungle pheasant. The system will translate it to you that it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Bar? That's too inconsistent. After thinking this, Seekong Bushua took a few steps back and kept a distance from the mysterious man. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the language. I can learn it. I can let him learn it. But this guy's willpower is so strong that I have to spend some time to slowly hypnotize him and get him deep into it. Seekong Bushua winked, and the chosen one immediately found a large number of tree vines and tied the mysterious man into a rice dumpling. Li Miaomyu was very girlish and tied a bough on the rice dumpling's head. 10 people took turns guarding him, breaking his legs once a day to prevent him from escaping. This mysterious man's recovery ability is extremely strong, and his broken leg will grow back in a short time. Seekong Bushua doesn't want to let him run away. Then, Seekong Bushua issued another order. Starting from today, you must hunt ferocious beasts for at least 15 hours every day to improve your level. The average level of District 2 is not high, because their main task is to protect Seekong Bushua, not to upgrade. But tonight's situation made Seekong Bushua realize the problem. That is, if their level is too low, they cannot protect themselves. Unfortunately, all the teleportation arrays in our war zone are unusable, and the cross-region passes are also useless. Otherwise, if I take the chick from District 1 into my pocket, who can still threaten me? Shaking his head, Sikong Bushua put his arms around Li Manman's slim waist and returned to the hut to sleep. Area 491 of the original world. Nefeng guessed that Xiao Ren was almost here, so he raised the Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots into the sky. Soon, a young man holding a spear ran from a distance. This man was Xiao Ren. Xiao Ren, South Wind. You didn't go to Area 579? Nefeng, I'm not going. I'm afraid you can't defeat this mysterious man, so I'm here to help you first. Xiao Ren chuckled. Are you afraid that Catherine Wiener will squat on you in Area 579? Nefeng, I don't know what you are talking about. The two chatted for a while, and quickly ran towards the area where the mysterious man was. On the way, Nefeng asked, who is the Long Woody mentioned by Catherine? You seem to know him? Which war zone is he from? Xiao Ren pondered for a moment. Long Woody should not be in our world. If I guess correctly, after Catherine reached level 20, she entered a larger chat channel and met Long Woody there. Nefeng, a larger chat channel? You mean Long Woody is in another world? Xiao Ren, this is just my guess. It may not be correct, but we'll know after we reach level 20. Nefeng took a look at his level, which was level 19, 113061/210,000. Well, I should be able to reach level 20 tomorrow. Nefeng continued to ask, who is this Long Woody? You seem to believe what he said? I had heard rumors about him when I was a soldier. Xiao Ren said very seriously. He is the youngest soldier of the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces, nicknamed the Talkative God of War. And he is very good at fighting. Afraid that Nefeng would not be able to understand how capable this extremely capable fighter was, Xiao Ren also specially added, you can understand that he is the God of War, the Dragon King, the King of Special Forces, the God of War with a crooked mouth, with his evil smile. His opponent's life or death can be determined. It's hard to predict, but it's just awesome. Good guys. The Dragon King and God of War are here. No wonder the name is so cool and stunning. Nefeng couldn't help but become more curious about this Long Woody. How come I haven't heard of such an awesome warrior before? Xiao Angren laughed. Before time travel, people like him were state secrets. How could you know? I have only heard rumors about him, but I have never met him in person. I see. The two moved forward at full speed and soon arrived at the Chosen One camp in Area 491. With the help of night vision goggles, Nefeng saw a mysterious man demolishing a house from a long distance away. Those huge palms slapped wildly, causing a small wooden house to rattle and threaten to collapse at any time. Are cabins still used in this area? There is really enough food. Nefeng set up his M24 and fired a shot from the air. Explosive firebomb. The mysterious man had a premonition of the crisis, but the speed of the magic bullet was too fast, and he had no time to dodge. Boom! The explosive bomb exploded in front of him, releasing a burst of bright light that blinded his eyes. -318. Nefeng was startled. Is this mysterious man's defense a bit high? Taller than the previous two? Be careful. This mysterious man is quite powerful. Nefeng reminded Xiao Ren, and then pulled the trigger again. Penetrating bullet. A ray of dark light pierced the sky. This penetrating bullet with the power of shadow struck directly at the heart of the mysterious man. The mysterious man couldn't see clearly, and could only subconsciously dodge to the side, laughing to death. There is no way to escape. -1241. This magic bullet directly penetrated the heart of the mysterious man, and continued to penetrate 3 cabins before slowly dissipating. Boom! A small wooden house collapsed. Nefeng smiled awkwardly. Accidental injury. Definitely accidental injury. No matter what. This is not the war zone of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Ren said, and rushed forward with a spear in hand. The mysterious man's heart was penetrated, but it didn't seem fatal to him. He looked at Xiao Ren expressionlessly, and then strode over to him. The two met halfway. Xiao Ren shot out, and the dragon roared. The mysterious man was also unambiguous. He closed his eyes, and shot a series of palms. The two of them went back and forth, fighting happily. Nefeng took aim for a long time, and found that it was not easy to aim. In addition, the mysterious man was in a semi-blind state. Xiao Angren had the upper hand. He simply stood aside to watch the show, and observed the two people's fighting skills. Meanwhile, in cross-region chat channel, Robin, Crooked? Nanfeng. Why haven't you come yet? Our war zone is almost being killed by mysterious people. Deng Taishan, don't wait any longer. Nanfeng is coming to our area 491. Robin, fuck. Didn't Catherine ask him to help us? Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come? This bitch. Does he want to watch us all die? Wang Yuanming, Mr. Nanfeng helps whoever he likes to help. You can't beat the mysterious man yourself. So it's none of our business? Robin, fuck. Fark. Damn Nanfeng. Even if I were a ghost, I would never let you go. Nanfeng, if you are sick, go and get treated quickly. I didn't kill you. Why are you calling me a dog if you leave it here? Wu Baozhu, humph. Nanfeng. I really hope you go to District 579. You just demolished my home. You must compensate me, or I will fight you to the death. Southwind? Nanfeng laughed angrily. How on earth did these two arms survive until now? Chapter 205 The Chosen One Abandoned by God. Nanfeng's penetrating bullet just now did blow up a small wooden house. But you want Nanfeng to lose money because of this? Uh-huh. It would be nice if Nanfeng didn't compensate him for holding thunder in his hand. Turning off the panel, Nanfeng was too lazy to look at these clowns, and continued to watch the battle. It has to be said that the battle between the mysterious man and Xiao Ren is still very interesting to watch. The two sides are fighting together, and every move is very fatal. If you are not careful, you may lose the ability to move or even die here. Nanfeng couldn't help but sweat for Xiao Ren, and stood aside to help him set up his gun, ready to help at any time. Suddenly, Xiao Ren found the right opportunity and pierced the mysterious man's left chest with a standard carbine. This position was pierced by Nanfeng's gun just now. It was already very fragile, but now it was pierced by the thick gun head, directly piercing it. Uh-huh. The mysterious man groaned and took a few steps back with all his strength, trying to pull the spear out of his body. But Xiao Ren immediately started to spin the spear, and the sharp spear head was like a meat grinder, grinding the mysterious man's heart to pieces. Due to the difference in physiological structure, the heart is not a weak point for the mysterious man. After being beaten to pieces like this, he would not be able to survive. His body went limp, and he fell to the ground. Solved. Xiao Angren took a long breath and looked at Nanfeng. This guy's health value is ridiculously high. Fortunately, my last shot triggered fatal blow. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to kill him. Nanfeng, then you are lucky. Since level 10, I have never had a critical hit when hunting ferocious beasts. The higher the level of the beast and the stronger its vitality, the harder it is to trigger critical strike. This time, if Xiao Ren hadn't smashed the opponent's internal organs to pieces, it would not have been possible to trigger the fatal blow. The mysterious man is dead, but he has no experience and no explosive equipment. He is really a bit stingy. Not far away, the chosen ones from District 491 saw the mysterious man dead and slowly walked out of the cabin. Among them was a slightly fat woman who walked towards Nanfeng angrily. You are the one who demolished my cabin. And I can even see it. Woo-woo. Before the fat woman could finish speaking, the person behind her hugged her and covered her mouth. Deng Taishan nodded and bowed with a smile. Don't mind. You too. This woman is not very smart. Don't be as knowledgeable as her. Nanfeng's frown relaxed, along with the grenade in his hand. It seems that this war zone is not all sandy. There are still smart people. The fat woman Wu Baozhu broke away and said loudly, I can see clearly that he demolished my cabin. Why don't you let me speak? Nanfeng, I demolished it. What happened? Do you still want to hit me? Wu Baozhu glared at Nanfeng. There is no cabin. Where do you want me to sleep? I don't care. I want you to pay me a fir tree and give me enough materials to rebuild the cabin. Chinese fir? Nanfeng himself had never seen a fir tree. Shenpan's little wooden house has been demolished for several days. He looks for fir trees outside every day, but can't find them. Where can Nanfeng find fir trees for her? Besides, even if Nanfeng had it, it would be impossible to compensate her. Someone from my south is here to save you. Seeing that Nanfeng was a little unhappy, Deng Taishan quickly grabbed Wu Baozhu and whispered, I will help you find Shanmu tomorrow. Shut up now, and stop provoking these two guys. Wu Baozhu muttered in a low voice. Why are you so afraid of them? There are so many of us, but we can't defeat the two of them? Deng Taishan was so angry. They can even kill the mysterious man. But they can't kill you? Is there something wrong with your brain? Wu Baoyu lowered his head and muttered something. But he did not dare to say it in front of Nanfeng. However, from Nanfeng's tactical earphones, Wu Baoju's muttering was clearly heard. It's okay not to compensate. But at least you have to apologize to me. Why don't you apologize to me if you demolish my house? How can there be such rude people in the world? Nanfeng rolled his eyes. This is a real sand wall. It's not easy for this girl to survive until now. So Nanfeng doesn't bother to argue with her. Nanfeng turned to look at Xiao Aran. Brother Xiao. Let's go and upgrade. Xiao Aran nodded. Okay. I can't wait to reach level 20. What a coincidence. The south wind is the same. The two of them ignored the group of chosen ones from the Monkey Kingdom in Area 491 and turned around and stepped into the forest. Ding Taishan watched Nanfeng and the two go far away. And suddenly his eyes turned cold. And he stared at Wu Baoju. Do you know? You almost killed us just now. Nanfeng almost pulled the grenade's ring just now. And Ding Taishan's legs were so frightened that he went weak. Wu Baoju said very nonchalantly, what is there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid of him. When Ding Taishan saw Wu Baoju like this, he suddenly became angry. Do you know how many compatriots you have killed just because of your arrogant attitude? Last time in the swamp. If you hadn't provoked the Crocodile King, would those dozen brothers have died? Ah? They sacrificed their lives to save you. Wu Baoju said with a nonchalant expression. That's because they are willing to save me. What does it have to do with me? You deserve to die. Grass. Ding Taishan uttered a curse word. With ferocious eyes, stretched out his hand and strangled Wu Baoju's neck. I will strangle you to death. Click. Click. This is the sound of bones being crushed. Wu Baoju's health was constantly declining. She struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free from Ding Taishan's hands. She felt desperate and looked at the other people next to her with helpless eyes. But everyone in the group watched indifferently, and no one stood up to stop him. Soon, Wu Baoju's health returned to zero, and he fell limply to the ground. In the forest, Nanfeng and Xiao Aran were wildly hunting ferocious beasts in the forest, pushing them all the way. There are a lot of level 18 and level 19 ferocious beasts in this war zone. This is because the chosen ones in Area 491 are not high enough, and it is difficult to hunt such high-level ferocious beasts. This gave Nanfeng and Xiao Aran an advantage. The two of them killed each other indiscriminately, and gained a lot of experience. Nanfeng, by the way, what's the level of your natal magic weapon? Xiao Aran, D-level superior. I haven't found the Shadow Stone. It's stuck here. Nanfeng shouted, go find Shadow Sheep King. This lord will explode Shadow Stone? Xiao Aran nodded and silently kept this information in his heart. Nanfeng, by the way, have any snakes been found in your war zone? It's very big. More than 100 meters long. Xiao Aran raised his eyebrows. I just discovered a Xianshui serpent today, and I am preparing to test its strength tomorrow. Xianshui snake? Nanfeng's face was filled with joy. If it goes as expected, this thing should reveal the water element secret treasure. There is no secret treasure of water element in Nanfeng. Brother, let me discuss something with you. After killing Xianshui serpent, 5 water element secret treasures will be revealed. Can you give me one? I can exchange it with you for other elemental secret treasures. Nanfeng has 2 fire hearts, 5 wind and thunder branches, and 4 adamantite in the village warehouse. There are quite a lot of elemental secret treasures. It is worth mentioning that the wind and thunder branches, exploded by the spiritual wood dragon snake, are not just wood element secret treasures. Wind and thunder branch, a secret treasure of wood element and thunder element. Extremely rare. This branch is a dual element secret treasure. Nice branches. I don't know who will use thunder element secret treasure to upgrade their natal magic weapon. Anyway, the south wind won't be used. After Xiao Aran learned the function of the elemental secret treasure, he readily agreed, okay. Then I will see what elemental secret treasure is missing and then exchange it with you. Nanfeng, no problem. The two of them continued to hunt the ferocious beast until around 3 o'clock in the morning, when a system announcement suddenly came. Ding! All the chosen ones in Area 579 of the original world have died. The chosen ones abandoned by God have occupied Area 579 and become the new chosen ones. Nanfeng and Xiao Aran looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubts. The chosen one abandoned by God? Are you referring to those mysterious people without ears? Chapter 206, Weak People. Don't send them away. Warzone 579 was destroyed. Nanfeng had thought of this outcome, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. How long has it been? That mysterious man killed all the chosen ones in District 579? Xiao Ren looked grim. At around midnight in the morning, Robin said that there were still more than 80 people in their war zone. Only 3 hours later, all 80 people were dead? This is a bit counterintuitive. Killing more than 80 people in 3 hours doesn't seem like much. But if you calculate it carefully, you will kill one every 4 minutes on average. The chosen ones in War Zone 579 are not fools. They will definitely run away if they cannot be defeated. If everyone spreads out and finds a place to hide, they won't die so quickly. Right? Even if they didn't run away and just hid in the cabin waiting to die, it would be difficult for the mysterious man to kill them all within 3 hours. Nefong said in a deep voice. We seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Who said that there can only be one mysterious person in a war zone? What if there are several areas in 579? With that said, Nanfeng opened the panel and told the brothers in District 527 this information. Nanfeng, Shenpan. There may be more than one mysterious person. Please tell brothers to be careful. Judson, huh? How do you know I'm not asleep yet? When did you sleep at night? Nanfeng did not answer this slightly stupid question, but quickly looked through the chat history. It was late at night, and it should have been time to sleep and rest. However, due to the appearance of the mysterious man, many of the chosen ones did not sleep. Chatting with each other on the inter-district channel, Nanfeng searched for a long time before he found a message sent by the chosen one from District 579. Marcy, it's over. It's over. Everyone's going to die. This sentence caused quite a stir at the time, and all the chosen ones were asking Marcy what happened in Area 579. But Marcy never responded, and was probably dead. Nanfeng took a deep breath. I suddenly regretted it. I should have gone to Area 579 at that time. I really wanted to see what happened there. Xiao An ran. Fortunately you didn't go. Otherwise you might have died there. In Cross-Region Chat Channel. Catherine Wiener, Nanfeng. Didn't you go to Area 579? Nanfeng, I'm not going. I'm in Area 491. Catherine Wiener, oh. Come with me to Area 579 tomorrow night. Nanfeng, if you ask me to go, I will go. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Catherine Wiener said no more. Seeing this, Nanfeng also turned off the panel and continued to hunt the ferocious beasts to upgrade. Xiao Aran said, Are you going tomorrow? Nanfeng nodded. I still have to go. If you are not of my race, your heart will be different. Catherine and I are both Blue Star people. Of course, we must deal with the aliens first before considering whether to fight among ourselves. Xiao Aran nodded in agreement. I should be able to reach level 20 tomorrow. Then I will ask Long Wudi for information about this group of mysterious people. Nanfeng, I can also reach level 20 tomorrow. Damn it. There's a shooting star. As Nanfeng was talking, he suddenly noticed a golden light speeding past in the dark night sky. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. Good guy. What kind of meteor is this? Is it Holy Light Flying Eagle? This eagle and I are really destined to meet each other 3 times. Nanfeng admires himself a little. He can meet Holy Light Flying Eagle wherever he goes. Xiao Aran raised the corners of his mouth. Go. Kill it. The two of them ran wildly after the golden light, and soon found the foothold of Holy Light Eagle. It was standing on the treetop, combing its feathers with its pointed beak, and had not yet noticed the approaching Nanfeng duo. Nanfeng sneaked up and took out the mountain-climbing flying claw from his backpack. Emission. The barbed spike shot out quickly and almost hit the Holy Light Flying Eagle. Unfortunately, the shot missed. Holy Light Flying Eagle chirped, spread its wings and flew into the sky, looking at Nanfeng and Xiao Aran below with a pair of sharp eagle eyes. Xiao Aran frowned. It's difficult to handle now. It's flying in the sky, and I can't hit it. Nanfeng waved his hand. There's nothing difficult to do. Leave it to me. I'm a professional bird hunter. This is Nanfeng's 3rd time hunting Holy Light Eagle. He is very experienced. Call out. An explosive flame bomb came out of the barrel and exploded in midair, releasing a strong light. Holy Light Flying Eagle dodged the explosive bomb, but failed to dodge this dazzling holy light. It never expected that it would throw flashbangs every day to dodge others. But today, it was actually dodged by Nanfeng. Dumb! Holy Light Flying Eagle chirped and shook his head to see more clearly. But the south wind didn't give it this chance. Gatling slowly rotated and tongues of fire spurted out. 20 seconds later, the wings of Holy Light Flying Eagle were riddled with holes and fell to the ground. 30 seconds later, It let out a scream and wilted. Xiao Ah ran on the side was secretly shocked. So strong. No wonder. In the inter-district channel, Catherine Wiener asked Nan Feng to go to District 579 to deal with the mysterious person by name. Is it true that his strength is already this strong? Can a level 18 lord be killed in minutes? Hey. It's so easy this time. Nan Feng put Gatling away and happily ran over to touch the body. Holy light stone, got it. Blue treasure box, got it. I also got a bunch of eagle meat. Nan Feng, brother Xiao. I'll give you this treasure box. I want the holy light stone. Xiao Aran shook his head, no need. I didn't even do anything. That's okay too. Nan Feng was not polite to Xiao Aran, and put everything in his backpack. With this, holy light stone, Nancheng has another brother. Or sisters can upgrade their natal magic weapons. To whom? For Sister Yuran? Not very good. Give it to Wu Yuanran or Su Ming first. Or a wet nurse. It doesn't matter if Yuran's natal magic weapon is upgraded later, because she is not needed to fight on the front line yet. Only by giving it to Wu Yuanran or Su Yihan can the value of this holy light stone be maximized. After hunting Holy Light Flying Eagle, the two discussed it and prepared to go to Shadow Sheep King to help Xiao Anran improve his natal magic weapon. But at this moment, two consecutive system prompts came to their ears. Ding! All the Chosen Ones in Area 663 of the original world have died. The Chosen Ones abandoned by God have occupied Area 663 and become the new Chosen Ones. Ding! All the Chosen Ones in Area 487 of the original world have died. 2 more war zones have been destroyed. Nan Feng and Xiao Aran looked at each other, feeling a hint of uneasiness in each other's eyes. Xiao Aran said in a deep voice, Catherine Wiener said that they were the Chosen Ones in the last round. But I guess they should be the Chosen Ones who died or failed in the last round. If they want to survive, they must kill all of us, the current Chosen Ones, occupy the Magpie's nest, and replace us. Nan Feng took a deep breath and was shocked by this guess. Is this the purpose of the mysterious man to kill all of us, the current Chosen Ones? At this moment, Catherine Wiener spoke in the cross-region chat channel again. Catherine Wiener, tomorrow, you go to Area 663 and I go to Area 579. South Wind. Nafeng, okay. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Nafeng didn't talk nonsense this time. Xiao Aran, Catherine Wei Na. I can also help. I will go to Area 487 tomorrow. Catherine Wiener was silent for a long time, and then sent out 4 words. Catherine Wiener, weak people. Don't give it away. Xiao Aran. Chapter 207 The Talkative Dragon is Invincible. Xiao Aran stood there blankly, speechless. It turns out that in the eyes of Catherine Wiener, I am actually a weak person. Xiao Aran had the urge to vomit blood. He will be level 20 soon. In fact, for Catherine Wiener, there is no strong person in the entire number 9 original world. Only Nan Feng could barely be on an equal footing with her. But this was not considered strong. Perhaps only the pinnacle figures of the number 18 original world can be defined as strong by Catherine Wiener. For example, Dragon Invincible in the number 1 original world. Seeing that Xiao Aran was a little bit shocked, Nan Feng quickly patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't pay attention to this little bitch. She is very arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously. Xiao Aran was silent for a long time. I will be able to reach level 20 tomorrow. And I still have to go to Area 487 to try the waters. It's not like I haven't killed this mysterious man before. So why do you think I will send him away? Oh, this man's damn desire to win. Nan Feng didn't dissuade Xiao Aran because he couldn't dissuade him. So he might as well help him hunt down the Shadow Sheep King, upgrade his natal magic weapon, and increase his strength. The two of them stopped talking nonsense and continued to hunt ferocious beasts, striving to reach level 20 as soon as possible. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, the two of them were returning to their war zone. Nan Feng said with a bit of pity, I was so lucky that I couldn't find the Shadow Sheep King all night. Xiao Aran looked calm. It's okay. I'll go back to my war zone and look for it again. Nan Feng, okay. Let's take a rest after we go back, and then rush to level 20. I expect there will be a tough fight tonight. Cross-Region Pass has a 24-hour cooling time, which means that Nan Feng and the others have to wait until around midnight in the morning before they can teleport again. They also have a daylight period to rest. Soon, a silvery white teleportation array lit up at Nan Feng's feet, and he returned to Area 527. Level 19, 181534/210, 000. Nefeng is only less than 30,000 experience points away from level 20. Come on. Get to level 20 before going to bed. Nefeng ran out of Nancheng with 2 dark circles under his eyes, and continued to hunt the ferocious beasts. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Nanfeng's level finally exceeded level 20. Ding! You have joined Cross-World Chat Channel. Xiao Angren's guess was correct. There is indeed a Cross-World Chat Channel after level 20. Nefeng waited for a while, and found that there was no system prompt. Ah! Is there no reward? No reward for reaching level 20 for the second time. God of Creation System. Are you a dog? Nefeng cursed in a low voice, and opened the panel to enter the Cross-World Chat Channel. Primitive World number 9 South Wind? Is our world the 9th to enter this channel? It seems that Catherine Vina's upgrade speed is really fast. There are 10 billion people in the world, divided into 10,000 worlds. And Catherine's upgrade speed ranks among the top 10. This is really awesome. Nefeng took a closer look at the Cross-World Chat Channel, and found that 21 original worlds had joined it, with a total of 63 chosen ones. Among them, there are 13 chosen ones from original world number 1. This original world number 1 is so fierce. Nefeng quickly found the man's name among them. Original world number 1 Dragon Invincible. Very good. The original world number 1 belongs to our Dragon Kingdom. Nefeng expressed his relief, and then looked at Long Woody. World number 9 Nefeng, Long Woody. Are you there, buddy? World number 1 Long Woody, if you ask me to borrow money, I won't be there. If you invite me to dinner, I will be there. World number 9 South Wind, I don't want to borrow money from you. World number 1 Long Woody, so you want to treat me to dinner? Boshi. World number 9 Nefeng, we are not in the same world. How can I treat you to dinner? World number 1 Dragon Invincible, don't worry. You owe me everything before you owe me anything. And I will remember everything. Good guy. This Long Woody is from Sichuan. With this dialect, Nefeng seemed to be able to hear his voice just by reading the words. Say, why can you make a voice call? World number 9 Nefeng, well, Brother Long, I want to ask for some information about the mysterious man without ears. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, don't be polite. You can call me by my name, Invincible. Who dares to call me invincible? Who dares to be invincible? That must be me. World number 9 Nefeng, Brother Invincible. I just want to ask. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, I know what you want to ask. But don't worry. I am chatting with you with one hand, and beating up the level 24 Lord with the other hand. Which is a bit too busy. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, wait for me. I'll tell you when I'm free. God chats with one hand, and beats the Lord with the other. Are you still a human being? Are you speaking human language? Nefeng didn't know whether Long Woody was bragging or recounting the facts. He waited for a while, and saw that Long Woody had not replied to the message. So he could only turn off the panel and yawn, and return to Nancheng. If I don't, okay. I'm too sleepy. If I don't sleep, I will die. Nefeng returned to his hut in a daze, and fell asleep at the end of the day. After sleeping until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Nefeng rolled out of bed full of energy, and performed a set of military boxing exercises to stretch his muscles. Comfortable. Nefeng walked out of the cabin. The sun was shining brightly outside. He stretched for a long time, and suddenly thought of something. Oops. It seems I overslept. Long Woody hasn't told him the information about the mysterious man yet. He quickly opened the panel, and entered the Cross-World Chat Channel. After a short sleep, there were 6 more people in this channel. Although there are already 69 chosen ones in this channel, there are only a few who are talking. Nefeng quickly flipped through the chat history of the morning. After Nefeng fell asleep, this channel had been flooded with Long Woody. Long Woody, Nefeng. Handsome pot. I'm done fighting. You can tell me what you want to ask. Long Woody, Handsome boy. Are you still there? Say something back. Long Woody, Handsome boy. You won't die, right? No. It's hard to find someone to talk to. Will you die soon? Long Woody, everyone. Does anyone come out to set up the Dragon Gate formation? I'm so bored. Nefeng was speechless for a while. Xiao Aram was right. This guy is really a talker. He talks so much. Nefeng quickly replied with a message. World number 9 Nefeng, Brother Invincible. I was so tired and fell asleep just now. I'm really sorry. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, nothing happens. World number 9 Nefeng, reply so quickly? Have you stayed in the chat channel and not upgraded? World number 1 Dragon Invincible, I am leveling up. I chat with one hand and fight monsters with the other. Otherwise it will be too boring. Nanfeng was shocked. Is this guy in Versailles or just bragging? Why can't I judge it yet? Shaking his head, Nanfeng didn't want to dwell on this issue. World number 9 Nanfeng, I would like to ask. What is the origin of those mysterious people without ears? World number 1 Dragon Invincible, oh. They are the chosen ones from the last round. They came through from the Red Star. After level 20, you can tell at a glance with Eye of Insight. After level 20, can Eye of Insight view information about mysterious people? Nanfeng nodded and prepared to take a closer look when he went to Area 663 tonight. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, yes. Let me tell you a little secret. We hunt ferocious beasts to level up. And these Red Star people hunt the chosen ones to level up. The more chosen ones they kill, the stronger they become. If you can't kill them all quickly, you will be doomed. Chapter 208 The Terrible Red Star Man. Those mysterious people are Red Star people. And they leveled up by hunting the chosen ones from Blue Star? Nanfeng took a breath of air, truly shocked by this information. No wonder the mysterious man in Area 491 has such a high defense. Nanfeng only caused 318 points of damage with one shot. It turned out to be because he had killed many chosen ones and increased his level. Speaking of which, wouldn't the strength of the mysterious people in the 3 war zones destroyed last night be even more terrifying? In the Cross-World channel, Long Woody continued, the Red Star people must kill more than 10 chosen ones every day. Otherwise they will die suddenly at 0 o'clock in the morning. If you can't fight, then find a place to hide. No wonder many mysterious people in the war zone died suddenly last night. It turned out that they did not complete the kill target. This can be considered their weakness. Otherwise, with the strength of the Red Star people, it would be difficult to kill them in most war zones. Nanfeng lowered his head and thought, wondering how many Red Star people there are in our world. There must be more than 3 anyway. Last night, more than 10 chosen ones died in many war zones. The Red Star people in those war zones ran away after killing them, hiding in the dark and waiting for opportunities. These are all hidden dangers. We must quickly tell other war zones this news and ask them to hide obediently and not to kill anyone. This is not Our Lady of the South Wind, who cannot bear to see others being killed. Instead, this group of Red Star people have to kill 10 chosen ones every day. And the more they kill, the higher the level and the stronger the strength. Nanfeng didn't want to meet a level 30 Red Star man in 2 days. That would be too scary. World number 1 Long Woody, yes. Shuaigua. Is there a person named Long Outyan in your world? World number 9 Nanfeng, well, it seems not. Who is Long Outyan? World number 1 Long Woody, he is my old man. Then do you know someone named Lu Tsuehua? World number 9 Nanfeng, I don't know him either. Who is this? World number 1 Dragon Invincible, this is my mother. Alas, I don't know which world they are in. Good guy. Your father's name is Long Outyan, and your mother's name is Lu Tsuehua? Is this the name of a channel? Nanfeng has already imagined a whole TV series in his mind about the overbearing president falling in love with a village beauty. R. World number 1 Long Woody, Handsome Gua. What are your parents' names? I can help you find it in Minecraft. Mom and Dad. Ever since he traveled through time. Nanfeng tried his best not to think about this question, because he was a little afraid of knowing the answer. For parents who are over 50 years old, it is not easy to survive in this dangerous world. World number 9 Nanfeng, my father's name is Nan Shanlin, and my mother's name is Yi Rushuang. Are they in your world? World number 1 Dragon Invincible, well, I have no impression. I'll ask you a question when I'm free. World number 9 South Wind, thank you very much. I'm going out to upgrade first. We'll talk later. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, you can chat with me while leveling up. Nanfeng choked and didn't know how to answer. He simply turned off the panel, took 2 deep breaths and walked out of the cabin. The construction of South City is still ongoing. Under Su Zuren's plan, the 3rd city wall is about to be completed. Nanfeng found Huang Yuanming, told him the news about the Red Star people, and asked Huang Yuanming to send the news to the cross-regional channel. Huang Yuanming patted his chest. Leave it to me. Shui-kun, I am a professional, and I will ensure that all the chosen ones are notified in place. From this point of view, Huang Yuanming is somewhat similar to Long Woody. Both of them are good players in Shui-kun. These 2 people should be able to chat well. Nanfeng did not waste time on this. He strode out of Nancheng and continued his upgrade journey for another day. There are still 11 days until the large beast tide arrives. Area 663 of the original world. A man without ears stood beside a lake with a calm expression. His lips were moving slightly, uttering some jerky and difficult to understand syllables, talking to himself. If there are blue stars chosen ones by his side, they will be surprised to find that they can actually understand what this man is saying. This is because this red star man has become the new chosen one, and the creation god system will now translate his words in real time. This year's chosen ones are better than ours back then, but eventually they will perish, just like us. How easy is it to survive this beast wave? The red star man murmured to himself, and one figure after another flashed before his eyes. These were his former companions who were buried in the beast tide. Don't worry. After I occupy 10 more war zones, I can pull you out of the abandoned land. In this life, I will continue to fight side by side with you. Kill the beast tide, and go see the wider world. Wait for me. After saying that, the red star man volleyed and shot out with his palm. The lake water in front of him splashed 7 or 8 meters high, and a huge dragon snake rose into the sky from the bottom of the water. Xianshui serpent. The two sides fought together instantly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Nanfeng returned to Nancheng to rest. After several hours of fighting, his magic power was exhausted again. The magic power consumption is still a bit high, and the double recovery of the dragon suit plus mineral water can't recover it. The shortcoming of the long-range chosen one is that it consumes too much magic power and has to go home to recover the magic power at every turn. Unlike the melee chosen ones, as long as they don't use their skills, they can attack from day to night without blinking an eye. It's just a bit life-consuming. As soon as Nanfeng returned to Nancheng, Su Zurin came over. Su Zurin, have you watched the cross-region channel? A red star man appeared in Area 502 and has killed many chosen ones. Nanfeng frowned. Didn't I ask Huang Yuanming to inform him to go out? Why don't the people in Area 502 hide? Su Zurin replied, the red star man in their war zone died suddenly last night. But for some reason, another red star man appeared in their war zone tonight. After a pause, Su Zurin said in an uncertain tone, some people suspect that it was the red star man from Area 487 who killed him through the teleportation array. Can these red star people still use the teleportation array? Nanfeng frowned. As a result, the difficulty of killing these red star people suddenly increased several times. What is the current situation in Area 502? Nanfeng asked. Su Zurin shook his head, not too optimistic. The strength of the red star people improved very quickly. Every time they killed a chosen one, their strength would skyrocket by 1 point. The chosen ones in Area 502 were no match for him at all, and they were completely defeated when they were killed. Catherine just spoke, telling the chosen ones in Area 502 to hide quickly, and she would go over to support them after midnight. Nanfeng let out a long sigh. Feeling a little troubled, there are still more than 3 hours until early morning, and I'm afraid Catherine won't be his opponent by then. The red star people improve their strength by hunting the chosen ones. The more chosen ones they kill, the stronger they become. If too many chosen ones are killed in Area 502 in the next 3 hours, Catherine may overturn. Tonight is crucial. We must kill all the red stars as much as possible. It is too easy for them to improve their strength. The longer they delay, the worse it will be for us. Nanfeng had been hunting the ferocious beasts all day long and had only reached half a level. As long as a red star person kills a chosen one, his strength will skyrocket by 1 point. How can this be compared? If it takes another 3 to 5 days, Nanfeng suspects that one red star man can break through the entire Nancheng. I will go back to rest first and stay in peak condition. In the early morning, I will go to Area 663 and kill one of the red star people. Nanfeng bid farewell to Su Zurin and prepared to go back to the cabin to take a nap to dispel his fatigue. But this time, Nanfeng slept very uneasily. He had not dreamed for a long time and dreamed again. In the dream, Catherine Wiener looked at him with empty eyes and said calmly but desperately, I lost. Nanfeng looked at her blankly. Even you lost? Catherine's red lips opened slightly, and she was about to answer when a pair of big hands suddenly appeared and tore Catherine in half with her bare hands. Nanfeng suddenly woke up. Chapter 209, A Hero Saves a Beauty? Damn. I was shocked. Nanfeng woke up from bed, opened the panel, and took a look at the time. 23:58 minutes. Catherine Wiener had arrived at Area 502 10 minutes ago. Let's see how the situation is over with Catherine first, and then consider whether to go to Area 502 or Area 663. Nanfeng was not in a hurry to teleport, and his pass still had more than 20 minutes of cooling time. so he could not teleport now. He found some food to fill his stomach, and then entered the cross-region chat channel. At this time, Silvani from the 502 War Zone was constantly reporting points to Catherine. Silvani, the Red Star Man is at the coordinates. We have temporarily held him back. 30 seconds later. Silvani, Fark. I can't hold on any longer. He has a skill that can make him immune to control. 2 more of us died. 1 minute later. Shivani, it's over. It's over. 3 more are dead. Chung Mo, if you can't beat me, just run away. Don't give me away. Daisuke Nagakichi, you said it's light. The Red Star people are ridiculously strong. How can they run anywhere so easily? Akurai, I have an ominous feeling. Can Catherine really defeat this Red Star Man? He has killed many chosen ones. Who knows how strong he is? Amelia, if even Catherine is not his opponent, then who can stop the Red Star Man? He will kill us all. Nanfeng, it doesn't matter. I will take action. Nanfeng calmly pretended to be in the chat channel. And Nanfeng continued to dive and peek at the screen. About 20 minutes later, Shivani started talking again. Silvani, it was so dangerous. I almost died just now. Now that Catherine has started fighting with the Red Star people, I will give you a live commentary. Silvani, Ness. Catherine cut off the scalp of the Red Star Man with one sword. Change his hairstyle. Silvani, beautiful. Catherine cut off the Red Star Man's forearm with a sword. And now he only has one hand. The advantages are huge. Silvani kept explaining in the chat channel. Nanfeng watched for a while, and found that Catherine had the upper hand. The situation in Nanfeng's dream should never happen again. Sure enough, dreams are the opposite. And the reality should be that Catherine tears the Red Star apart with her hands. This female war goddess is extremely powerful, and deserves to be the number 1 in the original world. Nanfeng, which of your war zones still has Red Star people? I'll come over and solve it now. However, all war zones stated that no Red Star people were found. In fact, Nanfeng is going to Area 663 tonight. But the plan cannot keep up with the changes. The Red Star people in Area 663 have probably teleported to other war zones. There is a high probability that Nanfeng will miss it and make the trip in vain. After thinking for a while, Nanfeng decided not to teleport yet. When Red Star people appeared in a certain war zone, he would teleport there to deal with them. At the same time, Xiao Ren in District 17 finally reached level 20. Phew. I originally thought I could level up in the evening, but I didn't expect to reach level 20 in the early morning. Xiao Ren breathed a long sigh of relief and entered the cross-world chat channel. He instantly found the man's name Long Woody. World number 9 Xiao Ren, hello. Long Woody. Are you the one who won the title of King of War for the 12th consecutive time, the God of War? Long Woody? World number 1 Dragon Invincible, the chatty God of War. Right? If there are no accidents. You should be talking about me. But I prefer others to call me the Loudmouth King. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, the sky is blue. The wild fields are vast. I am the king of words. I am a young man. I want to be the happy man of jelly. People from Sichuan and Sichuan talk a lot of nonsense. So that should be correct. Xiao Ren was convinced that this was the real Dragon Woody, not the one with the same name. Xiao Ren chatted with Long Woody for a few more words and exchanged some information. And the topic soon turned to the Red Star people. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, according to the current rules. As long as the Chosen One reaches level 20, a Red Star Man will appear in every war zone in this world. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, the strength of these Red Star people is average. I can kill 3 of them with one punch. So it's nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Angren's mouth twitched. Can you kill 3 Red Star people with one punch? Wouldn't that also kill 3 of me? It was too exaggerated. Xiao Ren said he didn't believe it. At this moment, another chosen person from world number 1 also sent a message. World number 1 Lin Mini, don't underestimate this group of Red Star people. They are the chosen ones of the previous term. They know the locations of all teleportation arrays. If you give them a little chance to breathe, they can unite into an extremely powerful force. Power. World number 1 Lin Mini, of course. If you are already level 25 or above, just pretend I didn't say anything. Nanfeng, who had been peeking at the screens of major channels, was stunned when he saw this. Do the Red Star people know the location of each teleportation array? Then the current Area 502. Isn't it? A chill hit. And Nanfeng immediately sent a message on the inter-district channel. Nanfeng, Sivani. Tell your people to retreat quickly. and asked Catherine to retreat too. But Nan Feng waited for a long time, and did not get a reply from Savani. It has been 4 minutes since he last spoke. Finished? Nan Feng looked grim. There must be more than one Red Star person in Area 502. The exposed Red Star man was actually just a bait, luring the strong men from each war zone to kill them one by one. Catherine Wiener was the first fish to take the bait. Catherine can't die now. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle so many Red Star people. Nan Feng gritted his teeth and directly used the cross-region pass to teleport to Area 502, even if he knew it was a trap. Nan Feng still had to get in now. The hero saves the beauty. Although the plot is very corny, I like it very much. I just hope that Catherine can hold on for a little longer before she is torn in half by other Red Star people with their bare hands. Area 502 of the original world. Catherine Wiener had a cold face, holding a knight's sword, standing upright among the crowd. Around her, there were a total of 9 Red Star people. Farther away, there were dozens of chosen ones from Area 502, all lying lifeless on the ground. Is she the strongest chosen one in this world? It should be. But I didn't expect it to be a woman. Are all men of this race trash? Don't be careless. This woman is very powerful. Huh? No matter how strong you are only at level 20. In my last life, I was promoted to level 26. The surrounding Red Star people were talking in low voices, trying to increase pressure on Catherine in this way. But Catherine's cold expression remained unchanged forever, and she raised her sword and killed one of them. The Red Star man's face was solemn, his huge palms clasped together fiercely, and he actually caught the sword with his bare hands. Take the sword with your bare hands. Oscillating sword. Catherine temporarily changed her stance, and the long sword kept oscillating at an extremely high frequency, which made the Red Star man's hands numb and unable to catch the sword anymore. Seal the throat. After one move, Catherine changed her sword moves again, and the long sword slashed out horizontally, drawing a deep blood mark on the Red Star man's neck. Puff! The Red Star man was shocked, covering his neck and taking several steps back. If he hadn't returned to level 23 after killing more than 20 chosen ones, Catherine's sword might have killed him. Don't retreat. She wants to run. The Red Star man's retreat just made room for Catherine Wiener. Catherine showed no sign of fighting. Before the other Red Star people could react, she broke out of the encirclement with a Z-shaped flash and ran wildly into the distance. Chase! Don't let her get away. We can't let her return to her camp. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to kill her. The other 8 Red Star people had gloomy expressions on their faces, staring at Catherine's back and chasing after her. At this time, a certain handsome boy happened to be running quickly in the forest. This handsome boy was Nan Feng. He was running when he suddenly found a figure running towards him. Nan Feng took a closer look. Good guy. Isn't this Catherine Wiener? Is she running for her life? Nan Feng realized something instantly, turned around and ran away. While running, Nan Feng looked back. Sure enough, Catherine was followed by several Red Star people, chasing her aggressively. Oops. Nan Feng's face changed slightly. He suddenly discovered a huge embarrassing thing. That is, his speed was the slowest among everyone. Catherine is almost catching up with him. Nan Feng was anxious. You ride on your horse and change the direction. Catherine glanced at Nan Feng and actually changed direction, continuing to escape to the left. But the group of Red Star people behind them had no intention of letting Nan Feng go. One of them struck out with a palm in the air, and the strong wind directly knocked Nan Feng to the ground. Nan Feng was shocked. The strength of this Red Star man was so exaggerated. This is much better than the ones yesterday. 8 Red Star people gathered around and were about to kill Nan Feng when a sword light suddenly flashed by. Catherine Wiener, who had escaped, is back again. Nan Feng, this? Beauty saves hero? This plot is different from what I thought. Chapter 210 True Hero Saves Beauty. The sharp sword light flashed. Extremely sharp. These 8 Red Star people did not dare to take the sword forcefully and scattered to avoid it. Catherine Wiener looked at Nan Feng with cold eyes. Let's go. Walk? When Nan Feng heard this, he immediately became unhappy. What a shame. They slapped me just now. Are you letting me go now? Hack him. Gaia. Nan Feng raised his hand and fired a flash bomb, throwing it into the crowd. Catherine immediately closed her eyes and turned her head to the side. She had already been hit by a flash bomb last time, so she was on guard this time. But the Red Star people didn't know. They had never seen this thing before, and they were still watching the flash bomb with caution. A bright light flashed, and the 8 Red Star people immediately screamed, covering their eyes and taking a few steps back. 2 of them were relatively close to the flash bomb, and their eyes had begun to shed blood and tears. Do it! Nafong then quickly got up from the ground, took out the Desert Eagle, and started to counterattack. Boom! 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 Continuous gunshots rang out, and magic bullets hit the Red Star people one after another. When Catherine saw this, she stopped running away, picked up her sword and charged into the crowd. Kill! The Red Star people reacted extremely quickly. Although their eyes were damaged, it did not have a big impact on their combat effectiveness. 5 of the Red Stars killed Catherine quickly, punching and kicking her in a combined attack. Their iron palms were so powerful that Catherine was unable to withstand them. The remaining 3 Red Star people fought towards Nafong. In their opinion, this kid was the slowest runner, and was far less of a threat than Catherine. 3 people were enough. You look down on people, right? Are you looking down on people? Nafong looked at the 3 people who were killing them quickly, raised the Desert Eagle, and started shooting non-stop. At such a short distance, the Desert Eagle is more useful than the M24. But this group of Red Star people are very proficient in close combat. They can dodge and advance just by looking at Nafong's movements. Nafong fired 7 or 8 times in a row, but only hit 1 shot, and it only scratched the opponent's skin. Damn! Are you looking down on people? Just send 5 people to kill Catherine. Do you look down on her? Seeing that these 3 Red Star people had arrived in front of him, Nafong quickly pinched 2 grenades and activated Shadowless Step. There was no other way. If he didn't activate Shadowless Step, Nafong really doubted that he would be beaten to death by them. Swish, swish, swish. While Shadowless Step lasted, the Red Star man failed to hit Zhong Nafong with a single palm. When 5 seconds were up, the 2 thunderbolts in their hands exploded instantly. Boom boom! The Red Star people had never seen such a battle before. They were immediately stunned and bloody. But the defense power of these Red Star people was really high. And this grenade, which was almost at 0 range, failed to kill them. Even if it didn't kill him, they could still continue to attack. Hang ratio. Nafong cursed secretly, pounced directly on one of the Red Star people, and put the Desert Eagle on his head. Penetrating bullet. The bullet carrying the power of shadow directly penetrated the Red Star man's brain. He fell limply to the ground before he even had time to scream. Fatal Strike is triggered. Got 1 right away. Nafong sneered and turned to look at the other 2 Red Star people, preparing to say a few harsh words to delay time. But the 2 Red Star people showed no expression at all, and continued to wave their palms towards the south wind. Damn it. Are you so indifferent? Do you still have any humanity? The duration of Shadowless Step has ended, and the penetrating bullet is also cooling down. Nafong can't help but feel a little panicked. The distance was so close that even Gatling didn't dare to take it out. Gatling's forward sway was too severe. By the time it started spinning, Nafong might have turned into a corpse. Snapped. The 2 Red Star people clapped their hands at the same time. Nafong tried his best to avoid one of the palms, but was hit hard by the other palm and flew backwards. It can also be seen from this that Nafong's melee combat ability is really weak. If it had been Catherine's blow just now, she would not only have been able to dodge it all, but even be able to slash the Red Star man with her backhand. Even Xiao Luo could easily dodge these 2 palms. Nafong was mainly inexperienced, and had no time to make the best reaction in this flash of lightning. Huh? This guy has 2 brushes. But he only has 2 brushes. Don't be careless. His weapons are weird. Be careful not to stare at what he throws. The 2 Red Star people exchanged a few words in a low voice, rubbed their eyes, and continued to kill Nafong. On the other side, Nafong coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at his health. Not bad. About 40% left. 2 more palms will be no problem. But after 2 palms, Nafong will explain here. No. We have to find a way to distance ourselves. Nafong flipped a carp up from the ground, and then immediately threw out a cylindrical jar. The 2 Red Stars sneered, closed their eyes, and turned their heads to the other side. You want to use the same trick against us twice? But the expected strong light did not appear, and a stream of gray gas spewed out from the cylindrical tank on the ground. Smoke bomb. Since unlocking the smoke bomb, this is the first time Nafong has used it in actual combat. The gray smoke quickly dispersed, shrouding the 2 Red Star people in the middle. Nafong also took advantage of this opportunity, took out Boarding Flying Claw, and stayed away from here. Cough 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 cough. The two Red Star men took a few puffs of smoke and suddenly began to cough violently. This gas is poisonous. Hold your breath. The two reacted very quickly. They immediately held their breath and headed towards where Na Fong was just now. But Na Fong had long since disappeared. A Red Star man snorted coldly. Ran away? What a coward. Another Red Star man nodded and said, he actually left a woman of his own tribe and ran away alone. This is something that will be despised by thousands of people in our Red Star. The two Red Star men did not chase Na Fong, but turned to kill Catherine. On the other side, Catherine fought fiercely against 5 Red Stars alone, but was already at a disadvantage, and was covered in injuries. But the 5 Red Star people didn't feel comfortable either. One of them had a leg cut off, and another had half of his face cut off. However, the vitality of these Red Star people is really tenacious, and it is too difficult to kill them. A Red Star man said in a hoarse voice, Woman, your companion has run away. Are you desperate? Catherine didn't even frown as she chased him and slashed. You must kill one before you have a chance to leave here. This is what Catherine Wiener is thinking now. But under the siege of 7 people, how could it be so easy to kill one of them? Fortunately, these 7 Red Stars were all injured, and they were still in a semi-blind state. Their combat effectiveness had seriously declined, and they would not be able to defeat Catherine in a short time. The two sides were stuck in a stalemate, and no one could control the other. But at this critical moment, a figure in the forest was rushing towards him. Everyone looked over in unison. This person who just joined the battlefield is likely to become a key figure in this battle. I'm here to help you. Under the moonlight, that figure emerged from the forest, and it was a Red Star man. Catherine's eyes narrowed, and she saw the blood marks on the neck of the Red Star man. This is the Red Star man who was slashed by Catherine at the beginning. He has now joined the battlefield. You came just in time. Now we fight one of the 8. She is dead. A Mediterranean Red Star man burst out laughing. But 0.1 seconds later, his laughter stopped abruptly. Boom! A magic bullet struck, hitting the newly arrived Red Star man between the eyebrows. Charged attack plus explosive fire bomb. The Red Star man screamed. Half of his face was bloody, and he fell to the ground twitching. No, it won't kill you in seconds. On the hillside far away, Na Fong did not hesitate and pulled the trigger again. 1 shot. 2 shots. 3 shots. After firing 3 shots at the Red Star man's head, Na Fong killed the Red Star man with residual blood. The expressions of the remaining 7 Red Star people changed slightly. What kind of weapon is this? Where is the other person? Who I am? What am I doing? On the hillside, Na Fong slowly turned his gun and aimed at another Red Star man. I just fought with you in close combat, just to play with you. Now is my Nan's true strength. The hero saves the beauty. This is the right plot. Chapter 211. Everyone will die. Range. This is the biggest advantage of Na Fong. As long as there is enough distance, Na Fong can even deal with these 8 Red Star people on his own. Call out. Another magic bullet was shot out, hitting the collarbone of a Red Star man. The Red Star man was knocked back a few steps by the powerful impact, pointed forward and shouted, This way. He is over here. You guys deal with this woman. I'll go. Immediately, a Red Star man went to kill Na Fong. But what greeted him were precise magic bullets. There is a distance of 400 meters between him and Na Fong. How easy is it to cross this 400 meters? Rely on the bunker and move in an S shape to avoid attacks. This Red Star man thought clearly, shuttled back and forth behind the big tree, and slowly approached the south wind. On the other side, the remaining 6 Red Stars continue to surround Catherine. But they also know that it is difficult to kill Catherine in a short time, so they are prepared to slowly drag her to death until she is exhausted. Just send someone to kill me. Are you looking down on people? Na Fong found the right angle and shot through a crooked neck tree. The magic bullet passed through the tree trunk and left a hole in the Red Star man's shoulder. The Red Star man groaned and was about to hide behind another bunker. But another bullet came and hit him in the abdomen. Then the second shot. The third shot. The fourth shot. The magic bullet hit the Red Star man very stably, blasting bloody holes in his body. In less than 30 seconds, the Red Star man was forcefully killed by Na Fong. It was so tough. It took more than 40 shots to kill him. Na Fong let out a breath, turned the gun, and looked at the battlefield on Catherine's side. At this time, Catherine was fighting 6 Red Star people alone. Her fair left shoulder had been smashed to pieces by the Red Star people's palm. Several handfuls of her long golden hair had been torn off. Her body was covered with various bloodstains, and she looked very miserable. But her eyes remained calm, as if these injuries were nothing to her. Gula is dead. Let's withdraw? Gula was the one who wanted to kill Nanfeng just now, but was killed by Nanfeng. Another Red Star man said in a deep voice, "This woman is almost done. Kill her before leaving." After finally beating Catherine seriously, these Red Star people really didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. She must be killed now. Otherwise, when Catherine returns to her camp, they will have no chance. Catherine Wayna saw the intention of the Red Star man, and her empty eyes finally gained some sparkle. "Do you want to fight hard?" She lifted up her long golden hair and cut off her 3,000 worries with a backhand sword. Long hair is in the way. Catherine's eyes focused on the Red Star man in front of her, and she raised her sword to kill him. Kill! Both sides are ready to fight to the death. It would be a waste of time to say harsh words. So just start fighting. Holy Light Cross. Catherine waved her long sword, slashing horizontally and vertically to draw a cross in the air. The cross emitted a soft holy light, instantly splitting the Red Star man in front of him into 4 pieces. Sea-level natal magic weapon. Nanfeng in the distance expressed great envy, then found the right angle and fired a penetrating bomb to skewer 3 red stars. This penetrating bullet pierced 2 hearts and 1 stomach. Catherine reacted almost instantly, flashing past the 3 of them with a Z-shaped flash, and each of them added a sword to expand their wounds. 3 disabled people. Perfect. Nanfeng did not waste the perfect opportunity created by Catherine. He fired a series of magic bullets and used the sniper rifle as a machine gun. Call out! Call out! Call out! The bullets shuttled back and forth, hitting all the crippled Red Star people. In just 10 seconds, 2 of the Red Star people were already dead. The remaining 3 Red Star people who still had fighting ability knew that the situation was over and did not dare to fight anymore. They fled decisively in 3 directions: south, northwest and northwest. The south wind was guarding the east side, and they did not dare to rush in this direction. For a time, only Catherine and the last half-dead Red Star man were left in the center of the battlefield. Catherine put her sword on the Red Star man's neck and said coldly, "How much do you know about the beast tide?" The Red Star man knew that he was dead, so he couldn't help but smile sadly and said, "There is no point in telling you. You can't survive." Catherine frowned slightly. "How strong is the final boss?" The Red Star man was stunned for a moment. "I don't know. I'll die before I even see it." "Uh-huh." Before the Red Star man could finish his words, Catherine slashed his neck with a horizontal slash. It turns out that he is a novice, and he has not even seen the final boss. Catherine snorted and immediately chased to the west. She wants to capture another Red Star person and strive to obtain more information. Leaving now? Isn't it polite to not even say thank you? Nanfeng put away the M24 and quickly chased towards the north. A Red Star man had escaped in this direction just now. Catherine wants information, and so does Nanfeng. It just so happens that these Red Star people are not in good condition. As the saying goes, they can kill you while you are sick. Now is a good time to take advantage of the victory and pursue the victory. Half an hour later, Nanfeng stopped and sighed softly. "Mad. I ran too slowly and couldn't catch up. These Red Star people are really fast." Nanfeng opened the panel and entered the cross-region chat channel. Nanfeng, Catherine Wiener. "Have you caught up?" Catherine Wiener, "Yeah." Nanfeng, "Oh, are you still very cold? If you have obtained any useful information, please share it with everyone." Nanfeng himself did not catch the Red Star people, so he could only get information from Catherine. Catherine was silent for a moment. "Catherine Wiener, come to the coordinates. Waiting for you." "His. That doesn't sound right." Nanfeng opened the map to identify the direction and trotted over. Catherine Vina was sitting on a smooth boulder, carefully treating the wounds on her body. Her left shoulder was almost comminuted, and the injury was extremely serious. There were rustling footsteps in the distance, and the south wind was coming. "Ahem. Please put on your clothes better. I'm not that kind of person." As Nanfeng got closer, he discovered that Catherine's armor was half off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. She was applying something like a plaster on her left shoulder to speed up the healing of the wound. "It's a pity. There is a lot of blood on my body." Nanfeng shook his head in disappointment and stopped 30 meters away from Catherine. At this distance, even if Catherine launches a surprise attack, Nanfeng will have enough time to react. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Catherine glanced at him and ignored him. She didn't care about that. After a long while, Catherine finally took care of the wound. put on her armor again, and jumped down from the boulder. Nafong quickly shouted, "That's okay. Don't get too close. I can hear you. Tell me, what information did you just get?" Catherine Wayna opened her red lips slightly and said softly, "He said that no one can survive this beast tide. You and I include everyone. All are going to die." Nafong was stunned. "Are they all going to die? Who are you trying to bluff here? I am a graduate from Shaman University. How can I still be scared by you?" But seeing Catherine's solemn gaze, Nafong said in surprise, "No way. You wouldn't believe this nonsense. Would you?" "Believe half of it." Catherine nodded slightly. "I will not die. But you will definitely die." Nafong was stunned. "Why?" Catherine, "Because." Chapter 212 Level 20 Lord Beast. "Because?" Catherine said softly, "Level 30 is a new beginning." "This?" Nafong frowned. "What do you mean by this? Why didn't my smart little head understand it? If you don't reach level 30, you will definitely die in this beast wave." Sensing Nafong's puzzled gaze, Catherine explained that your upgrade speed is too slow. Just because of this?" Nafong rolled his eyes. This reason was too nonsense. Just because the final boss is level 30. You must be level 30 or above to defeat it. Isn't it possible to jump to a higher level challenge? When Nafong was at level 11, he killed the level 15 Necromancer. Catherine glanced at Nafong and repeated what she just said, "Level 30 is a new beginning." After saying that, she turned around and walked into the dark forest. And soon disappeared. "New beginning? What does this mean? Can't you explain it more clearly?" Nafong cursed and raised his middle finger. Half said, "I will never have a wife in the future." Seeing Catherine Wayna leaving without looking back, Nafong didn't wait long and turned around and ran towards the south. If you remember correctly, a Red Star man escaped in this direction just now, and Nafong wanted to try his luck to see if he could meet him. This girl Catherine is unreliable. I'd better catch a Red Star person myself to get information. Nafong stuffed a handful of chi and blood fruits into his mouth and ran towards the south in large strides. It was already past 1 in the morning, but there were still a large number of chosen ones who were still awake. They are all waiting for the latest news from Area 502. "Amelia, did Catherine lose or win? Where are the chosen ones from Section 502? Why doesn't anyone say a word? Mouths, how could we?" Queen Catherine. "Lose?" Yip yelling. Nafong seems to have also gone to Area 502. "Right. There should be no problem if the two of them join forces." Yongi Daisuke, "Bah! Who wants to join forces with you Dragon Kingdom people? Queen Catherine alone is enough to defeat all the Red Stars." Chung Imo, "Stop licking. Do you understand that licking a dog can't make a house?" In the cross-region chat channel, the chosen ones from each war zone would curse each other from time to time to relieve the tense atmosphere. There was no way. Nafong and Catherine had not spoken on the cross-region channel for almost half an hour. And not even the chosen one from the 502 war zone had spoken. This has to make everyone worry about their current situation. If even Nafong and Catherine, the two strongest combat powers, cannot defeat the Red Star people, then who else is the opponent of the Red Star people? Everyone waited for another 10 minutes. But instead of waiting for Nafong to talk to Catherine, they waited for another piece of bad news. "Amelia, oops. Oops. We found a Red Star man in the war zone." Chung Mo, "Just one. You should be able to handle one. It's also Area 288 after all." "Amelia, it's hard to say. He has already discovered our camp." Everyone could even feel Amelia's nervousness through the text. Time passed by, and no one could wait for Amelia to speak again. A heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone. Area 502 of the original world. The chosen ones in the major Dragon Kingdom war zones are still worried about Nafong's situation. But they don't know that Nafong is carrying Gatling and shooting at the ferocious beasts like crazy at this time. He is very happy. Such a dense group of ferocious beasts. If you continue to shoot in this wave, you will get at least 20,000 experience points. Tongues of fire spurted out, tearing apart each level 19 ferocious beast, Earth Monitor Lizard. Nafong looked at Ga Ga's rising experience and showed a happy smile. "Humph. Catherine also said that I am slow to upgrade? I will surpass you tonight." Gatling soon entered a red temperature state. Nafong threw it into his backpack, switched out the M24, and continued to hunt the group of Earth Monitor Lizards. Penetrating bullet. I have a string of 6. One by one, Earth Monitor Lizard died under Nafong's gun. They couldn't even get within 30 meters of Nafong. Boom. The south wind was blowing fiercely, and the earth suddenly trembled violently. The experienced Na Feng instantly realized that a Lord-level beast was about to appear. Hey, this relationship is good. And a Lord comes to the door. Na Feng stood on a high place, looking around with his eyes through night vision goggles. No Lord-level ferocious beasts were found. Na Feng frowned slightly. The ground was shaking so violently, indicating that this Lord-level ferocious beast must be very large. But why? Na Feng was suddenly startled and looked down at the hill at his feet. This is the Lord-level beast. Good guy. Did you step on someone else? Na Feng threw a eye of insight at his feet and gained the attributes of this Lord-level ferocious beast. Earthly Dragon. Level 20. HP, 300,000. Attack power, 4,000. Defense, 6,000. Skill Landslide. Cracking Rock. Roaring Body of the Earth. Level 20 Lord. This is the first time Na Feng has encountered a level 20 Lord ferocious beast. This attribute is much more powerful than those 3 dragon snakes. Moreover, the size of this earth-walking dragon is also extremely huge. The small hill Na Feng is standing on is actually just a small bump on its back. It's a big guy. Before he was discovered, Na Feng started charging a blow directly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Earth Dragon, who was lying on the ground and sleeping, was now fully awake. It shook its huge head, looking around for the murderer of its descendants. But Earth Dragon never expected that the so-called murderer was watching it from its back. After the shooting, I was behind you, and you didn't notice me. I watched you for a long time. Na Feng sang the magically modified version of 10 years later, softly, and when the 20-second charged attack time was up, an explosive flame bomb came out instantly. In fact, the effect of using penetrating bullets will be better. But Na Feng just used penetrating bullets to kill mobs, and it is still cooling down. But the power of explosive flame bomb is not bad either. Ding! Explosive flame bomb accurately hit the back of Earth Dragon's head, making a crisp sound, and then exploded. -88. Na Feng took a breath of air, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Damn! It's really 88. The damage of this shot has not yet broken into 3 digits. Everyone in Na Feng is numb. Roar! Earth Dragon finally discovered Na Feng as the culprit. It shook its body crazily, preparing to shake Na Feng down. Under the violent shaking, Na Feng could not stand firmly at all, and he would fall off the back of Earth-walking Dragon if his feet slipped. Look at my magic hook. At the critical moment, Na Feng took out the mountain-climbing flying claw and shot it at a big tree on the back of Earth-walking Dragon. He flew up to the tree with a whoosh and hugged the trunk with both hands to avoid being shaken down. It's so dangerous. If you fall, you won't be trampled to death by it? Na Feng breathed a long sigh of relief, took out the grenade and threw it out. Boom! -107. Damn! Is this guy so tough? Na Feng thought for a while and guessed that this Earth Dragon should be similar to the Necromancer. Its hard body has a lot of damage reduction. Only by hitting its weak point can it be possible to kill it. The weak point of this guy is either its mouth or its abdomen. But I can't hit either of these places. Na Feng was thinking about countermeasures on the back of Earth-walking Dragon. If you jump now, you will most likely be trampled to death. If someone can attract the attention of Earth-walking Dragon, maybe. Just as he was thinking this, Na Feng saw someone striding over from a distance. This is a Red Star man with Mediterranean hairstyle. Hey guys, here comes the person who attracts firepower. Chapter 213 Mediterranean Red Star People. Na Feng didn't expect that the Red Star man who had just escaped would run back on his own. He still had some impression of this Mediterranean guy. This guy was quite strong, except for being cut bald by Catherine's sword. The rest of his body was not seriously injured. This Mediterranean also has a strong fighting capacity. Is he here to kill this Earth Dragon? Na Feng saw the intention of the Mediterranean Red Star people. He straightened up and rushed towards Earth Dragon, with a trace of excitement on his face. Ouch! Earth Dragon also discovered the Red Star man as big as an ant at this time, raised his front paws and stepped on it. Boom! With this kick, the ground shook and the ground shook. Na Feng, who was on the back of Earth-walking Dragon, could not see the Red Star people below due to his limited vision. I don't know if he was trampled to death by this kick. Probably not that good. After one kick, Earth-walking Dragon calmed down for a while, and then continued to shake its body, determined to shake the south wind off its back. My waist is almost broken by you. Nen Fong was shaken so much that he felt nauseous. So he could only pull out the rope of mountain climbing flying claw and tie himself to the tree, which made him feel better. But what to do next? That is the question. Nen Fong can choose to stay in the tree and automatically teleport back to Area 527 when the time is up. But this will waste a lot of upgrade time. He could also try to kill the earth-walking dragon. But looking at the thick mud on the back of the earth-walking dragon, Nen Fong gave up on this plan. The soil was at least several meters thick and could withstand a lot of damage. Nen Fong estimated that even if he ran out of magic power, he wouldn't be able to kill this big guy. There is another way. That is to jump off the back of earth-walking dragon and then sneak away while it is not paying attention. However, this method is very risky. The huge earth-walking dragon can span a distance of 1 to 200 meters in one step. Nen Fong estimates that he will not be able to escape from its Wuji mountain. The Mediterranean Red Star Man just now is a good lesson for others. He is still missing. Nen Fong suspects that he may have been crushed. What should I do? How about asking Catherine to help me attract attention? I helped her once just now. And now I want her to help me again. There's nothing wrong with that. At this thought, Nen Fong quickly opened the panel and called for support. Nen Fong, Catherine Wei Na. I found a Red Starman fighting the boss. The boss is as big as a mountain. Do you want to come over and snatch this boss together? After sending this message, Nen Fong waited for a long time, but did not receive a reply from Catherine Wei Na. Okay. This girl doesn't watch the chat channel most of the time. She's wasting her time. Chung Mo, Nen Fong. Brother. What is the current situation in Area 502? Nen Fong, well, almost all the chosen ones in Area 502 are dead. But almost all the Red Star people are dead too. Maybe there are only 1 or 2 left. Brit, oh. God be with these poor kids in Section 502. Judson, oh. My friend. Look at what you said. They really went to see God. Wang Yuanming, stop using this damn translation voice. Otherwise, I will definitely slap your butts with Uncle White's little leather shoes. Nen Fong, what's going on tonight? Everyone's staying up late. Right? Xiao Ran, we are still waiting for news from District 288. A Red Star Man went to District 288 just now. Amelia, thank you for your concern. Friends, our camp is still strong. The Red Star people cannot break in and have already retreated. Amelia, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, which made many chosen people feel relieved. Nen Fong also nodded. The strength of this 288th district was pretty good. At least they didn't kill the Red Star people. The Red Star people without heads are actually not very strong. At most, it just has a bit more vitality and is not easy to kill. Nen Fong was about to hit Catherine again when he suddenly found that the Earth Dragon under his feet stopped shaking its body. Tired? Is that okay? Then dog? I didn't expect that this big guy's physical strength was so poor. He was exhausted after just 3 to 5 minutes of shaking. It's not as durable as the rocking car at the entrance of the supermarket. Nen Fong quickly untied the rope around him, preparing to take this opportunity to escape. But before he got off the tree, the earth-walking dragon under his feet spread out its limbs and started to move. Boom, boom, boom. Every step it took made the mountain shake. Countless towering trees were trampled down by it, and cracks opened in the ground. Like a mountain with legs. Where is this guy going? Nen Fong frowned slightly. He found that earth-walking dragon seemed to have a target and moved in one direction. Although its movements are very slow, its size is so large that one step can take hundreds of meters. It quickly crossed the overlapping peaks and passed through forests one after another. Taking advantage of the situation, Nen Fong jumped down from the tree and walked towards the head of earth-walking dragon. His original position was around earth-walking dragon's neck, very close to his head, and he reached earth-walking dragon's head in less than 30 seconds. The view here is extremely broad, and it feels like sitting in the driver's seat of an airplane. TSK. It would be great if this guy was my mount. The 720 has a panoramic sunroof with no blind spots, leather seats, and infinitely variable speed, allowing you to enjoy the natural wind, and has great potential for modification. The consumption is a bit scary. Maybe 2,000 bison must be eaten per 100 kilometers. Nen Fong could already feel the earth-walking dragon breathing heavily. Traveling such a long distance would consume an unknown amount of energy for it. Where exactly is it going? What do you want to do? Suddenly, Nafeng's eyes narrowed, and he saw a figure standing on the bumpy nose of Earth Walking Dragon. It was the Mediterranean Red Star Man just now. The Red Star Man stood very steadily, and from time to time, he would point his finger forward. Is he directing the direction Earth Dragon should go in? He can actually control Earth Dragon? Nanfeng was shocked for a moment, and soon realized the Red Star people's intentions. He wants to control this Earth Dragon to attack the Chosen One's camp. The Chosen Ones in Area 502 are almost dead. Where is he going to attack? Could it be that one can enter other war zones without passing through the teleportation array? Nanfeng didn't think about it anymore. No matter what the Red Star Man's purpose was, just kill him anyway. There were many protruding sarcoids on the head of Earth Walking Dragon. Nanfeng hid behind one of the sarcomas, set up the M24 and started charged attack. Once the 20 seconds are up, Nanfeng pulls the trigger directly. Charge blow plus penetrating bullet. The upgraded penetrating bullet can penetrate everything, as long as it can penetrate the head. There is a chance of triggering fatal strike. No matter how tenacious the vitality of the Red Star people is, they will die if fatal strike is triggered. Call out. The magic bullet shot out rapidly, and a jet black ray directly penetrated the back of the Red Star Man's head, and then pierced out of his left eye. Weakness attack, minus 2,684. It's a pity that this shot only triggered weakness attack. Weak point attack can increase the damage by 1.5 times and 10 times. The more deadly the weak point hit, the higher the damage. Nanfeng estimated that this shot only increased the damage by 23 times. It seemed that the Red Star Man's head was indeed a weak point, but it was not a fatal weakness. Suddenly attacked, the Mediterranean Red Star people groaned, turned around and killed Nanfeng without any hesitation. But Nanfeng was already prepared. He already had a grenade in his hand, and was waiting for the Red Star people to approach. Boom! As soon as the Red Star people approached Nanfeng, they were blown up by an instantaneous thunderstorm until they vomited blood. This wasn't over yet. Nanfeng threw out 2 more grenades, a flash bomb and a smoke bomb. Boom! Boom! Grenades explode. Flashbangs release bright light, and smoke grenades emit thick smoke. The Mediterranean Red Star people were directly confused by this wave of combos. Fortunately, he had suffered a loss before. This time, he closed his eyes tightly when he saw the flash bomb and was not blinded by it. It's my turn to fight back. After this wave of offensive ended, the Mediterranean Red Star people held their breath and strode out from the thick smoke. But what greeted him were 6 slowly rotating gun barrels. Chapter 214, The Land Abandoned by Gods. The 6 barrels had been preheated, and dense magic bullets spurted out. The Red Star Man snorted coldly, covered his head with both hands, and tried to rush to Nanfeng with the bullet in hand. But when the first bullet hit him, his expression changed instantly, and he quickly dodged and hid behind the sarcoma on the side. The damage of these magic bullets is average, but the number is really large. He held on for more than a second and received more than a dozen bullets in his body. If his defense hadn't been high enough and the magic bullets couldn't penetrate his body directly, he would have been turned into a showerhead by now. Hide? Do you understand the value of an ammunition expert? Nanfeng turned the gun head directly and blasted hard at the sarcoma. The sarcoma was quickly blasted to pieces, and the rotten meat was scattered on the ground. The Red Star Man hiding behind the sarcoma received 2 more shots and hurriedly hid behind another sarcoma. Well, without the control of the Red Star people, Earth Walking Dragon had stopped advancing and was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Just now Nanfeng smashed a tumor on its head. It just snorted and felt a little itchy on its head, but it didn't feel much pain. This tumor is too small for it to feel. Duh. Gatling continued to spit out tongues of fire, and the Red Star people dodged left and right, hiding behind each fleshy tumor. But Nanfeng can blow up the sarcoma in seconds. Puff. Soon, the Red Star Man spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shot several more times, and a hole had been made in his lungs by the bullets, leaving the fragile lung lobes directly exposed to the air. This damn Chosen One. What kind of weapon is he holding in his hand? Mediterranean cursed secretly, kicked off his legs and rushed out, hiding behind a sarcoma again. If I were at my peak now, I could kill you with one slap. Mediterranean shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to distract Nanfeng. But the sound of Gatling strafing was so loud that even with tactical headphones, it was impossible to completely reduce the noise. Nanfeng didn't hear a word the Red Star Man said. Boom. R. Another sarcoma was blasted to pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The Red Star people behind the sarcoma stopped evading and rushed directly towards Nanfeng in the rain of blood, preparing to fight Nanfeng desperately. Well done! Nanfeng's face was filled with joy. His Gatling was about to reach red temperature. He was worried about what to do next. Unexpectedly, the Red Star Man actually rushed up to prepare to send it off. There was nothing the Red Star Man could do. His body was already in disrepair, and there were blood holes everywhere. Just the bleeding state was a bit too much for him. If he didn't rush now, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to rush. Ha! The Mediterranean Red Star people shouted loudly, and the terrifying sound waves pushed the air towards the south wind. This move, Lion's Roar, is the surefire move of all Red Star people. It can directly shatter the enemy's eardrums, making the enemy instantly deaf and stunned in place. It is extremely lethal. But this trick is useless to the Red Star people themselves, because they do not have eardrums, but rely on vibration to capture sound. No matter how strong the vibration of the sound is, it is not as harmful as a big mouth to the Red Star people. The sound wave pushed the air and hit Nanfeng, blowing his bangs up. Nanfeng's expression changed, as if someone put a torpedo in his left ear, which made him deaf instantly. Gurgling blood flowed from his left ear, but he had a tactical headset on his right ear, so nothing happened. More than 400 damage? I thought this trick was so powerful. This roar did not stun Nanfeng, and he could accurately shoot the Red Star Man with Gatling. The Mediterranean Red Star Man was a little desperate, but he had no way out and could only give it a try. Kill! The Mediterranean Red Star people protected their heads with their hands and ran towards them against the dense bullets. At this time, Gatling, who was facing south wind, entered a red temperature state and stopped shooting. God help me! Red Star people are overjoyed. As long as he can get close to Nanfeng, even if he is so seriously injured, he is still confident that he can kill Nanfeng. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The Red Star Man successfully approached Nanfeng, and with anger in his dantian, he slapped a palm fiercely. This palm missed. Nanfeng held the Desert Eagle and sneered at him. You can't hit it! Are you angry? Shadowless Step. This is Nanfeng's magical skill to protect himself in close combat. Boom, boom, boom. Nanfeng pulled the trigger crazily, and the gun hit the Red Star Man's body. The Red Star Man no longer defended himself. He gritted his teeth and kept using his palms, trying to kill Nanfeng. But the more he fought, the more desperate he became. Can't hit it at all. This is like opening a script. It can't be played at all. 5 seconds later, the Red Star Man's legs softened and he knelt on the ground, unable to resist anymore. Nanfeng fired a few more shots, destroying all the limbs of the Red Star Man. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Solved. Nanfeng took a few steps back and said, You are going to die anyway. Why don't you answer a few questions, and I can give you a good time? Mediterranean lay on the ground and laughed miserably. What do you want to know? Nanfeng, level 30 is a new beginning. What does this sentence mean? Mediterranean Red Star Man, I don't know. My highest level is only level 29. Nanfeng was stunned. Are all level 29 dead? Is it really impossible to survive below level 30? Nanfeng asked again, Where did you go after your death? How was he resurrected? Can my previously dead companions be resurrected? At this time, Nanfeng thought of a fat trick force. This guy died in battle when facing the Necromancer, which made the brothers in Nancheng sad for a long time, and Bao Jian Meong. If they could all be resurrected. The Mediterranean Red Star Man sneered. Resurrection? If possible. I would rather the last time I died. It would completely disappear. Nanfeng asked in confusion. Why? Don't you want to live another life? Not everyone can be resurrected. The Red Star Man spat out another mouthful of blood, and his breath was already a little weak. After the death of the Chosen One, there is a certain chance that he can enter the land abandoned by the gods. In the land abandoned by God, you cannot see, hear, touch or smell. You can't move or speak, but you can think. You can feel your body, and you can feel the slow passage of time. You will be very hungry. You will be very thirsty. Your body will be itchy, but you can't do anything. You can only endure it all silently. You have to stay in this dark world, day after day, year after year, until the next Chosen One arrives. Do you know when the next Chosen One will arrive? 129,600 years. We have been tortured in the land abandoned by God for a full 129,600 years. The Red Star Man was a little excited. and a mouthful of blood came to his mouth. And he swallowed it back. He laughed miserably. Fortunately, after this death, I will die completely, and will not return to the land abandoned by the gods. That place is so terrible. Nathong remained silent. So the land abandoned by God is such a place? It's better to die then. Nathong took a deep breath and silently prayed that the kid named Wu Wu should be dead, so as not to suffer in the land abandoned by the gods. Ahem. The Mediterranean Red Star Man coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and said weakly, "Do you want to know how to control Earth Dragon?" Nathong was stunned for a moment and nodded repeatedly. "Of course I do. But would you be so kind to tell me?" Mediterranean smiled and whispered 4 words, "Of course not." As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Star Man tilted his head and died. Nathong, it's me. Chapter 215 Purple Treasure Chest. The Red Star people were dead. Completely dead. Without a trace of life. His body had long been shattered by bullets. And it was beyond Nanfeng's expectation that he could still say so many words. "You still want to discuss me before you die, right? May you return to the place God-forsaken." Nanfeng cursed and walked around the Red Star Man's body, continued forward, and came to the forehead of Earth-Walking Dragon. Now he has to think about how to kill this Earth Dragon. Just now Nanfeng blasted several tumors on its head, but it only caused a few hundred points of damage to Earth-Walking Dragon, which was neither painful nor itchy. Nanfeng felt that it was a bit difficult to drill a hole from the head of Earth-Walking Dragon into its brain, mainly because the skull could not be penetrated. If only I could know how to control Earth Dragon. Having such a big mount is so popular, isn't it? Nanfeng recalled it for a moment. As if just now, the Red Star Man stood on the nose of the Earth-Walking Dragon and could command it to move forward. I'll try it too. Just do it. Nanfeng carefully jumped on the bridge of Dixinglong's nose, and found that Dixinglong had closed his eyes tiredly and was about to fall into a deep sleep. It seems impossible to control it. But this is a good opportunity to kill it. If you could crawl in through the Earth-Walking Dragon's nostrils and give it a shuttle. With a thought in mind, Nanfeng slid down the bridge of Earth-Walking Dragon's nose and came to the side of the nostrils. Its 2 nostrils are like 2 huge caves, and each nose hair is as thick as a finger. Dixinglong, every time he exhaled and inhaled, the 2 caves were like a typhoon, with strong winds howling. The most important thing is that there is a lot of viscous liquid in these 2 caves, which is the snot of Earth-Walking Dragon. Nanfeng decisively gave up the idea of crawling in through the nostrils. It was too disgusting. If it gets stuck in the nose, wouldn't it be embarrassing to death? The magic bullet may not even be able to penetrate the nose. This is not a weakness. Nanfeng pondered for a moment, turned around and started to climb up, and soon reached the ears of Earth-Walking Dragon. Its ears were filled with all kinds of gravel, soil and plants, and Nanfeng even found many ferocious beasts around its ears. These ferocious beasts are somewhat similar to crows, inhabiting the bodies of Earth-Walking Dragons. A level 15 beast. Nanfeng picked up the M24 and gently pulled the trigger. In the distance, a crow fell in response. After the shot, Nanfeng held his breath and concentrated, quietly waiting for Earth Dragon to react. But Earth-Walking Dragon slept like a dead pig, and the gunshot couldn't wake it up at all. Nanfeng relaxed and quickly killed all the ferocious beasts around him, and then entered the ears of Earth-Walking Dragon. Its ears were like a dark tunnel. Nanfeng walked forward for a long time before reaching the eardrum. This place should be relatively close to its brain. I wonder if I can get in by bombarding it all the way. Just do it. Nanfeng waited for Gatling to cool down and immediately launched an attack. Duh. -101. -98. -99. The eardrums of Earth-Walking Dragon were relatively fragile, and were quickly shattered into pieces by hundreds of rounds of magic bullets. Ho! Earth-Walking Dragon, who had just fallen into a deep sleep, was awakened by pain and slowly shook his head. The south wind in my ears felt like the ground was shaking, and I couldn't stand still. But he directly took out the mountain-climbing flying claw, and shot the flying claw into the ear wall. On the other side of the flying claw, Nanfeng tied it to his waist, fixed himself, and then continued to shoot. Duh. Earth-Walking Dragon, as eardrum was damaged, and the magic bullet flew deeper into the cochlea and auditory nerve. It's even more vulnerable here. Weakness attack, -389. Weakness attack, -377. Hitting the weak point. The damage caused by Nanfeng increased sharply. Earth Dragon kept roaring in pain, tilting his head and trying to pour Nanfeng out. But the mountain-climbing flying claw grips so tightly that there is no way the south wind will fall out of its ears. Hey, let me find the bug. Right? Nanfeng is very safe now. So what if the earth-walking dragon is huge? It has nothing to do with the south wind in its ears. Now the south wind can slowly wear it to death. Of course, part of the credit is also due to the Mediterranean Red Star people. If the Red Star people hadn't exhausted the earth-walking dragon and made it fall into a deep sleep, the south wind wouldn't have been able to crawl into the ears so easily. The incense sticks must be offered to the Red Star people later. Gavlin soon entered the red temperature state. Nanfeng licked his lips, took out his M24, and continued shooting. He is going to grind Earth Dragon to death here. 200, 150, 100, 000. Earth-walking dragon, as health was decreasing crazily. It roared in pain and crashed into the mountain not far away. Boom! When it collided, the inertia caused the south wind to hit the wall of the ear. Fortunately, he was wearing a dragon helmet, so nothing happened now. He shook his head and continued to output. 86, 400. Earth Dragon, as health points are getting lower and lower, and even its roar is much weaker. But suddenly a large number of ferocious crows flew outside his ears, ready to kill Nanfeng, the uninvited guest. This group of ferocious crows and the earth-walking dragon have a symbiotic relationship, and they will not watch the earth-walking dragon die like this. Smoke bomb. Nanfeng threw a smoke bomb behind him, and the entire ear canal was soon filled with thick gray-black smoke. These smokes contain mild toxins, and after smoking, the sense of direction will decrease sharply. This group of crows and ferocious beasts were scurrying around in the thick smoke, but they couldn't fly out. Nanfeng ignored them for the time being and continued to attack Earth Dragon with full firepower. 32, 010, 000. The south wind was bombarding deep in the ears, and it actually killed the earth-walking dragon. A whole half hour. Announcement. The chosen one, Nanfeng, successfully killed the level 20 Lord level ferocious beast, Earth Dragon. Reward, reputation +3. Agility +40. Ness. After finally getting rid of this big guy, Nanfeng's face showed a look of joy. This level 20 Lord is really powerful. It took Nanfeng, who was also level 20, half an hour to kill him. In comparison, the level 19 Lord level Dragon Snake seems a bit weak. Well, the equipment exploded. After Earth Dragon died, a light flashed in front of Nanfeng, and several items appeared in front of Nanfeng. Nanfeng hurriedly stepped forward to pick it up. Purple treasure chest 1, blue treasure chest 2, earth crystal 5. Purple treasure chest. Nanfeng was excited. This was the first time he had obtained a purple treasure chest. But Nanfeng did not rush to open the purple treasure box. Instead, he turned his attention to the 5 earth yellow beads and threw out a Eye of Insight. Earth crystal, earth element secret treasure. Very rare. It is indeed a secret treasure of the earth element. Nanfeng is overjoyed. He now has the 4 elemental secret treasures, adamantine stone, fire heart, wind and thunder branch, earth crystal. There is still 1 water element secret treasure left, so Nanfeng's natal magic weapon can be upgraded. Go back and ask Xiaoang Ran. I wonder if he killed the Xianshui serpent. Nanfeng put earth crystal in his backpack, and then looked at the purple treasure box. Turn on! Chapter 216 Level 19 Lord? Just a toy. Purple treasure chest. Open! Watch your armor. Grade, B grade medium. Type tops. Attribute, physical strength +450 adds an additional 500 points of defense. Characteristics, recover 10 health points per second when standing still. I stand here and watch here. This is a B grade medium equipment. Nanfeng took a breath of air. In terms of a single piece of equipment, this, watch your armor, is stronger than his dragon armor. However, dragon armor has all attributes +75, and also has a set effect, which is relatively more suitable for Nanfeng. After all, strength is the attribute Nanfeng needs most at the moment. But the characteristics of watch your armor are really powerful. It restores 10 health points every second, which is 600 points in 1 minute. It can regenerate blood better than a cabin. The Overlord is reloaded. This is Qi Shui fruit, loses its fragrance instantly. Nanfeng put the watch your armor in his backpack and kept it for later use. Then turned around and prepared to fight out. The ferocious crow beasts behind him were no match for Nanfeng. Nanfeng quickly killed them all with one shot. Crawling out of his ears, Nanfeng returned to Earth Walking Dragon's head and looked around. After Earth Walking Dragon died, its huge body directly transformed into mountains, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. Nanfeng touched the Earth Walking Dragon at his feet and found that he could not get the meat of the Earth Walking Dragon, because its body has begun to turn into nutrients, supporting the growth of surrounding plants and animals. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, everything comes into being. Earthly Dragon, maybe it's the same. It's hard to imagine that such a big guy is only level 20. At the same level of 20, Nanfeng felt that Earth Dragon could trample him to death with one kick, and his strength was not at the same level at all. In the creation god system, is there something wrong with your level division? No matter how you look at it, this guy should be level 50. Nanfeng complained casually, turned around and left the earthly dragon, preparing to hunt nearby ferocious beasts. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, a silver-white teleportation array lit up at Nanfeng's feet, teleporting him back to Area 527. Another day passed. There are only 10 days left before the big beast tide comes. Nanfeng stayed in the cabin for a while, and then went out after returning to his peak condition. Hey, there are so few people in the camp today? Nanfeng looked around and found that only a dozen brothers were still building the city wall. Lu Daqiang heard Nanfeng's doubts and replied, Nancheng has almost been built. Su Zern and his brothers formed a group to go out to hunt ferocious beasts, preparing to upgrade their levels first. I see, it's really important to upgrade first. Nanfeng nodded and looked at Lu Daqiang. Then why don't you go? Lu Daqiang chuckled, me? I don't have to. I can upgrade by cutting down trees. I am addicted to cutting down trees. Nanfeng shrugged and left Nancheng in large strides without asking any questions, preparing to head to District 17. On the way, Nanfeng also looked at Xiao Ran in the Cross-World channel. World number 9 Nanfeng, Xiao Ran. Good brother. Have you killed the Xianshui serpent? I am in urgent need of the secret treasure of water element. World number 9 Xiao Ran, not yet. The Xianshui serpent is a bit strong. I'm going to find more people to join us. World number 9 Nanfeng, no need to look for anyone. I will come over to help you right away. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, can't even defeat the Xianshui serpent? I was so reckless that it killed me with just one punch. Nanfeng and Xiao Ran were speechless at the same time, and turned off the panels together, not intending to talk to Long Woody. The reason why Nanfeng was looking for Xiao Ran in the Cross-World channel was because he didn't want the chosen ones from other war zones to get too much information. There are few people in the Cross-World channel, and most of them are the chosen ones from other worlds. So it's okay to let them know about it. Go out and kill the snake. Nanfeng quickened his pace and ran towards the teleportation array in Area 17. More than half an hour later, Nanfeng arrived at the camp in Area 17 and saw Shiji standing straight outside the camp. Brother Shiji, are you still standing guard in broad daylight? Really dedicated. Nanfeng said low casually. Shijiwen said angrily, it's not about standing guard. It's about practicing standing posture. Standing posture? Nanfeng was stunned, thinking that you were doing military training here. As a result, before Nanfeng could say the second sentence, Shiji started to goose step in a decent manner, with a serious look on his face. Don't tell me. Although this guy is a bit brainstem missing, his goose steps are pretty standard. I told him some of Long Woody's deeds yesterday, and he clamored to become a super strong man like Long Woody. Xiao Ran came from the side and explained, after learning that Long Woody was the king of soldiers. Shiji also determined to become the next king of soldiers. Well, he is now starting to practice basic skills. This, Nanfeng couldn't help but admire Shiji. Work hard for your dreams. Do it without hesitation. And just do it. It's just that the goal he set is a bit high. Can a strong man like Long Woody achieve it through hard work? No. That depends on talent. Hard work is nothing compared to talent. Xiao Ran, let's go. Let's kill the snake. Nanfeng, let's go. Let's go. I can't wait any longer. Xiao Ran also found a team of 20 people to hunt Xianshui serpent together. Among these 20 people, there are 10 ranged ones, 5 human shields, 3 priests and 2 heavy warriors. They are all above level 17. They are a strong fighting force. Nanfeng scratched his head. Actually, there was no need to bring them. There was no need for so many people. A long-range chosen one named Guasu was unhappy. Brother, I know you are very strong. But you can't look down on others. Right? I'm already level 18 anyway. Nanfeng, well, I didn't mean that. I meant that my output alone is enough. And I don't need too many people. Another priest named Li Yuan said, even if you have enough output, you still need me to help you increase your health. Right? It never hurts to have one more person and more strength. Seeing that they all said this, Nanfeng could only nod and say no more. Are you going to hunt, Xianshui's serpent? When Shiji saw Nanfeng and others preparing to set off, he trotted over quickly. I wanted to go too. Xiao Aran frowned slightly. What are you going to do? It's dangerous there. Shiji didn't speak, but stared at Xiao Aran with a pair of wise eyes. Xiao Aran was speechless, and could only agree to go with him, and told Shiji to be careful. Everyone left the camp, and soon came to a lake. Xiao Aran clenched his spear, and said with a solemn expression, the Xianshui serpent is in this lake. You step back first, and I'll lead it out. Let me do it. I have a long range. Nanfeng stopped Xiao Aran and strode towards the lake. The lake was very deep, and there was a light mist floating on the surface. Nanfeng couldn't see clearly what was going on in the water. But he didn't need to see clearly what was going on in the water. I saw Nanfeng take out 2 grenades, pull the ring and throw them into the lake. Upon seeing this, Xiao Aran shouted loudly, get back quickly. The Xianshui snake is coming out. Nanfeng waved his hand, and stood there, and picked up Gatlin. A 2 to 3 meter thick, Xianshui serpent, stretched out its body from the lake water, staring at Nanfeng with a pair of cold eyes. The priest is preparing to increase blood, and the remote brother starts to attract the snake's attention. Xiao Aran, who was in the distance, rushed over in a hurry, and at the same time, he clenched his spear, and wanted to rush over to support Nanfeng. Shiji raised his head and shouted, I will fight with you on horseback. Then he rolled up his sleeves and strode over, ready to fight the Xianshui serpent. But at this moment, Nanfeng's Gatling was preheated, and the 6 barrels began to rotate. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Magic bullets poured down on the body of Xianshui serpent like a rainstorm, and the snake's scales instantly scattered all over the ground. This level 19 Lord Snake is completely unable to withstand the damage from the south wind. 30 seconds. Xianshui serpent surged in pain in the lake water, and the scarlet blood dyed the lake water red. Its body was completely broken, and many of its internal organs were smashed to pieces by bullets. Can't bear it after only 30 seconds? Nanfeng put Gatling away, turned around and waved to Xiao Aran, brother, come and kill him quickly. Behind him, the chosen ones in District 17 were already stunned. This is a level 19 Lord level beast. Why is it that it's like a toy in your hands, and it's ruined by you in a matter of minutes? Chapter 217 Upgrade. Natal Magic Weapon. Nanfeng's output was so high that Xianshui serpent was already dying before the chosen ones in Area 17 took action. Shiji also raised his fists and wanted to come over and fight, but he showed a shocked expression halfway through the rush, and then stared at Nanfeng's back with his wise eyes. This is a tough opponent, and my next goal is to beat him. Shiji was thinking about it, and suddenly stood up straight on the spot, and started practicing his military posture again. He can't slack off at any time. He wants to become the next dragon invincible. Xiao Aran came to the lake, looked at the half-dead Xianshui serpent, and said, this snake, Nanfeng, this is from your war zone. Come and kill it. What Nanfeng needs now is the secret treasure of the water element. The attribute point rewards obtained by killing the Lord are not that important. Moreover, District 17 is also a Dragon Kingdom war zone. There is no reason for Nanfeng to snatch things from his compatriots. It's not like there are no foreign enemies. Xiao Aran nodded, jumped up, and flew over the lake, arriving on the head of Xianshui serpent. At this time, the Xianshui serpent was already out of breath and had no ability to resist. It was stabbed to death by Xiao Aran with several blows. Xiao Aran picked up the loot and jumped back to the shore in one step. Then, a transparent stone flew toward Nanfeng, who quickly reached out to catch it. Xianshui teardrop, a secret treasure of water element, very rare, finally collected the 5 elemental secret treasures. Nanfeng clenched his fists and looked a little excited. His natal magic weapon could finally be upgraded. The upgrade of the natal divine weapon to C level is a huge improvement. Xiao Luo's purple gold short blade can ignore 25% of the defense power, making Nanfeng envious for a long time. After my natal magic weapon is upgraded, it will definitely be stronger than theirs. Nanfeng still has this little bit of confidence. Others only need 1 elemental secret treasure to upgrade. But Nafeng needs 5 to upgrade, which increases the difficulty several times. If it can't be stronger than others, then Nafeng will definitely make the creation god system bloody. The secret treasure of water element has been obtained, and Nafeng was about to leave. But he suddenly saw a pair of domineering boots in Xiao Angren's hand. Seeing the patterns on the boots, Nafeng blurted out, "Dragon boots?" Nafeng already had 4 pieces of dragon equipment, including a shirt, pants, belt and helmet, but no shoes. Xiao Aren nodded, "Yes. These boots are so strong. My strength can be improved to another level by wearing them." Nafeng glanced at Xiao Aren and found that he was still wearing an immortal suit. No wonder he was a little weak. Nafeng couldn't help but remind him, "Brother, you can kill 2 village chiefs when you have time, and upgrade your immortal suit to a dragon suit, which matches these shoes." Xiao Aran, "I know. But other war zones have not come to provoke me, and I don't want to trouble them. There are too few people in the Dragon Kingdom in our world, so it would be better to have fewer enemies." Nafeng shrugged and did not refute. If it were more than 10 days ago, Nafeng might have the same idea as Xiao Aran. "I will not offend others unless they offend me." But Nafeng has changed now. He will choose to take the initiative and grab 2 sets of immortal suits to improve his strength, because only by being strong enough can we reduce troubles and prevent others from attacking me. But Nafeng didn't say much. He would not impose his ideas on others. Xiao Aran, "I chatted with Long Woody for a while in the early morning, and found that the original world number 1 can be called the base camp of our Dragon Kingdom. Do you know how many Dragon Kingdom war zones there are?" Nafeng raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know this. He should have been shopping on Earth Walking Dragon in the early morning. Xiao Aran held out 3 fingers in a serious manner. "There are 408 Dragon Kingdom war zones in world number 1. And 80% of the chosen ones are active warriors." Nafeng looked at his 3 fingers and fell into deep thought. 408 war zones. What does this have to do with 3? Wait. There are 408 Dragon Kingdom war zones in world number 1. So much. Nafeng was surprised. Xiao Aran continued, "Yes. And most of them are active soldiers, with strict discipline and prohibitions. So the Dragon Kingdom theater in world number 1 is very united. By the way, do you know how high the initial attributes of Long Woody are? 43 points of strength, 39 points of agility. You can kill a bunch of red-eyed rabbits with just 1 punch when you walk out the door." Under the leadership of Long Woody, the people of the Dragon Kingdom in world number 1 pushed forward all the way, while the chosen ones from other countries could only hide in the corner and tremble. Nafeng couldn't help but yearn for it. This is the world that belongs to us Dragon Kingdom people. Xiao Aran, after the beast tide, the major worlds should be connected. Long Woody said that he wants to gather all the people of the Dragon Kingdom to continue to pass on the fire of civilization of the Dragon Kingdom. Will you go to world number 1 by then? Nafeng thought seriously for a while and said, "I think so. In fact, my dream is to be a carefree waste, protected by an invincible dragon. This dream of mine should come true." There was a tall man holding up the sky when it fell, and Long Woody was undoubtedly the tall man. "If someone from my south just shows off, it will be over." Nafeng didn't chat much with Xiao Aran. He was now anxious to find a deserted place to upgrade his natal magic weapon. As he was leaving, Nafeng felt that there was a pair of eyes behind him that were staring at him. He looked back and found Shirji standing in a military posture. Shirji raised his fist at Nafeng, indicating that he would challenge Nafeng in the future. Nafeng failed to understand what Shirji meant and thought he was saying goodbye to him, so he waved goodbye. Shirji's face was solemn, and he thought to himself, "He actually used cloth to restrain my stone? He is indeed a master." Fortunately, Nafeng couldn't read minds, so he didn't know what was going on in Shirji's little head. Otherwise, Nafeng would definitely be speechless all day long. Coming to a deserted place, Nafeng directly opened the panel and upgraded his natal magic weapon. Born Divine Weapon. Weapon name, Rare Arsenal. Current grade, C grade inferior. Type Backpack. Attribute, Backpack grid plus 500. Materials required for upgrade, Xiantian Stone 1 Black Liu 1. Equipment upgrades. M24 Sniper Rifle, AWM Sniper Rifle. Rusted Bronze Dagger, Mitsubishi Sword. Grenade, High Explosive Grenade. This upgrade has unlocked new equipment, Type 09 Shotgun. Learn the new skill, Freezing Bullet. Skill upgrade. Nafeng was dazzled by a series of system prompts. Holy shit. Got me a shotgun? Now let me see who dares to get close to me. Nanfeng was about to take a look at the attributes of the Type 09 shotgun when another system announcement came. Ding! All the chosen ones in Area 611 of the original world have died. Well, another war zone has been destroyed. Nanfeng was startled and quickly switched to the cross-region chat channel to look through other people's chat records. Sure enough, it was the Red Star people who did it. I don't know how many Red Star people are still hidden in our world. Nanfeng had a bad feeling in his heart. Red Star people. This hidden danger is too big. Chapter 218 The Equality of All Beings Gun. In the cross-regional chat channel, everyone was discussing enthusiastically how to deal with the Red Star people. But obviously, they could only think of two ways: either let Catherine Wiener take action, or let Nanfeng take action. But the clever Huang Yuanming came up with a third way. Huang Yuanming, do you think Sikong Bushue can deal with this Red Star man? Brit, Falk. Fark. Don't discuss Sikong Bushue here. Do you want everyone to die together? Adkarai, I'm offline. Bye. Edward, Brit. As Queen Catherine's new entourage. I'm so disappointed in you. You don't even have the courage to face strong men. How do you still want to survive the beast tide? Xiao Aran, Edward. How about you go to Area 2 and deal with Sikong Bushue? Upon hearing this, Edward began to pretend to be silent again. Nanfeng glanced twice, shook his head, and turned off the panel. He found that the chosen ones in the top 20 war zones all feared Sikong Bushue from the bottom of their hearts. Because of this fear, they were even unable to muster the courage to fight. Edward was right. If he didn't have the courage to face a strong man and was frightened just by hearing his name, how could he survive in this dangerous world for a long time? Nanfeng is not afraid of Sikong Wexu now, because the more he knows, the less afraid he will be. So what if Sikong's erudite hypnosis is so powerful? When Nanfeng's natal magic weapon reaches a few more levels, he can shoot him in the head from 800 meters away. Maybe he can unlock a mechanical army of fighter jets and missiles in the future. But how about a Sikong Bushue? Forget it. Sikong Bushue has been isolated by the Chuangshishan system, so it's useless to think about it now. Let's take a look at the troll I just got first. Type 09 shotgun. Current grade, C grade inferior. Type, weapon. Attribute, strength plus 600. Characteristics, armor breaking. Your bullets can break the target's armor more easily. Consume 1000 magic points to condense a shotgun bullet. After firing, it will scatter into 100 small bullets. Each small bullet can cause damage of 150% of the attack power. The maximum number of special bullets for shotguns is 1. And the cooldown time is 6 hours. In front of me, all living beings are equal. Damn it. 600 points of strength. As expected of a troll, Nanfeng read the introduction of the shotgun carefully. Does it take 1000 magic points to fire a shot? It's a bit expensive, but the damage is really terrifying, which translates into a full 150 times attack power bonus. Nanfeng took out the spray gun from his backpack and began to condense special bullets for the shotgun. A large amount of magic power poured into the shotgun through his hands. Soon, there was a fist-sized magic bullet in the shotgun's magazine. Is this a cannonball? Nanfeng was a little itchy and wanted to try the power of this spray. Just then, a level 13 mosquito beast flew over, baring its teeth and claws at Nanfeng. This is not an ordinary mosquito, but a mosquito from the primitive world. Its limbs are spread as big as a basketball. It can be called a prehistoric giant mosquito. Moreover, its mouth parts are as thick as a little finger. When pierced into a creature, it acts like a blood pump, draining the opponent's blood in minutes. It's just you. Nanfeng decisively raised his spray gun and pointed it at the mosquito beast. Boom! A loud bang. A giant bullet as thick as a fist spurted out and exploded the moment it came out of the barrel, scattering into 100 small bullets and flying towards the mosquito beast in front of him. This mosquito never dreamed that someone on horseback would use a cannon to hit mosquitoes. These 100 rounds of small bullets were scattered in a cone shape, and only a dozen of them hit the mosquito beast. The rest were all missed and shot into the ground or tree trunks behind the mosquito. But even if only one bullet hits, it is not something this little mosquito beast can withstand. It was blown to pieces in an instant. If I take the shot, you still owe me 99 lives. Nanfeng put the spray into his backpack and shook his numb hands. The recoil of this thing is really strong. However, Nanfeng also figured out the best attack distance of the shotgun within 1.5 meters. Within 1.5 meters, these 100 bullets can all hit the enemy, which is the most lethal. If it's further away, some bullets will miss. Of course, If the target is very large, that's another story. It's a pity that this thing can only be fired every 6 hours. And the cooling time is too long. It seems that I can save a bullet first. So after waiting for 6 hours, wouldn't I be able to shoot 2 times in a row? Nefong decided to wait 6 hours before trying this idea. Now, he needs to find a place to upgrade first. The ferocious beasts in Area 527 were left to the brothers to hunt, while Nefong went to Area 39. The chosen ones in Area 39 are basically all dead. This is now Nonfeng's back garden, and he can hunt the ferocious beasts inside at will. After this upgrade, my sniper rifle was upgraded to an AWM level. Before, I was only focused on trolling, so Nefong hadn't checked the properties of AWM yet. AWM sniper rifle. Current grade, C grade inferior. Type, weapon. Attribute, strength plus 500, energy plus 100. Features, hollow point bullets. Your bullets will cause greater damage to the target, consuming 2 points of magic power. Each attack can cause 190% attack power damage to the enemy. For world peace, compared with M24, AWM consumes less mana and has a new feature, hollow point bullets. Nefong tried it and found that when AWM shot the beast, the magic bullet would explode slightly inside the beast. Unlike the previous M24, its magic bullets slowly dissipate inside the enemy's body. There is a big difference between the two, and AWM is undoubtedly more lethal. Nefong couldn't put it down with this new weapon. He pushed it all the way through Area 39, even wanting to take a shot at the level 1 iron-clawed rat he encountered. At noon, Nefong, who was in a state of excitement, heard another system prompt. Ding! All the chosen ones in Area 593 of the original world have died. What? Area 593 is gone? Nefong was shocked. How long had it passed? Why was another war zone destroyed? Open the cross-regional chat channel, and a large amount of information keeps sliding up. It seems that the demise of District 593 has made all the chosen ones a little anxious. Nefong, who will tell me what's going on now? Too much information, and no time to climb stairs. Nonfeng's information was wiped out instantly. Yes, it's for nothing. Nefong glanced at their chat messages for a while, and obtained a very crucial piece of information. The Red Star people who destroyed District 593 were the same Red Star people who wiped out District 611 in the morning. Nefong looked solemn. If that were the case, wouldn't this Red Star man have killed hundreds of chosen ones? How powerful must he be? Nefong now seriously doubted whether he and Catherine together could defeat this Red Star man. Chapter 219, District 113. Danger. Nonfeng's cross-region pass is still cooling down, and now we can only wait until the early morning to find the Red Star people. Now I just hope that fewer people will die in other war zones. Give away fewer lives, and stop making Nefong more difficult. After Nefong ate something, he continued to hunt ferocious beasts, and finally reached level 21 at around 3 p.m. The attribute points provided by the upgrade now are just drizzle for Nefong. The main function of upgrading is level suppression. For every level difference, the difference in strength is huge. Keep going and strive to reach level 30 before the beast wave. Nefong held the AWM and continued to hunt the ferocious beasts deep in the jungle. At 9:30 in the evening, Xiao Aran was hit by the south wind on Trans World Channel. World number 9. Xiao Aran. Nefong. Brother, I got the Shadow Stone. Now I need a gold element secret treasure. Do you have it? World number 9. Nefong. Yes. I will send it to you later. This is something that the two of them had discussed before. Nefong would exchange any elemental treasure with Xiao Aran for a water elemental treasure. It just so happened that Nefong didn't have much magic power right now, so he could take this opportunity to go back. World number 1. Dragon Invincible. Shadow Stone? There is a cave behind a large waterfall, and there are as many shadow stones as there are meters in it. Nefong was stunned. The cave behind the waterfall? Which waterfall? The waterfall where the immortal serpent is located. World number 2. Archie. What about Holy Light Stone? World number 1. Dragon Invincible. Holy Light Stone. Go look for it on the highest mountain in your war zone. It's everywhere. World number 1. Len Mimi. Long Woody. Please look carefully before you speak. The person above is not from the Dragon Kingdom. World number 1. Long Woody. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I told the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and they can see it too. It is unrealistic for everyone to be in the same chat channel, and avoid the chosen ones from other countries delivering messages. World number 9. Nefong. Thanks, Brother Invincible. I will treat you to dinner next time we meet. Na Feng turned off the panel and prepared to treat Long Woody to the porridge cooked by Ning Wu next time. Very delicious. Back in Area 527, Na Feng first exchanged an adamantine stone from the village warehouse, and then quickly ran to Area 17. Xiao Aran was waiting outside the teleportation formation, and the two met again soon. After getting the adamantine stone, Xiao Aran didn't have much joy on his face. Did you watch the cross-region channel at night? Na Feng frowned. I didn't pay attention. What happened again? Xiao Aran said in a deep voice. After destroying District 593, the Red Star Man went to District 406, District 451, District 193, and killed more than 20 chosen ones in total. Some people estimate that his current strength should be around level 24. This should be the last Red Star person in our world. But it is difficult to kill this last one. Level 24. Na Feng frowned and thought silently. He has just reached level 21. A full 3 levels behind the Red Star Man, and can only cause a quarter of the damage. It is extremely difficult to kill this Red Star person. Even if a Catherine is added, it will still be very difficult. But if it continues to drag on, the strength of the Red Star people will only increase faster. Tonight may be the last chance to kill him. Xiao Anran continued. The Red Star Man has extremely high defense and is very durable. But his shortcoming is also obvious. That is, he has almost no means of long-range attacks. Na Feng, if we can hold off the Red Star Man, are you sure we can kill him? Na Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Aran. Hold it. How do you delay? The attack power of the Red Star people is not low either. Take your life. Xiao Aran looked calm. I have discussed with the strong men in other war zones in the cross-region channel. We will hold off the Red Star people with our lives and create output space for you. Maybe we can kill the Red Star people if we have a chance. Strong men in other war zones? Are you kidding me? Na Feng was surprised and said. This is basically going to die. Who has such a spirit of self-sacrifice? Xiao Anran, Andre in District 3. Ajiri in District 19. Chung Mo in District 68. Yi Pialing in District 113. And Amelia in District 288. They are all willing to participate in tonight's plan to kill the Red Star people. We all know that tonight is the last chance to kill the Red Stars. If you miss tonight, many people will die. Even our world may be destroyed. The Red Star people improve their strength too quickly. Moreover, he has a very high IQ. He will not go to stronger battle zones. But he can kill weak ones alone. If it drags on any longer, it will mean slow death for the Blue Star people. It is better to give it a try. This, Na Feng didn't expect that there would actually be people with such a spirit of self-sacrifice. He shook his head slowly and said, farewell. Your level is too low. And you are only going to give experience to the Red Star people. If the sky falls and there are still tall people holding it up, leave this Red Star person to me and Catherine. In the original world of number 9, Na Feng and Catherine were tall people. In cross-region chat channel, Na Feng, Catherine Wei Na. Let's kill this last Red Star person in the early morning. Catherine Wiener, yeah. To Na Feng's expectation, Catherine responded quickly this time. It seemed that she was also paying attention to the information from the Red Star people. Chung Mo, I'll go too. My flying sword is fierce. Yi Pialing, I can help control it. Amelia, I can resist and attack. And I also have a health increasing skill, which is super powerful. Na Feng, your level is too low, so don't cause trouble. Andre, you stay with us. At night, Na Feng had already seen Andre enter the cross-world chat channel, which meant that he was already level 20 and should be able to withstand a few slaps from the Red Star people. Andre, okay. This is the first time that the 3 powerful countries have cooperated, and it may also be the last time. Na Feng turned off the panel and looked at Xiao Anran. Don't go either. Your defense is not good enough, and you can't withstand a few hits. Xiao Angren's equipment was not good, and he knew his shortcoming. So he didn't show off and just silently said 2 words. Come on. The two said goodbye. Na Feng returned to Area 527 and ran quickly to Nanchung. Halfway through, he heard a system prompt. Ding! The chosen one Xiao Luo successfully killed the level 19 Lord, Xianshui's serpent. Award? Xiao Luo is so good. But he even killed the Xianshui serpent? Before Na Feng had time to think too much, he discovered that there was someone in the handsome guy's group with him. Xiao Luo, Na Feng. Do you want dragon boots? Wang Yuanming, damn it. This snake is really fierce. It took more than 40 minutes to kill it. Su Ming, to be honest. You guys are really good. Together. The output of all of you is not as high as that of Nanfeng alone. Fortunately, I'm hard enough. Otherwise I'd give the big snake an extra meal tonight. It turned out that they went to kill Xian Shui's serpent together. Nanfeng nodded. Nanfeng, Xiao Luo. Give me the dragon boots first. And I will give you a pair another day. Xiao Luo, do I need you to pay it back? I'll kill another one tomorrow. Who are you looking down on here? Xiao Luo directly traded the dragon boots. Dragon boots. Level C level peak. Type shoes. Attribute, all attributes plus 50 dodge rate plus 10%. Set effect. 2-piece set. Restores 30 health points / min, restores 30 mana points / min. 3-piece set. Gain 10% damage reduction. 5-piece set. Dragon Roar. Your attack has a chance to trigger a Dragon Roar, causing a brief stun to the target. Dragon 5-piece set. The attributes of these, Dragon Boots, are also very good. It actually increases the chance of dodge by 10%. And it also has a 5-piece suit effect. Putting on the Dragon Fighting Boots. Nanfeng put the Gust Wind Fighting Boots into his backpack. Gust Wind Boots comes with a skill, Shadowless Step, which is a magical skill. I have saved Nanfeng countless times, so I must keep it. The south wind is now at its strongest. The certainty of killing the Red Star Man tonight has increased by another 10%. At the same time, Yi Piaoling from District 113 asked for help urgently on the cross-district channel. Yi Piaoling, everyone. The Red Star people are coming to our war zone. Nanfeng glanced at the time. And there were still 2 full hours until early morning. District 113. Danger? Chapter 220. The most powerful Red Star Man. Nanfeng's cross-region pass is still cooling down, and he cannot teleport to Area 113 for support now. Nanfeng, Yi Piaoling. Let your people stick together, and don't be defeated individually by the Red Star people. Yi Piaoling, okay. I will try my best to delay your arrival. The strength of District 113 was not bad. Nanfeng felt relieved and speeded up to return to Nancheng to replenish his state. In the South City, most of the brothers who went out to upgrade during the day have returned and started to continue building Nancheng. Nanfeng strode to the planting area and found Yuran. Good sister. Give me some life-keeping flower. Life-killing flower is full of poison, and Shen Pian often paints it on his dagger to hunt ferocious beasts. It's a pity that the cultivation of life-seeking flower is extremely difficult, and it is barely enough for one Shen senator otherwise. Nancheng's brothers' weapons would be all poisoned, which would be very powerful. Yuran, who was planting flowers, picked 2 life-keeping flowers without saying a word and handed them to Nanfeng. A trace of worry flashed in her bright eyes. Are you going to fight the Red Star people in close combat tonight? Nanfeng nodded. It's possible. Andre and Catherine may not be able to hold him back. Nanfeng crushed the Life King flower, applied the flower liquid on the Mitsubishi Army Thorn, and then put it into his backpack. Be prepared? Nanfeng, I'll go back and take a rest first. There's still a tough battle to be fought in the evening, so I'll leave first. Yuran, wait! I just found the Tianxin Hua today. You can take it and eat it. Tianxin flower, after consumption, it can increase physical strength by 10 points. The maximum consumption for each chosen person is 1 flower. Yuran originally planned to cultivate more Tianxin flowers, so that each of the brothers in Nancheng could have one. But now it seems that supply can only be given to Nanfeng first. Nanfeng didn't refuse. Why should he refuse what his good sister gave him? After swallowing Tianxin Hua in one gulp, Nanfeng returned to the hut, lay on the bed, and began to close his eyes and meditate. Half an hour later, bad news came. Yi Piaoling, we can't hold on any longer. Nanfeng, what's going on? Don't you still have 100 or 200 people in your war zone? Kill him with 1 skill per person. Yi Piaoling, his defense is super high, and he also has control-free skills. He can't be beaten to death or controlled. In addition, we were all hiding in the hut, and the view was too poor. Half an hour ago, Yi Piaoling organized the chosen ones in District 113 and launched 1 round of attacks against the Red Star people. But the Red Star people's defense was too high, and their attacks were like scraping, and they were scraping very slowly. The Red Star people braved the dense attacks and killed one of the chosen ones with 2 slaps. Seeing this, Yi Piaoling could only let everyone hide in the cabin to save their lives for the time being. But in this way, the chosen ones in District 113 are in a very embarrassing situation. If you come out of the hut, you will be slapped to death by the Red Star people. They were all safe hiding in the hut for the time being. But they could not attack the Red Star people, and could only let the Red Star people slowly demolish their homes. Yip yelling, I just estimated that a hut can only last for 5 minutes at most. And there are still 1.5 hours until early morning. In other words, at least 18 people will die in our war zone. 18 more people will die? Nefong felt a little pain in his head. This Red Star man is already ridiculously strong. If he is asked to kill 18 more chosen ones, how can he still play? Suzerain, Miss Pyelling. Which war zones can the teleportation array discovered in your war zone lead to? Yi Pyelling, Area 106. Area 42. Area 345. Suzerain, okay. Our war zone can also lead to Area 106. Nanfeng immediately understood what Suzerain meant. Since the cross-region pass cannot be used, he ran directly over to support him. The teleportation array leading to War Zone 106 was just discovered in the past 2 days, and Nanfeng didn't know about it yet. At this time, Suzerain had already sent the coordinates to Nanfeng, and Nanfeng rushed out immediately. Time is life. We can no longer let the Red Star people continue to kill. The speed of the south wind was very fast, and it only took 20 minutes to reach Area 106. The chosen ones in Area 106 did not make any mistakes at this time, and directly sent out the coordinates of the teleportation array leading to Area 113. Very good. It's not far away. You can get there in 10 minutes. Nanfeng continued to run wildly, rushing towards the teleportation array in Area 113. 10 minutes later, Nanfeng's figure flashed and arrived at Area 113. Nanfeng, Yi Pyelling. I've arrived. Send me the coordinates of your camp. Yi Pyelling, yes. Come quickly. Come on. Nanfeng could feel that Yi Pyelling was very anxious, and he hurried towards the camp. Another 10 minutes passed, and Nanfeng finally saw the camp in Area 113. Yeah. I almost died from exhaustion. Panting heavily, Nanfeng set up the AWM and looked for the figure of the Red Star Man in the eightfold mirror. The camp in Area 113 is in a mess, with wood, rocks and other waste materials all over the ground. In the eightfold mirror, the afterimage of the Red Star Man's palms was waving, and he was still beating the hut in front of him crazily. Nanfeng looked through the window of the hut, and saw the young lady inside covering her mouth and sobbing softly. On the other side, in the camp in Area 113, Jiang Qingyan shouted loudly, Sister, let's go rescue Xiuqi. Her cabin is barely holding up. Yi Pyelling's voice was calm. No one is allowed to leave the hut. Yi Pyelling also wants to save Xiuqi, but they are no match for the Red Star people. If they go out, they will only die. Attacks are prohibited. Yi Pyelling raised the doll, causing the Red Star Man's offensive to pause for 2 seconds. But after 2 seconds, the Red Star Man continued to attack without changing his expression. Yi Pyelling could only use this method to let Xiaoqi live for a few more seconds. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Nanfeng would come soon. 200 meters away, Nanfeng released charged blow while calming down his breath. You're a Red Star guy. You're bullying a young lady. Right? Take my shot. Nanfeng pulled the trigger and fired a fully charged, explosive flame bomb. Boom! The moment the bullet came out of the chamber, the Red Star people had a premonition of danger. But his reaction speed was not as fast as the magic bullet, and he was hit right in the face by this explosive flame bomb. -806. After the explosion, the Red Star Man wiped the blood on his face with his hands expressionlessly. This shot caused him a little skin trauma, but it was not painful or itchy at all. Gone. So hard. Nanfeng took a deep breath, knowing that tonight would be difficult. This is the most powerful Red Star person he has encountered so far. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for Nanfeng to kill the Red Star Man unless the Red Star Man stood still and let him hit him. Call out! Call out! Call out! Nanfeng did not dare to hesitate and kept pulling the trigger to continue attacking. But the Red Star people were also very clever and quickly ran to the back of the hut so that Nanfeng could not attack. Bang bang bang. The hut began to tremble violently. It was the Red Star people who continued to attack from the back of the hut. In the camp, Yi Pyelling said calmly, Xiuqi, leave your hut and come to me. Xiuqi wiped her tears and said with a trembling voice, I don't dare. I'm afraid. Yi Pyelling's voice was calm. The Red Star people are behind your hut. It's safe for you to run out now. And Nanfeng is still helping you set up the gun from a distance, so you don't have to be afraid. Perhaps Yi Piaoling's calm voice gave Xiuqi strength. Xiuqi bit her lip, opened the door, and rushed to Yi Piaoling's cabin. Yi Piaoling also opened the door, preparing to welcome Xiaoqi in. In the distance, Nanfeng, who was about to change his sniper point, was shocked when he saw this. Why is this young lady running out now? Doesn't she know how fast the Red Star people are? Sure enough, the Red Star man who was originally hiding behind the hut rushed up and slapped Xiaoqi on the back. Movement prohibition. Yi Piaoling raised the doll in his hand and pointed it at the Red Star man. The Red Star man paused and stopped in place. But 0.1 seconds later, he broke free and continued to slap Xiuqi with his huge palm. Boom! In the distance, Nanfeng pulled the trigger. Freeze bomb. This is a skill that Nanfeng has just learned. And it is a control skill that is not very powerful. The light blue magic bullet hit the chest of the Red Star man. And the cold air came. And the Red Star man's body was instantly covered with frost. It's just that he was not frozen by the freezing bullet, but only slowed down. Snapped. In the end, his palm patted Xiaoqi's back. Wow! Xiaoqi opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She lost her balance, stumbled forward a few steps, and fell at Yi Piaoling's door. Ding! Zhao Xiuqi wants to enter your cabin. Do you agree? The emotionless system prompt sounded in Yi Piaoling's ears. Her mind went blank, and she stared blankly at the lifeless Xiaoqi. Xiuqi. Dead. Chapter 221. Group fight against Red Star people. Call out! Call out! Call out! The Red Star man slapped Zhao Xiuqi to death with one palm. But this also exposed his flaw, and he was hit in the head by Nanfeng 3 times in a row. It's a pity that the defense of this Red Star man is really too high. His skin is as hard as a steel plate. These 3 shots just barely made a small hole. Snort. The Red Star man glanced in the direction of the south wind, turned around and hid behind another hut. The densely packed huts in this camp are the best bunkers for the Red Star people. It's uncomfortable. Nanfeng put away the AWM and prepared to circle around and continue sniping. In the camp, Yi Piaoling closed her eyes in pain. Xiuqi is dead. Xiuqi is a very simple girl. She is very timid and never dares to hunt ferocious beasts alone. If it weren't for the protection of Yi Piaoling and the others, Xiaoqi might have died in this dangerous world long ago. Perhaps Xiuqi's personality is not suitable for survival in this primitive world. Sorry. I made a mistake in judgment and failed to protect you. Yi Piaoling thought that her control skills could control the Red Star people and let Xiaoqi run to her cabin safely. But I didn't expect the Red Star man's control-free skills to cool down so quickly. But Yi Piaoling had no time to be sad. She quickly adjusted her mentality and said in a deep voice, "Who can see the location of the Red Star people? Report to Nanfeng." Soon someone told Nanfeng the location of the Red Star people on the inter-regional channel. Nanfeng made a big circle and found the Red Star man again. And a bullet hit him in the abdomen. The Red Star man groaned and turned to the other side of the hut with an expressionless face. The south wind is no longer blowing. King Qin walked around the pillar. Right? What a dog you are. Nanfeng felt a little uncomfortable. He had to make a large circle to have a chance to shoot the Red Star man. But the Red Star people didn't pay attention to Nanfeng at all. They just demolished their homes, just to pick this off persimmons. Seeing that another hut was about to be destroyed by him, Nanfeng couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. What to do? Is it possible that someone from my south wants to fight him at close range? This is no different from seeking death. Hey hey hey. Can you hear me? Suddenly, Xiao Luo's voice came from Nanfeng's tactical earphones. Nanfeng was shocked. Xiao Luo? How did you come? Xiao Luo, I heard that you didn't even touch a hair on the Red Star people. So we came here to help you. Nanfeng, you? Who else? Xiao Luo, I, Su Ming, am judging. The 3 of us will contain the Red Star people later, and you can find opportunities to deal damage. As soon as he finished speaking, Nanfeng saw Su Ming holding a big shield and striding towards the camp in Area 113 from a distance. Su Ming shouted at the top of his lungs, Red Star Man, do you dare to agree to your grandfather's call? The Red Star Man who was hiding behind the hut stuck his head out and took a look. He didn't expect anyone to dare to come out to challenge him. As Su Ming walked forward, he cursed at the Red Star people. But the Red Star Man had no expression on his face and patted the hut in front of him honestly, paying no attention to Su Ming. The already shaky hut collapsed with the last palm of the Red Star Man. In the hut, the slightly thin young lady covered her mouth and looked at the Red Star Man tremblingly. She originally wanted to escape the moment the hut collapsed, But the moment she saw the Red Star Man, she was so scared that her mind went blank, and she completely forgot to escape. A bullet came, but the Red Star people ignored it, resisted the shot, and then slapped the young lady in front of them with a palm. There are still 3 left to go to another level. As soon as this thought flashed through the Red Star Man's mind, a dark golden short blade appeared out of thin air and slashed towards his neck. Xiao Luo emerged from the stealth state and shouted loudly. Hun Yuan slashed with one sword. This knife hit the Red Star Man right in the neck. Kung! Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed. This Red Star Man's body was harder than a steel plate. With this knife strike, Xiao Luo's jaw was numb from the shock. However, the purple gold short blade ignored the 25% defense and still managed to cut a small gash in his neck. Snort. The Red Star Man temporarily changed his tactics and slapped Xiao Luo's chest with his backhand. Xiao Luo took a few steps back to avoid the palm, distanced himself from the Red Star Man, and looked at him cautiously. The Red Star Man ignored Xiao Luo and prepared to kill the young lady next to him first. But where was the young lady beside him? In a few seconds, he had been entangled with Xiao Luo. Shen Pian had already disappeared with the young lady in his arms. Court death. The Red Star Man's face darkened. He had finally managed to blow up a small house. It seems that the only option is to kill the man with the knife. The Red Star Man rushed toward Xiao Luo, and Xiao Luo turned around and ran outside the camp. He wants to lure the Red Star people outside the camp so that Nanfeng can have a chance to output. Brutal collision. Outside the camp, Su Ming, who had been prepared for a fight, bumped into him and briefly knocked the Red Star Man unconscious. Xiao Luo immediately turned around and struck the Red Star Man on the shoulder. Shen Pan rushed from a distance, waved out a series of afterimages with his right hand, and instantly smeared 5 knives on the Red Star Man's neck. Call out. Penetrating bullet came, hitting the Red Star Man in the temple. This series of offensives stunned the Red Star people for several seconds. But he quickly came to his senses. His anger dropped from his dantian, and he smacked his palms fiercely. Stand behind me, Su Ming shouted loudly, put his big shield in front of the Red Star Man, and resisted the blow. Boom! The palm of his hand collided with the big shield, making a loud noise. Su Ming's face turned pale, and he almost lost his grip on the shield in his hand. Su Ming yelled, too fierce. I can't bear it anymore. You run first. Xiao Luo, didn't you say that you should resist for at least 2 minutes? Su Ming, I'm just bragging. Xiao Luoqi stepped forward, wanting to help Su Ming share some of the pressure. But the Red Star Man slapped his knife and sent him flying several meters away. Judson was crying and running around, not daring to come near at all. No. He might kill me with one slap. Call out. Call out. Call out. Nanfeng was pulling the trigger frantically to provide fire suppression. But the Red Star people were also constantly dodging left and right with small steps. Not only did he dodge most of the bullets, he also let Nanfeng blast Su Ming's shield with one shot. Su Ming's face turned pale after being hit by the shot. He's one of his own. I am one of my own? This shot when you step on the horse hurts so much. If he hadn't stood there for 15 seconds and obtained the 15% damage reduction of King Kong shorts, this shot would have made Su Ming vomit blood. Uh-huh. The Red Star Man struck out with another palm, knocking Su Ming away with his shield. Su Ming took a look at his health and saw that there was still 1/5 left. I shouldn't have come here to act like a hero. And Shen Pan, the horse-riding man, had to tell me that there were so many beauties in District 113. Su Ming complained in despair and got up from the ground tremblingly. The Red Star Man was about to step forward to add a palm, when his legs suddenly stopped uncontrollably. Movement prohibition. Tangled. Blow. I don't know when. All the chosen ones in Area 113 have come out of the cabin and launched a series of control skills on the Red Star people. Shen Pan seized the opportunity and rushed to the Red Star Man, slashing the wound on his neck a few more times. But the Red Star Man quickly got rid of the control and slapped Shen Pian on the shoulder. Puff! Judge Shen flew out upside down, blood spilling all over the ground. You are finally willing to come out. The Red Star Man looked around with cold eyes and sneered. The beating he received was not in vain. Xiao Luo was shocked. He did it on purpose. Please retreat. But it was too late. The Red Star Man burst out with astonishing speed and quickly entered the crowd. A palm. 2 palms. 2 more chosen ones were beaten to death by the Red Star people. Kill 1 more and you'll be able to level up. The Red Star Man was about to strike again, but a sharp sword light suddenly struck him. What a strong sword. The Red Star Man's expression turned stern, and he quickly retracted his palm. But his little finger was still hit by the sword light, and blood flowed out. "You guys, go away." Among the crowd, Catherine Wayna, wearing a tight-fitting armor, walked slowly. She looked at the Red Star Man in front of her, and there was a glint in her empty eyes. Chapter 222, with this shot of mine. All living beings are equal. Catherine Wayna, with short hair, has a heroic appearance and even more Valkyrie style. Her eyes were focused on the Red Star Man's face, her fighting spirit surging. "You all, go away." The sword light flashed, and Catherine turned into an afterimage, raising her sword to kill the Red Star Man. Her speed was extremely fast, and her sword was pointed directly at the Red Star Man's eyes. The Red Star Man's reaction was not slow either. He clasped his palms together fiercely, and clamped the long sword in his palms. "Take the sword with your bare hands." Shock sword. Catherine shook the sword quickly and broke free from the Red Star Man's hand in an instant, stabbing him between the eyebrows with the sword. This sword penetrated the Red Star Man's skin for only 2 or 3 millimeters, and the damage was not high, but at least it broke the defense. "Call out." A magic bullet struck from the side and hit the Red Star Man's temple again. "Roar." The domineering dragon roar rang in the Red Star Man's ears, and his mind went blank. It took him 2 seconds to recover. The passive effect of the 5-piece dragon set, Dragon Roar. Dragon Suit. The Red Star Man's face darkened. In his previous life, he also owned a dragon suit, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. But the Red Star Man is not afraid, because he also has 3 pieces of dragon equipment: clothes, pants and shoes. He got the dragon battle armor and dragon leggings by killing 3 village chiefs, and the dragon battle boots was obtained by killing the Xianshui serpent. These 3 pieces of equipment greatly increase his defense power, coupled with his level advantage. The Red Star Man has nothing to fear. Xiao Luo, lead the ladies in District 113 to retreat first. Those with control skills and health increasing skills should retreat to the edge of the battlefield to support, and the rest will be brought back to Nancheng. Nanfeng helped Catherine set up the gun in the distance, while contacting Xiao Luo through the tactical headset. More than half of the chosen ones in District 113 are young ladies. They will not be of much help to this battle. Instead, they may become experience packages for the Red Star people. Letting them leave this battlefield first is the wisest choice. Okay. Be careful. Xiao Luo and Yi Piaoling organized the girls in Area 113 and quickly retreated to the edge of the battlefield. There are 7 or 8 priests in District 113, and they are constantly increasing the health of Su Mingchen and the 2 of them. The remaining chosen ones, with control skills, also assisted Catherine in the battle from a distance. Shen Fan was slapped by a Red Star Man just now, and he almost received the lunchbox on the spot. Fortunately, he also had a 2-piece dragon suit, so he could barely withstand the slap. After being sucked twice, he quickly got up from the ground and shouted, "Be careful. This Red Star Man's instant burst is so fast that I didn't even have time to dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Star Man's speed increased to the extreme in an instant, and he slapped Catherine on the right shoulder. "Well?" Catherine snorted softly and took a few steps back. Her right shoulder was fractured by this palm slap, and her fighting ability was greatly reduced. Just as the Red Stars were about to pursue the victory, Nanfeng fired several shots, blocking his attack route and giving Catherine a chance to distance herself. The priest in the distance immediately added blood to Catherine. Snort. The Red Star Man snorted and turned to kill the priest on the edge of the battlefield. Freeze bomb. Nanfeng's freezing bomb hit the target, and the Red Star Man's body was instantly covered with ice, and his speed was greatly reduced. Catherine changed her sword to her left hand and stepped forward to fight with the Red Star Man again. But the Red Star people didn't want to tangle with Catherine. They would rather resist the 2 swords and rush over to kill the priest in District 113. Why hasn't Andre come yet? No one can resist harm. Nanfeng glanced at Su Ming, who was already full of milk, and shouted, "Su Ming, deal." Before Su Ming understood what was going on, Nanfeng had already initiated a deal with him. "This is hack. B-level equipment." Su Ming was shocked. It turned out that Nanfeng had traded the Watcher armor to him. Nanfeng asked, "Brother, can you still resist?" Su Ming gritted his teeth. "Damn it. You even gave me B-level equipment, so I have to carry it even if I can't carry it." Su Ming quickly put on the Watcher armor. With the thick armor on his body, Su Ming looked 10 times more powerful and domineering if you only look at the upper body. He was still wearing King Kong shorts on his lower body, which exposed the hair on one of his legs, which was really shameful. Brutal collision. Putting on the new equipment. Su Ming was full of energy, holding a big shield and ramming into the Red Star people. Duang. The Red Star man's vision went dark when he was hit. When he came back to his senses, he saw a man in the crowd, as strong as a polar bear, striding towards him, and collided with the Red Star man again. Another savage crash. Andre from District 3 is here too, being hit twice in succession by the hard shield. The Red Star man's eyes were filled with stars, and he almost lost his balance. Su Ming and Andre went one behind the other, sandwiching the Red Star people in the middle. At the same time, Catherine, holding a long sword, also came from the left. Explosive firebomb. A magic bullet struck from the right side of the Red Star man and hit the Red Star man's temple for the third time. The Red Star man's eyes turned white after being hit by this shot, and a trace of anger flashed across his originally calm face. What an annoying bunch of chosen ones. The Red Star man took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Do you think you shield bash? The Red Star man was about to say harsh words, but Su Ming, who had no martial ethics, directly waved his shield and hit the Red Star man on the head. Duang. Although this blow only caused single-digit damage, and Su Ming himself was shaken by the reaction force and his arms were numb, he still said cheerfully, "Does it sound good?" "What sounds good is a good start." Andre laughed. "I'll come too." With that said, Andre followed the same example and swung his shield to hit the Red Star man in the head. But this time, the Red Star man didn't give him a chance. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He pushed his palm sideways. Dark energy surged, and he slapped the shield hard. Boom! A dull sound. Andre's expression changed, and he was knocked back a few steps by the slap, and his thick arms began to tremble slightly. This Red Star man is so powerful. I'll take the lead. Catherine came to the Red Star man with a Z-flash, and fought with him again. Andre and Su Ming were assisting Catherine from the side, rushing forward to help her block damage from time to time. Nan Feng in the distance was also constantly providing fire support, and the guns were pointed directly at the vital points, making it impossible for the Red Star people to let go of their hands and feet to fight. There are also a large group of chosen ones from District 113 around, and they release a control skill from time to time, which disgusts the Red Star people. Gang fight. The current Red Star people are like the world boss in online games, being surrounded and suppressed by a group of players. I have to kill another one. The Red Star man glanced around with cold eyes. As long as he kills one more chosen one and gains another level, he will be invincible tonight. Whether it's the woman with the sword in front of him, the despicable guy hiding a hidden weapon in the distance, or the two human sandbags who keep swearing with big shields, they can no longer pose any threat to him. Just the last one. The Red Star man's speed exploded again, and he instantly got rid of Catherine's entanglement and rushed directly towards the people in Area 113. It is difficult for the Red Stars to kill these three people, Catherine, Andre, and Su Ming, in a short period of time. He must first pick a soft persimmon. But before he ran 2 meters, his vision suddenly went dark, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Poisoned. The Red Star man's 7 orifices were bleeding gurglingly, and he felt that his breathing was a little unsmooth. In fact, he had been poisoned a long time ago. Shin Pian's dagger was covered with the venom of the life-keeping flower, which was already flowing through the Red Star man's blood all over his body. As the last chosen one, the Red Star people quickly judged that they had been poisoned by the life-killing flower. The toxins in the body are not too much and are not fatal, but this poison will make my hands and feet weak, and I will enter a period of weakness for a long time. The Red Star man looked back and glanced at Catherine, who was already approaching with a sword. The poison is not fatal, but this period of weakness is. Holy Light Cross. Catherine rushed forward and used a big move, cutting 2 very deep sword marks, one horizontal and one vertical, on the Red Star man. Penetrating bullet. Nan Feng in the distance was not idle either, and a penetrating bullet directly penetrated the Red Star man's waist. The Red Star man's health dropped sharply, but he didn't panic at all. His face returned to expressionless. Only his eyes flashed with madness. The surface of his skin began to turn red. His body began to become congested, and his whole body swelled. Burning blood. The Red Star man burned the blood in his body and began to fight desperately. He must end the fight before the blood burns out. Fighting for their lives and fighting with their last legs. The Red Star people have no way out now. Ho! The corners of his mouth raised slightly. And he hit Catherine like a cannonball, knocking her away more than 10 meters and breaking several ribs. Su Ming and Andre hurriedly stepped forward to stop the Red Star Man. But the Red Star Man shot out a series of palms, which directly disabled the two people. There's no way to stop it. Damn. This guy suddenly became so fierce. Su Ming had several broken bones and grimaced in pain, as did Andre. No one can survive 10 seconds in front of the Red Star people in burning blood state. Except the South Wind. You thief. Take a shot from me. In the distance, Nafeng was running towards him with a spray on his back, and his whole body was covered in flaws. The Red Star Man turned his head to look at Nafeng, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. This is the despicable villain who has been placing hidden weapons in the distance. All Red Star people have no means of long-range attacks. They are proud of close combat and advocate hand-to-hand combat with their opponents. They can do it with real swords and guns. Standing far away and placing a concealed weapon? That's something that only villains can do. Seeing Nafeng at this time, the Red Star people immediately gave up their plan to kill Andre and Su Ming, and turned to kill Nafeng. Kill the villain first. Nafeng was overjoyed and directly activated Shadowless Steps. To meet him, he had already put on Gust Wind boots before rushing over. In the Shadowless Step state, Nafeng seemed to have scripted, and the Red Star people were completely unable to hit him. Nafeng found the right moment and directly aimed the spray at the Red Star Man. Zero range attack. Boom. With this shot of mine, all living beings are equal. Chapter 223 Level 30. New life form? There's nothing a spray can't fix. Nafeng put the shotgun against the Red Star Man's abdomen and pulled the trigger. Boom. A deafening roar sounded. The giant magic bullet exploded the moment it came out of the barrel, and all 100 small bullets hit the Red Star people. The dragon armor on his body was directly blasted into a hornet's nest, and the bullet continued to penetrate into the Red Star Man's body without losing its power. The Red Star Man, who had no sense of pain, also screamed in agony from the gunshot. He gritted his teeth and struck Nafeng with 2 palms in a row. But Nafeng was still in the Shadowless Step state, and the Red Star Man couldn't hit him at all. Why? The Red Star people couldn't figure it out. This despicable guy is obviously full of flaws. But why can't I hit him? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Did he expose these flaws on purpose? Are you still in a daze? Nafeng saw that the Red Star Man was a little confused and immediately poured his magic power into the shotgun. The bullet just now was condensed by Nafeng in the afternoon. The South Wind can strike again now. If one shot can't solve the problem, then try another shot. Second spray. This time, without the protection of the dragon armor, the Red Star Man could no longer bear it, and his body was directly shattered by the bombardment. 100 rounds of small bullets left dense bullet holes in his body, and blood flowed out like a shower. The Red Star Man's legs weakened, and he knelt down, looking at Nafeng in disbelief. This despicable guy is also very powerful in close combat. One more cut. Nafeng did not relax his vigilance, and quickly switched out the Mitsubishi Army Thorn, and stabbed it into the Red Star Man's abdomen, and then stirred it twice. His Mitsubishi Army Spur is also covered with the poison of the Death Flower, which is double insurance. After doing all this, Nafeng stepped back a few meters and hid behind Su Ming. It's so stable. Ahem. The Red Star Man coughed violently several times. He knew that he was certain to die, and the ferocity in his eyes slowly disappeared, leaving only a look of relief. You must have many questions to ask. Right? I'll give you 3 minutes for questions. The Red Star Man sat cross-legged on the ground with a calm expression. Nafeng and the others looked at each other, but they didn't expect that the Red Star Man, who was so fierce just now, suddenly became amiable, just like a knowledgeable old man, waiting for students to ask questions. Everyone was silent for a while, not knowing what to ask. When Su Ming saw this, he spoke first. Let me ask first. Buddy, what is your name? You step aside. Nafeng pulled Su Ming away, and he was almost turned upside down. Why do you ask others what their names are? I really have you. Su Ming. Nafeng pondered. Are there other Red Star people in this world? The Red Star Man shook his head slowly. I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe not. Yes. Bai asked. Nafeng asked again. Level 30 is a new beginning. What does this sentence mean? The Red Star Man looked at Nafeng calmly. Level 30 and below level 30 are 2 different life forms. Different life forms? Nafeng was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Is it possible that level 30 can still evolve? Catherine came from a distance and lightly opened her red lips. What level were you in your last life? Have you survived the beast tide? Red Star Man, I was level 30 in my last life. And I never survived the beast wave. Unable to survive the beast tide at level 30? Everyone looked at each other with some worry in their eyes. Is this beast tide really so terrifying? Don't be too nervous. The Red Star Man coughed twice and continued. In fact, as long as you reach level 30, you have a great chance to lead your companions to survive the beast tide. I just have bad luck. Speaking of this, the Red Star Man sighed softly. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the world after the beast tide. In the last life, this Red Star Man had a good chance of surviving. But in order to save his companions, he chose to burn his blood and fight against the final boss. But died in the hands of the boss. Nafong thought for a while and asked another question. Do you know how to control Earth Dragon? Earthly Dragon? The Red Star Man looked up at Nafong. There are only 10 Earth Dragons in each primitive world. And the method of controlling them is very troublesome. The chosen one from the previous term told us. As he said that, the Red Star Man spat out another mouthful of blood, unfortunately. You should have asked this question first. His breath quickly faded, and he fell to the ground. Don't die first. Didn't you say you would give us 3 minutes for questions? Nanfeng glanced at the time. It had not been more than a minute since he was riding a horse. The Red Star Man showed a playful smile, tilted his head, and hung up. Nanfeng was immediately speechless. All these Red Star people have this kind of bad taste. Right? The same thing happened to the Mediterranean Red Star people last time. They would kill you as soon as you asked a key question. Play. The Red Star Man was still dead in the end. But just in case, Nanfeng shot a few more shots to ensure that he would not fake his body. The crisis brought by the Red Star people was finally successfully resolved with the joint efforts of everyone. Although many people died, Nanfeng walked towards Catherine and Andre and nodded his thanks. Thank you very much. Without your help, I don't know what would have happened tonight. Catherine's Holy Light Cross successfully broke through the Red Star people's defense. This is why Nanfeng dared to rush over with the trolls on his back. Catherine hummed, turned around and left, probably looking for a place to upgrade again. What a cold woman, Andre said in a muffled voice. You're welcome. If I don't help you today, the Red Star people will kill us tomorrow. At least in this matter, everyone is on the same rope, so there is no need to be polite. Now that the matter has been resolved, I won't stay any longer and I'll find a place to upgrade. Andre was teleported here using the cross-region pass and needs to stay in Area 113 for 8 hours before he can go back. Anyway, if you are idle, you might as well find a place to upgrade. After watching Andre leave, Nanfeng turned around and came to Yi Piaoling. Beauty, what do you say? Do you want to take your people to our Area 527? You are full of young ladies in the war zone. It is too unsafe to stay here. Yi Piaoling smiled softly. It's not safe to go to your Nansuan. Right? The little brother over there is very flirtatious. Nanfeng turned around and saw that Shen Fan was chatting animatedly with a young lady. Almost getting started. It's shameless to look at it. It's really shameless to look at it. Of course. That's what he said. But Yi Piaoling still decided to take everyone to Area 527. District 113 is not very strong. If you want to live longer, joining District 527 is definitely the right choice. Yi Piaoling disbanded his village and asked everyone to join Nansuan. Nansuan can now accommodate up to 1,500 villagers. So it was a mistake to recruit this group of ladies. Yes, we Nansuan are getting stronger and stronger. Nanfeng sighed and took the lead in leading the more than 100 people back to Area 527. At the back of the team, Shen Pan and Wang Mumu walked side by side, talking and laughing. Judge Shen, do you know how high the city wall in our southern city is? A full 20 meters. I built it all by myself. Wang Mumu, wow. It must be very safe at such a height. Right? Judge Shen, that's necessary. We still have a moat in Nancheng. Guess who dug it? I dug it. Wang Mumu, oh my god. You must be working very hard. Judge Shen, it's okay. In fact, I recently planned to catch several hundred kilograms of level 20 ferocious beast fish and throw them into the moat to raise. Wang Mumu, you can also fish. That's great. Su Ming on the side rolled his eyes. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. These two people are just chatting awkwardly. If these two people can succeed, I will eat the shield directly. Area 113. Wild. Andre swung his shield and smash the head of a vicious beast. Even though Andre is a human shield, his attack power is actually not low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 20 so quickly. The ferocious beasts around him were quickly killed by him. Andre shook his neck and prepared to change places to continue upgrading. At this moment, slight footsteps came from behind. Andre's expression was tense, and he immediately turned around and set up his shield in a defensive posture. "It's you?" Andre saw clearly that the person coming was none other than Catherine Wayne, who had fought side by side with him just now. Catherine Wiener looked impassive. She slowly raised her left hand and pointed the knight's sword at Andre. "You have two choices now. A. Die here. B. Andre didn't even listen to the second option and shouted directly, "I choose B." Chapter 224 The Highest Mountain. Area 527 of the original world. When Nanfeng returned to Nancheng with a large number of young ladies, the whole Nancheng was boiling. "Welcome. Warmly welcome. Hiss. There are so many beautiful ladies. I have achieved the yin-yang balance in Nancheng. This girl is so beautiful, hack. That one is even prettier." More than 300 people in Nancheng stood and watched, commenting and talking, treating the ladies in District 113 like monkeys. Many young ladies frowned slightly, with a strange emotion flashing in their eyes. A little unhappy. Why do these chosen ones in Nancheng all look like they have never seen a woman before? Suzerain said loudly, "What are you doing around here?" "Very free. Right? Go dig a tunnel for me when you have free time." "It's just that. A group of ordinary men are really humble." Yuran waved to everyone, telling them to get out of here and go back to sleep, so as not to scare the ladies away. Everyone also felt that it was a bit impolite to watch like this, so they immediately dispersed and went back to their homes. Yuran came to Yi Piaoling with a smile. "Sisters, calm down. Although we in Nancheng are all a bunch of rough old men, we don't have any evil intentions. Just curse a few times and it will be fine. If the sisters are still upset, I will let them all sleep on the street tonight." The implication of Yuran's words is that we, Nancheng, rough men are just like this. I have scolded you for it. If you are still not happy, then don't come and go back to sleep on the street. Too pretentious and not suitable to join us, Nancheng. Yi Piaoling smiled slightly. "My sister is joking. We suddenly joined Nancheng and caused trouble to everyone. Please bear with me." Yi Piaoling instantly judged that Yuran's status in Nancheng was extraordinary, and she got closer to each other one sister at a time. They, District 113, have not yet fully integrated into the big family of Nancheng. Now they are dependent on others, so there is no harm in lowering their attitude. The two of them tested each other for a few more words, saying sister in one mouth and sister in another, with 800 hidden ideas in and out of their words. Nanfeng and Suzerain looked at each other and shuddered. Are women so scary when they talk? It's like a palace fight drama. Ahem. Suzerain coughed twice and said, "It's already very late now. Miss Piaoling, why don't you move your cabin here first? I have set aside an area for you." Yi Piaoling nodded gently to think, "Okay." After the cabin is upgraded to Class C, the internal space is 100 square meters. But from the outside, it covers an area of less than 5 square meters. What space technology should be involved? There are more than 100 chosen ones left in Area 113. Even if the aisle space is reserved, 1,000 square meters is enough to accommodate them. For Nancheng, with an area of 9,000 square meters, it is not a big problem. More than half an hour later, everyone in District 113 had moved all the huts here, officially joining Southern City. Suzerain, it seems that Nancheng is a bit small now. If a few more war zones come to join us, we won't be able to live in it. Lin Tianqi is also preparing to bring the chosen ones from District 381 to join Nancheng, and Suzerain has to plan an area for them. Nanfeng, actually, it's not bad. The worst thing is to squeeze in first to push through this wave of beasts. After thinking about it, Nanfeng added, moreover, the planting areas and livestock areas in the city can be moved outside the city. I guess it won't be a big problem to house another 300 to 400 people. Nanfeng is planning to bring District 17 and District 68 to Nancheng, and gather all the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom except District 2. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers, so the probability of surviving the beast tide is also higher. By the time everyone in Area 113 was settled, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. Nanfeng yawned and returned to his hut and fell asleep. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Nanfeng, who had already formed a biological clock, sat up from the bed with a sigh. There are still 9 days left before the arrival of the large beast tide. After Nanfeng washed himself, he heard chatter and noise outside the camp. Is it so lively today? Nanfeng walked out of the hut and found a large group of young ladies preparing breakfast in the camp. Nancheng is becoming more and more full of life. Nanfeng saw Yuran and walked forward quickly. Where did Ningwu go this morning? Doesn't he make breakfast? Yuran responded with a smile. What would a grown man like him do for breakfast? It tastes terrible. Today I want you to try the craftsmanship of my sisters. Sisters? How long has it been before you start calling me sister? Nanfeng shook his head and walked forward to take a look at today's breakfast. Well, it's still porridge. No different from what Ningwu cooks. Fortunately, it was not dark cuisine. So Nanfeng ate 3 bowls casually, and then left Nancheng to hunt for ferocious beasts. There are still 9 days left before the beast tide comes, and Nanfeng must reach level 30 within these 9 days. He is only level 21 now, so he needs to hurry up. Time passed quickly, and the morning passed quickly. Nanfeng took out 2 pieces of barbecue from his backpack. While eating the barbecue to replenish his strength, he opened the panel and prepared water to see if there was any important information. After looking through the chat history for a while, Nanfeng really discovered a big thing. Andre led the Chosen Ones from District 3 to join Catherine Vina's Dawn Village. What happened to Andre? How could Wuda-san, who was as thick as a bear, work for a woman? In fact, Andre doesn't want to be Catherine's subordinate. He also wants to be a hero. But when Catherine put the sword to his neck, Andre had no choice but to give in. It's okay not to accept it. If you don't obey, you will die. How can you become a hero if you die? After integrating Andre, Catherine Wiener also said 2 sentences in the cross-region channel, uncharacteristically. Catherine Wiener, except under special circumstances. The Chosen Ones in each war zone are not allowed to fight each other. I will personally punish those who violate the rules. Catherine Wiener, starting from today, all the Chosen Ones who have reached level 20 can join Dawn Village. There is a lot of information packed into these 2 sentences. A large group of knowledgeable brothers also appeared in the cross-region chat channel and began to analyze the meaning of Catherine's 2 sentences. Some people say that Catherine promulgated the first law of the primitive world. This was a small step for her, but a giant step for the world. Some people say that Catherine wanted to be the first queen of the primitive world, which was to establish her prestige. Some people even guessed Catherine's mood at that time. Nanfeng laughed out loud when he saw it. You are really disrespecting your talents by not doing reading comprehension. Nanfeng had been in contact with Catherine several times, so he could naturally guess what she was thinking. In fact, Catherine's idea is very simple. That is, let everyone fight less, upgrade more, and then join her, Oroville. Anyway, it is just to prepare for the beast tide in 9 days. It is not as complicated as others think. That's fine. Everyone, stop calling back and forth and take advantage of these last few days to upgrade. Turning off the panel, Nanfeng stood up and continued walking further away. He was going to a more desolate wilderness to hunt wilder beasts. Dumb! In the sky, a big golden bird spread its wings and flew across. Nanfeng looked up and saw. Good guy. Isn't this the Holy Light Flying Eagle we met? If I remember correctly, I have already killed the Holy Light Eagle in our war zone. Nanfeng's eyes narrowed. Could there be more than one Holy Light Flying Eagle? He quickened his pace and followed, and found that the Holy Light Eagle flew into a towering mountain and disappeared. By the way, Holy Light Stone. Nanfeng suddenly thought of what Long Wudi said on the highest mountain. Holy Light Stones are everywhere. Is this mountain the highest mountain in our war zone? Nanfeng's eyes became hot, and he strode towards the mountain. Chapter 225 300 Reputation. Start with a kun. The south wind came to the foot of the mountain and looked up. The mountain is very steep, towering into the clouds, with hideous rocks exposed. It is not easy to climb up. However, Nanfeng has mountain claws, which are specially designed for mountain climbing. He aimed at a protruding rock and shot his flying claw, then climbed up more than 10 meters with a whoosh. After climbing up like this several times, Nanfeng couldn't help but frown. This is a bit slow. This mountain soars straight into the sky. You can't even see the end of it. You don't know how high it is. Nanfeng estimated that it would take several hours to climb to the top of the mountain. Let's first confirm whether there is a Holy Light Stone on the top of the mountain. If there is no Holy Light Stone on the mountain, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Nefong put on the low-light night vision goggles, took out the hummingbird reconnaissance plane from his backpack, and controlled it to fly towards the top of the mountain. The maximum cruising distance of the reconnaissance aircraft is 5 kilometers, so flying to the top of the mountain should not be a big problem. When this hot-ass reconnaissance plane and its natal magic weapon are upgraded, why don't you follow suit and upgrade it? The reconnaissance plane is only about the size of a thumb, has no attack power, and is not fast. If it encounters a vicious beast, it can be destroyed. Nefong felt that the name Tea-Pouring Chicken was more suitable for it. Okay, from now on the reconnaissance plane will be renamed Tea-Pouring Chicken. There were not many ferocious beasts on this mountain. The south wind controlled the Tea-Chicken to fly up against the rocks, and it reached the top of the mountain very safely. It took about 13 minutes. Distance speed time. My Tea-Pouring Chicken speed is about. Nefong made a rough estimate and found that the mountain should be 44.5 kilometers high. This is already a very high mountain. Let me look for the Holy Light Stone. Nefong continued to control the Tea-Chicken, searching on the top of the mountain. In fact, there was no need to search at all. Nefong quickly found a Holy Light Stone, but it looked a bit small. Continuing forward, Nefong saw Holy Light Stones all over the ground and a large group of golden birds through the picture sent back by the Tea-Pouring Chicken. This is a group of Holy Light Eagles. They are eating Holy Light Stones on the ground. No wonder they exploded Holy Light Stone. It turned out to be because they feed on Holy Light Stone. Reasonable. This is too reasonable. Long Woody will not deceive me. Nefong was about to control the tea-serving chicken to return, but the scene in front of him suddenly went black. Very good. The tea-chicken was eaten by the eagle. A real eagle eats a chicken. R. How dare you eat my chick? Let's see how I deal with you. The south wind began to climb again. This mountain is really too steep, and there are no roads to walk on in many places. If it weren't for the assistance of mountain climbing Flying Claw, Nefong wouldn't know how far he would have to climb. Even with mountain climbing Flying Claw, it took Nefong nearly an hour to reach the top of the mountain. Dumb! Dumb! The little eagles sitting on the top of the mountain discovered Nefong, an uninvited guest, and flew up with chirping to attack Nefong. Huh? These guys are a bit small. Nefong threw out a eye of insight and discovered that these ferocious beasts were not Holy Light Flying Eagles, but Holy Light Young Eagles. Its strength is far inferior to that of Holy Light Flying Eagle, and its skills don't hurt Nefong at all. This group of Holy Light Young Eagles flapped their little wings, chirped, and looked a little cute. So cute. I really want to sit on my butt and die. Nefong will not be overly sympathetic. Set up the AWM and start shooting. One shot at a time. There were only 180 Holy Light Young Eagles on the top of the mountain, and Nefong quickly killed them all. It's a pity that the level of these eaglets is too low, and the experience gained is pitiful. Nefong put away the AWM and quickly put the Holy Light Stones all over the ground into his backpack. I quickly searched and left, and I wasted more than an hour. Nefong still wants to reach level 22 before 0 o'clock tonight, but he can't waste too much time here. Swish. Nefong was still searching for the Holy Light Stone when a violent bright light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Fortunately, Nefong was still wearing low-light night vision goggles, so he was not blinded by the golden light. There is a situation. Nefong rolled to the side to avoid it, and at the same time set up the AWM to look for the enemy. This is... You wouldn't know it if you didn't look at it, but you would be shocked to see that the ferocious beast that attacked Nefong just now turned out to be an oversized Holy Light Stone. Holy Light Elf, level 20. His level 20 Lord. Nefong took a breath of cold air, and his muscles tightened instantly. The level 20 Lord he met last time was still the Earth Dragon. If this Holy Light Elf is as terrifying as the Earth Dragon, then Nefong will have no choice but to die in front of it. Call out. Nefong was the first to attack, pulling the trigger and firing bullets at Holy Light Elf. But this bullet passed directly through the body of Holy Light Elf and hit the rock behind it. Imaginary? Nefong thought for a moment, then threw another grenade, which exploded next to Holy Light Elf. His grenade has been upgraded to a high explosive grenade, and the damage has been increased a lot. Minus 3,688. This grenade not only successfully hit the Holy Light Elf, but also caused huge damage. It seems that this guy's defense is not high, but because of the special characteristics of his body, He can dodge some attacks. Holy Light Explosion. After being blown up by Nanfeng's grenade, Holy Light Elf immediately launched a counterattack. But with the existence of low light night vision goggles, the damage of these skills is not high. It seems to be able to fight. Nanfeng first retreated more than 20 meters to clear the distance, and then fired an explosive flame bomb. Ordinary magic bullets cannot hit Holy Light Elf, but explosive flame bullets can still hit it. Minus 864. After a shot hit, Nanfeng didn't hesitate and greeted him directly in a mess. Penetrating bombs, freezing bombs, smoke bombs, high explosive grenades. Nanfeng throws various skills in turn, constantly consuming the health of Holy Light Elf. But the Holy Light Elf only knows how to stand there and shine, which is stupid in the middle of winter. It moves very slowly, and the golden light it emits poses no threat to the south wind. It is simply defeated by the south wind. However, its virtualization ability is really strong, directly making Nanfeng's normal attacks ineffective. It took Nanfeng more than 2 hours to slowly grind it to death. Ding! The Chosen One, Nanfeng, successfully killed the level 20 Lord level ferocious beast, Holy Light Elf. Reward, Reputation +4. Strength +40. It's simple. That's it for a level 20 Lord? You are far worse than Earth Walking Dragon. Just as Nanfeng was about to step forward to pick up the loot, another system announcement came. World announcement. The reputation of Nanfeng, the Chosen One, has reached 300 points, and the pet panel has been opened. What? Another new feature? Nanfeng quickly opened the panel and entered the pet column. Pet panel. Current pet, none. What a simple function. Nanfeng was speechless. What a creation god system. You didn't even give me an instruction manual? How to get pets? Where to get it? How many can you get? You didn't say a word. How easy it is for you. Beep beep beep. Nanfeng is still complaining about the god of creation system. And there is someone in the cross-region chat channel named Nanfeng. Chung Mo, Nanfeng. Good brother. What's in the pet panel? Lin Tianchi, I caught a very beautiful flame chicken last time, but I never wanted to stew it. Now it's fine. You can keep it as my pet. Brit, stop dreaming. My friend. You can only open the pet panel when your reputation reaches 300. Do you think this is easy? Edward, why? Queen Catherine doesn't even have 300 reputation. So why is Nanfeng's reputation so high? Huang Yuanming, Nanfeng. What pet did you catch? Bring it back quickly, and let the brothers open their eyes. Where do I have any pets? Nanfeng also wanted to catch a pet to play with, but he didn't know where to catch it. Just as he was about to turn off the panel, Nanfeng suddenly showed a wicked smile and decided to tease them. Nanfeng, as the first chosen one to open the pet panel. The Chuangshishan system gave me a pet. Xiao Ran, what pet? Nanfeng, you start with a Kun, and all upgrades depend on swallowing. You know? Kun. Xiao Ran burst into laughter, knowing that Nanfeng was joking. But the brothers in District 527 immediately understood what Nanfeng meant and directly cooperated to brag. Huang Yuanming, damn it! Divine Beast. The creation god system gives you a divine beast. Shenpian, you actually got a mythical beast. You really deserve to die. I am so envious that my teeth are broken. Su Ming, I suggest you evolve in the direction of Gu Kun. A fierce batch. Wu Yuanran, no. 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 I think Zi Kun is stronger. The chosen ones from other countries were instantly stunned. They chatted so seriously. But, Kun? What the H.L. is this? Chapter 226. Is the show going on? While the chosen ones from other countries began to study what Kun was, Nanfeng had already turned off the panel and started to go down the mountain. This trip up the mountain took him most of the afternoon, which was really a waste of time. However, Nanfeng harvested a large amount of holy light stones, enough for all the brothers in Nancheng to upgrade their natal magic weapons. It's worth it. By the way, let Xiao Luo take a look at the waterfall of Immortal Serpent. Maybe he can find the Shadow Stone. This was also information provided by Long Wudi. So Nanfeng didn't go looking for it himself. Otherwise, a lot of time will be wasted. After going down the mountain, Nanfeng took the time to continue escalating. Guns roared and countless ferocious beasts fell to the ground, which became the experience of Nanfeng. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, Nanfeng finished the day's upgrade and returned to Nancheng. His magic power had already bottomed out in the evening. In the last few hours, Nanfeng had been using the Mitsubishi Army Spur to hunt down ferocious beasts. Although the efficiency of the upgrade has been reduced, Nanfeng's melee combat ability has been improved. Of course, he has been drinking mineral water to restore his magic power. If he has a little bit of magic power, he will take out Gatling and shoot a wave. In fact, the speed of hunting ferocious beasts has not slowed down much. Inside Nancheng, today, there are nearly 500 chosen ones in Nancheng, and it is very lively. At this late night, some people were gathering together to chat and spank. Some were fighting duels, and some were flirting with girls. Nanfeng also found 2 people squatting on the ground doing math problems. It turns out he's an engineering guy, so that's okay. Nanfeng originally wanted to find something to eat to fill his stomach, but when he saw the formulas all over the floor, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and walked over quickly. Nanfeng asked doubtfully, "Brothers, what are you thinking?" Lu Wenhua raised his head and said with excitement, "After our day of testing, I already know the damage calculation formula in this world." Oops. Nanfeng was in awe. "Look, what is professionalism? This is called professionalism." Xian Yongchang pointed to a long list of formulas on the ground and said, "Village chief, look, this is the damage calculation formula." Nanfeng quickly glanced at the formula on the ground. When attacker level, attack level. Damage attack power skill increase damage weak point attack, 1 plus. Level difference 0.1, damage reduction, defense power / defense power plus 1000, part damage. When attacker level, attack level. Damage attack power skill increase damage weak point attack, 1 / damage reduction, defense power / defense power plus 1000, part damage. Damn it. It's too long to watch. Nanfeng almost suffocated after seeing such a series of dense formulas. If I am guilty, I can let the beast bite me to death instead of letting me. A top student who has been in elementary school for 7 years. Look at such a long list of mathematical formulas. Nanfeng took 2 steps back, stretched out his thumb and praised, "What a formula!" Being recognized, the 2 engineering men immediately burst into laughter. Lu Wenhua, after trying for a day and suffering many injuries, we finally discovered these 2 formulas. Xian Yongchang, I decided to name it Xuanlu theorem and write a paper to demonstrate these 2 formulas. Lu Wenhua, wrong. It should be Lu Xian's theorem. Xian Yongchang, no. It's Xuanlu's theorem. The 2 were arguing and about to start a fight. Nanfeng hurriedly pulled them away and named these 2 formulas the greatest theorems discovered in the 1st century of the primitive world. The 2 engineering men did not take action, seeing that both of them were in a good mood. Nanfeng took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, I found that attacking the same ferocious beast will cause different damage. What's going on?" Lu Wenhua explained, "There are many influencing factors, such as weakness attack. Attacking different positions triggers different multipliers. For example, different parts of the hit will cause different damage." Xian Yongchang added 2 words, to put it simply. Hitting the head will definitely cause more damage than hitting the feet. Oh, Nanfeng suddenly realized. I understand when you put it this way. After all you talk about it, in the final analysis, you just want to attack the weak points. I know someone already knows this. Why do you need to study these formulas? Tasteless. Nanfeng encouraged the 2 engineering men again, patted their butts and left. Late night snacks are now available in Nancheng. Nanfeng went to eat something, and then found Su Zuren. Su Zuren, give you something good. Nanfeng poured out a backpack of holy light stones, and Su Zuren's eyes widened. Su Zuren, this is the holy light stone? So much. Nanfeng, yes. I just got it today. I'll give it all to you. You can distribute it among the brothers. In fact, the holy light stone here is enough for all the brothers in Nancheng, and there is even a lot left. But Nanfeng was not prepared to give it to them directly. Nanfeng said, "My friends from District 113 have just come to Nancheng. If we directly give them the holy light stone, I'm afraid that the original brothers in Nancheng will have objections." After all, they had just arrived and had not contributed anything to Nancheng yet. How could they get a holy light stone for free? Su Zuren understood what Nanfeng meant. I understand. Then let's distribute according to work. It just so happened that friends from District 113 could participate in the construction of Nancheng, which would give them a sense of participation and belonging. Anyone who contributes to the construction of Nancheng can obtain a holy light stone. This can also give everyone some motivation. Recently, many brothers have begun to be lazy and fish out. Nanfeng nodded. That's what I mean. Of course. Don't set the threshold too high. After all, it is also good for Nanchung for brothers to upgrade their natal magic weapons. Su Zern nodded. Don't worry. I can still handle this little thing. With Su Zern here, Nanfeng doesn't need to intervene in Nanchung's affairs. Nanfeng is also happy to have some free time and can use this time to upgrade. After explaining the matter of Holy Light Stone, Nanfeng returned to the hut, preparing to count today's loot. At the end of the day, Nanfeng obtained a total of 137 gray treasure chests, 41 white treasure chests, 15 green treasure chests, 1 blue treasure box, and 1 purple treasure box. This purple treasure chest was exploded by Holy Light Elf. Unboxing. Unboxing. Except for the blue treasure chest and the purple treasure chest. Nanfeng opened all the other treasure chests in one go. Open up a bunch of spicy chicken. Nanfeng didn't even look at it, and threw it directly into the village warehouse. Next is the blue treasure chest. Ding! You get Wisteria Armor 1. C-level low-grade Wisteria Armor. This thing is not bad. There should be some brothers who want it. Nanfeng also threw it into the village warehouse. And then opened the last purple treasure chest. Ding! You get Holy Light Bracelet 1. Holy Light Bracelet? The name sounds a bit cool. Nanfeng hurriedly threw out a Eye of Insight. Holy Light Bracelet. Grade, be grade inferior. Attribute, energy plus 300. Physical strength plus 200. Feature, your healing effect increases by 30%. Good guy. Am I giving the Nani a magical outfit? This characteristic directly filled up Suihan's milk supply. Nanfeng was about to chat with Suihan in private, when Xiao Luo suddenly ran to Nanfeng's window in high spirits and shouted, "Look at the Cross-World channel. There's a good show happening." Cross-World chat channel? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows and realized that Xiao Luo had also reached level 20. Nanfeng, what happened to the Cross-World chat channel? Chapter 227 The Cave Behind the Waterfall. Xiao Luo only reached level 20 tonight. As soon as he entered the cross-regional channel and was about to meet the powerful people in other worlds, he was caught by Long Wudi and chatted with him for half an hour. Xiao Luo talks a lot in front of acquaintances, but in front of strangers, he is a cold man. So Long Wudi was talking most of the time, and Xiao Luo responded perfunctorily like, "Yes, yes, yes." But Long Wudi can really talk. We chatted about text, geography, and even discussed with Xiao Luo whether scrambled eggs were delicious. Xiao Luo was speechless. Is that for eating? That was obviously for viewing. Just when Xiao Luo was about to collapse, Original World number 135 joined the group chat. 10 seconds later, a good show of father and son recognizing each other was staged on Trans World channel. Number 135 Long Outian Air Smash. Number 1 Long Wudi Old Man. Number 135 Long Outian, is it really you? Damn it! Number 1 Long Wudi, it's really me. Old Man. By the time Nanfeng entered the Cross-World channel, the two of them were already chatting, and they were typing words so fast that they couldn't understand. Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh. As expected, like son must be like father. Long Wudi's father must be quite old. Right? He reached level 20 so quickly. As expected, a tiger son has no dog father. Nanfeng couldn't help but feel a little sad, and didn't know how his father was doing now. At the same time, in order to let his father live longer, Long Wudi also revealed a lot of useful information. Where may there be elemental secret treasures? Where are there more ferocious beasts? Where may there be materials? Although the terrain of each world is different. With this key information, at least everyone will not wander around like headless flies. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo quickly recorded all this information, regardless of whether it's useful or not. Just write it down anyway. Nanfeng estimated that the chosen ones in other worlds were also recording this information. Number 1 Dragon Invincible, yes? Old Man, if you encounter a particularly large beast, you must be careful. Number 1 Dragon Invincible, at the same level. The larger the size, the stronger the strength. I met an Earth Dragon last night and beat it to death with a stator for 7 minutes. The stator is the fist. Nanfeng nodded silently. It turns out that the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. No wonder Holy Light Elf is so much worse than Earth Dragon. The size gap between them is indeed a bit big. Number 1 Dragon Invincible, yes? Remember to get your reputation up quickly. A ruin will be opened in 2 days. Anyone with a reputation above 300 can go in and catch pets. Then we can meet. Nanfeng perked up after hearing this. It turns out that you have to go to a specific ruins to catch pets. If I had told him earlier, Nan Feng would have been looking for a pet all night. What followed was some non-nutritious chatting about home affairs. Nan Feng watched it for a while, and then turned off the panel. Outside his window, Xiao Luo was still watching Long Wudi and his son chatting with interest. Xiao Luo, Long Aotian actually said that scrambled eggs are more delicious than scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I almost died laughing. Nan Feng shook his head and chuckled. They, father and son, are quite different. Xiao Luo nodded. Long Wudi is okay, but he talks a bit too much. But like me, he also thinks scrambled eggs taste better. This. Nan Feng was stunned. Aren't tomatoes and tomatoes the same thing? Am I the one who is different? Xiao Luo suddenly remembered something. Turned off the panel and looked at Nan Feng. By the way, I went to the waterfall you mentioned at night. And there was really a cave behind the waterfall. Nan Feng asked, is there a shadow stone inside? Xiao Luo spread his hands. My intuition told me that the cave was very dangerous, so I didn't dare to go in. You are the second master in Nancheng after all. But you don't even dare to enter a hole? Nan Feng sighed, opened the door and walked out. Let's go! I'll go take a look with you. The two left Nancheng side by side, and soon came to the waterfall. The pool under the waterfall was shimmering, and looked a little cold under the moonlight. Follow me. This cave is not easy to find. After Xiao Luo finished speaking, he jumped into the water first, and Nan Feng quickly followed. The two of them dived in the water for a while, and finally came to the cave that Xiao Luo mentioned. This cave is very dark and cannot be seen, giving people a very depressing feeling. No wonder Xiao Luo didn't dare to go in. It was so dark. Who knew what dangers there were? Light a torch and let's go in and have a look. Nan Feng took out a piece of wood from his backpack and lit it, using it as a torch. But this cave seems a little special, as if it can absorb light, and the light of the torch can only illuminate an area of less than half a meter. Even further away, it was still pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. Xiao Luo licked his lips. Damn. It's a bit evil here. I always feel like someone is staring at us. Don't scare yourself. Nan Feng thought for a while and said, close your eyes. I'll throw a flash bomb in first and take a look. Xiao Luo turned his head. Okay. Nan Feng put on low-light night vision goggles, then raised his hand and threw a flash bomb. The flash bomb exploded. Strong light flashed, and the scene in the cave instantly appeared before Nan Feng's eyes. Nan Feng's heart skipped a beat. More than 10 meters in front of him, a man standing upright was looking at him. Nan Feng was about to launch an attack when he suddenly discovered that the opponent was not a living person, but a stone sculpture. Are you sick? Who are you trying to scare by erecting a statue here? Nan Feng breathed a sigh of relief, raised the torch, and walked forward slowly. The light of the flash bomb had begun to dim. Xiao Luo turned his head at this time, and was surprised to see the statue. I just said someone is watching me. Right? Although it is a dummy, it has to be said that Xiao Luo has a very strong sense of danger. Maybe it's because he's always fighting for his life in close combat. At this point, Nan Feng is far behind, because he always outputs from a very safe place. If you have time, you still need to practice your close combat skills. This sense of danger is really good. Nan Feng has been using Mitsubishi Military Thorn to hunt ferocious beasts in the past 2 days. His close combat ability is much better than before, but there is still a gap compared with Xiao Luo and the others. The two came to the statue, raised torches and observed. Statues. This is a very inconsistent thing in the primitive world, because this primitive world is really primitive, except for their group of chosen ones. Nan Feng has not found any traces of human activities. This statue is an exception. This was carved by the Red Star people. After just one glance, Nan Feng made a judgment. The reason is simple. This statue has no ears. Xiao Luo's eyes fell on the chest of the statue. This is a Red Star woman. South Wind. Xiao Luo, huh? There was writing on her clothes. This is the text of Red Star. Chapter 228 Real or Fake Monkey King? In the dark and quiet cave, there stands a statue of a woman with a red star. This statue is badly weathered. Just standing in front of it, the south wind can feel the weight of history blowing against your face. The Mediterranean Red Star people told me that every 129,600 years, a new chosen one will appear. In other words, this statue has been standing here for at least more than 100,000 years. Nan Feng took a deep breath. This was a product of ancient times. The archaeologists were delighted. Xiao Luo didn't know what Nan Feng was thinking. He was staring at the words on the chest of the statue attentively, and he stretched out his hand to gesture with something from time to time. Nanfeng was stunned. Can you understand? I don't understand. But we can use the elimination method. Xiao Luo pondered for a moment and said, First of all, this is definitely not about God rewarding those who work hard. South Wind, 6. Nanfeng was speechless and moved his gaze to the chest of the stone sculpture. There were a lot of tadpole-sized words written here, crookedly and crookedly. Nanfeng looked at them for a long time, but couldn't figure out why. Nanfeng said, This should be the message left by the Red Star people to the next chosen ones. Which is us. Is she trying to tell us something? Xiao Luo retorted, It's hard to say. What if it says that the stone sculpture was completed on X month, X year? Nanfeng rolled his eyes, but after thinking about it, he thought it might really be possible. Forget it. Xiao Luo. We two noobs shouldn't waste time studying the text. Let's first look for the shadow stone nearby. Finding the shadow stone is the business. Xiao Luo nodded and followed Nanfeng deeper into the cave. After advancing about 20 meters, Nanfeng discovered tiny, shadow stones appearing on the ground. In stock, Nanfeng held a torch in his left hand and took out the desert eagle in his right hand. He said cautiously, Be careful. There may be a Lord-level ferocious beast here. Go ahead and explore the way. Xiao Luo nodded speechlessly, held the purple gold short blade in front of him, and walked forward cautiously. The cave is very deep and unfathomable. Water drops would fall from time to time on the stone walls on both sides, adding a sense of terror to this quiet space. Fortunately, Nanfeng and Xiao Luo were not claustrophobic. Otherwise they would have been frightened out of their minds. The two of them pushed forward several tens of meters, and a large number of shadow stones appeared around them. But the two still found no trace of the vicious beast. Xiao Luo, Nanfeng. There seems to be no ferocious beasts here. How about we pick up some shadow stones and run away? Nanfeng thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. Okay. My backpack is big. I'll pick it up, and you can look out for me. Nanfeng stuck the torch on the wall, and then quickly searched for the shadow stone on the ground. Xiao Luo carefully observed the surrounding situation. After a while, Nanfeng had already plundered all the shadow stones around him. He took a few steps forward and prepared to continue picking them up. Yeah, I feel like a garbage collector. Xiao Luo, come here and give me a light. The light here is very dark, and Nanfeng can't see clearly what's on the ground. He turned around and shouted, and suddenly a chill hit his heart. Xiao Luo behind him disappeared. Xiao Luo? Xiao Luo. Nanfeng shouted twice, but did not hear Xiao Luo's response. He called a few more times on the tactical headset, but Xiao Luo still didn't respond. Oops. Something happened. Nanfeng didn't hesitate, raised his hand and fired an explosive flame bomb at the top of the cave. Boom! The explosive bomb exploded, erupting with intense light, illuminating the entire cave for a moment. Nanfeng looked around and found no trace of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, such a big living person, disappeared out of thin air. The light emitted by the explosive bombs quickly dissipated, and darkness returned to the cave. Only the sound of dripping water echoed in Nanfeng's ears. Hey, making a horror movie, right? Needless to say, Nanfeng really felt like his scalp was numb. Although he is now a murderous guy, he still instinctively feels fear when facing such unknown things. He opened the panel and was about to send a private message to Xiao Luo. But something even more terrifying is coming. The tactical panel cannot be opened. Damn it. Nanfeng is really weak now. What kind of place is this? It can't even open the tactical panel? Hey, you don't care about the creation god system? This is your territory. Nanfeng took a deep breath, pulled out the torch on the wall, and started to return the way he came. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Nanfeng suddenly punched the wall and stopped. He and Xiao Luo pushed at most 180 meters into the cave. How could they not go back in 10 minutes? This is like hitting a wall with a ghost. Nanfeng tried his best to clear his mind, calmed down, and began to think about countermeasures. First of all, there are no ghosts in this world. In other words, ghosts can be regarded as a kind of vicious beasts. What I'm going through now is probably the shadow elf's mischief. Fantasy? Illusion? Or some other ability? There are holy light elves on the highest mountain, and there are shadow elves in the darkest cave. Is this reasonable? Shadow elf is a ferocious beast. Since it is a ferocious beast, Nafeng can kill it. Nafeng no longer hesitated and decided to break through all the methods directly. He was going to blow up a way out with a grenade. Blast you to death. You pretentious guy. As soon as Nafeng took out the grenade, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Who? Nafeng turned his head sharply and found a swaying light spot 7 or 8 meters away, which seemed to be a torch. This cave absorbs light, so the torches glow very dimly. Xiao Luo? South Wind? Two voices sounded at the same time. Nafeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Xiao Luo's voice. Good news. This guy isn't dead yet. Xiao Luo ran over quickly holding a torch. With a bit of shock on his face, you're leaving without saying a word to me? Scared me. Nafeng frowned slightly. Is it because you suddenly disappeared? I've been looking for you for a long time just now. Xiao Luo was stunned. I just stood there and didn't move. It was you who picked up the shadow stone and then disappeared. The two looked at each other, each seeing a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. Nafeng shook his head and said, Don't talk about this. This place is a bit weird. Let's get out of here first. Xiao Luo, okay. The two walked forward side by side, looking for a way out. On the way, Nafeng glanced at Xiao Luo beside him calmly with his peripheral vision. He always felt that something was wrong with this Xiao Luo, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Duh. Suddenly, Nafeng heard another rush of footsteps coming from the front. There are people in this cave. Nafeng fiercely raised the Desert Eagle and pointed it forward, and shouted sternly, Stop! Don't go any further. There was a pause of footsteps, and an uncertain voice came into Nafeng's ears. Nafeng? The south wind instantly made my scalp numb. The voice coming from the front was also Xiao Luo's voice. He immediately moved a few steps to the side and leaned his back against the wall, while the Desert Eagle moved back and forth between the two Xiao Luo. The real and fake Monkey King. Right? Come! Prove for yourselves who is the real Xiao Luo. Before the two Xiao Luo could speak, another burst of footsteps came. Nafeng was shocked. There was actually someone else. Is there a third Xiao Luo? Call out. Nafeng once again aimed at the top of the cave and fired an explosive flame bomb. A strong light flashed, and the cave was illuminated. Nafeng looked at the last person, and suddenly took a breath of air, and his hair stood up. That person looks exactly like Nafeng. This is clearly the second south wind. Chapter 229. Who is real and who is fake? In a dark and quiet cave, the two Nafeng and the two Xiao Luo both looked cautious and glanced back and forth at the others. Who is real? Who is fake? They can't make a judgment yet. The light erupting from the explosive flame bomb quickly dimmed, and the entire cave became dark again. Only 4 torches were left, still emitting faint firelight. Nafeng stuck the torch on the wall, then hid his left hand behind his back, pinched a grenade, and prepared to kill the fake Nafeng first. There are 2 Xiao Luos, one real and one fake. Nafeng can't tell who is real and who is fake for the time being. But the other south wind? That must be fake. Before Nafeng could take action, the fake Nafeng suddenly shouted, Gaia! Then a flash bomb was thrown out. A bright light flashed, illuminating the entire cave again. Nafeng was wearing low-light night vision goggles and was not afraid of the bright light of flash bombs, so he could see the current situation clearly. Both Xiao Luo were on guard. They had already closed their eyes when the fake Nafeng called out Gaia, and were not caught by the flash bomb. Nafeng turned his attention to the fake Nafeng. Fake Nafeng also wore night vision goggles on his head, and this flash bomb was also ineffective against him. At this time, fake Nafeng was looking at Nafeng cautiously, and the Desert Eagle in his hand was ready to attack at any time. This feeling is as if the person opposite is the real Nafeng. This fake south wind is quite real. Not only does it have flash bombs, but also a Desert Eagle. Even the expression is imitated to the essence. It feels like looking in the mirror. This made Nafeng feel less confident. Me? Is it really me? But Nafeng quickly came to his senses, gently shook the tip of his tongue, and regained his composure. At that moment, Nafeng felt something invaded his consciousness, making his thinking a little confused. This feeling is just like the feeling when I was hypnotized by Sikong Bushua. But you are far less knowledgeable than Sikong. After experiencing Sikong Bushua's terrifying hypnosis, Nafeng's willpower was much firmer now, and he was not confused at all. Now Nafeng is not in a hurry to take action. He plans to find the real Xiao Luo first. The light of the flash bomb had begun to dim, and the two Xiao Luo opened their eyes slightly and began to observe the surrounding situation. Nanfeng called the Xiao Luo who met him first Xiao Luo number 1. And the Xiao Luo he met later was called Xiao Luo number 2. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, Nanfeng couldn't tell which one of them was real and who was fake. They should also be unable to tell which of the two Nanfeng is real and who is fake. There was a brief silence. It seems that this vicious beast has the ability to imitate others. Fake Nanfeng suddenly said. How about this? Each of us tells a secret to prove our identity. What do you think? Nanfeng thought for a while, then chuckled and said, Okay, since it was you who suggested it, then you come first? The two Xiao Luos nodded slightly and turned their gazes to the fake Nanfeng at the same time. Their movements were very neat, as if they were carved from the same mold. For a moment, the three of them all looked in the direction of the fake Nanfeng, ready to hear how he would prove that he was the real Nanfeng. Fake Nanfeng nodded and thought for a moment, then said, It's very late. Be careful. It was a simple sentence, but it made both Xiao Luo think of something at the same time, and they both turned to look at Nanfeng. There was a hint of vigilance in their eyes, and they had obviously begun to believe that the fake south wind was real. Even Nanfeng himself was a little shocked. Did Nanfeng even know this? Could it be that this ferocious beast still has the ability to read memories? Xiao Luo number 1 looked at Nanfeng. He has proved himself. Now it is your turn. Xiao Luo number 2 nodded in agreement and said nothing. Nanfeng sneered, Okay. Then you all prick up your ears and listen. As soon as he finished speaking, Nanfeng suddenly attacked, lifting the Desert Eagle and firing 3 consecutive shots. The fake Nanfeng on the other side did not expect that Nanfeng would take action directly, and was shot 3 times in an instant. Damn it! Fake Nanfeng cursed angrily, immediately raised the Desert Eagle, and started to fight back. Boom! 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 For a moment, bullets were flying in the dark cave, and the two Nanfeng, one real and one fake, began to compete with each other with their marksmanship. The two Xiao Luos were stunned for a moment. Obviously they didn't expect that the two Nanfeng would start fighting as soon as they disagreed. They subconsciously prepared to help the fake Nanfeng, and immediately heard Nanfeng's voice reaching their ears. We are dueling. No one is allowed to come over. Whoever comes to help is fake Xiao Luo. Don't you have confidence in the real south wind? The two Xiao Luos stopped and stopped stepping forward to help. Instead, they leaned against the wall tightly to avoid being hit by stray bullets. At the same time, Nanfeng used Desert Eagle to suppress the fake Nanfeng while approaching him. Nanfeng was also hit by several shots, but the damage of this fake Nanfeng was not high. One shot only caused 200 to 300 points of damage, which was not painful at all. On the other hand, Nanfeng's one shot would cause over 1,000 to close to 2,000 damage. You must not be a lord-level ferocious beast. Right? The damage is too low, Nanfeng said, and rushed towards the fake Nanfeng. And the high-explosive grenade in his hand exploded at this moment. Boom! The fake south wind was blown into a pile of mud in an instant. The imitation is quite similar, but your strength is not good enough. Nanfeng patted the dust on his body and turned to look at the two Xiao Luos behind him. Okay, now I am the only one left in Nanfeng. Whether you believe it or not, I am real now. Nanfeng raised the torch and walked towards the two Xiao Luo and said, Come on. You can take turns to prove yourself. Xiao Luo number 1 glanced at Nanfeng, and suddenly his eyes became fierce. He brandished the purple gold short blade and stabbed Xiao Luo number 2 beside him. He was inspired by Nanfeng's actions just now and wanted to follow the same pattern and get rid of the other Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo number 1 shouted, No need for help. I can handle this beast. Xiao Luo number 2 snorted coldly, without any fear, and faced him with the same purple gold short blade. The two Xiao Luo instantly struggled with each other, and for a moment, the sword light flickered and the cold light was cold. Nanfeng raised the Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots at the top of the cave. Stop, or I will take out the Gatling. The two Xiao Luos stopped immediately, and did not dare to fight again. This cave is a straight line. Once Nanfeng takes out Gatling, no one can hold it. Xiao Luo number 1 frowned slightly. What? Don't you have confidence in me? I can kill this beast at any time. Xiao Luo number 2 sneered. Just you. Neither of the two Xiao Luo obeyed the other, and they felt like they would chop each other twice if they disagreed. Nanfeng said, Okay. I have judged who is real. Both Xiao Luo looked at Nanfeng, feeling a little nervous, whether the south wind is reliable or not. You must not make a mistake in your judgment. Nanfeng raised the Desert Eagle and put it on Xiao Luo number 1's forehead. Xiao Luo is a bit introverted and rarely talks in front of unfamiliar people, especially when the situation is unclear. You have already exposed your secret. Xiao Luo number 1 was shocked. You actually think I am fake? Are you crazy? Boom. Nan Feng didn't waste any time and just pulled the trigger. Minus 1,488. The bullet hit Xiao Luo number 1's forehead. He screamed and was knocked back several steps by the terrifying recoil. Damn it. You must be fake, Nan Feng. Go to H.L. Xiao Luo number 1 roared angrily and slashed with his knife. But Xiao Luo number 2 had already stepped forward to stop Xiao Luo number 1. And the two struggled again. Soon, Xiao Luo number 1, who was shot in the forehead, was defeated and collapsed to the ground softly, with eyes full of unwillingness. He didn't understand why Nan Feng thought he was a fake Xiao Luo. Isn't this ferocious beast very strong? Xiao Luo number 2 exhaled and turned to look at Nan Feng. Okay, you can shoot so decisively. How did you make sure I was really Xiao Luo? Aren't you afraid of hitting the wrong person? Nan Feng looked at him and said coldly, I won't hit the wrong person. With that said, Nan Feng pointed the Desert Eagle at Xiao Luo 2. Because both of you are fake. Boom. Chapter 230 Murals of Red Star People. Boom. With one shot, a blood hole appeared between Xiao Luo number 2's eyebrows. Xiao Luo number 2 took a few steps back and looked at Nan Feng in shock. Are you a fake, Nan Feng? Nan Feng looked at him coldly. Stop pretending. With Xiao Luo's character, he could tell that I was real the moment I attacked the fake Nan Feng. The fact that neither of you came to help me means that both of you are fake. Boom. 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 Nan Feng no longer gave Xiao Luo number 2 a chance to explain. He fired several shots and hit the target. Ah! Xiao Luo number 2 roared, raised the purple gold short blade high, and inspired the sword energy to slash at Nan Feng. Nan Feng did not dodge or evade, and took the knife from Xiao Luo number 2. Minus 249. Really? The damage caused by this knife also confirmed that Xiao Luo number 2 was fake. Xiao Luo's purple gold short blade has a 25% ignore defense attribute, coupled with his attack power of about 5,000. How can it be possible to cause more than 200 damage with one sword? Is your name Xiao Luo? You, Xiao Luo, are too fake. Nan Feng was completely sure that Xiao Luo number 2 was also fake. So he directly threw a grenade, blasting Xiao Luo number 2 into pieces of flesh and blood. Done! The health of these 3 dummies was not high, so Nan Feng easily eliminated them all. But he is still trapped in this cave. The tactical panel still cannot be opened. Nan Feng thought for a while, then walked forward again holding the torch. A few minutes later, he circled back. He kept circling in circles. Now the question is, where is the real Xiao Luo? How do I get out? Nan Feng stood there and started thinking about countermeasures. I should be in some kind of illusion now, similar to the illusion where a ghost breaks a wall. So how can I break this illusion? I don't have black dog blood, nor do I have a mahogany sword. I wonder if the child's urine tube doesn't work. It is said that boys' urine has the function of warding off evil spirits. Nan Feng happened to be a boy. But when Nan Feng thought that there might be a ferocious beast watching him secretly, he couldn't urinate. What a terrible thing it would be if that ferocious beast rushed over and bit him. Forget it. I'll just use Gatlin to clear the way. Nan Feng thought for a long time, and finally decided to use the most violent method to try to break this illusion. He took out the Gatling from his backpack and started spinning around in circles and shooting. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Fire was everywhere, and countless magic bullets spurted out from the barrel. Nan Feng keenly discovered that there was something wrong with the wall on the left, and the sound of bullets hitting it was not right. Very good. Found the flaw. The south wind aimed Gatlin at the wall on the left and blasted him hard. 5 seconds later, he felt the scene in front of him begin to distort, although his vision was pitch black. Nan Feng felt this way. This illusion is about to be shattered. 8 seconds later, Xiao Luo's heartbreaking roar came from Nan Feng's tactical headset. Stop! Stop it! Nan Feng loosened his finger on the trigger, switched to the Desert Eagle, and fired another explosive bomb at the top of the cave. A bright light flashed, and the original wall on the left disappeared and turned into a passage. More than 10 meters away in this passage, Xiao Luo lay on the ground shivering with his head in his hands. Nan Feng said doubtfully, Xiao Luo! Xiao Luo raised his head cautiously and asked a question. What is the next sentence of Beishin Chushui's desolate words? Nan Feng pondered for a moment. Baby, can you kiss me? Xiao Luo, who was lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. It must be Nan Feng who could give such an unorthodox answer. Nan Feng walked forward slowly. What? You just met the fake me too? Yes. There were still 2 of them. And they were both hacked to death by me. Xiao Luo patted the dust on his body and got up from the ground. You did the same? Yes. I met 2 fake Xiao Luo, and they were beaten to death by me, Nan Feng said, pointing to his shoulder. Come on. Chop me, and let me see the damage. Xiao Luo was stunned for a moment. But he still followed the instructions, and stabbed Nan Feng hard on the shoulder. -761. The knife penetrated deep into the bone marrow, and Nan Feng gasped in pain. Ignore 25% of defense. Really domineering. This Xiao Luo should be real. Nan Feng covered the wound on his shoulder with his hand. So hard. Are you avenging a private vendetta? Xiao Luo shrugged. You almost killed me with Gatling just now. Fortunately, I got down fast enough. Otherwise, instead of dying in the hands of a ferocious beast, you would be beaten to death by you. That would be so frustrating. Quite cautious, Nan Feng ate some qi and blood fruit to restore his blood volume, and then opened the panel. Very good. The tactical panel can be opened again, which means that they are not in an illusion now. It's a pity that the map was completely dark and didn't even show the coordinates. Otherwise, he could still use the coordinates to find his way out. After thinking about it, Nan Feng sent a private message to Xiao Luo. Hey, you idiot. Xiao Luo, who was standing in front of him, rolled his eyes. You are just a loser. Great. I can receive private messages. This is definitely the real Xiao Luo. Come on. Let's see how to get out of here. Nan Feng was completely relieved and prepared to find a way out with Xiao Luo. The 2 held torches and continued along the passage. I don't know how long they walked, but just when both of them were getting a little irritable, Nan Feng suddenly noticed something on the wall next to him. Nan Feng moved the torch and found that there were murals carved on the walls. Murals carved by Red Star people? Nan Feng and Xiao Luo looked at each other and looked at the mural carefully. There are only 3 murals, even after more than 100,000 years. These 3 murals are still lifelike. There are many fierce beasts painted on the left side of the first mural, densely packed with all kinds of animals. On the right side of the mural is a group of Red Star people, roaring, shouting, and fighting bloody battles. In the middle of the mural is a woman with a red star, looking deeply into the sky. This should be a scene of the approaching beast tide. Right? Xiao Luo looked at the mural and said, The woman in the middle is the stone sculpture we met when we first entered the cave. Nan Feng nodded slightly. It should be. The 2 looked at the second mural. This mural is full of corpses, including those of ferocious beasts and those of Red Star people. The only living person left was the Red Star woman. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow. Did this woman survive the beast wave? It seems that this large beast tide is not a fatal situation. As long as they are strong enough, they can survive. Xiao Luo said, The first mural is the scene of the arrival of the beast tide. The second mural is the scene of the end of the beast tide. Then the third mural is not the scene after the beast tide? The 2 of them felt a little excited and took a few steps forward to look at the third mural. This mural is very strange, with stars all over the sky painted on it. Xiao Luo, is this painting the universe? What does it mean? Will we start an interstellar war after the beast tide is over? This span is too big. Nan Feng didn't speak. He squinted slightly and stared at the third mural for a long time. Then, cold sweat began to break out on Nan Feng's forehead. In this universe, there is a human face. He is. Look at us. Chapter 231 Strange Fish in the Water. The human face hidden in the third mural really shocked Nan Feng. It's so late at night. Doing this kind of thing would really scare someone to death. Nan Feng shook his head and looked away, and his wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. No. It scared me. Xiao Luo, who was beside him, also saw the face at this time. He was so frightened that he took half a step back and his face turned pale. What kind of face is this? His eyes are 2 galaxies. His nostrils are a collapsing black hole. And his mouth is a huge nebula. He is perfectly integrated with the stars in the universe in the mural. He is like a god. Nan Feng wondered, who is this face painted on? That Red Star woman? Xiao Luo murmured, what does this mural want to express? That Red Star woman has been watching us. Neither man could understand the meaning of this third mural. Nan Feng looked at these 3 murals carefully several times and memorized all the details in his mind. Okay. There's nothing good to see here. Let's go. Nan Feng patted Xiao Luo on the shoulder and motioned for him to leave. Xiao Luo nodded. The two of them held torches, and just took a few steps when they looked back at the same time. The human faces in the third mural were silently watching them leave. It's a bit invasive. So get out quickly. The two quickened their pace, and continued walking along this passage. Along the way, Nanfeng would open the panel from time to time to ensure that he was not dragged into the illusion. According to Nanfeng's guess, there should be a lord-level ferocious beast in this cave, which is the Shadow Elf. But Nanfeng and Xiao Luo never encountered it. I don't know how long it took, but just when the two of them were distracted by the endless darkness, a glimmer of light finally appeared in front of them. Look! It's the exit. Nanfeng was delighted and ran out in large strides. Outside the cave was a dense forest, with soft sunlight shining through the gaps between the leaves, dispelling the coldness on the two of them. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning. The two of them walked around this cave all night. Nanfeng took a look at the map and found that it was very far away from the waterfall entering the cave. He couldn't even see the location of Nancheng on the map. It's so far. It will take at least half a day to get back. Nanfeng felt a little headache. There were still 8 days until the arrival of the large beast tide, and he didn't want to waste time on the road. Xiao Luo looked around. We haven't explored this area yet. There should be many ferocious beasts around. Nanfeng nodded. In order to quickly upgrade, the chosen ones hunted ferocious beasts almost without restraint. The ferocious beasts near Nancheng have been killed and are almost extinct. Nanfeng has to walk for more than half an hour every time to find the gathering place of the ferocious beasts. Nanfeng said, "Let's go back to Nancheng first." The two of them identified the direction and fought all the way to the direction of Nancheng. There were many ferocious beasts on the road that they had never seen before, but they were not of high levels and posed no threat. They were all provided as experience to the two of them. Just before noon, a river with a width of 40 or 50 meters blocked the two people's way. Nanfeng glanced at the other side of the river, and his expression changed. Damn it. Nancheng is on the other side of the river. The scene on the other side of the river is very familiar to Nanfeng. There was a time when he often fried fish across the street. Are you not familiar with it? Xiao Luo frowned. What should we do now? Swim over. Nanfeng, no. This is no different from seeking death. This river is 40 to 50 meters wide and unfathomable. There are still many ferocious beasts hidden in the water, making it full of danger. Nanfeng had seen a huge black shadow swimming in the water before, and he didn't dare to go into the water casually. This river is like a natural chasm, dividing the entire map into two. Nanfeng said that if he wanted to go back, he had to either build a boat or go back the same way he came from the cave. The cave before? When talking about this cave, Nanfeng and Xiao Luo shuddered unconsciously. That cave is too intrusive. Xiao Luo shook his head. Forget it. There are no ferocious beasts in the cave. It would be a waste of time to return the same way. Nanfeng nodded. You are right. I think so too. Since we are not going to go back the same way, we can only build a boat. The two looked at each other and immediately started cutting down the tree. You can't build a boat. You can only build a small raft to test the water first. Xiao Luo chopped down the tree, while Nanfeng found a lot of tough vines and tied the trunks together. Soon, an unreliable little raft took shape. Although it doesn't look very strong, it's still okay to make do with it. Xiao Luo pushed the small raft into the water and shouted, "Come on board with me!" The current was so strong that it rushed the small raft downstream, and Nanfeng hurriedly jumped on it. Xiao Luo used a piece of wood as an oar and rowed hard, while Nanfeng was on guard with a gun to prevent sudden attacks by ferocious beasts in the water. After the small raft floated more than 10 meters, Nanfeng discovered that a large group of ferocious beast fish had gathered around the raft. Iron-tooth fish, blue shark, guru fish. Nanfeng pulled the trigger and killed several ferocious beasts to gain experience. But there were more and more fish in the water, and soon the entire small raft was surrounded. Xiao Luo's face changed slightly. Damn! They are chewing on the raft. This group of ferocious beast fish can even chew wood. Nanfeng rolled his eyes, took out a few pieces of raw meat from his backpack, and threw them far away. This trick was indeed effective. The bloody smell of raw meat attracted a large number of ferocious beast fish. Go quickly. Nanfeng also took out a piece of wood and was about to row away with Xiao Luo when a huge shadow appeared under their feet. Nanfeng's face darkened. A big guy is coming. Be careful. Wow! The giant ferocious beast under the water crashed fiercely and knocked the small raft over. Fortunately, both of them reacted quickly and took a deep breath before falling into the water. When Nanfeng opened his eyes in the water, he saw a huge fish tail slapping towards him. Sneak attack? Nanfeng dived hard, but was still hit on the calf by the fish's tail, causing him to spin twice in the water. Minus 1,201. What a high attack power. Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly threw a pupil of insight at the giant fish. Fantasy Sea Shark : Good guy. A ferocious beast full of question marks. This guy is at least level 25 or above. Nanfeng was almost scared to death. Just as he was about to swim back to the shore, he turned around and saw Xiao Luo being targeted by the Fantasy Sea Shark. In the water, Fantasy Sea Shark is the absolute overlord. How can Xiao Luo be its opponent? Fantasy Sea Shark spit out a waterspout and sucked Xiao Luo in, spinning around in circles. It seemed to be teasing Xiao Luo as a toy. Nanfeng quickly switched out his shotgun, kicked off his legs and swam towards Illusion Sea Shark. Compared with Fantasy Sea Shark, Nanfeng was like a small fish. He held the scales of Fantasy Sea Shark with his hands and slowly approached the fish's gills. Dare you play with my brother? Then take a shot from me. Nanfeng thrust the shotgun into the fish's gills and pulled the trigger directly. Boom. Ness. My weapons are not afraid of being soaked in water. Nanfeng was very happy. This shot seriously injured Fantasy Sea Shark, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the fish's gills, dyeing the river red. Wow! Fantasy Sea Shark in pain. It writhed crazily in the water, causing turbulent waves. However, Nanfeng had already used the recoil of the shotgun to fly backwards, avoiding being slapped to death by the tail of Illusion Sea Shark. I'm almost out of breath. Nanfeng felt a slight lack of oxygen, but he glanced at Xiao Luo, who was still spinning in the waterspout, gritted his teeth and swam over. I'll risk my life to save you, but you won't be able to kowtow to me when you go back? Nanfeng thought this way and plunged into the waterspout, spinning in circles with Xiao Luo. Dizzy, Nanfeng waved his left hand randomly and finally caught Xiao Luo's arm. At the same time, his right hand had poured a large amount of magic power into the shotgun, and he fired again. Boom! The terrifying recoil brought Nanfeng and Xiao Luo out of the waterspout. But before Nanfeng had time to discern the direction, the surging water dispersed the two. Wow! The Fantasy Sea Shark, which had regained its strength, bit it with its big mouth open. Nanfeng had no time to take care of Xiao Luo, and kicked off his legs and swam towards the shore. Phantom Sea Shark is too big to get close to the shore, otherwise it will be stranded. This also allowed Nanfeng to successfully escape. Damn it! I almost choked to death. After landing on the shore, Nanfeng opened his mouth and took a few breaths of fresh air, then quickly took out the Gatling and shot at the black shadow in the water. We cannot let Illusion Sea Shark attack Xiao Luo. After the magic bullet passed through the water, its speed decreased slightly, but it still accurately hit the body of Phantom Sea Shark. Illusion Sea Shark rolled helplessly and furiously in the water for several times, and finally had no choice but to leave. Xiao Luo! Xiao Luo! Nanfeng stood on the shore and shouted Xiao Luo's name loudly, but there was no response. Xiao Luo. He hasn't come out of the water yet. Chapter 232: The Disappeared Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo. Come out and make a sound. The south wind on the shore howled at the top of its lungs for a long time, but Xiao Luo didn't hear a response. This guy won't die in the river. Nanfeng gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and jumped into the water again. The Phantom Sea Shark had disappeared. Nanfeng slowly swam deeper into the river, but Xiao Luo was never seen. Click, click, click. Schools of fish in the water have surrounded us, ready to enjoy the feast of the south wind. But before they could say anything, the grenade in Nanfeng's hand exploded. Wow! The river sprayed several meters high, and a large number of ferocious beast fish were killed. Nanfeng took advantage of this gap and swam back to the shore. Huh? This guy be Xiao Luo? Does he want to tire me to death? Nanfeng took a few big breaths of fresh air and jumped back into the water again. After repeating this 3 times, Nanfeng still found no trace of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo disappeared. No one was seen alive. No body was found dead. If Xiao Luo's head in the panel hadn't turned gray, Nanfeng would have suspected that he was dead. This unlucky thing won't be washed downstream along the current, right? Nanfeng kept sending messages to Xiao Luo, killing 10 times in a row, but Xiao Luo didn't reply. In desperation, Nanfeng could only tell Nanqing's brothers about the situation here. When Suzerain heard this, he immediately summoned a large group of brothers to come over and look at Nanfeng on the other side of the river. Suzerain shouted at the top of his lungs. What are you doing? Come! Nanfeng took out his ears and asked, Your male Xiaomi? The river was too wide, and the sound of the water was so loud that neither of them could hear what the other was saying. Suzerain could only be a Nanfeng group of handsome guys. Suzerain, Nanfeng. I'm going to take people downstream to see if I can find Xiao Luo. And you? How are you going to come back? Nanfeng, there is a big boss in the water. I think it will be difficult to go back. I'll upgrade here first, and I'll find a way to go back later. Suzerain, okay. You continue to level up, and we'll go find Xiao Luo. Nanfeng nodded. He is not too worried about Xiao Luo, because his avatar is still in color, which means Xiao Luo is not dead yet. In this semi-digitized world, as long as you're not dead, you're fine. Even if the injury is very serious, including a broken arm, leg, or penis, it can still be saved. The reason why Xiao Luo didn't reply to the message was probably because he fainted. I'll also go downstream and find people while upgrading. Nanfeng walked downstream along the river bank, killing the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 22. You will be rewarded with +5 all attributes and +5 free attribute points. More than half an hour later, Nanfeng's level was successfully raised to level 22. He was about to reach level 22 last night. Nanfeng originally expected to upgrade early this morning, but he didn't expect it to be delayed until now. Xiao Luo is a waste of my time. Nanfeng frowned slightly. They had been searching for more than half an hour, but they still couldn't find Xiao Luo. Where is this guy? More than an hour later, they had walked dozens of kilometers along the river bank, but Xiao Luo disappeared as if out of thin air. The levels of the ferocious beasts around here have also become higher, and they are basically between level 21-24. Suzerain and others on the other side of the river were already a little tired of coping. Handsome guys group. Nanfeng, Suzerain, take your brothers back first. It's a bit dangerous around here. I'll look further. Suzerain, can you do it alone? Nanfeng, don't worry. Look in the water when you return. Maybe we've looked too far. Suzerain, okay. Be careful. Suzerain led the people back the same way, while Nanfeng continued to move forward. The level of ferocious beasts in this area is very high, which is suitable for Nanfeng to upgrade. Nanfeng hunts wildly along the way, and all the ferocious beasts he sees will inevitably die. It's getting dark. Boom, boom, boom. On the river bank, Nanfeng kept pulling the trigger, killing a large group of four-eyed demonic wolves. His experience increased rapidly, but Nanfeng still couldn't hide the irritability in his heart. He still couldn't find Xiao Luo, and Xiao Luo didn't reply to anyone's messages. It's almost dark now. You idiot! Nanfeng threw a flash bomb, blinding the eyes of a large number of four-eyed demonic wolves, and then picked up Gatling and started charging. Duh. This group of four-eyed demonic wolves couldn't figure it out. They just came to the river to drink water. Why did they suffer the disaster of annihilation? This two-legged thing is so powerful. All the four-eyed demonic wolves in this group were dead. Nanfeng quickly stepped forward to search for the loot. Beep beep beep. The voice of the private message came, and Nanfeng hurriedly opened the panel. The person who sent him the message was Suzerain. Suzerain, Xiao Luo's cabin is missing. Nanfeng was stunned and thought of the skill that the hut had demolition. Since Xiao Luo could dismantle the hut, he must still be alive. Nanfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nanfeng, has he contacted you? Suzerain, no. Xiao Luo didn't contact any of us. He didn't speak in the group chat channel or the cross-district channel. Alive, but not in contact with anyone. What kind of playing is this Xiao Luo doing? But no matter what, it's good that he is still alive. Nanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the irritability in his heart also dissipated a lot. He replied a message to Suzerain, ignore him. I will go back to Nancheng first. Suzerain, why did you come back? I am discussing with Lu Daqiang to build a wooden bridge to meet you. Nanfeng, no need to bother. I will teleport back directly. Nanfeng took out the cross-region pass, prepared to teleport to other war zones, and then wait 8 hours to automatically return to Area 527. Because he is currently in Area 527, he cannot teleport to Area 527 again. We can only go to other war zones to stay for a while. Go to a war zone with fewer people and more resources. Nanfeng thought for a while, and locked his eyes on the 132th war zone. This is Sakura Kojiro's war zone. But Sakura Kojiro was killed by Nanfeng 10 days ago. Now District 132 is leaderless and scattered. Nanfeng still remembers that there was a woman from Sakura country in District 132 who could evaporate the water in the human body, which almost killed Nanfeng. The reason why he decided to go to Area 132 was because Nanfeng suddenly remembered that he was Sakura Kojiro who killed him by the waterfall. Behind the waterfall, there is Shadow Stone. I didn't pick up a few Shadow Stones last night, so I'll go to Area 132 to pick up some today. Nanfeng teleported directly to Area 132, opened the map and ran towards the waterfall. Soon he came to the waterfall, held his breath and jumped into the water. After diving in the water for a while, he came to the dark cave. It seems that the terrain in every war zone is similar, especially in this special place. Nanfeng took out the wood from his backpack, lit it, and walked slowly into the cave. I'm alone tonight, and I'm not afraid even if I'm dragged into a fantasy. Last night Nanfeng had to consider whether he would hurt Xiao Luo, but tonight he didn't have to worry so much. What to do if you fall into a fantasy? It doesn't matter. Gatlin will take action. After walking more than 10 meters deeper into the cave, Nanfeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He discovered that there were no stone carvings in the cave. That stone sculpture of the Red Star Woman is only found in our war zone. Is there anything special about Area 527? Nanfeng thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. He simply shook his head, threw all these messy thoughts behind, and moved on. Soon he discovered shadow stones all over the ground and happily put them into his backpack. After picking up a backpack full of shadow stones, Nanfeng tried to open the panel well. It couldn't be opened. Sure enough, he was dragged into the illusion again. Last night there were 2 fake Xiao Luo to confuse me. What will happen tonight? Nanfeng did not rush to use Gatling to break the illusion, but walked forward with interest in hand holding a torch. Da-da-da. Soon, Nanfeng heard crisp footsteps coming from behind. Chapter 233 Red Star Woman. Da-da-da. Crisp footsteps came from behind Nanfeng. In this cave with extremely poor visibility, the sudden sound of footsteps is particularly penetrating. Even though Nanfeng had been mentally prepared for it, his hair still stood up. He quickly turned his head and threw a flash bomb that he had already held in his hand behind him. A bright light flashed. Under low-light night vision goggles, Nanfeng could clearly see the figure standing 10 meters behind him. That man looked exactly like Nanfeng. He is the second south wind transformed from this illusion. Fake Nanfeng also wore low-light night vision goggles, and the flash bomb did not cause him any inconvenience. It's boring. I don't even need to judge. I know you are fake. Nanfeng shook his head gently. He originally wanted to see what kind of tricks this illusion could create, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Even if the person appearing behind him now is Xiao Luo, Su Ming or Shen Pan, Nanfeng still has to use up a few brain cells to judge whether they are true or false. But if there is a dummy Nanfeng, there is no need to judge at all. It must be fake. Nanfeng raised the Desert Eagle and was about to pull the trigger when the fake Nanfeng in front of him spoke. Are you so sure that I am fake? This question was a bit funny. Nanfeng chuckled and shook his head. Otherwise? Am I fake? Is there a possibility that we are all fake? Fake Nanfeng walked forward slowly and said, or are we all real? What theory is this? Nanfeng shrugged, not wanting to discuss such a profound philosophical issue with the fake Nanfeng, and directly pulled the trigger. Boom! The Desert Eagle roared and a magic bullet suddenly shot out. The fake Nanfeng on the opposite side turned his head to avoid the shot, raised the Desert Eagle with his backhand, and also shot at Nanfeng. Boom! Nanfeng also turned his head to avoid the shot. His pupils shrank, and his eyes were fixed on the fake Nanfeng opposite. This guy is stronger than the fake South Wind in yesterday's fantasy, and much stronger. Is there a possibility that the real Nanfeng has died long ago? The fake Nanfeng looked calm and continued to approach Nanfeng. We are all products of this illusion. Whoever can get out of here will be the real Nanfeng. Nanfeng was stunned and began to think about the possibility of this statement. Fake Nanfeng didn't give Nanfeng much time to think. He pointed to his brain and said, we both have exactly the same memory, the same habits and the same abilities. I know the people you know, and I own the equipment you have. Why do you think you are real and I am fake? Nanfeng was suddenly stunned. What this guy said makes sense. Two people who look exactly the same, have exactly the same memories, and even have the same behaviors and habits. So who is the real one? Or are both real? Nanfeng looked at the fake Nanfeng and pondered. What is the name of the female classmate I had a crush on in elementary school. This is Nanfeng's memory before he crossed over. He was testing what fake Nanfeng said. If fake Nanfeng cannot name his female classmate, it means that the memory he possesses is incomplete. Fake Nanfeng replied without thinking, Zway. She is your front desk. You like to pull her pigtails to try to attract her attention. She is the team leader. And you always fail to hand in your homework. Just because you want her to rush you so that you can say a few more words to her. Stop. Nanfeng stopped quickly. These are all stupid things Nanfeng did when he was a child. Thinking of Nanfeng now makes him pick his feet in embarrassment. Damn it. This fake Nanfeng even has memories from before he traveled through time? As if he had guessed Nanfeng's doubts. The fake Nanfeng explained. I said. Our memories are the same. We are both the real Nanfeng. The main reason why I explain so much to you is that I don't want to kill each other anymore. I want to work with you. Let's find a way to break this illusion and get out of here. When we two Nanfeng join forces. Is there anything in this world that we can't get? Fake Nanfeng stopped 5 steps away from Nanfeng. Stopped moving forward. And quietly waited for Nanfeng's answer. 2 south winds joined forces. Nanfeng's heart moved. He knew how strong he was. If someone else helps me, wouldn't that mean I'm invincible? However, Nanfeng was hypnotized by Sikong Bushua once. And his will became much firmer. And he was not deceived by the fake Nanfeng. He shook his head, his brain spinning rapidly. And he quickly found the loophole in fake Nanfeng's words. You just said Zway is your front desk. What you said is wrong, and there is no sense of empathy. If you really think you are Nanfeng, then you should say Zway. Who is my front desk? Nanfeng once again raised the Desert Eagle and pointed it at the fake Nanfeng in front of him. You just have my memory. But deep down in your heart, you don't think you are me at all. Fake Nanfeng was silent for a moment. Then suddenly laughed. That makes sense. I will pay attention to this detail next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them pulled the trigger at the same time. Boom! Boom! This fake Nanfeng's marksmanship was very accurate. But the damage was still a little low. And he was quickly killed by Nanfeng. Nanfeng also had a few blood holes on his body. But it was not a big problem. He now had a lot of health and could withstand it. Faking Nanfeng's death, Nanfeng found a cloud of black energy floating out of his body. And he hurriedly threw a pull of insight over it. Shadow Elf, level 20. Sure enough, it's you. Nanfeng sneered. And just as he was about to shoot, the Shadow Elf had already run through the wall. This is a ferocious beast that only dares to hide behind the scenes and play tricks. Once discovered, it will run away. Nanfeng searched for a long time in the cave, but could not find any trace of Night Elf. So he had to give up. Forget it. It's just a lord. Just run away. This time, Nanfeng did not enter the cave too deeply. So he returned directly along the same path, and soon emerged from the entrance on the waterfall side. Opening the panel, Nanfeng chatted with Nanqing's brother in the cross-region channel, and found that Xiao Luo still didn't reply to the message. I don't know where this guy went. First find a place to relax for a while, and then hunt for ferocious beasts to level up. Nanfeng hasn't slept since early yesterday morning. Now he is very tired and needs to rest. Fortunately, he is very energetic now, and can recover after just 2 or 3 hours of sleep. He climbed up a big tree and fell asleep leaning against the trunk. Nanfeng, who had not dreamed for a long time, dreamed again tonight. He can now clearly know that he is in a dream. This feeling is very mysterious, as if he is an outsider, watching himself dream. In the dream, he saw 2 Xiao Luo fighting each other, fighting to the death, covered in blood. 2 Xiao Luo. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows, and suddenly realized. He knew that Xiao Luo must have entered the cave in Area 527 again, and fell into a fantasy. The panel couldn't be opened in the fantasy world, so Xiao Luo couldn't reply to the message. You have to wake up quickly, and let Su Zuran take people to find Xiao Luo in the cave. Nanfeng raised his hand, and wanted to give himself a big slap to wake him up. But his arm was held. Nanfeng slowly turned his head, and looked at the person, who appeared silently beside him. This is a woman. She has no ears. You? Nanfeng was shocked. This woman was actually that stone sculpture. That Red Star woman. The Red Star woman looked at Nanfeng and only left one sentence. We can't win. After saying that, her figure slowly drifted away. The south wind suddenly woke up. Chapter 234 The Land of Divine Favor. Nanfeng suddenly woke up. He glanced at the time and found that he had only slept for less than 2 minutes. Why did that Red Star woman appear in my dream? Do I think about it every day and dream about it at night? Or is it that she is not dead and has the means to enter other people's dreams? And what did she mean by what she said? Nanfeng's muscles all over his body tensed up. He was really frightened by the Red Star woman just now. After a full 20 or 30 seconds, Nanfeng relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. He opened the panel and was about to tell his brothers in Nancheng about Xiao Luo's whereabouts. But he hesitated for a moment and decided to forget it. The cave behind the waterfall is too weird. The more people there, the more dangerous it becomes. Nanfeng decided to go back to the cave to look for Xiao Luo and take a look at the stone carving of the Red Star woman. With Xiao Luo's strength, he should not die in the cave. After thinking about this, Nanfeng leaned against the tree trunk again and prepared to take a nap. I can't sleep a little bit. If I didn't use Eye of Insight just now, but just fired a freezing bullet, would I be able to keep the Shadow Elf? It actually ran away. With 40 attribute points, it really deserved to die. Nanfeng simulated 20 ways to kill Shadow Elf in his mind, but unfortunately, he could only simulate them now. After staying in the tree for half an hour, Nanfeng finally couldn't fall asleep and could only continue to hunt the ferocious beasts with 2 big black circles under his eyes. A night of intense fighting. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a silver-white teleportation array lit up at Nanfeng's feet, and he was then teleported back to his cabin. Dying. Nanfeng's eyes were bloodshot. His whole body became groggy, and his forehead was a little hot. In his status bar, a high fatigue debuff appeared, and all attributes dropped by 30%. He fell down on the bed and glanced at the level with his last strength. Level 22, 114151/350000. Not bad. Staying up late tonight is still effective. 2 seconds later, Nanfeng entered a deep sleep and snored loudly, like a big black cow playing on a BBOX. This time, Nanfeng was dreaming again. In his dream, he came to a prairie, and all he saw were little sheep. Nanfeng looked around and found no danger. Strange. Why do I keep having random dreams lately? Is there something wrong with my body? But there is no prompt on the status bar. Forget it. Ask Long Woody after he wakes up and see what he has to say. Long Woody is strong and has a high level. He might know what Nanfeng is doing. The most important thing is that Long Woody talks a lot. If you have any questions, you can ask him and he will be happy to answer them. But this is after getting up. Nanfeng was still dreaming, and he was not prepared to wake up so soon. Kill 2 sheep and roast them to see what the mutton tastes like in your dream. Nanfeng drew out his Mitsubishi Army spur and strode towards the nearest little sheep. The little sheep was still eating grass, but it seemed to sense the danger and suddenly turned its head to look towards the south wind. Nanfeng was startled. This little sheep had a human face. Damn it. Little goat man? Swish. 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 At the same time, all the little sheep in the entire grassland turned their heads and looked at the south wind. These little sheep all have human faces and are smiling at the south wind. Infiltrate people. Damn it. What kind of weird dream is this? Fortunately, Nanfeng knew that he was dreaming. He was just frightened by these little sheep men. But he was not afraid. Nanfeng was just about to take out the Gatling and shoot, but found that his hands were a little unruly. He looked down and saw, my dear. His hands turned into sheep's hooves. Nanfeng was stunned. I have also become a little goat? When Nanfeng woke up, it was already past 9 a.m. There are still 7 days left before the arrival of the large beast tide. Nanfeng got up from the bed tiredly and shook his head. He was chasing a group of ewes last night and was almost overtaken. Fortunately, he woke up at the last moment. I almost lost my guarantee at the end of the festival. Nanfeng washed up, walked out of the hut, and prepared to go to the cave behind the waterfall to look for Xiao Luo. Brother Nanfeng, are you back? Yuran came up from behind Nanfeng and said playfully, the dark circles under your eyes are so heavy. Did you not sleep well last night? Nanfeng nodded slightly. Well, I turned into a little goat man last night. Yuran frowned slightly, not understanding what Nanfeng meant. Nanfeng spoke again. Didn't you go out to upgrade today? There you go. My natal magic weapon has reached the peak of D level, and I have learned 2 new skills. Yuran's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, and she was very happy. However, the new skill's magic power consumes too much. I will come back to replenish the magic power. D level peak. Nanfeng looked at the blazing heart in his backpack and asked, What elemental treasures do you need to upgrade your natal magic weapon? You ran, fire element. Nafong, that's just right. I still have a blazing heart here. This was revealed when Nafong was hunting Flame Serpent before, and there was still one left. Just enough to give to Yuran. Yuran was stunned. The divine weapon she had just upgraded this morning could now be upgraded to another level? This is too fast. Yuran bit her lip and wanted to be polite. But Nafong threw the blazing heart directly over. Take it quickly. I have something to go out for. Xiao Luo didn't know what was going on yet. So Nafong wanted to quickly go to the cave to take a look to make sure Xiao Luo was inside. This is Nanqing's second combat strength. So we can't die outside without knowing anything. Thanks. Before Yuran could say the words, thank you, Nafong had already run out of Nancheng and disappeared. Half an hour later, Nafong came to the waterfall and shouted, Xiao Luo, Daddy is here to save you. With that said, Nafong was about to jump into the pool under the waterfall. But a huge black shadow moved at the bottom of the pool. It's Phantom Sea Shark. Nafong froze in his diving posture, then quickly held his breath and retreated far away. Originally Nafong was not sure whether Xiao Luo was here, but now he is sure. Xiao Luo must have been brought here by Illusion Sea Shark, and then hid in the cave for refuge. It's hard for me to get in with this big guy guarding me. If you want to enter the cave behind the waterfall, you have to swim through it. And in the water is the territory of Fantasy Sea Shark. While Nafong frowned and thought about countermeasures, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Announcement. Since the number of chosen ones with 300 reputation points has reached 500, this system will open Land of God's Favor in 60 minutes. Please prepare for the chosen ones with 300 reputation points. Ding! Your reputation has reached 300 points and you will enter the Land of God's Favor in 60 minutes. Please be prepared. The Land of Divine Favor. Nafong is refreshed. Can he finally catch pets? Someone in Nannan likes pets too much. For example, Squirtle, Pikachu, Electric Mouse, Thunderbolt Fox, Haruko Rabbit. Any one of these can be accepted by someone else. Chapter 235. Fighting for Pet Eggs. The news that the Land of God's Favor was about to open made Nafong happy for a while. After a while, Nafong came to his senses. He still had one more important thing to do. Xiao Luo hadn't been rescued yet. There is still an hour left. And with the Phantom Sea Shark guarding here, I may not even be able to enter the cave, let alone rescue Xiao Luo. Forget it. Come back to Xiao Luo after you come out of the Land of God's Favor. He shouldn't die that easily. Nafong thought for a moment, and temporarily gave up his plan to enter the cave to find Xiao Luo. He stayed away from the waterfall, came to a safe place, and entered the Trans-World Channel. After not entering the Cross-World Channel for a long time, Nafong discovered that there were already 961 original worlds in this channel, and there were more than 5,000 chosen ones. Among them, there are 123 chosen ones in world number 1. Nafong secretly smacked his lips when he saw them. There are already 123 people in world 1 who have reached level 20, and we only have 31 people in world 9. This is a big gap in strength. In the past 2 days, many chosen ones in world 9 have reached level 20. But there is still a huge gap compared to World 1. However, Nafong soon felt relieved. World number 1 gathered almost all the active warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. They were all the best of the best. Their initial attributes were ridiculously high, and it was normal for them to upgrade quickly. On the other hand, their number 9 world is a group of ordinary people with no great abilities. They can get to number 9 purely because Catherine is brave. The 5,000 chosen ones in Cross-World Channel are all the best in each world, but only 500 of them have a reputation of 300 points, which is enough to illustrate the difficulty of gaining reputation. At this time, in the Cross-World Channel, there are 3 chosen ones who are inquiring about information and forming alliances with each other. No one knows what is going on in the Land of God's Favor that they are about to enter. Having multiple allies will give them more hope of survival. Naturally, Nafong didn't waste time, and immediately decided to find someone to hug him with. World number 9 Nafong, Long Woody. Brother Long, can I hang out with you later? World number 1 Dragon Invincible, no questions. Brother Feng. All compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom can come to me, and I welcome them. With Long Woody's words, Nafong was relieved a lot. At least he now had a strong backing. Of course, Long Woody's words cannot be completely believed. If there was no danger, Nafong would not go to Long Woody. Nafong just sat there with his eyes closed and calmed down. quietly waiting for the land of divine favor to open. Ding! The land of God's favor will open in 3 seconds. Please be prepared. As the system prompt sounded, Nanfeng suddenly opened his eyes and entered combat mode. 3, 2, 1. A silvery white teleportation array lit up at Nanfeng's feet. The next second, the scene in front of Nanfeng had changed, and he came to the small woods. Ding! Dear chosen ones, please note that there are many pet eggs hidden in the land of divine pets, ranging from F level to S level. Each chosen person can only contract one pet, so please choose carefully. A small world similar to Territory War? Nanfeng quickly observed the surrounding environment and found that this was also a small world. It was not large and could be seen at a glance. To the east is the endless sea. To the south are black smoky volcanoes. To the west are overlapping mountains. And to the north are snow-capped mountains. There is almost no difference between this place and the small world of territorial battles. Nanfeng glanced at the status bar and found that he had obtained a rebirth buff. Rebirth, if the health value returns to 0 in the small world. You will not die, but will be reborn in your own world. Well, there is no death in this small world, which is good news. Nanfeng's tense spirit relaxed a little. Since he won't die, there is no need to hug the dragon's invincible thigh. Nanfeng was going to grab a pet with decent strength and leave here. Duh. There were footsteps coming from the side. Nanfeng turned around and saw that it was Catherine Wiener. After not seeing her for a few days, Catherine Wiener's long golden hair has grown to her back, adding a bit of charm to her look. Nanfeng was the first to talk. Are you here too? It seems that the chosen ones from the same world will be teleported together. Catherine Wiener nodded slightly, ignored Nanfeng, and walked away on her own. Hey, are you pretending to be cool by not talking? Then I'll pretend too. Nanfeng shrugged, chose a different direction from Catherine, and left. This small world is small, and Nanfeng soon meets the chosen ones from other worlds. However, everyone was more restrained and no one took action. Naturally, Nanfeng didn't look for trouble and continued to wander around this small world, looking for pets. Have a furry Tamagotchi? I searched for a long time and didn't find any eggs. More than 10 minutes later, Nanfeng still didn't find the egg, but he encountered a ferocious beast, Carrot Rabbit. Carrot Rabbit, F grade quality. This is a little white rabbit holding a carrot, the lowest quality pet. It was only the size of Nanfeng's palm, and it was grinning at Nanfeng so fiercely. Carrot Rabbit, F grade quality. Only level 2? These little arms and legs. Nanfeng grabbed Carrot Rabbit by the scruff of its neck and carefully picked it up, fearing that it would kill it accidentally. This little guy looks quite cute, and some girls should like him more. Not far from this, Carrot Rabbit, Nanfeng also saw bits and pieces of egg, LS, telling Nanfeng that this little rabbit had just broken out of its SHL. Ridiculous. Rabbits come out of eggs? Don't think I didn't go to school. Nanfeng shook his head, released Carrot Rabbit, and continued to look for pet eggs. Take my balls out? Hit him. Hurry up and pack him in. Don't let him get away. The sound of killing came from Nanfeng's tactical headset, which made Nanfeng refreshed. Is there a fight among the chosen ones? Let's go and see the excitement. Nanfeng rushed towards the direction of the sound with a single step, holding the desert eagle tightly in his right hand, ready to fight at any time. In the distance, 3 chosen ones with a height of over 1.8 meters, curly hair and hooked noses surrounded a chosen person from Sakura Kingdom. Nanfeng looked at the hand of the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom. He was holding a pet egg the size of a watermelon. Baga. 3 against 1. Do you still have the warrior spirit? The chosen one of Sakura Kingdom snorted coldly. You snatched my Tamagotchi, and you said we don't have a samurai spirit? One of them with a hooked nose cursed angrily, threatening to give the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom a big slap in the face. The chosen one of Sakura Kingdom, relying on his small and flexible body, actually jumped out from the gap among the 3 people and ran away with the egg in his arms. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. You won't let me watch the fun? Let me put you in a trap. Call out. Nanfeng shot out, mountain climbing flying claw, which happened to block the path of the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom, tripping him up. The pet egg in the hand of the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom flew out and rolled on the ground several times. Idiot! What bastard plotted against me? The chosen one of Sakura Kingdom got up from the ground, spat out the fallen leaves from his mouth, and cursed. Nanfeng didn't have time to pay attention to the little Sakura. He rushed out, picked up the pet egg on the ground, turned around and ran away. Fark. Chase. The pet egg is on the kid in front. The three hook-nosed chosen ones didn't care about Sakura, but strode towards Nanfeng. To them, the Tamagotchi is the most important thing. As Nanfeng ran, he used Eye of Insight to glance at the pet egg in his hand. Tamagotchi, B grade. Only B level? I thought it was S level, forget it. Just keep it for now. The pet egg cannot be put into the backpack, so Nanfeng can only hold it and keep running. Fortunately, those people behind him were not as fast as Nanfeng. Nanfeng expected to be able to get rid of them within 2 minutes. At this moment, a chosen one suddenly rushed out from behind the boulder nearby and knocked Nanfeng to the ground with a sliding shovel. Blanche. The pet egg in Nanfeng's hand was taken away by the chosen one. A nest for you too. The chosen one looked at Nanfeng triumphantly, then ran away with the pet egg in his arms. Nanfeng got up with a curse. Damn it. Just wait for me. Just as he was about to catch up, he saw Catherine Wiener rushing out from the side, knocking over the chosen one with a sword, then snatching the pet egg and running away. Nanfeng called him a good guy. Just put the Matryoshka here. Right? Chapter 236 Great Ape. Catherine snatched the pet egg, but she couldn't run far before she was blocked by another group of people. Nanfeng also didn't expect that this small B-level pet egg would become the target of competition for the top chosen ones. There seemed to be a little few pet eggs in this small world. Nanfeng smacked his lips and stood aside to watch the excitement, but did not continue to fight. After all, this is just a B-level pet egg, so it's unnecessary. Nanfeng's goal is at least A level. Catherine Wiener used Eye of Insight to take a look at the pet egg in her hand. After finding out that it was B-level, she lost interest and threw it directly into the sky for other chosen ones to fight for it. She herself withdrew and continued. Find other Tamagotchis. Rumble. Nanfeng was ready to watch the excitement for a while. But suddenly there was a violent vibration in the distance, accompanied by bursts of roars, as if some powerful beast had been born. If possible, watch the fun in another place. Nanfeng hurriedly ran towards the direction where the sound came from. The chosen ones from other worlds also had the same idea and followed up with their legs wide open. I don't know who ended up pocketing that B-level pet egg. Ouch. Far away, Nanfeng saw a gorilla more than 10 meters tall, waving his iron fist and smashing around. The surrounding soil was splashing and fallen leaves were flying, and many of the chosen ones did not dare to get close, for fear of being punched into pieces. A yellow-haired chosen one suddenly shouted, "Kill it to explode the pet egg! At least they are all A-level." A-level pet eggs? Nanfeng's eyes narrowed, and he threw out a pupil of insight. Gigantopithecus, level 25 after killing. AS-level pet eggs can be randomly exploded. It seems that A-level and above pet eggs will only explode after hunting the boss. But this guy is too strong. He is actually a level 25 lord. Nanfeng secretly smacked his tongue. If it were a one-on-one fight, Nanfeng probably wouldn't be able to hunt down this great ape. But there would be no problem if there was a group fight. After all, the top chosen ones from all over the world were gathered here, and they would work together to kill a level 25 lord. So it wouldn't be a big problem. The only question is how to get everyone to join forces. A short chosen one of Sakura Kingdom said, "This beast is very strong. Why don't we join forces to kill it first? Whoever gets the pet egg will get it. What do you think?" This short chosen one of the Sakura Kingdom is named Jun Uekahara. He is the one who was tripped by Nanfeng's flying claw when he was grabbing the egg just now. A chosen one with a hooked nose stood up and looked at Jun Uekahara with a sneer. "Your idea is very good. Why don't you take the lead?" Uekahara Jun crossed his arms over his chest and pretended not to hear. Taking the lead? Who dares to take the lead? This Gigantopithecus Iron Fist is no joke. Everyone was in a deadlock for a while, and no one wanted to be the first to take action. More and more chosen ones were attracted by the noise caused by the great ape. In just a few minutes, more than 100 chosen ones gathered in this small forest. Fight or not? Beat. Who goes first? You first. Everyone was shouting loudly, but no one took action. Gigantopithecus was surrounded by so many two-legged beasts, and a surge of anger arose in his heart. He rushed over with his iron fist, ready to smash all these two-legged beasts into flying cakes. Swish. Everyone immediately scattered in all directions, and the gigantic ape was stunned not to touch any of them. The chosen ones, who come to this small world, are all top-notch in their ability to save their lives. Gigantopithecus are a bit slow, so it's not easy to hit them. These guys are so stable. And they have to let me support them. Nefong calmly took out a flash bomb, counted it in his mind for a few seconds, and then threw it at Gigantopithecus with all his strength. A bright light flashed. Flash bomb flew in midair and exploded right in front of Gigantopithecus' eyes. Ouch! Gigantopithecus covered his eyes and roared, directly entering rampage mode. Rampaging through the forest. Ah! I'm blind. Fark. Who is cutting me? There were also a few chosen ones, who were relatively close. When they saw something flying towards Gigantopithecus, they all looked at it with their eyes wide open. But they were also blinded by the flash. Big fire explosion. Boom! One of the chosen ones waved his staff, and a raging fire ignited all over his body, instantly blowing away the chosen ones around him. Fake. Draw your sword and chop. Flowing cloud thorn. Swamp technique. For a moment, the chosen ones, whose eyes were blinded, threw a bunch of skills randomly, regardless of whether they hit anyone or not. Just throw the skills and that's it. The scene descended into chaos. In the chaos, a fireball hit the vitality of Great Ape, which made it extremely angry and rushed into the battlefield, ready to kill everyone. Everyone, please don't fight among yourself. The chosen one with injured eyes will withdraw from the battlefield first. The others will join me and kill Gigantopithecus first. Among the crowd, a handsome western guy with blonde hair and an angular face walked out, raised his knight's sword and attacked Gigantopithecus. Nefong saw that he looked familiar, so he thought about it for a while, and then remembered it. This handsome blonde guy's name is Archie, and he comes from the original world number 2. He had asked Long Woody a question in the Cross-World channel before, and Nefong had seen his avatar. Archie was very strong, especially his agility. He shuttled back and forth around Gigantopithecus and quickly added several wounds to Gigantopithecus' body. Seeing someone taking the lead, the other chosen ones stopped watching the show and rushed forward with their weapons raised. Nefong took out his Mitsubishi army and rushed to the front line, preparing to wait for Gigantopithecus to die. Grab the pet egg and run away. Look at the thorns. Nefong seized the opportunity and jumped up high, stabbed the Gigantopithecus' thigh with a stab, and then pulled it out fiercely. A blood hole appeared on Gigantopithecus' leg, and the blood flowed out loudly and couldn't stop it at all. My friend, your weapon is very powerful. Archie didn't know when he came to Nefong and said with praise. Nefong nodded, not bad. Archie, are you the South Wind from world number 9? I see you often chat with Long Woody. Nefong responded, frowning slightly. This guy doesn't seem to be just chatting, but can come and get close to Nefong. Long Woody seems to be very famous in your Dragon Kingdom. What did he do before time travel? Archie asked seemingly casually, and at the same time, he waved the golden sword and slashed the little toe of Gigantopithecus. This sword cut a deep wound, but Gigantopithecus' recovery ability is very strong, and the wound healed automatically quickly. In comparison, Nonfeng's Mitsubishi Army Thorn is more powerful. It will create a bloody hole when rubbed, and it will be difficult to heal in a short time. It turned out that he wanted to get information about Long Woody. Nefong understood instantly. Nefong approached Archie and said seriously, I know a big secret about Long Woody, but don't be afraid if I tell it. Archie raised his eyebrows. There's something going on. This chosen one named Nefong indeed knows some secrets about Long Woody. Archie's face remained calm, and he said casually, how could I be afraid? Of course. If this secret is very confidential, then you'd better not tell it. I'm afraid Long Woody will cause trouble for you. Oh, are you still trying to play the trick with me? Nefong sneered and said in a deep voice, it doesn't matter. If you don't tell me, I won't tell you. How will Long Woody know that I told you? By the way, you won't tell the truth, right? Archie immediately said seriously, of course not. My friend, you can completely trust my character. That's good. Nefong put his head next to Archie and whispered, Superman. You know, right? In fact, Long Woody is not from Blue Star at all. He is from Krypton. Archie. Chapter 237 The King of God's Favored Land. Archie looked at Nefong in front of him and expressed that he was very speechless. Why is this guy telling lies with his eyes open? Do you think I'm stupid? Nefong ignored Archie's expression and continued to say, in a serious tone, let me tell you another big secret. In fact, Long Woody cannibalizes people. He eats children. Be careful when you meet him. He sometimes eats from adults, especially handsome guys like you. Archie's mouth twitched twice, revealing a forced smile. This guy really deserves a beating. And I really want to beat him up. But he says I'm a handsome guy. Arca laughed twice, and decided to stay away from Nat Fong, a dragon countryman who talks nonsense. Thank you for your kind reminder, my friend. I will pay attention to it. After saying that, Archie stepped aside and continued to attack Gigantopithecus. Nat Fong was still brewing a lot of nonsense, but didn't say it out loud. But Archie had already run far away, so he had no choice but to keep it in his mouth and stab the Gigantopithecus randomly with Mitsubishi Army thorns. To say that this gigantic ape is really miserable. It is obviously of a very high level, and its attributes far exceed those of these two-legged beasts. But what it is facing now is the top group of chosen ones from all the worlds. They have extremely rich combat experience and many skills. They are overwhelmed by various control skills. The Gigantopithecus, controlled by it, cannot move and can only standing there and getting beaten. This is also the main reason why Nat Fong and Archie can play and chat at its feet. Fake squid. This lord has too much health. It took us a long time to kill 1/10 of its health. Everyone, please stop taking advantage of the situation. I know you are not trying your best. Hurry up and kill this giant ape. And then let's hunt other ferocious beasts together and try to get everyone an S-level pet egg. When everyone heard this, they thought, oh, what this guy said makes sense. If 100 people grab a pet egg, there is only a 1% chance of grabbing it. But if they hunt another ferocious beast, that is, if 100 people grab 2 pet eggs, the chance will be doubled. At this thought, everyone used half of their strength, and the scraping speed accelerated a lot. Gigantopithecus screamed again and again, and its health points dropped wildly. Wow! At this moment, there was another loud noise in the distance. The ground cracked, and a thick vine stretched out from the ground. Above the vines, there are 3 bloody mouths. This is a piranha flower. Far away on the snow-capped mountains, an ice sculpture spread its wings and flew high, making a crisp chirping sound. In the volcanic zone to the south, a huge dark purple king crab crawled out of the soil, carrying an active volcano on its back, spewing lava as it walked. It looked very scary. In addition to these larger ferocious beasts, there are also a large group of small ferocious beasts, densely packed and pouring out from under the earth, countless in number. Oh my god! The ferocious beasts are rioting? Nat Fong was shocked. Just now he said that there were very few pet eggs in this small world. But so many ferocious beasts appeared in an instant. Every ferocious beast here will explode pet eggs, ranging from F level to S level. If we can kill all these ferocious beasts, then everyone can get an A-level pet egg. This is the true place of divine favor. Everyone, stay together and don't get separated. Seeing that something was wrong, Archie quickly shouted, there are a lot of ferocious beasts. We must cooperate to survive and get higher-level pet eggs. Everyone present came from different worlds, and there were no huge conflicts of interest for the time being, so they quickly agreed to cooperate. Under the leadership of Archie, everyone quickly carved a bloody path, preparing to find a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and slowly hunted down these ferocious beasts. As for the great ape, that was beaten by the group. We can only let it go first. Nat Fong mingled among the crowd and mentally assessed the gap in combat power between the two sides. It seems impossible to defeat them. There are too many high-level ferocious beasts. The lowest level of ferocious beasts here is level 20. There are also several level 25 lords like Gigantic Ape, and their overall strength is extremely strong. On the Chosen One's side, Archie from world number 2 is only level 2324 at most. The other Chosen Ones are not necessarily as high as Nat Fong. If there was a fight, Nat Fong felt that the Chosen Ones would be able to do so in a matter of minutes. Got eaten clean. But there is nothing Nat Fong can do. There are ferocious beasts everywhere now. It is a dead end for him to break away from the large army. He can only take one step at a time. Ouch! Behind everyone, the Gigantic Ape strode forward and charged forward, ready to return the humiliation it had just suffered to these two-legged beasts twice as much. Stop it! Archie shook his long sword and threw out a sharp sword light, slashing hard on the calf of Gigantopithecus Ape. This sword was so powerful that it directly cut off most of the calf of Great Ape. Boom! The Great Ape screamed and fell to the ground on one knee. Nat Fong raised his eyebrows. Is this Archie so strong? The power of this sword is much more powerful than Catherine Weiner's Holy Light Cross. Sure enough, there are people outside the world. And he is worthy of being a strong man from world number 2. The chosen one of Sakura Kingdom. Kamahara Jun said in a deep voice, kill it while it is sick. If we kill this giant ape first, our pressure will be reduced a lot. Archie thought for a moment, nodded and said, half of us will stop the other ferocious beasts. And the rest of our friends will join me and kill this giant ape together. After saying that, Archie took the lead and raised his sword to kill Gigantopithecus. The remaining chosen ones looked at each other, no longer hesitated, and took out their weapons to kill. What surprised Nafone was that Catherine Wayna also rushed to the front line. She didn't hold back at all, throwing her big moves randomly, causing Gigantic Ape to scream in agony. Catherine wants to grab this egg? Nafone understood Catherine's little thoughts instantly. The current land of God's pet is very dangerous. Everyone may die from the mouth of a vicious beast at any time. Instead of returning empty-handed, it is better to grab an egg to save money. Nafone no longer hesitated, took out his Mitsubishi Army Thorn and rushed forward, stabbing Gigantopithecus in the calf. This time, everyone took action with all their strength. Gigantopithecus instantly felt the pressure double, and his health points dropped extremely quickly. But other ferocious beasts quickly surrounded them and launched a fierce attack on everyone, helping the great ape gain some breathing space. Ho-ho! The great ape suddenly let out a roar that echoed through the sky, and slammed down with a pair of iron fists, smashing the two chosen ones into meat patties. Instant kill. The level 25 Lord level ferocious beast is indeed a ferocious beast, and it can kill 2 people with 1 strike. Unfortunately, it had too few chances to take action. A large number of vines stretched out from the ground and tightly entangled the hands of Gigantopithecus ape. Good chance. Archie shouted loudly, leaped high and slashed the Gigantopithecus neck with his sword. Catherine Wiener followed closely, slashing at the monkey face of Great Ape with a holy light cross. Swish, swish, swish. Fireball, ice arrow, wind blade. To stab. Various skills appeared and were summoned to Gigantopithecus ape, one after another, taking advantage of the chaos. Nafone took out 2 grenades and stuffed them into the freshly dug blood hole, blowing up the calf of Gigantopithecus ape to pieces. Under the combined efforts of everyone, the terrifying health of this great ape completely dropped to 0, and he fell into a pool of blood. Ding! A pet egg shining with red light floated out from the body of Gigantopithecus and suspended in midair. Z-flash! Catherine Wiener turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the Tamagotchi. But someone is faster than her. Archie held the Tamagotchi in his arms before Catherine could. But how could the other chosen ones let him get the pet egg so easily? Before Archie could be happy, a large number of skills came to him. This round of volleys even killed half of Gigantopithecus' life. Archie was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and ran away as fast as he could. Stop! We can also join forces to hunt other ferocious beasts. There is no need to fight among ourselves. Archie shouted at the top of his lungs. Wakahara Jun sneered, okay. Then give me this egg for safekeeping. Of course Archie was unwilling to hand over the pet eggs, so he sullenly rushed directly into the pile of ferocious beasts, preparing to escape. But among the ferocious beasts, a sharp claw suddenly struck and tore a big hole in Archie's back. Archie looked back and was shocked. What attacked him was a humanoid beast. Shadow of Night, level 25. Level 25 Emperor. A level 25 Emperor level ferocious beast. The King of the Land of Divine Favor. Chapter 238 Indiscriminate Killing. The Powerful Shadow of the Night. Behind Archie is a humanoid beast. It was shrouded in darkness, and its appearance could not be clearly seen. Only a rough outline of a human figure could be seen. Shadow of the Night waved out a claw. Each of his hands had 3 extremely long claws, like Wolverine. Very sharp. The sharp claws struck Archie directly, as fast as lightning, and Archie was knocked to the ground by a claw before he could react. At the critical moment, a golden light flashed across Archie's body, resisting most of the damage from Shadow of the Night, and he was lucky enough to save his life. Even so, Archie's health was only less than 1/10, and he let out a heart-rending scream. The boss is here. Let's all join together. There was an unknown howl among the crowd, and the chosen one immediately launched an attack on Shadow of the Night. Preparing to explore the details of this boss, Shadow of the Night let out a sharp and ferocious laugh, turned around and charged into the crowd. a pair of sharp claws flying up and down, killing several chosen ones in an instant. Ridiculously strong. If you can't beat him, run away. A little yellow-haired chosen one shouted and ran away as hard as he could. The remaining chosen ones realized that they were no match for Shadow of the Night, and did not dare to stay any longer. So they turned around and ran away. The newly formed alliance of the chosen ones disbanded in an instant. Good guy. Everyone is running really fast. In just a few seconds, these nearly 100 chosen ones had already run hundreds of meters away, and the ferocious beasts along the way could not stop them. The South Wind screams bullshit. He is worthy of being the top chosen one from all over the world. Even his ability to escape is one of the best. I also have to run away quickly. Nanfeng glanced at Shadow of the Night and saw that he didn't notice him. So he hurriedly ran away. Catherine Wayna followed up holding a pet egg, walking side by side with Nanfeng. It was too confusing just now. And I don't know where this little girl stole an egg from. You go find the commanding heights. I'll cover you. And we'll kill him together. Catherine Weiner said softly. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. This little girl really dares to think about it. The level of Shadow of the Night is as high as level 25. The damage caused by the south wind is like scraping. And it is estimated that it will not kill him even if it is scraped for an hour or two. He didn't believe that Catherine could hold this boss down for an hour or two. Shaking his head, Nanfeng said nothing and continued running away. Why do not you speak? Catherine Wayna killed 2 ferocious beasts blocking the road with one sword. Then turned to ask Nanfeng. Nanfeng kept his mouth shut and remained silent, pretending to be an expert. A vine emerged from under the earth, trying to wrap around Nanfeng's legs. Fortunately, Nanfeng was always focused and immediately jumped out with a tiger pounce to avoid the sneak attack of the vine. Next to her, Catherine Wayna also dodged the vines and cut them off with a backhand sword. But this sword caused a chain reaction. A large number of vines attacked the 2 people, including 3 bloody mouths. Giant Piranha, level 22. A level 22 Lord level ferocious beast. Nanfeng's expression remained unchanged. He was also level 22 and was not afraid of this giant piranha flower at all. Soon, Nanfeng's surroundings were covered with vines, and the overlapping vines formed a bunker, wrapping Nanfeng and Catherine in it. A large mouth of Schwer Basin fell from the sky, trying to swallow Nanfeng Sheng. Nanfeng sneered, and immediately switched to spraying, and shot the piranha's big mouth. Your tonsils will explode. Nanfeng didn't know if piranha had tonsils, but he knew that the power of this shot was extremely amazing. Boom! The giant bullet exploded and dispersed into 100 small bullets, all of which were sprayed into the piranha's mouth. The entire mouth of the piranha was beaten into a sieve. Catherine flew over, added a sword, and completely cut the big mouth in half. With one blow from one person, the piranha's health dropped by half in an instant. But the piranha flower still has 2 bloody mouths. It doesn't intend to let Nanfeng and the 2 go, and opens its mouth again to attack. Isn't this putting my weakness at my gunpoint? The mouth of the piranha is very fragile, and just touching it is a weakness attack. Nanfeng seriously doubts whether the piranha can eat anything. Nanfeng took out Gatling and tore the piranha's bloody mouth into pieces in a few seconds. On the other side, the night sword in Catherine's hand flashed with light, and soon the last mouth of the piranha was chopped to pieces. This level 22 lord didn't even last a minute before he was killed by Nanfeng and Catherine. Ding! A pet egg with a purple halo exploded. Just as Nanfeng was about to grab it, Catherine was already 1 step ahead of him and held the pet egg in her arms. There was no way. The pet egg exploded at Catherine's feet, and Nanfeng had no time to shoot. You already have a Tamagotchi. Give this one to me. Nanfeng's expression was grim. He raised Gatling slightly and pointed it at Catherine Weiner. As long as this little girl dares to say no, Nanfeng will pull the trigger and fight her to death. It turns out you can talk. Catherine glanced at the 2 pet eggs in her hand, and threw the one that piranha exploded to Nanfeng. Nanfeng used Eye of Insight, and discovered that this was also a B-level pet egg. Better than nothing. Nanfeng put Gatling in his backpack, took the pet egg in his left hand, took out the Desert Eagle in his right hand, and glanced around. Fight your way to the left. The left side has the fewest vines, and is best for fighting your way out. Nanfeng and Catherine joined forces, and soon cut off the vines, allowing them to see the light of day again. But before the 2 of them had time to be happy, their expressions changed. About 50 meters in front of them, Shadow of Night was looking at the 2 of them with his hands behind his back. Catherine's lips moved slightly. How have you considered what I just said? Nanfeng huffed. What are you talking about? What did you say? Catherine whispered. Let's join forces and kill him. The corner of Nanfeng's mouth twitched twice. Are you serious? Catherine nodded and was about to say something, when suddenly various shouts, roars, and killing sounds came from the distance. Nanfeng turned around and saw hundreds of troops of the Chosen Ones coming from the east. All the ferocious beasts along the road were easily killed by them. The leader of this group of Chosen Ones is none other than Archie. This guy was lucky enough not to die just now. He took advantage of the chaos and ran out, and soon encountered a large army of more than 300 Chosen Ones. Archie quickly told everyone the information about Shadow of the Night. And then, this army of more than 300 Chosen Ones rushed over with enthusiasm, preparing to kill Shadow of the Night. Archie knew that Shadow of the Night was incredibly powerful. To be on the safe side, he summoned more than 100 people who had just fled in all directions, and all of them joined this army. Soon, this army of the Chosen Ones gathered more than 400 Chosen Ones, and they were all the top Chosen Ones. Humph! I just gave you 2 sneak attacks. But this time you won't just die. Archie laughed 3 times, raised his sword and took the lead in attacking Shadow of the Night. His injuries had been healed by other Chosen Ones. The other Chosen Ones also rushed forward, fearing that they would be too slow to grab the pet eggs. Nanfeng watched silently and did not step forward. He felt that these guys together were no match for Shadow of the Night. Sure enough, the few Chosen Ones at the front were instantly killed by Shadow of the Night. Shadow of Night has only half the health of Gigantopithecus, but its attack power is extremely high and its speed is ridiculously fast. The control skills of the Chosen Ones are difficult to hit Shadow of the Night, which also results in the rapid casualties of the Chosen One's army. Archie was lucky. He was kicked away by Shadow of the Night. Not only did he not die, he also escaped from the battlefield. He was about to fight back, but when he saw Shadow of the Night turning on the crazy massacre mode, 1 claw could kill a person, Archie quickly stopped. This boss is simply not something they can kill now. 2 minutes later, the Chosen One's army finally realized something was wrong, leaving more than 80 corpses behind. Thanks for the generous gift. This thing can't be killed at all. I'm planning to run away. Is anyone with me? I've run away. The newly gathered army of the Chosen Ones was once again dispersed by Shadow of the Night and was completely defeated. Nanfeng turned to look at Catherine. Do you want to go up? Catherine was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then said stubbornly, You find a commanding height, and I will hold him back. There is a chance. There's a chance. Run away quickly. I think the big crab in the south is good. It's big and easy to kill. Nanfeng likes huge ferocious beasts. He doesn't even need to aim. He can just set up the AWM and blast away with his eyes closed. With that said, Nanfeng didn't care about Catherine Wayna, left the battlefield and ran towards the south. On the other side, Shadow of the Night has gone crazy, chasing the Chosen Ones and killing them indiscriminately. His speed is extremely fast, and basically those chosen by him have no chance of escaping. Archie, who was running away, looked back and found Shadow of the Night charging towards him with a ferocious smile on his face. It's over. Archie felt a chill in his heart, knowing that he was dead. He regretted a little. If it hadn't been for the pet egg that great ape exploded and was picked up by that bastard, he wouldn't have come back. Seeing the Shadow of the Night getting closer and closer, when Archie was about to despair, a figure stood between him and the Shadow of the Night. Archie was surprised. Which warrior is this? How dare you face the Shadow of the Night? Shadow of the Night doesn't care about so many things. Just raise his hand and give him a claw. It's over. This warrior is dead. I haven't seen his face clearly. Archie thought this, and saw the warrior behind him stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the claws of Shadow of the Night tightly. Chapter 239 beat up the Shadow of the Night. Shadow of the Night's extremely powerful claw was actually caught with 2 fingers. Archie was shocked. Whose general is this? Why is he so brave? At this moment, Archie only felt that this figure from behind was extremely tall. Shadow of the Night was also stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his originally grinning face. He obviously didn't expect that someone could catch his blows so easily. The person who came was none other than Long Woody, the strongest man in the original world #1. Long Woody held a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth, raised the corners of his mouth, and showed a playful smile. Not very good. After the words fell, Long Woody pushed up his right hand and hit his jaw with his horizontal palm, hitting Shadow of the Night's chin in the middle. Snapped. There was a crisp sound. Shadow of the Night's jaw was shattered, and his whole body was pushed back by the terrifying impact. But Long Woody's left index finger and middle finger still clamped tightly on Shadow of Night's claws, preventing Shadow of Night from leaving his attack range. Lower kick. Mid-position kick. High whip kick. Long Woody shouted loudly. His left hand formed a claw to grab Shadow of the Night's wrist, and held it tightly. And his right leg used 3 lightning-like whipped legs in the lower, middle and upper sections, kicking Shadow of the Night, respectively. The legs are bent at the waist, and the head is bent. These 3 whipped legs were so powerful and heavy that each kick made a sonic boom, which made Shadow of the Night dizzy and unable to stand firmly, leap forward and kick forward. Long Woody released his left hand and kicked out with a standard kick, hitting Shadow of the Night in the chest and sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Woody opened the panel, entered the cross-world channel, and quickly sent a message. World number 1 Long Woody, Long Altian. Old man, come here quickly. There are a lot of eggs here. Just now, the army of the Chosen Ones came over, killing a large number of ferocious beasts along the way, and exploded many pet eggs, which were scattered all over the place. However, the quality of these pet eggs was very low, and Long Woody was too lazy to pick them up, so he could only call his father over to collect the junk. On the side, Lin Mimi with flowing long hair said, "We still have time to chat, so you should kill this boss first." Next to Lin Mimi, there were several chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom, all of whom came from the original world number 1. Long Woody held the dog's tail grass in his mouth and responded, "You go hunt other ferocious beasts. Leave this little black to me." After saying that, Long Woody twisted his shoulders and made a clicking sound, which made Archie behind him shudder. He actually wanted to fight Shadow of the Night with his bare hands. Archie swallowed and found a relatively safe place, preparing to observe Long Woody's fighting style. Jaw. Shadow of the Night got up from the ground and looked at the approaching Long Woody with bared teeth. Just now, Long Woody's silky little combo hit Shadow of the Night in a daze. But he was a lord-level ferocious beast after all, with rough skin and thick flesh. So these injuries were not fatal. It just lost 20% of its health. Shadow of the Night rubbed his chest in pain, roared and rushed towards Long Woody. Serial claw. Shadow of the Night waved 3 claws in succession, clawing at Long Woody's vitals. Too slow. Haven't you eaten yet? Long Woody raised the corners of his mouth, tilted his head lightly, and dodged the first claw of Shadow of the Night. Then Long Woody reached forward with his left hand and raised his right elbow to block, easily resolving Shadow of the Night's attack. -369. -312. 2 light red numbers jumped out from Long Woody's head. Long Woody grinned slightly. It doesn't hurt. Uh-huh. The next second, Long Woody stepped forward, pressed closely against Shadow of Night, and punched Shadow of Night on his left shoulder blade. Click! There was a crisp sound that even Archie, who was more than 10 meters away, could hear clearly. This punch definitely broke Shadow of the Night's shoulder. Your claws are so long. If I fight with you closely, you won't be able to do it. A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. Even if Long Woody can crush Shadow of the Night in terms of physical strength, he will still choose the most stable fighting method. Close bunt. Shadow of the Night's long and sharp claws cannot be used to its advantage at all. Boom! 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 Long Woody clenched his hands and punched out in a series of Japanese punches. Each blow was powerful and heavy, and every blow hit Shadow of the Night's injured chest. The so-called Japanese punch boxing is Wing Chun Master Yip. I want to hit 10 of them. The set of chain punches he used when he was young. Long Woody's Japanese punches were fast and hard, causing Shadow of the Night to retreat continuously, and his mind went blank. After receiving more than 10 punches, Shadow of the Night finally reacted, roared angrily, and slammed into Long Woody's head. Duang. -2081. With this collision, Shadow of the Night used up all his energy. He wanted to hit Long Woody to death, but Long Woody shook his head slightly like a normal person and smiled contemptuously. I have been practicing Taitu Kung Fu since I was 3 years old. Are you going to challenge me? Duang. Long Woody shouted loudly and bumped back, being hit by Shadow of the Night so hard that stars appeared in his eyes. Wild. Archie's face turned pale when he saw it. This dragon invincible could actually collide head-to-head with a level 25 Lord Ferocious Beast. And it looks like he even won? This scene seems familiar. A movie plot flashed through Archie's mind. Before traveling through time, Archie watched a movie in which Superman and Wonder Woman also collided like this. At this time, Archie suddenly remembered what Nafong had just said. Long Woody was not from Blue Star. He was from Krypton. Could this guy really be Superman? On the other side, the feather fan in Lin Mimi's hand spread out, blowing out 2 golden streams of light. The golden stream of light surrounded Long Woody, filling up his health in an instant. It wasn't over yet. Lin Mimi flapped her feather fan twice more, and 2 streams of light, one red and one blue, flew out. The red streamer increases attack, and the blue streamer increases defense. With the addition of buff, Long Woody's strength increases again. Chasing Shadow of the Night will give him a beating. Look at me. Arhoot. Ringing the bell. Next. Turn over. Chop and pound. And kick to the left. Drink. Wild horses part their manes. Lunge and push palm. Long Woody was beeping non-stop. But his hands did not pause at all. He continued with fists, elbows and legs. In just a few dozen seconds, most of the bones on Shadow of the Night's body were broken. And his health was broken. Dropped to 20%. It was at this time that Shadow of the Night let out a sharp scream, blended into the shadows, and escaped under the fierce pursuit of Long Woody. What kind of metaphysical trick is this? Long Woody clenched his hands into fists, making a clicking sound, and watched the black shadow on the ground regroup 10 meters away. Gah. The Shadow of the Night became darker, so black that even its outline was looming. He imitated Long Woody's appearance, making fists with both hands and making a clicking sound. Then, Shadow of the Night rushed over with a standard leap and kick. Long Woody had used this move before and kicked Shadow of the Night 10 meters away. At this time, Shadow of the Night used this move exactly as it was, and it was so powerful. Follow me? Long Woody sneered, and at the moment of kicking over, he raised his knee and hit his crotch. Broken egg. It's a pity that Shadow of Night is not a real person, but a humanoid ferocious beast. Otherwise this crotch-breaking egg could directly destroy half of Shadow of Night's life. Even so, Shadow of the Night still fell to the ground and screamed. You can't start with a high kick. There are a lot of flaws. Long Woody lectured and punched to end the fight. But Shadow of the Night suddenly merged into the shadows again, and then jumped out of Long Woody's shadow, regrouping into a beautiful 3-section whip leg. Sneak attack. Snapped. The lower kick hit the crook of Long Woody's leg. Long Woody lowered his leg and turned his knee, using gentle strength to resolve the kick. The mid-position kick hit Long Woody's waist, but Long Woody blocked it with his elbow. The high whip kick aimed at Long Woody's head, but Long Woody had already guessed Shadow of the Night's movements in advance and crossed his arms to block it. I have only learned the form, but not the spirit. Long Woody sneered. He used his left hand to use the Tai Chi sticky hand to wrap around Shadow of the Night's right leg. He struck hard with the elbow of his right hand, instantly shattering Shadow of the Night's knee. Finally, he used a beautiful the Iron Mountain was closed, knocking Shadow of Night several meters away. This set of combos combines Tai Chi Bajiquan and Muay Thai. The 3 boxing techniques can be switched freely. It is a perfect combination of traditional martial arts and modern martial arts. Shadow of the Night's health was already low, and after suffering a series of attacks from Long Woody, he could only fall to the ground and wait for death. Ahem. Shadow of the Night looked at Long Woody fearlessly, opened his mouth tremblingly and said, "What is this?" Long Woody was stunned. Huh? Can you speak? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have been so cruel. Shadow of the Night stared at Long Woody. Most of the bones in his body were broken. He was so weak that he could no longer speak. Seeing this, Long Woody made a standard Tai Chi starting position. Do you want to learn it? If you want to learn, I will teach you. Shadow of the Night heard this, nodded and spit out a mouthful of blood, and died. Ding! A pet egg with an orange halo fell from Shadow of the Night. The king of the land favored by gods was beaten to death by Long Woody with one punch after another. Chapter 240 Volcano Lava Crab. Ding! The chosen dragon Woody successfully kills Shadow of the Night, and is rewarded with plus 100 reputation and plus 50 strength. A system prompt came into his ears, and Nanfeng was stunned on the spot while walking on the road. What stuff? A few minutes ago, he witnessed Shadow of Night going on a killing spree, chasing hundreds of chosen ones and killing them randomly. In the blink of an eye, Shadow of Night died? This is somewhat outrageous, right? It's a pity that Nanfeng just missed Long Woody and didn't witness the battle between Long Woody and Shadow of the Night. Fortunately, he didn't see this battle. Otherwise, Nanfeng's self-confidence might be severely damaged. Archie was like this at this time. His confidence was completely shattered by Long Woody's punch after punch. In Archie's view, as the strongest man in world number 2, even if he is not as good as Long Invincible in world number 1, at least he is not much different. Right? Archie has always aimed to surpass Dragon Invincible. But the reality was completely different from what he imagined. Long Woody was too strong. So powerful that he was almost inhuman. He is Superman. He is Superman. At this time, Archie suddenly realized that Long Woody didn't even use his natal magic weapon just now. He beat Shadow of the Night to death with just his fists. Looking at Long Woody's back from a distance, Archie shuddered. A picture flashed through his mind. Long Woody suddenly turned his head, opened his mouth with blood, and then shouted, "I want to eat children! Crazy! It's hacking crazy! I need to get out of here quickly. This is too scary." Archie shook his body, turned around and ran away. But seeing the pet eggs all over the floor, Archie suddenly hesitated. He didn't have any eggs in his hand now. Nanfeng said that Long Woody doesn't eat handsome men, so I should be safe. With this thought, Archie quickly threw out the Eye of Insight and searched for high-quality pet eggs all over the ground. C level, D level, C level, A level. Yo-ho! There is an A-level pet egg! Archie showed a hint of joy and quickly held the A-grade pet egg in his arms, preparing to leave. But at this moment, Long Woody's voice came from behind. "Handsome boy, have you seen the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom just now?" Archie froze, turned his head numbly, and looked at Long Woody. Long Woody showed a sunny and kind smile. But in Archie's eyes, this smile was extremely weird. The corners of his mouth were cracked to the base of his ears, and his mouth was full of blood, with a sinister smile on his face. "Eat people. Eat children." Archie threw away the A-level pet egg and ran away howling like a ghost. Long Woody scratched his head, not knowing why. What is he talking about? He said, "You eat children?" Lin Mimi covered her mouth with one hand and chuckled. She dragged a sack of pet eggs over with the other hand. They were all sea-level or above pet eggs. There were more than 50 of them. Enough for all the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom to have one. Long Woody pouted. "Sea-level eggs? No dogs. Throw away all the sea-level ones, and keep only the B-level ones." Lin Mimi frowned slightly. "There are only 7 B-level pet eggs, and even fewer A-level pet eggs. Only 2. Long Woody yawned indifferently. "No worries. I will continue to kill and strive to get a B-level pet egg for every chosen one in the Dragon Kingdom." Long Woody threw the S-class pet egg in his hand to Lin Mimi, turned around and charged into the group of ferocious beasts, starting a new round of killing. The south wind left the grove and ran all the way south, towards the extreme south of the small world. There is a king crab in the south. It has an active volcano on its back and is very huge. But its size is still a bit different from Earth Walking Dragon. If this king crab is a mountain, then Earthly Dragon is a mountain range. Nanfeng trotted all the way, and it took him more than half an hour to reach the volcanic area. Along the way, Nanfeng also hunted down many ferocious beasts. One of them, a one-horned sheep, exploded with a grade A pet egg, which gave Nanfeng a little surprise. If he couldn't kill the king crab, Nanfeng was going to go back with this A-level pet egg. By the way, I still don't know how to sign a contract with a Tamagotchi. It's also a pain in the ass to have an egg in your hand, but don't know how to make a contract. But Nanfeng didn't have time to think too much. He was going to prepare to hunt this king crab. Eye of Insight. Volcano Lava Crab. Level 25. A Lord-level ferocious beast? This guy is at the same level as Gigantopithecus, but his health, attack power, and defense are much higher than Gigantopithecus. However, the speed of Volcanic Lava Crab is even slower. It is a pure living target for Nanfeng, and the threat is very low. It's so big that I can hit it with a gun from 800 meters away. Nanfeng came to a hillside, set up the AWM, pulled the trigger, and fired the first magic bullet. Call out. The penetrating bullet pierced the sky, leaving a black shadow in the air, as if it tore apart space. This blow hit Volcano Lava Crab's big face, causing a whopping 807 points of damage. And the Volcano Lava Crab has a health value of 500,000 points. Nafong pondered for a moment and thought to himself, if you grind it, you should be able to kill him. Volcanic Lava Crab is different from Shadow of the Night in that it basically does not move. Nafong can slowly wear it to death with its range advantage. But Shadow of the Night is agile and extremely fast. It can rush to Nanfeng's face in minutes, and is very restrained by Nanfeng. Similarly, Volcanic Lava Crab is also very restrained against melee chosen ones like Long Woody. Just the lava constantly spewing out from its back is enough to make Long Woody feel extremely troublesome. Range has always been Nanfeng's biggest advantage, so he would rather travel a long distance to hunt Volcano King Crab than fight Shadow of the Night. It is a wise move to use one's own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses. Ta-ta-ta-ta. While thinking about it, Nafong didn't stop. He directly picked up Gatling and started violently outputting it. Volcano Lava Crab, the big pitted face of the plate was bloody, and its two crab claws danced wildly, kicking up dust all over the sky. Boom! The volcano behind Volcano Lava Crab erupted, and magma shot into the sky and scattered in all directions. When Nafong saw this, he was so frightened that he ran away with his head in his arms, and quickly found a bunker to hide. The chosen ones in the entire small world have turned their attention to the south. This terrifying volcanic eruption scene made everyone look solemn. Long Woody smashed his elbow, and smashed the back of a ferocious beast's head. Then he turned his head to look south, and sked twice, my son. This armor is much more ferocious than the Shadow of the Night. Crab armor means crab. Lin Mimi tucked her long hair behind her ears, and said softly, it seems like someone has taken action against this big guy. Long Woody shrugged, don't worry about him. He is looking for death. Nafong, who was far away in the volcanic zone, was almost killed by lava. Oh my god! I almost got burned to death. Nafong stood on a raised boulder, and watched the lava slowly flow from both sides. Just now, magma splashed up and fell on Nanfeng's head, burning his little head with a big scar, and his health points dropped by more than 2,000 in an instant. Even Nanfeng's hair was burned off a lot. I'm getting bald, but not getting stronger. Shit! Nafong touched the top of his head, set up the AWM, and continued shooting. Volcano Lava Crab, the volcano erupted just now, and all the magma in the volcano on its back was spewed out. At this time, there was not a drop left, and it posed no threat to the south wind. Nafong can confidently and boldly output 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Volcano Lava Crab's health is steadily declining, and will soon only be 5% left. With victory in sight, Nafong suddenly spotted the figure of the Chosen One in the 8x mirror. A large group of Chosen Ones are coming here.